Relationship with him isn't at the level where he would call me directly, Barry replied nonchalantly. John Malone detected traces of boredom in Barry's tone and couldn't help but say, Barry, you should be more upbeat about this. The acquisition proposal for Paramount was brought up by you personally, and this is just a small setback. Just a small setback? Really? Barry Diller shot him a pointed look. You've made at least 4 trips to Los Angeles in the past few months. I suspect Martin Davis has probably already received the acquisition plan I drafted. John, tell me if I'm right. By the end, there was an edge of suppressed anger in Barry's tone. He feared neither enemies nor setbacks. He only felt betrayed by his allies. Barry had faced several roadblocks in probing into Paramount over the last few months, with the impression that they had preemptively taken precautions against his methods. Realizing the issue, Barry promptly conducted a relevant investigation and easily uncovered the truth. Although Telecommunications Incorporated, as one of the parent companies, had authorized QVC's acquisition of Paramount, John Malone had started thinking about monopolizing the acquisition for himself. He showed no intention of hiding this ambition, visiting Martin Davis's office multiple times. Thus, Barry Diller could piece together the timeline easily, figuring out everyone who had knowledge of his acquisition plan. The only ones who knew were Comcast CEO Brian Roberts and the head of telecommunications, John Malone, along with Barry's own team. Barry was confident his team wouldn't leak any information, and John Malone was just being too obvious. As John Malone heard Barry Diller's blunt accusation, he shook his head with an expression of calm denial. Barry, I think you've misunderstood. My visits to Martin Davis were also about the acquisition. About telecommunications acquiring Paramount, not QVC, right? Feeling increasingly irked by Barry's relentless questioning, John Malone stated plainly, What if that's true? Barry, I also gave you a chance, but there has been no progress from you these past months, has there? Barry Diller nearly laughed out loud at John Malone's clever words. If it weren't for Malone's betrayal, leaking details of his acquisition plan, Barry felt confident that QVC could at least secure a percentage of Paramount's shares on the secondary market to reach boardroom status. Though John Malone always presented himself as a fastidious gentleman, Barry Diller knew better. This was merely a facade, and the essence of who he was had already been revealed by his desperate words. Acquiring Paramount and returning to the office he'd left long ago as the owner was a long-held dream for Barry Diller, and he didn't possess that capital himself. He could only rely on funds from Telecommunications and Comcast. The two men stared at each other across the desk for a moment, and Barry Diller finally sighed internally. Compromising first. John, even if Paramount collaborates with Firefly, it doesn't change much. While Eric Williams might be young, he is definitely not someone who would allow himself to suffer loss. Their collaboration would at most just cost us a bit more. Our true enemies are Martin Davis and Summer Redstone. Based on my understanding of Davis, he doesn't want to sell Paramount at all. So even if you spend a year in his office, the situation wouldn't change. The only way to take Paramount would be through a forced acquisition. In this respect, Summer Redstone's style is much more hardline. We can see that from Viacom's acquisition attempts in the 80s and last year's Disney acquisition. Summer Redstone is someone who places all his chips on the table. As he spoke, Barry Diller paused, looking at John Malone with a slightly disappointed expression. Summer Redstone is currently trying to leverage the financing he prepared for last year's Disney acquisition to secure control of the video rental giant Blockbuster. If he succeeds, with Blockbuster's robust cash flow, we will have no advantage in a bidding war. Meanwhile, Martin Davis is also reaching out to Williams for self-preservation. They're all striving for their goals, and what are we doing? Barry exclaimed, hammering the table with a loud bang. We're busy fighting among ourselves. Mr. Diller, is everything okay? Hearing the thud from the office, Barry Diller's assistant, worried that the two were about to come to blows, slightly pushed open the door to check. Before Barry could say anything, John Malone turned with a scowl to the assistant, barking, Get out. Who let you in? The assistant shrank back, glancing at Barry Diller. After receiving a nod from him, he wordlessly melted back out. The office fell silent again as John Malone silently pulled out 2 cigars, offering one to Barry. The two men lit their cigars and took a long drag simultaneously. Brian Roberts doesn't seem very enthusiastic about acquiring Paramount. It's only because of you that they agreed to this acquisition plan. Telecommunications doesn't want Comcast to take advantage of this ride, so I don't think I did anything wrong. Besides, even if telecommunications were to acquire Paramount on our own, I personally would be very willing for you to take the helm. I've long made it clear to many that I won't sign another employment contract. Barry Diller replied steadily through the swirling smoke. He held shares in QVC and held control over QVC based on the initial agreements, with the aim of acquiring Paramount on QVC's behalf. He was the owner. But if parent company Telecommunications Incorporated moved to acquire Paramount, what relation did that have to him? Chapter 482, 483, The Uncertain Situation. After leaving Fox, Barry Diller received dozens of collaboration invitations in a short span, but he turned them all down. In the end, he chose QVC not only because of his optimism about the future of television shopping, but also because QVC agreed to his terms for equity participation. When John Malone heard Barry Diller echo his frequent proclamation of, "I won't sign another employment contract," he simply shrugged and said, "All right, Barry, I'll call off the plan to acquire Paramount for now and throw my support behind you. But how do you plan to handle the current situation?" Barry Diller shot John Malone a glance and replied coolly, "When I know what I want to do, all I need is for telecommunications to offer support." John Malone grunted in response, waiting for Barry Diller to elaborate, but Barry merely tossed that comment out and resumed reviewing the documents in front of him. John soon realized that Barry had lost trust in him. With a sheepish smile, he recognized that sticking around would yield no benefit and stood to say, "If that's the case, I'll await your update." After John Malone left the conference room, Barry Diller patiently finished reading the documents in his hands. He tapped his fingers on the table, thinking for a while before pressing the call button on the phone. "Jack, book me a ticket to Hawaii." "Sure thing, Mr. Diller," came his assistant's voice promptly through the speaker. After relaying his request, Barry was about to hang up when he suddenly reconsidered, saying, "Actually, let's make that Los Angeles first." "Not a problem, Mr. Diller," replied the assistant again. He paused, noticing Barry didn't continue, and asked, "Is there anything else?" "That's it for now," Barry Diller replied, disconnecting the call as he once again fell into contemplation about the current situation. Though he was reluctant to admit it, a sense of pessimism about acquiring Paramount began to creep into Barry Diller's mind. He had known John Malone since the early 80s and was well aware that John was a man who had no real convictions. He was skilled at going with the flow. In other words, John would jump at the chance to profit wherever he might find it. If it weren't for the maneuvers by Sumner Redstone and Martin Davis that made Barry see the slim chances of Telecommunications Incorporated acquiring Paramount alone, John Malone surely wouldn't have been in Barry's office today. With a quiet sigh, Barry Diller flipped open the materials on his desk. These pertained to the evaluations of collaborations between Firefly and Columbia and Universal when the Japanese acquired them. The project he worked on with Universal, Basic Instinct, did not pose significant hurdles for Panasonic, but it did positively affect the stock price of MCA, Universal's parent company. Not long before this, Sony's acquisition offer for Columbia coincided perfectly with the release of Home Alone and Running Out of Time. During that time, Columbia's market value skyrocketed from $2.2 billion to $5.5 billion. Anyone could see that those films played critical roles. Thinking of Eric, Barry felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He had spent over 20 years pursuing the pinnacle of power in Hollywood, and yet he ended up drifting away from that circle. The effort to return with low chances of success felt unmanageable. Meanwhile, that young man had effortlessly attained it all in just 4 years. Moreover, judging by the array of special effects blockbuster projects Firefly had underway, it was clear that he had no intention of slowing down or giving competitors a chance to catch up. Michael Lynn, CEO of Firefly Studios, recently declined to comment on news of a potential collaboration with Paramount. But according to sources, Eric Williams and Martin Davis are already negotiating final details that will soon be made public. Rumors suggest Firefly intends to partner with Paramount on a project from the Star Trek film series, leveraging Firefly's advanced CGI technology to create interstellar legends beyond Star Wars. Sumner Redstone has publicly declared his intent to acquire Paramount imminently, stating that Viacom was determined to succeed. Barry Diller, who had seemingly exited Hollywood, suddenly appeared in Los Angeles dining with Bruce White, one of Paramount's shareholders, revealing the apparent motives behind QVC Media's acquisition attempts. Martin Davis set down the hefty stack of newspapers, concern written across his face. He had been on Kauai for over a week. Despite Paramount stock rising by 5.7% during his Hawaiian trip and some previously restless shareholders swaying toward his side after he disclosed news of collaboration to the media, Martin knew all too well that if the partnership with Firefly fell through, those stock prices would surely plummet again, with the shareholders who leaned his way returning to being untrusting. As for Eric, though Martin had long forwarded all related project materials to him, the response was frustratingly slow. He could see that Eric wasn't particularly enthusiastic about the collaboration. Unlike the two heads of Columbia, even if he had to choose to sell in the end, Martin Davis had no intention of making the reckless choice they did, which had nearly cost them dearly. Many outsiders envied Columbia's 5-film deal with Firefly Studios, but Martin knew the sacrifices Columbia had made. Just looking at how Firefly handled the overseas distribution of Terminator 2 and Twister in the same period of 91 NAD 92 made that clear. Last year's overseas distribution of Terminator 2 took Firefly a full 6 months to complete. Originally a summer release, it was delayed until the end of the year in many European markets. While Terminator 2 was a high-quality film, the lengthy distribution process, the impact of piracy, and a weak position in revenue negotiations severely diminished the profits Firefly should have gained. Just a year later, though, with the combined overseas distribution resources of Columbia and Disney, Twister launched in North America and quickly reached screens across European countries within a month. Even more remarkably, it managed to secure a summer slot in Japan, a coveted position that the vast majority of Hollywood films would envy. So far, Twister's overseas gross reached $180 million, a stark contrast to the negligible overseas earnings of Terminator 2 in the same time frame. Deep in thought about these matters, Martin Davis's assistant, Danny Cork, rushed into the cafe, saying, "Mr. Davis, we have a situation." Martin instinctively thought of reprimanding his assistant for the lapse in decorum, but stifled that thought, only managing a slight frown. Noticing Martin's demeanor, Danny quickly calmed himself with a deep breath and composedly said, "There's been a leak from Viacom. Redstone plans to present the company's initial bid." Martin didn't question Danny's accuracy. Instead, he asked, "How much?" $6.5 billion, Danny replied. Martin scoffed. "So Redstone thinks he can just fall from that height and climb back up again?" Danny stood there momentarily puzzled, unsure of how to respond, and remained silent. The $6.5 billion figure just so happened to match Firefly's acquisition price for Disney. Having learned from his failed acquisition attempt with Disney, Redstone revamped Viacom's internal structure, ensuring there would be no internal opposition next time around. At the same time, Redstone refrained from repaying the initial financing obtained for the failed Disney bid and instead started negotiations for acquiring rental giant Blockbuster. As a video rental company akin to retail, Blockbuster's greatest asset was its abundant cash flow, which would furnish Viacom with ample funds for acquiring Paramount. While Paramount Pictures alone was certainly not worth $6.5 billion, Viacom was not merely focused on Paramount Pictures, but rather on its parent company, Paramount Communications. Paramount Communications' main assets encompassed not just Paramount Pictures, but also a host of assets in television, publishing, and music, cumulatively far exceeding what Disney had once offered. With no response forthcoming from his assistant, Martin chose not to pursue it further, gesturing for Danny to get the bill before leaving the cafe in the small town of Lihue. As noon approached, filming for Jurassic Park continued behind closed doors. Although Martin knew he wouldn't be turned away from the set if he showed up, doing so would only highlight his desperation and offer Eric grounds for negotiation. However, with Eric silent on any intentions for collaboration, Martin understood he could no longer afford to stay in Hawaii indefinitely. The driver pulled up, and Danny Cork opened the car door for Martin Davis, asking, "Where to now, Mr. Davis?" "Have someone book me a plane ticket back to Los Angeles as quickly as possible. We're going to the set of Jurassic Park now," Martin instructed. Understood, Mr. Davis, Danny acknowledged, closing the door behind Martin and signaling the driver to head to their destination while he hurried off in another vehicle to get the tickets. Eric was reviewing footage with Nicole through the monitor when a staff member rushed over and informed him, "Director, Mr. Davis has arrived." "I understand. Take him to the waiting area. Also, let everyone know to have lunch early," Eric said, as if he had anticipated this, casually instructing before returning to discussions about the shots with Nicole. 5 minutes later, Eric walked into the makeshift break area on set and ducked into a tent. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Davis," Eric stated. Martin, maintaining a smile, pointedly replied, "It has been a bit long, Eric. I may need to head back soon, which is why I had to come by." "Mr. Davis, why not enjoy a little more time in Hawaii?" "Huh. If I stick around any longer, Paramount will be someone else's," Martin replied nonchalantly. Eric realized that this old guy's patience had run completely thin. He instructed his assistant to fetch 2 lunches and then sat down with Martin Davis around a table, half earnestly explaining, "I truly apologize, Mr. Davis. As you know, I've been incredibly busy lately." "It's fine," Martin shook his head, having no interest in beating around the bush with Eric any longer. He didn't have that luxury of time. "Eric, I just want an accurate response from you." "Now?" Eric asked. Martin nodded assuredly. "Now?" Eric hesitated for a moment, seemingly reluctant to dampen the old man's spirits, but finally said, "Mr. Davis, I reviewed the materials Paramount sent me, and to be honest, I didn't find any projects that struck me as particularly promising. 65 carefully selected scripts, and not a single one." Martin's disbelief was evident. Eric sincerely nodded. Paramount had indeed provided him with 65 reserve projects, but there was nothing among them that he remembered being a box office hit. This was understandable. Throughout the 90s, Paramount's box office performance had often been underwhelming. While some of those projects might be ones Eric didn't recall, there were certainly scripts he found intriguing, yet without any prior references, predicting a film's prospects became impossible. After all, so many films looked incredibly promising only to fail spectacularly, and Eric wasn't too interested in taking that risk. Seeing Eric's firm expression, Martin Davis felt a twinge of discomfort. He couldn't help but think that it was unlikely for those projects to all be garbage. Rather, it seemed to him that Eric might be giving him the brush off or had his eye on certain projects, intending to pounce once Paramount gave up. Such occurrences were not unheard of in Hollywood. Chapter 483, 484, Disappointment. Thinking about this possibility, and considering Paramount Pictures' precarious situation, Martin Davis could no longer suppress his anger. He slammed his utensils on the table and accused, "Eric, I wasted over a week on Kauai, and you can't just throw me a half-hearted answer like this." Eric looked surprised at first, then slowly smiled coldly and replied, "Martin, you seem to be mistaken about something. I'm not your subordinate, so please don't speak to me like that. Moreover, I never promised you anything from the start." "You?" Martin Davis glared at Eric, about to say something, but suddenly remembered the current situation. "All right, Eric, what exactly do you want?" Eric shook his head gently. "It's not about what I want. It's about what you want, Martin. You want to hold on to Paramount, but the fact is that other shareholders are looking to cash out because of the constant decline in the company's performance over the past few years. To dissuade them from selling, Paramount urgently needs good news that boosts people's confidence in the company's future, not just 1 or 2 film collaborations. Good news. Yes, for example, Firefly Films investing in Paramount. Eric stated openly without hiding his intention. This left Martin Davis in silence. Given Firefly's outstanding performance in the film industry, he recognized that this proposal would indeed be a significant help for Paramount's current situation. However, on the other hand, he felt a sense of territory being invaded by an outsider. After a moment of consideration, Martin tentatively said, "Eric, if it's a mutual share exchange forming a partnership between Firefly and Paramount, then I could agree." "Sorry, Martin, Firefly has no plans to bring in outside shareholders for now. I'm talking about acquiring a portion of Paramount shares, say 20%, for cash." Martin nearly cursed, thinking 20% wasn't a small amount at all. "Eric, you know I can't agree to this. Plus, you already control Firefly, and acquiring 20% of Paramount's shares wouldn't be approved easily by the Federal Trade Commission. Martin, why speak so absolutely? Everything is negotiable. Eric's tone didn't change at all, but Martin no longer felt like continuing the conversation. If it were a share exchange with Firefly, he'd gladly agree even to a 20% stake, or even more. After all, Firefly was a coveted investment target with premium assets like Disney, Pixar, and Digital Domain. But he would never agree to a cash acquisition because selling those shares meant handing over a significant portion of Paramount's power to Firefly, while he wouldn't have any leverage over them. Even if he remained the largest shareholder after selling 20%, the gap in shareholding would be quite narrow. If Firefly decided to, they could easily ally with other shareholders to push him out. Eric, since you lack sincerity, I feel there's no need for us to continue this discussion, Martin said, standing up straight. Eric displayed a regretful expression. Then I can only apologize, Martin. I thought this would be an opportunity for Paramount. Martin could hardly stand Eric's nonsense. He saw this primarily as an opportunity for Firefly, and this young man had none of the naivety one would expect for his age. Instead, he came off as someone who had seen too much, solely focused on taking advantage of the situation. After Martin left, Eric went back to the tent, and Alan noticed the situation and followed him inside. I thought you were going to collaborate with Paramount again, Alan said, recalling Martin's disappointed expression as he left, smiling. Eric muttered through a mouthful of lunch. I wanted to collaborate, but the terms I offered weren't accepted. Alan could guess that Eric had probably made an unappealing offer. Not too interested, he asked. Eric, is there really not a single film project from Paramount that you find appealing? Nothing of the caliber of Twister. As for the level of Ace Ventura, there's no need to waste my time on that. Alan looked shocked. Given Twister's box office trajectory, he knew the film's global revenue would be at least around $600 million. It seemed that Eric's standards were a bit too high. Nonetheless, he quickly realized that if they weren't of that level, Firefly wouldn't need to collaborate with them. Collaborating on a project like Ace Ventura would only lead to competition with films of the same level. Eric didn't pay attention to Alan's expression and continued. Paramount's current situation is primarily a result of Martin Davis himself. He knows nothing about films, but holds power over Paramount, leading to professionals being mere puppets. Directors and producers who manage quality projects typically despise working with these outsiders. Not many bosses are willing to delegate power to professional managers, Alan replied with a smirk, subtly glancing at Eric. That's why I greatly admire Murdoch. He skillfully found a balance between delegating and controlling. If he had shackled Barry Diller like Martin Davis did, then there wouldn't have been the Fox Films and Fox Television Network. And when Barry Diller wanted to take control, Murdoch readily parted ways with him. So even though the media often compares Murdoch to Redstone, I believe Murdoch's achievements will ultimately surpass those of Redstone, who shares a similar style to Martin Davis. After saying this, Eric looked at his pensive assistant and smiled. Alan, you've been with me for 4 years now, haven't you? It'll be 4 years and 5 months. I originally joined as your directorial assistant during the filming of Pretty Woman. Then Mr. Hansen mentioned he hadn't found the right person for a while, so I did well and ended up temporarily as your executive assistant. And now here we are, Alan said, reflecting on how he had initially aimed to become a director when he joined Firefly, a company that had just started gaining attention with Home Alone. Have you ever thought about becoming a department head? Alan recalled how Eric had recently discussed topics he hadn't previously brought up, along with subtle probing, and finally understood what Eric was hinting at. He was indeed very tempted by Eric's proposal. While the salary was high, working closely with Eric, it limited his growth. Of course I have, Eric. Do you have any suitable candidates for your next executive assistant? Not for now, but Eric seemed to think of something and chuckled. But your successor absolutely has to be a woman, and she needs to be beautiful, charming, and capable. That won't be easy to find. Alan laughed along, but suddenly thought of someone. However, I do have a good candidate in mind. Let's skip that. Eric immediately understood whom Alan was referring to. Liz may agree, but she won't last long. Her position is pretty clear. Anyway, I'm not going to release you right away. We'll take our time. Alan nodded, getting ready to leave, but asked, by the way, since Mr. Davis has left, should I continue monitoring Paramount's affairs? Of course. This is a significant matter for Hollywood after all. Martin Davis's empty-handed return wasn't much of a surprise to many. Barry Diller had refrained from heading to Hawaii precisely because he anticipated such a result. He understood Paramount's situation very well and knew Martin Davis couldn't afford the kind of price Columbia was paying, and Eric wasn't someone who would be easy to deal with. However, because Redstone publicly expressed interest in acquiring Paramount, the stock price, which had potentially risen due to the prospect of a Firefly partnership, didn't fall back. Instead, it continued to rise. Although Barry Diller didn't explicitly make his acquisition intentions clear regarding QVC, his series of actions conveyed his objectives decisively. While Eric quietly monitored the situation in Hollywood, the filming of Jurassic Park proceeded smoothly. After returning to Los Angeles, Martin Davis connected with Eric a few more times over the phone, but no agreements were reached. As July came to an end, the North American summer movie season began wrapping up. Firefly's 2 summer blockbusters were entering their concluding phases. Meanwhile, over at Disney, the distribution of Sister Act faced some issues. Due to Eric's confidence in the film, Disney ramped up its release efforts. However, despite being on par with The Mask in terms of release scale, Sister Act's opening weekend box office was only half that of The Mask. When Eric heard this news, he almost thought the film had veered off course. Yet by the second week, Sister Act's box office not only didn't drop significantly, as Disney executives feared, it rebounded due to word of mouth. Though the increase was merely a negligible 2%, compared to the steep drops some films suffered, this performance delighted many. Even though its genre might not perform well overseas, based on its trajectory in North America, it might even surpass The Mask. At this point, merely within a summer season, Firefly had already captured 10% of North America's estimated total box office for the year, with many media outlets beginning to speculate whether Firefly would surpass Warner that year. Chapter 485, The Mascot. Southampton didn't just refer to a soccer club in England. It was also the name of a well-known town in North Long Island, New York. Compared to the buzz surrounding Manhattan's Upper East Side, Southampton's fame seemed a bit understated. However, a statistic once shared noted that the average net worth of residents in this picturesque town by the Atlantic Ocean exceeded $1 million. It was here, near Southampton, that Fitzgerald's Great Gatsby found its inspiration for Gatsby's lavish mansion. One morning, in a luxurious house connected to the white sandy beaches of the town, Joanna stood at the bathroom sink, staring blankly at the small object in her hands showing 2 red lines. She felt momentarily lost in thought. After an unknowable span of time, there were a few knocks on the door, and Virginia's excited voice rang in. Joan, come out. I'm pregnant." Startled, Joanna hurriedly tossed the pregnancy test into the trash can, tidied her slightly messy hair in the mirror, and then walked out to open the door. Virginia stood at the entrance in her pajamas, her hair a bit disheveled, yet her face radiated joy. She raised the white pregnancy test with excitement, saying, 2 lines. Finally, 2 lines. Look. As Joanna took a quick look, she was at a loss for words and could only muster a response. Congratulations, Vicky. But when are you planning to tell Eric? At the mention of Eric, Virginia's expression dimmed for a moment. Although she had previously planned everything perfectly, the reality of the situation made her worry about Eric's reaction. How about him? Joan, can you try to gauge Eric's reaction for me? Virginia suggested nervously, blinking at her. Joanna immediately refused, saying, There's no way I'm doing that. Eric might think I'm the one who's pregnant. Virginia seemed inspired by the thought. Yes. Joan, you call Eric and tell him you're pregnant. See what his reaction is. If he gets mad, you can just say it's a prank. Haha, I'm a genius. As she spoke, Virginia grabbed Joanna's hand, eager to hurry downstairs to make the call. Joanna, shocked by the idea, thought to herself, but wait, I'm pregnant too. I'll help you dial. Just remember, you can't let it slip, Virginia said as she picked up the phone and started to dial. Panicking, Joanna pressed her hand against Virginia's. Vicky, it should be like 1 a.m. in Hawaii right now, right? I totally forgot. He's probably just fallen asleep. If you wake him up now, he'll be in a worse mood, Virginia reasoned, putting the receiver down and counting on her fingers. Okay, let's call him at noon. He usually gets up at 6. That finally eased Joanna's mind a bit, and she firmly shook her head. And Vicky, I'm definitely not helping you with this prank. You'll have to figure out how to test the waters yourself. Virginia instantly adopted a pitiful look. Joan, how can you do this? We're best friends, and you won't even help me with this? It's not like that. Joanna sighed helplessly. I'm saying you've got to tell Eric sooner or later. I think maybe the longer you wait, the angrier he'll get. It's better to just tell him straightforwardly. But what if he doesn't want this baby? Virginia asked anxiously. Joanna felt her heart tighten at those words. She instinctively wanted to check her own abdomen, but quickly suppressed that impulse. If he doesn't want it, then we'll just have the child ourselves. We can manage. Virginia pondered for a moment, slowly moving closer to Joanna and wrapping her arms around her waist, seeking comfort. Then it settled. We'll raise it together. Joanna gave Virginia a reassuring pat on the back, saying, Don't be so pessimistic. He might actually be okay with it. Yeah, right. Didn't I tell you already? Boys his age dislike kids the most, Virginia retorted. But you'll ultimately have to confront this, right? Think it over. I'll go make breakfast, Joanna said as she gently pat Virginia's back, getting up from the sofa and heading to the kitchen. She opened the fridge to obscure her figure and stole a glance back at Virginia, who still appeared deep in thought. She felt a twinge of guilt. Before knowing Eric's reaction, she had no intention of revealing her own pregnancy to Virginia. She feared that Eric would reject the idea of having a child with her even more. In just a few minutes, Joanna resolved that if Eric reacted strongly, she would temporarily leave the U.S. and find a secluded place to have her child. Half an hour later, Joanna brought breakfast to the table, and Virginia seemed to have composed herself as she sat down. I just called and booked a private doctor. I'll go for a checkup in the morning. Whatever that bastard's reaction may be, I'm having this little one. Joanna served Virginia breakfast, trying to keep her tone casual. When are you planning to tell him? At least after he finishes filming Jurassic Park. I'll find a good time then. Joanna agreed that this was likely the best timing. She quietly chewed on some bread for a moment before remembering a crucial question. Vicky, what about your work? Virginia looked puzzled, unsure why Joanna brought it up, but she responded, I already arranged everything. You know that action film I guest starred in for Fox? It'll be released at the end of the year. I don't have a lot of screen time, so I won't need to participate in promotions. Kepler is negotiating a drama contract for me right now, and we're expected to shoot next month for about 2 months. If I'm careful, no one will notice I'm pregnant. The pay for these 2 films, plus some savings I have, will keep me set for quite a while. After that, I can take 1 or 2 years off to raise my kid. Listening to Virginia's well-organized plan, Joanna felt a twinge of envy. Due to their different upbringings, Virginia had been striving for independence since she was 12. Regardless of her surroundings, she managed her life with precision, while Joanna's path felt utterly chaotic and directionless. For instance, despite the success of Twister, it hadn't brought her significant income. Without a child, she could have capitalized on the film's fame to save up money over the coming years, but now, with the baby on the way, the news's potential fallout would surely impact her public image greatly. What if Eric rejected this child? The worry for her future gnawed at Joanna. After finishing breakfast, she seized the opportunity while Virginia changed clothes to grab the living room phone, hastily dialing her agent's number. Hey, Charlie, didn't you say there was a film over at Universal that would suit me? Yes, I'd like to take it on, but I have a few conditions. Joan, do you think I'm petty? As long as you think the script is appropriate, I certainly wouldn't oppose it. But since it's a Universal project, Eisner won't be stingy. How much did they offer you? That figure is generous. When does the film start shooting? At the end of the month? Why the rush? Oh, all right then. Okay, I'm hanging up. But, after ending the call, Eric smiled and shrugged, picked up the script, and walked out of the room. It was already mid-August, and they were in the 6th week of filming Jurassic Park. A tropical storm at the beginning of the month had delayed the crew for a few days, but the impact was still manageable. If all went well, Eric could even wrap up filming before September 10th and head to Paris for the Disneyland opening. As he thought about these matters, just walking into the hotel lobby, a deep voice rang out enthusiastically. Hey, Eric, morning. Morning, Donald. I was in meetings all night and couldn't pick you guys up. Sorry about that, Eric said as he embraced Donald Trump. He then glanced at the slightly shy girl standing next to Donald. It had only been a year since he last saw Ivanka Trump, and at 11, she had grown considerably, transforming from a little girl into a lovely young lady. "Hey, Ivanka, do you still recognize me?" The girl clearly rolled her eyes at the statement but kept her composure, responding politely, "Hi, Eric." The three of them entered the dining room, ordered breakfast, and chatted about updates. Then, after a moment of silence, Ivanka finally spoke up. "Eric, can I not hold the stuffed animal on camera this time?" "Ah, but Ivanka, I've already prepared for that," Eric replied. Finally unable to hold back, Ivanka rolled her eyes again and said, "Eric, you're one of Hollywood's finest directors. Can we skip this childish stuff? I'm not some mascot in your movie." "Ivanka, first off, I appreciate the compliment, but this isn't childish at all. After Ghost and Twister, audiences are just starting to notice you. If you suddenly decide to shift your style and abandon the girl holding a stuffed animal persona, you'd lose that attention-grabbing effect. Being the girl holding a stuffed animal? That's so boring. Oh my gosh, I'm actually considering doing this ridiculous thing for $100. Eric, can I give that $100 back to you?" Eric feigned seriousness, saying, "Ivanka, it's not just $100 anymore. The tickets and accommodations for you and your dad's trip to Hawaii are all covered by the crew." Ivanka looked at her father. Donald Trump made a heavy face and nodded. "Both of us would rack up at least $5,000. If you refuse to act." Facing her dad colluding with Eric, Ivanka felt defeated. The young girl even began to question her life, wondering if she really was born into a billionaire's family. A few hours later, Ivanka ultimately appeared with a big dinosaur stuffed animal during the scene where the programmer Dennis exchanged for dinosaur embryos. Chapter 485, 486, Euro Disney. After nearly 10 weeks of intense filming, Eric finally completed the last shot of Jurassic Park on September 7th. He confidently handed over the wrap-up and special effects work to Jerry Bruckheimer and Stan Winston before boarding a flight to Paris. After a long 22-hour flight, the Boeing Eric was on landed at Charles de Gaulle Airport in Paris. As soon as he stepped out of the terminal, Jeffrey Katzenberg was waiting for him outside, accompanied by a few others. "Eric, it's great to see you. I thought you might miss it," he said. "Of course, for something this important, I had to make every effort to come," Eric replied as he embraced Katzenberg. After exchanging pleasantries, Katzenberg started introducing a few people to Eric. "Eric, this is Vincent Labrie, representative of the city of Paris. This is Louis Barthelot, head of the French Partnership Company, and Patrick Schneider. Haha, you don't need an introduction for him. You've met him at the mid-year meeting. I know you have a good memory." Eric shook hands and chatted with them all, and a few minutes later, the group got into a vehicle and departed. "Eric, I've prepared a room for you at the Disney-themed hotel in the park, but you can also choose to stay in the city," Katzenberg enthusiastically said as they sat in the back seat of a business van. It was evident that Katzenberg was in a good mood, perhaps because another overseas Disney park was about to open. This Disney park was still called Euro Disney, not Paris Disneyland as Eric remembered. While filming Jurassic Park, he hadn't paid much attention to this detail. However, during the long journey to Paris, he had managed to sift through his memories about Disneyland Paris. Of course, he couldn't know too many specifics, but he clearly remembered that among Disney's major parks, the most successful was Tokyo Disneyland, while the most unsuccessful was Disneyland Paris. Thus, he wasn't feeling as cheerful as Katzenberg. Tokyo Disneyland opened in 1983 and had been highly successful from the year it opened. However, due to the agreement between Disney and Japan, they signed a licensing deal for 45 years where Disney even relinquished the royalties on cartoon character representations. They only charged 7% of Tokyo Disneyland's annual revenue as a management fee. It wasn't until Tokyo Disneyland became successful that Disney realized they had made a very poor deal. Even so, this 7% management fee still brought in several $100 million in profit each year. Stimulated by the success of Tokyo Disneyland, Michael Eisner, who had just taken charge of Disney in 1985, began preparing for a second overseas Disney theme park. Because of the extraordinarily high profit potential and the thousands of jobs it would create, Paris managed to nab the project away from dozens of competing cities by offering many favorable conditions. They even specifically built a railroad directly connecting the city of Paris to Disneyland. Learning from the lessons of Tokyo Disneyland, Disney, through negotiations, secured a 49% stake in the joint venture for a very minimal cost, along with operational control of the park. Simultaneously, for the first 5 years, Disney would need to pay the park $1.5 billion in royalties, which would rise to $4 billion per year after that period. From these agreements, it seemed Disney wouldn't lose out. However, everyone knew that if this new park didn't operate well or even faced losses, Disney likely wouldn't be able to collect the most basic royalty fees. Jeffrey, these are minor details. I'll just stay at the Disney-themed hotel. Also, once we arrive, can you arrange for someone to prepare a detailed report on Euro Disney, from the initial planning to future operational models? The more detailed, the better. Katzenberg nodded immediately without thinking, but upon noticing Eric's expression, he realized something wasn't quite right. Eric, is there an issue? I don't know. Eric honestly shook his head. The details about Euro Disney's partnership agreements were recounted by Alan on the plane, but he didn't know much beyond that. Without seeing more documentation, Eric couldn't figure out where the problems with Disneyland Paris would lie. Just consider me curious. If it's possible, can you also find me some information about Tokyo Disneyland? Sure thing, Katzenberg said, no longer probing further, with a smile as he nodded. By the way, after the opening tomorrow night, the Paris city government will hold a reception. I figured you might forget about formal wear coming straight from Hawaii, so I've had someone prepare it for you. Thanks, Jeffrey, Eric said, looking at Katzenberg's cheerful demeanor, and finally felt a bit uplifted. After all, history had already taken a significant turn. This new park was originally planned to open in April, but due to the Firefly acquisition of Disney and a series of other events, it had been postponed until September. Katzenberg had been managing the project for half a year now, and who knows, there might still be some unexpected turns. Since Eric had been busy in Hawaii, combined with over 20 hours of travel, once he settled into the Disney-themed hotel in Marne Valley, he fell straight asleep to recover from the jet lag. When he finally woke up, it was completely dark outside. Upon waking, as he looked through the window of the themed hotel, he immediately saw the brightly lit theme park outside. Although the park wouldn't officially open until the next morning, a large crowd of visitors had already gathered near the entrance. The doorbell rang a few times, and Eric withdrew his gaze, opening the door to find Alan standing there. Eric, you're awake. I finally woke you up. Mr. Katzenberg just sent someone over to check if you were up. Is there something important? Eric asked, letting Alan in. Alan shook his head. No, Mr. Katzenberg is still at the park checking details for the opening. He's probably going to be out late. Eric, do you want to go over there? Never mind. Jeffrey can handle it alone. I'm really just here to join the fun. Eric chuckled, shaking his head. Filming had drained most of his energy, and he also needed to control the overarching situation at Firefly. Eric didn't want to get too involved in the nitty-gritty of the company's operations. He wouldn't have enough energy even if he were split into several pieces. By the way, did you get the information I asked Jeffrey about this morning? Alan nodded. This afternoon, Mr. Katzenberg sent over the materials. Do you need me to get them now? Go ahead and bring them. And while you're at it, please prepare a dinner for me. I'll just look over everything in my room. Chapter 486, 487, Breakfast. Eric put down the documents in his hands and typed another line on the laptop, then casually glanced out the window to see that morning had already arrived. Due to the time zone difference, combined with the fact that he had rested all day yesterday, he had not felt sleepy at all throughout the night. The pile of materials on his desk kept him from drifting off, and compared to the brief introduction Alan had given him on the flight to Paris, this new set of documents was extremely detailed, making Eric feel even more uneasy. When Disneyland in Europe began planning in 1985, it was prompted by the huge success of Tokyo Disneyland. The new park quickly became the center of competition throughout Europe. The decision to locate it in Paris was based on the fact that there were 17 million potential visitors within a 2-hour drive and 300 million potential visitors within a 2-hour flight. Such a vast consumer base led Disney and the French government to express extreme optimism about the new park project. No one considered the possibility of failure. If not for the memories from his previous life, Eric would also have thought the success of Disneyland in Europe was a foregone conclusion after reading the exciting materials in his hand. In contrast to the success of Tokyo Disneyland, the original project proposal anticipated that the overall annual profit from the European Disneyland would exceed $600 million. This overly optimistic estimate caused the project's budget to swell over the 7 years of construction from an initial $1 billion to a staggering $5 billion. Not to mention the theme park's attractions, they even built 7 themed Disney hotels. Eric couldn't find the specific reasons for the potential failure of Disneyland Europe in these materials, but he did realize one thing. The cost ballooning from $1 billion to $5 billion certainly indicated excess resources and massive operational maintenance expenses, along with hundreds of millions in loans needing to be repaid annually. If the visitor numbers and average spending didn't meet the initial estimates, it would imply enormous losses. Disneyland was not only Disney's pride, but also regarded as a symbol of American culture. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many European cultural figures opposing its construction. Although this project started under Michael Eisner's leadership, if the park's operation failed, the parent company, Firefly Films, would surely take the hit. Even though Firefly wasn't publicly traded and Eric didn't have to worry about stock prices plummeting, such a blow to its reputation could affect its overseas expansion. After all, capital sought profit, and if a project that once attracted worldwide interest failed, it would be challenging to find investors the next time. In the original timeline, after Disneyland Paris opened, the third overseas park, Hong Kong Disneyland, wouldn't open until 20 years later and would be much smaller than any other park, likely influenced by Disneyland Paris's fate. Theme parks were a significant business crucial to any major Hollywood film company, with profits often far exceeding box office revenues, while also enhancing the film company's brand impact. Realizing the potential for the new park's failure, Eric had to take it seriously. He didn't want the influence and profits he had built in the film industry to be consumed by the losses of Disneyland Europe. After copying the survey he had created based on the analysis from the documents last night onto a floppy disk, Eric washed up and left his suite, heading down to the restaurant. Upon arriving at the restaurant, Eric was surprised to find it nearly empty. Only a few waiters were cleaning up and arranging tables. This discovery puzzled him. Glancing at his watch, he noted it was already 6:15 a.m. local time in Paris. September was still considered summer, and it wasn't too early. Plus, he knew many guests were staying at the hotel, so there should be people eating breakfast. A waitress with her hair tied back noticed Eric walking into the restaurant and approached, wanting to say something. But she quickly recognized him. "You? Mr. Williams, good morning." The waitress stammered, looking slightly excited but also a bit timid. Eric smiled at the girl, chose a table by the window, and then asked, "Could I get a breakfast menu, please?" As the waitress followed him to the table, she seemed a bit awkward and explained in a low voice, "I'm sorry, Mr. Williams, but the restaurant isn't serving breakfast. If you'd like, I can help you get something from outside." Frowning, Eric replied, "Why isn't breakfast being provided? Is it because the place isn't officially open yet? Or is there another reason?" Today was the grand opening of the park, and the hotel was filled with guests. It should have been fully prepared. Though Eric's tone remained unchanged, the waitress sensed his displeasure. Nervously pulling at the hem of her uniform and lowering her head, she struggled to find her words. "Forget about it. Just get the manager." Eric waved his hand, showing an exasperated expression as he watched the waitress fluster and hurriedly leave. Minutes later, a middle-aged man entered the restaurant briskly, accompanied by the waitress from before. "Good morning, Mr. Williams. I'm Gerald Robinson." Eric stood up to shake the man's hand, indicating for him to sit across from him. Then he pulled out a bill from his wallet and glanced at the waitress's name tag. "Miss Sophia, is it? Could you please get me a breakfast?" "Anything will do." "Of course, no problem at all," the waitress said, taking the bill from Eric and leaving the restaurant in haste. Once the waitress was gone, Eric returned his attention to the hotel manager. "Mr. Robinson, are you French?" "Yes, Mr. Williams. I was born in Lyon in eastern France, but grew up in Paris," Gerald Robinson replied politely, and Eric noted the French accent in his English. "Right," Eric said, focusing intently on him. "You must know why I asked Sophia to call you. I want to understand why this decision was made." Gerald Robinson showed no signs of fear under Eric's scrutiny. Instead, he seemed a bit unhappy as he responded, "Mr. Williams, you might want to ask your management team about that. I don't know who told them that we Europeans don't eat breakfast, but it was Patrick Schneider who personally decided to cancel breakfast service in the hotel." Although the equity of the joint venture was controlled by France, management authority belonged to Disney. Eric knew the new park's management team consisted entirely of Americans, and Patrick Schneider was the CEO responsible for operating Disneyland Paris. Eric had seen him at the airport the day before. "Mr. Robinson, since this is a mistake, isn't there anyone who raised concerns?" "Of course," Gerald Robinson replied, a mix of resignation and frustration in his voice as he raised his hands. "We raised plenty of issues, including the breakfast matter, the lack of alcoholic beverages in the park, parking spaces, and more, but no one listened to us." Eric could hear the bitterness in Robinson's voice toward the management team at Disney. Frowning again as he thought things through, Eric inquired, "What about Jeffrey Katzenberg? Have you brought these issues up with him?" Even if the original management team was blindly arrogant, Eric knew Katzenberg was a pragmatic person who wouldn't overlook these problems. Gerald Robinson paused, shaking his head. "No, Mr. Williams. I'm just a lobby manager. I don't get to speak to Mr. Katzenberg." Sensing Gerald's almost defeated tone, Eric realized these French employees had likely become completely disillusioned with the management team. Even if they could talk to Katzenberg, they'd probably lost all hope in the Disney management. After considering it, Eric told Gerald Robinson, "How about this, Mr. Robinson? Would you write a report listing the issues as you see them? I'm staying here for the next few days." Gerald Robinson understood Eric's concerns well. As a Disneyland employee himself, he naturally wanted to excel at his job. Thus, he happily agreed. "Mr. Williams, I will get that to you as soon as possible. Right? If you can't find me personally, you can give it to my assistant. He's staying right next door to me." Gerald Robinson nodded. "That would be Mr. Alan Fissman, right?" "Understood." The waitress soon returned with breakfast, and Gerald Robinson discreetly got up and left, not wanting to interrupt Eric's meal. Before long, Alan came downstairs and entered the restaurant. Seeing the quiet atmosphere, he too felt a bit surprised. At that moment, Eric had already finished his breakfast and was quietly reading an English newspaper while holding a floppy disk. Noticing Alan's arrival, Eric handed him the disk and said, "The restaurant isn't serving breakfast, so grab something to eat outside. Also, this floppy disk contains a survey I created last night. Personally hand it over to Patrick Schneider. Within a week, I want to see a detailed report on 10,000 visitors." Understanding Eric's firm tone, Alan didn't question it further. Even though they had developed a friendship over time, he simply took the floppy disk and asked openly, "Eric, what's going on?" Eric shook his head. "It's too early to say, but it seems serious. Just have Patrick Schneider follow through. I'll take care of it." Alan nodded and turned to leave the restaurant. Chapter 487. 488. You should see for yourself. After having breakfast, Eric met with guests attending the opening ceremony, as arranged by the staff. At 9 o'clock, the opening ceremony officially began. Eric, along with Jeffrey Katzenberg and the management team of the new park, took to the makeshift stage, interacting briefly with the media present for the event. As the CEO of Disney, Katzenberg stepped up to the microphone to deliver his customary speech. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Euro Disneyland. This is an exhilarating moment." Eric kept smiling as he observed everything around him. In addition to the guests and numerous reporters, a sea of visitors had already gathered in the park square. He knew that various performances inside the park had also been prepared, and everything seemed to be unfolding as many expected. With loud applause ringing out, Katzenberg concluded his speech and officially announced the opening of Euro Disneyland. Amidst the music and the sound of fireworks, countless visitors began rushing toward the gates. Eric joined Katzenberg and the other guests as they entered Disneyland. After socializing for over an hour, and since it was the park's opening day, the management team, including Katzenberg, had to remain vigilant about operations to handle any unforeseen circumstances. Soon, they dispersed to their respective posts. As Eric was about to say goodbye to Katzenberg and head back to the hotel to catch up on sleep after last night's all-nighter, he heard Patrick Schneider's voice behind him. "Mr. Williams, please hold on a moment. Pat, what's the matter? Eric asked, stepping aside to pause. Patrick Schneider pulled a floppy disk from his pocket. Well, Mr. Williams, concerning the visitor survey you mentioned, I don't think it's necessary. We've already conducted extensive research. Besides, today is just the opening day. From what I see now, we're definitely going to exceed 100,000 visitors. Everyone will be swamped and won't have time. Eric took the floppy disk, noting Patrick's dismissive expression. However, he didn't feel too concerned. The current situation at Euro Disneyland wasn't solely the fault of Disney's management. Everyone involved in the project had been overly optimistic and blind, leading to the current circumstances. Many believed that Euro Disneyland couldn't fail, so it was understandable if they overlooked some minor details. Well, if you're too busy, then forget it, Eric said, fiddling with the floppy disk. But I happen to be available. Just assign 50 people to me, and I'll handle it personally. With thousands of employees at the park, 50 people shouldn't be a problem, right? Patrick Schneider's demeanor, which had just relaxed, tensed up again. Although Eric was 20 years younger than him, everyone knew who he was. Eric spoke casually, but Patrick couldn't allow the big boss to handle a survey himself. Being middle-aged and having risen to a top position at Disney, Patrick was savvy enough. He quickly realized that Eric wanting to do the survey was simply a way of asserting his authority. The refusal Patrick had just given had likely triggered the boss's pushback. Mr. Williams, Patrick hesitated for a few seconds before making a decision. He reached out to Eric, seemingly wanting to take the floppy disk back. Perhaps I should handle this. I'll submit the results to you within a week. Eric smiled. Facing this rather oblivious executive, his earlier annoyance faded somewhat. His age had always been a vulnerability, and it wasn't the first time he had been underestimated. Pat, you should just take care of your own responsibilities. Just give me 50 people. I'll make sure my assistant handles it. Realizing Eric was giving him an out, Patrick nodded eagerly. Eric handed the floppy disk back to him. Just as Patrick was about to leave, Eric couldn't help but stop him. Pat, do you honestly believe there are no issues with Euro Disneyland? Of course, Patrick wouldn't make sweeping statements. After thinking for a moment, he replied, Mr. Williams, there will definitely be some issues. However, this new park was built to the same specifications as our domestic Disney parks. Even if there are some flaws, there certainly won't be major problems. Eric felt an impulse to rub his forehead. He was starting to realize that building the park strictly to American Disney specifications was the biggest problem with Euro Disneyland. All right, you go ahead and be busy, and I'll have Alan contact you. Patrick sensed some uncertainty in Eric's expression but didn't probe further. He agreed and left. Eric had initially planned to attend the opening ceremony, rest briefly, and then return to Los Angeles. After all, post-production for Jurassic Park was in full swing, and staying away for too long was unwise. However, upon realizing the issues with Euro Disneyland, he had to extend his stay. For the next week, while awaiting the survey results, Eric spent his time mingling at various parties. Besides the official party hosted by the French government to celebrate the opening of Euro Disneyland, he also received numerous invitations to private parties. After another night of socializing, Eric stumbled out of a mansion in the 16th arrondissement of Paris, slightly tipsy, and bid farewell to the host. This was a family party held by Nicolas Seydoux, the chairman of Gaumont. The guests included many renowned French filmmakers. Eric had never been particularly fond of French cinema, but he was intrigued by Gaumont, which had emerged alongside the film industry. Many French filmmakers Eric was interested in had collaborated with Gaumont, so he was happy to attend the party. Unfortunately, luck wasn't on his side. He didn't find any familiar faces among the attendees. The driver pulled up the car, and Eric shook Seydoux's hand one last time. Mr. Seydoux, thank you for the invitation. If you come to Los Angeles next time, be sure to visit me at the Liberty City estate. Nicolas Seydoux smiled and nodded. I certainly will, Eric. As Eric returned to the Disney Hotel in the suburbs, he walked into the lobby and saw Alan waiting for him, seemingly for quite some time. Eric, the survey results have all been compiled. A total of 10,700 responses, Alan said briskly, though finally, he looked serious as he handed Eric a thick envelope. I think you should see this for yourself. Chapter 488, 489, Mickey Mouse in a kimono. Seeing Alan's expression, Eric realized that the survey results were far from optimistic. Although he had already prepared himself for the worst, he still furrowed his brows tightly when he opened the folder Alan had sent him in his hotel room. Looking at the compiled statistics, the survey was not something Eric had come up with arbitrarily. It was based on some forward-looking data from Disney's initial project proposal. Setting the materials aside for a moment, Eric opened his Apple PowerBook laptop again, retrieving the original data he had excerpted that night and comparing it with the real data from the survey. Usually, Eric would easily fall asleep after a few drinks, but after seeing the juxtaposed data, he found himself wide awake, with even the slightest buzz from the alcohol completely gone. After pacing in the study for a moment, Eric picked up the phone, intending to call Katzenberg, who had already returned to Los Angeles. However, after a moment's thought, he hung up the receiver and grabbed the stack of documents, leaving his room to find the fax machine in the hotel manager's office. He faxed all the documents directly to Katzenberg's office. Even though it was already late at night in Paris, it was still only 3 in the afternoon in Los Angeles, prime working hours. Given Katzenberg's workaholic nature, even if he was not personally in the office, his assistant would ensure the materials reached him as quickly as possible. Once he sent all the documents, Eric returned to his suite and sat down at his desk to review the survey results again. After typing away at his laptop for a while, it was just past 1 in the morning when he finally decided it was time to rest. Just as he was about to wash up, the room's phone rang. Eric picked up the phone on instinct. "Eric, it's me." Although the transatlantic connection made Katzenberg's voice slightly distorted, Eric could still sense the seriousness in his tone. "I've seen the materials you sent over. I'll be in Paris tomorrow." A week after the opening of Euro Disney, not only did the park attract over 100,000 visitors on its opening day, but its total attendance for the first week also exceeded 500,000. Although the management was aware that this surge was due to the initial excitement surrounding the park's opening, they remained optimistic, estimating that the total number of visitors could surpass 10 million in the next 4 months of 1992. At least that was what Patrick Schneider, CEO of Euro Disney, believed. The French investors involved in the park's construction shared his confidence as well. After the initial hustle and bustle, Patrick had been busy attending various commercial and private parties, basking in the compliments he received from investors eager for project cooperation with Euro Disney. At the banquet hall of the Hilton Paris, adjacent to the Champs-Élysées, a large gathering was taking place. Patrick Schneider was engrossed in conversation with an executive from the Vivendi Group when his assistant rushed through the crowd towards him, an anxious expression on his face as he gestured towards Patrick. Patrick felt a twinge of annoyance, but seeing his assistant's demeanor, he had no choice but to address the middle-aged man in front of him. "I'm sorry, Mr. Melson, but I may need to step away for a moment. I'll give the partnership with AL Plus serious consideration," he said. The man named Melson noticed Patrick's assistant's actions and wisely took his leave. After raising his glass to bid the man farewell, Patrick turned to his assistant. "Carl, is there something urgent that needs to be said?" "Won't need to return." Patrick was taken aback, mouth agape as he looked at his assistant, searching for confirmation that this wasn't a joke. But seconds later, he bolted toward the exit of the banquet hall, completely forgetting to put down his wine glass. Due to the agreement signed with the French side, Euro Disney was fully operated by the Disney Company. Thus, almost all managerial-level executives were Americans, while the French partners only had nominal positions. Patrick rushed into the meeting room just as Katzenberg had indicated. The moment he entered, all eyes turned to him in the packed room. Katzenberg was seated next to Eric, quietly engaged in conversation. Upon spotting Patrick, Katzenberg simply nodded and gestured to an empty seat beside him, then returned to his conversation with Eric. Although it was just a brief glance, Patrick noticed the dark bags under Katzenberg's eyes behind his glasses. Besides the two bosses whispering to each other, the other high-level executives in the room sat quietly, feeling the tension in the air. After taking his seat, Patrick did not dare to wipe the beads of sweat off his forehead. Instead, he cast a questioning glance at the operations director across from him, but received nothing but a blank stare in return. "All right, now that everyone is here, let's begin," Katzenberg said after a few more quiet exchanges with Eric, then lightly clapped his hands. The administrative secretary, sitting nearby, distributed the prepared materials. Eric remained quietly seated, playing with a pencil while observing the surroundings. Since he had already identified the issues, it was best to leave the resolution to the more business-savvy Katzenberg. Eric always recognized his strengths. While he had a natural advantage in film production, running a massive film company was well beyond his capacity. He also lacked the energy to manage everything himself. It was best to leave professional matters to professionals. His accumulated wisdom from 2 lifetimes taught him not to resent subordinates whose abilities exceeded his own. As the pages of documents were turned, the atmosphere in the meeting room relaxed somewhat, accompanied by quiet murmurs. However, this low-level chatter barely lasted 2 minutes before the room fell silent again as everyone pored over the data. Katzenberg looked around at the group of executives, patiently waiting for over 10 minutes until he was sure everyone had finished their readings before speaking. All right, I trust you all can see the gravity of the situation given your expertise. If not, you are free to leave the room now. The company will provide 2 years' salary as severance for anyone who chooses to depart. No one spoke up, and certainly, no one chose to leave. As one of the highest-ranking members of the meeting aside from the 2 bosses, Patrick felt a sense of impending doom. He shot a covert glance at Eric, but withdrew it quickly before Eric could catch him. Patrick knew the survey results were crafted under Eric's direct supervision, and given that Euro Disney was part of Disney's operations, he hardly believed Eric would fabricate the numbers. However, lowering his gaze back to the data, Patrick felt a wave of emptiness wash over him. The survey's most important question pertained to visitor satisfaction at the theme park, which was divided into 5 levels: very satisfied, satisfied, neutral, dissatisfied, and very dissatisfied. Of approximately 10,000 survey respondents, only about 900 reported being very satisfied, while over 3,000 stated they were very dissatisfied. The middle 3 categories showed dissatisfaction in the largest numbers and satisfaction in the least. If these scores were converted into a 10-point scale, the results would show far below the 6-point passing mark. That opening batch of visitors were likely the most enthusiastic and hopeful fans of Disney movies. If they had such a poor impression, one could only imagine how subsequent visitors would feel about Euro Disney. 23% of visitors reported a satisfactory experience, while 76% indicated they would not return for a second visit. 90% found the park's pricing completely unreasonable. Additionally, numerous free-form comments from visitors cited communication issues, merchandise pricing, and even parking, all of which were minor details but not to be overlooked. If it weren't for this survey, we might have only discovered the severity of these problems at the quarterly summary. By then, all the visitors who approached Euro Disney with high hopes would have left feeling disappointed. Once word of mouth spreads, reversing that perception will be a long and arduous process. After finishing his statement, Katzenberg paused for a moment before continuing. At the same time, I had the operations department conduct a rough estimate of the average spend per visitor. Initially, we had expected it to be around $300 per guest, but the actual figure was only $120, and that's based on a significant number of visitors feeling the ticket prices were exorbitant. Furthermore, the occupancy rate at our 7 themed hotels was only 37%, which is far below the 75% we had initially projected. This means that even if we maintain the current favorable trends, Euro Disney's revenue would only reach 40% of what was projected. If we completely ignore this situation, it is certain that this new Disney theme park will not turn a profit like Tokyo Disney, but will instead run a loss of over $150 million. With these words, the management team from Euro Disney fell silent, and it was clear to all that Katzenberg's tone bore a suppressed anger, an anger stemming from a sense of betrayal. He had invested significant energy into overseeing the Euro Disney project since taking control of Disney at the start of the year. He had flown to Paris multiple times during this half-year to observe the park's progress. Yet, through all the reports submitted by Euro Disney's management, he had found no issues. Based on the reactions before him, Katzenberg sensed that it wasn't so much a case of intentional concealment as it was the blinded overconfidence that had allowed various problems to slip past unnoticed. Glimpsing at Eric beside him somewhat defused Katzenberg's fury. He moved his lips and finally spoke. While I need to share some responsibility for the current situation, You all cannot escape this one. I also happen to have an opinion letter submitted by local employees at the park in France, detailing many of the issues mentioned in the survey report. This highlights that these problems have been present since the beginning, but were overlooked by you. As a penalty, everyone present here will see a 50% reduction in your salaries for the next 4 months. Of course, I will share in that penalty too. If anyone disagrees, my previous offer still stands, and you can leave the office at this moment. The executives exchanged glances, and although several people cast covert looks at Eric, no one dared point out any flaws in Katzenberg's statements while he was in such a rage, nor did anyone oppose the punishment. All right then, since we're all on the same page, let's move on to the next agenda item and discuss how to address the current situation. Patrick, you can start, Katzenberg said brusquely, pointing at Patrick Schneider, showing no signs of leniency. Patrick Schneider collected himself and began. I think we should first consider making appropriate adjustments to the ticket prices and the prices of themed hotels. The lengthy meeting started at 10 o'clock at night and continued until 4:30 the next morning. With a total investment of $5 billion, the project faced significant issues, and none of those present dared to raise objections. It wasn't until the first light of dawn that the administrative secretary had finished writing a thick stack of meeting minutes, signaling the end of the meeting. After delivering his closing remarks, Katzenberg turned to Eric, who had remained silent throughout the night. Eric, do you have anything to add? Eric, still holding the pencil in his hand, nodded in response to Katzenberg's question. I have a picture I'd like to share with everyone. With that, he retrieved a cylindrical roll from beside his feet and passed it to the administrative secretary, signaling for it to be hung on the board in the meeting room. Everyone looked on with intense curiosity as the enlarged photograph was unfurled by the secretary. The executives soon realized it was a photo of Mickey Mouse, but with a twist. Mickey was dressed in a kimono. I'm sure everyone recognizes the outfit on this Mickey Mouse. Correct, it's a photo from an event at Tokyo Disneyland. A significant reason for Tokyo Disneyland's massive success is that the management there understands how to adapt to local culture. To attract customers, they can dress Mickey Mouse in a kimono and even host coming-of-age ceremonies for Japanese youth within the park. The Disney culture is certainly a pride of ours, but let's remember that Disney is a commercial entity that aims to profit. We don't have a duty to engage in cultural imperialism. We should focus on profitability. This is the ultimate ethos a commercial company should uphold. Some of you might think this viewpoint is overly mercenary, but think about the films. The reason Hollywood movies expand globally is they offer audiences what they want to see. In contrast, European cinema declines because they cling to rigid artistic ideals without change. I'm telling you, something that is on the path to decline, whether it's a company or a culture, carries no pride. That's all I have to say, so please consider it carefully. Moments of silence ensued before applause erupted in the meeting room, led by a few individuals. Katzenberg clapped while staring at the picture of Mickey Mouse in a kimono. Once the room quieted down, he turned to Eric. Eric, you are absolutely right. Does this picture have an original version? I'd like to keep a copy on my desk. After Eric nodded with a smile, Katzenberg looked around at the others. I also suggest we all make a copy and keep it on our desks as a form of encouragement. Of course, this is just my personal suggestion. It's not mandatory. What I hope more for is that all of you will remember the philosophy represented by this photo. Chapter 489, 490, Renegotiation. The day after the all-night meeting, the newly opened European Disneyland unexpectedly announced a temporary closure. The news shocked all of Europe and quickly spread worldwide. Constructed over 7 years and costing a staggering $5.5 billion, an amount that rivaled the annual fiscal income of some small European countries. Euro Disneyland was undoubtedly a world-class project during the strong dollar era of the 1980s. On the same day the announcement was made, Disney issued a clarification and apology statement on the front pages of several of France's leading newspapers, including Le Monde, L'Union, and Le Figaro. The statement explained that a series of problems had arisen following the park's opening, and in light of its responsibility to visitors, the management had made the cautious decision to temporarily close Disneyland for necessary reforms. However, very few people believed this statement, which accurately followed the truth. Most media and the public preferred to think that something major had occurred at Euro Disneyland. Some irresponsible tabloids published fabricated stories claiming that an accident at the park had resulted in dozens of casualties. This completely made-up report gained traction among the public, with some misinformed newspapers even reprinting it. Within just a day of the news breaking, after confirming it wasn't a prank, countless reporters from television media and newspapers around the world boarded flights to Paris, eager to uncover the truth. On the same day, the French government expressed strong concern through a press conference. Jacques Chirac, the then mayor of Paris, promptly arranged a meeting with Eric Williams, chairman of Firefly Films, and Jeffrey Katzenberg, CEO of Disney, to personally inquire about the reasons behind Disneyland's closure. After leaving the mayor's office, Eric and Katzenberg jumped into a black sedan. After 2 hectic days, even Katzenberg, known for his boundless energy, showed signs of exhaustion. Eric reclined in his seat and squinted his eyes. Suddenly, Eric heard the sound of a soda can being opened next to him. He forced himself to open his eyes and saw Katzenberg cracking open a can of energy drink. Remembering a joke about Katzenberg, he couldn't help but smile slightly. "Eric, would you like some?" Katzenberg quietly asked. Eric shook his head. Even if offered an energy drink, he couldn't muster the spirits. Since the night before, the two had hardly rested, and Eric felt like his biological clock had imploded. He envied Katzenberg's stamina. Whenever he felt tired, he could just chug a beverage and seemingly come back to life. Far more effective than an energy potion in a video game. The decision to temporarily close European Disneyland resulted from their careful deliberation together. The issues at the park had become quite severe. The return on a conservative approach of continuing operations while making corrections seemed uncertain and lengthy. In this situation, they thought a bold action would be better. Even if it didn't entirely solve the problem, the attention it attracted could serve as a world-class promotional marketing tool at no extra cost. When European Disneyland reopened at some point, it would surely garner even more attention than its initial launch. Katzenberg quickly finished his drink and said, "Eric, if you are too tired, I can handle the negotiations with the French investors myself. You can go back and rest." Eric hazily nodded in agreement. Based on surveys and first-week revenue projections, even after adjustments, it would be exceedingly tough for European Disneyland to achieve the initial profitability. The $5.5 billion in construction funds primarily came from bank loans, which needed to be repaid through the park's operations. The average amount of principal and interest due per year reached a staggering $200 million. Additionally, severe budget mismanagement in the early stages had led to an array of superfluous projects being built, causing the operational costs of European Disneyland to far exceed those of Tokyo Disneyland. The scale of the two parks made this evident. European Disneyland spanned nearly 5,000 acres, whereas Tokyo Disneyland covered only 504 acres, just a tenth of the former. Faced with this, Disney had no choice but to renegotiate terms with the French investors to discuss profit redistribution. Given the current situation, Eric had little expectations that European Disneyland would contribute profits to headquarters. He merely hoped the park could achieve a break-even status and not become a burden for the parent company. Feeling reassured about handing matters to Katzenberg, Eric returned to his hotel, too tired to even shower, and collapsed onto his bed. He lost all sense of time, waking again to darkness outside. After washing up, he picked up the phone in his room to make a call, and then headed downstairs to the restaurant. He spoke a few words to the waiter and chose a booth for himself, ordering dinner. Before he finished his meal, Katzenberg arrived, guided by the waiter. "Duplicate my dinner for Jeffrey," Eric casually instructed the waiter as Katzenberg took a seat across from him. Clearly, Katzenberg hadn't eaten either, as he only requested the waiter to refill his milk. "How did it go?" Eric asked, wiping his mouth with a napkin. Katzenberg pulled a folder from his briefcase and handed it over. Louis Bartolo read the documents and expressed no objections regarding the temporary closure for adjustments, but they want to take back operating rights. I declined. If they were to relinquish control over European Disneyland, the project would spiral out of control, and Eric had little faith in the French investors' operational capabilities. Eric nodded, supporting Katzenberg's decision, then opened the folder to review a draft contract. The terms generally aligned with the limits he and Katzenberg had discussed. Disney would waive the patent licensing fees for the first 5 years and reduce the fees by half after that. In exchange, the French investors needed to inject an additional $300 million into the project as operational funding. While waiving patent licensing fees meant Disney wouldn't recover its upfront investment for a long time, it wasn't necessarily a loss. If European Disneyland were to suffer losses, the pressure of repaying billions in loans could lead to its bankruptcy. At that juncture, Disney would have no other path besides willingly releasing the patent licensing fees. This was because Disney had taken a domineering position during earlier negotiations, securing 49% of shares with just under 15% of the total investment, much of which came from loans approved by the French government. If the park didn't meet expected profitability, Disney's stronghold would reverse, and the French investors might stop providing funds, possibly forcing Disney headquarters to inject capital into the project. Now, by relinquishing patent licensing fees and securing an additional $300 million in operational funding, Disney could be seen as making a significant gain. After quickly glancing through the new contract, Eric continued eating his dinner as the waiter brought Katzenberg's meal. Once they finished eating, neither of them left. The waiter cleared the plates and brought coffee. Eric turned to Katzenberg, saying, "Even though we can't transfer operating rights to them, we must involve them in the management adjustments as much as possible. The report from that manager shows many issues that should have been obvious, yet our team clearly overlooked them." "I know," Katzenberg responded, watching the waiter pour coffee into his cup. He absent-mindedly pushed it aside, clearly feeling the effects of too much coffee in the past 2 days. "Eric, I will personally stay here to steer things until the park reopens and gets back on track. All the films for the end of the year in the US have been locked in. Though Frank can be a little overly cautious, he won't make any major mistakes while temporarily managing Disney until I return." "Right. I wanted to talk to you about that yesterday, but with everything going on, I forgot. Your presence here is perfect. However, I've also been thinking about something else, the possibility of renaming the park." Katzenberg looked puzzled and jokingly said, "You're not really considering renaming Disneyland to Firefly Park, are you?" "Of course not." Eric shook his head with a laugh. "Disney is already a very established cultural icon. I wouldn't make such a stupid move. What I meant was, how about renaming Euro Disneyland to Paris Disneyland?" Katzenberg slightly shook his head. "I don't understand, Eric. Is that really necessary?" "I think it's crucial." The survey revealed that a significant portion of Disneyland visitors were still French. Moreover, the so-called 300 million potential visitors from the 2-hour flight radius now seem unrealistic. Those 300 million people don't appear as eager about Disneyland as we initially thought. In fact, besides the French, most visitors during the first week came from neighboring countries. Given this, we should focus on effectively catering to domestic French visitors with strong buying power. If the French take pride in their identity, let's cater to that. The name change is just a part. We've also agreed that to appeal to the French, we'll use the French language as the park's primary language, while English will be secondary. Additionally, park projects and activities must integrate French culture, just like that photo of Mickey Mouse I showed you the other day. Katzenberg was somewhat persuaded by Eric's rationale, but still asked, "Would renaming the park seem too abrupt and too obvious about our intentions?" Eric chuckled. "It depends on the media relations skills of the operations department. I'll have them draft up a proposal as soon as possible." Katzenberg nodded. "What about you, Eric? When do you plan to head back?" "Jurassic Park is still in post-production. You can't be away for too long." "Right. I'll stay a few more days." Stan is directly in charge of post-production. He was involved throughout much of the production process. He knows exactly the effects I want, so there shouldn't be any issues. If he could step back from managing digital domain, I might even consider letting him direct the sequel. Katzenberg was aware that Firefly intended to produce 3 Jurassic Park films and seemed surprised by this remark. "You're not planning to direct the sequel yourself?" Eric shrugged. "It depends on the situation. I'm not sure myself." As they casually chatted, they heard rapid footsteps approaching. Just as Eric turned his head, Alan arrived at his side. Alan quickly nodded at Katzenberg before addressing Eric. "Mr. Williams, phone call from New York. It's urgent." Jeffrey, hold on a moment. Let me take this call, and we'll continue our conversation, Eric told Katzenberg, standing up to follow Alan out. Katzenberg, though curious about what was so urgent in New York, didn't pry further and simply nodded in understanding. More than 10 minutes passed without Eric returning, and only Alan came back, hurrying toward Katzenberg. Sorry, Mr. Katzenberg, Mr. Williams has already left for the airport. He has a flight to New York tonight. I was told to inform you. What happened? Katzenberg asked, rising with a serious expression. Alan shook his head and thought for a moment before replying. I'm not entirely sure, but it doesn't have to do with the company. It's Mr. Williams' personal matter. Katzenberg noticed Alan's hesitance, but since it was Eric's personal matter, he relaxed slightly and refrained from pressing further. Aren't you heading back with Eric? Alan replied. Mr. Williams asked me to stay here for now, to keep him updated on the ongoing adjustments. Katzenberg nodded. In that case, stay close to me for now. By the way, did Eric leave any messages for us? No. Alan opened his mouth, but then didn't continue. After that last call, Eric had rushed off without the chance to relay anything. Chapter 491. Your cooking isn't good. Through the VIP entrance of Kennedy Airport, Eric slipped into the waiting car with two of his aides. Once the car started moving, Kepler, sitting beside Eric, spoke up. Miss Pacula has signed on for a Universal action movie in which she plays an FBI agent. Charlie told me that she insisted the lead female role be filmed in a month, so Universal extended the working hours every day to accommodate her request. Eric nodded briefly, cutting Kepler off. Kepler, you know I don't care about this. Kepler paused before continuing. She fainted from exhaustion due to her pregnancy, but the doctor has checked her and there's nothing serious. She just needs to rest. After a moment's hesitation, Kepler added, and the baby is fine. Eric finally sighed, relaxing against the chair. Seeing Eric's reaction, Kepler cautiously asked, Eric, what are you planning to do? I'll have Charlie Walker handle all of Joan's work from now on. Just don't schedule her for anything else before the baby's born. And drop that Universal movie. I'll call Michael Eisner to discuss it. Kepler seemed to want to ask something more, but ultimately held back. Though they were good friends, this matter was too personal. However, he still felt it was strange that Eric had so easily accepted this child. He had thought Eric rushed back for an entirely different reason. Half an hour later, the car arrived outside a private clinic in Manhattan's East High D. Eric looked out the car window to see a throng of journalists waiting outside, but he wasn't surprised. Twister was still playing globally, and after more than 3 months, it had easily surpassed $300 million at the North American box office, with overseas gross steadily rising. Now, Joan, as the lead, was at the peak of her fame. The security guard opened the clinic's door. Eric and his party didn't get out, but drove straight inside. Not many people know about this. Besides Charlie and Miss Pacula's assistant, only the director who brought Miss Pacula here and a few crew members. Oh, and the attending physician of this clinic, Kepler said as they entered the building. We won't leak anything, and I signed a confidentiality agreement with this clinic this morning, but you should still discuss things with Michael Eisner. Eric nodded, although he imagined that Eisner had likely already issued a gag order on the production side at Universal. There would be no benefit from letting this information leak, and it wouldn't harm him much either. Keeping it under wraps would actually earn him a favor. This is Dr. Robert Bean. Kepler introduced a middle-aged man in a white lab coat, who came to greet them as they entered. Hello, Dr. Bean. Eric said politely, extending his hand. Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Williams. Dr. Bean shook Eric's hand and gestured toward the hallway. Please follow me, Mr. Williams. Miss Pacula is just down there. Walking through the hallway, they climbed the stairs to the second floor, where a few people sitting on a bench outside the ward stood up as soon as they saw Eric. Charlie Walker, who obviously had dark circles under his eyes, was the first to speak. Mr. Williams, I'm so sorry. Eric knew that Joan must have concealed this from Charlie Walker, so he decided not to make things difficult for the agent. He patted Charlie's shoulder and addressed the group. I need to talk to Joan first. Pushing open the door, Eric saw a brown-haired girl with a ponytail sitting in a chair, chatting quietly with Joan. Both women turned at the sound of the door opening. You can head out for a bit, Eric told the brown-haired girl, recalling that she was Joan's personal assistant but unable to remember her name. The assistant nodded and hurriedly left the room. When Joan caught sight of Eric, her eyes clearly widened in panic. She instinctively pulled the blanket over her face, trying to hide herself. Seeing what Joan did, Eric felt a pang of sympathy and sighed as he sat down beside her. "Eric," Joan said, looking worriedly at his expression. Eric reached out and gently brushed a stray hair from her forehead. Noticing her slight flinch, he sighed again. "Why didn't you tell me sooner, Joan? Do you really have so little faith in me?" "No, it's not that," Joan said, seeming to calm with Eric's gentle touch. She shook her head lightly. "It's just, Vicky said that. It seems getting you two together wasn't a great idea," Eric commented, almost able to envision what Virginia would say. He shrugged helplessly. Virginia had been in Hollywood long enough to have seen all the breakups and reconciliations amongst stars, and her fiercely independent nature left her with little faith or dependence on romance. Despite her always being accommodating with Eric, he often sensed her casual approach to relationships. After a night of passion, he felt he could vanish from her life without causing any upset. Hearing Eric's lament, Joan appeared flustered. Eric took one of Joan's hands, soothingly patting it. "Joan, do you remember what I said to you the night I was in San Francisco 2 years ago?" Joan froze for a moment, recalling bits of that evening. Her face flushed slightly, and she attempted to glare at Eric like Virginia would, but in the end, she simply looked down and nodded. "I wasn't joking that night, so you can rest assured and have this baby. I will be there to raise it with you." "But," Joan raised her head helplessly. If you're worried, I can hold a press conference right now to announce that I'm going to be a dad." Upon hearing this, Joan finally relaxed. Her worst fear was that Eric would refuse to acknowledge this child or would keep the child's identity hidden. If that happened, the child wouldn't have a good environment to grow up in. A child needed more than just material support to thrive. "Eric, as long as you accept this baby, we don't need a press conference. I don't want it to be under media scrutiny so early." Seeing Joan finally wear a relieved expression, Eric relaxed too. "Okay, we'll do it your way. Right now, you're the priority." Joan gave a soft smile, feeling a bit of sweetness. She gently caressed her abdomen through the blanket, playfully whining. "Eric, I'm hungry. What do you want to eat? I'll cook it for you. Your cooking isn't good." "All right, I'll call your assistant in. She can get you whatever you fancy. I need to talk to the doctor and Kepler about some things." Joan nodded but added, "Eric, in that movie, I'll be done with my scenes in a week. I'm planning to. Forget about that movie. Just focus on your pregnancy. I'll take care of everything else." As Joan watched Eric prepare to leave, she felt a slight struggle within. She wanted to savor this moment of affection from Eric all to herself, but thought it would be selfish. In the end, she held on to Eric's hand. "Eric, Vicky is shooting a film too. She's in Philadelphia." Seeing her tense up again, Eric gently squeezed Joan's small hand. "I understand. Once she finishes filming, I'll have her come babysit for you, and I might as well get her to sew up that loose tongue of hers." "No, that's not what I meant. Joan looked up at Eric, biting her lips slightly as she gathered her courage. "I meant she's pregnant too." "Ah." Eric nearly stumbled, almost falling. Philadelphia was less than a 2-hour drive from New York. As Eric approached noon in New York, he received the news from Joan and had to rush to Philadelphia immediately. Although he was surprised that both women were pregnant at the same time, he wasn't about to have any more issues happen with Joan in the hospital. As Vicky's agent, Kepler rode along with Eric on the $1 million drive to Philadelphia. He was currently informing Eric about Vicky's movie filming. "I've confirmed it. Vicky's crew is shooting in the Old City District of Philadelphia on Vine Street. We can head straight there. It's a script from Carol Co. Pictures, which I personally negotiated. It has some thriller elements, but really it's not too risky." Eric nodded in relief. Without GPS navigation in those days, after reaching Philadelphia, it took Eric and his team a while to locate the destination. Once they got out and followed the crew members into the set, they were almost stunned by the scene being filmed. In the center of the set, surrounded by crew members, a 2-story bus was parked on the side of the street with a 1-meter-thick sponge mat laid down below it. Virginia, dressed in a red gown, stood with her back to Eric and Kepler, negotiating in a hushed tone with a middle-aged man operating the camera from high above on a crane. "Mr. Pine, this is the one time only. I won't fall a second time. If you mess this up, You'll have to use a stunt double next time. The middle-aged man adjusting the camera was quite straightforward, and he waved his hand decisively. Don't worry, Miss Matson. I'll personally run the camera. There won't be any mistakes. All right, everyone pay attention. Actors, get in position. Suppressing the urge to rub his temple, Eric thought to himself, can this lady really be pregnant? This is just too ridiculous. Although falling a couple of meters onto a thick sponge mat wouldn't usually cause issues, she was still pregnant. 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 She was pregnant. As a series of complaints surged in his mind, Eric couldn't hold it back anymore and shouted out, "Cut!" Everyone froze. The middle-aged man on the crane squinted toward them, roaring, "Who was that? We haven't even started yet, and someone wants to call cut? You don't want to work anymore." Virginia, who had been poised and ready at the bus, turned in surprise upon hearing that voice. Upon seeing Eric, she tossed everyone aside, swiftly descended the bus, and ran towards him. "Kepler, I'll leave the rest to you," Eric said to Kepler, scowling as he grabbed Virginia's hand and headed out. Honestly, he was just wanting to give her a good ear tug. Chapter 491, 492, Hawaii. Virginia let Eric pull her along. Unable to hold back any longer, she started to chatter. "Eric, when did you come back? I heard that the Disneyland in Europe just opened and then suddenly closed down. I hope nothing serious happened. I was planning to finish this movie and then go have fun with Joan." Eric didn't answer and led her to the car. He opened the door and shoved Virginia inside, then went to sit on the other side, instructing the driver. "Carter, head back to New York." "Aren't we waiting for Mr. Hyde?" the driver asked through the rearview mirror. Eric shook his head. Kepler had to negotiate with the director about Virginia's contract, which wasn't something that could be settled quickly, and Eric didn't have time to wait around. Seeing Eric's expression, the driver started the car. Eric raised the partition and turned his attention to the woman beside him. Virginia finally noticed Eric's serious demeanor, a sense of dread creeping into her mind. She shifted slightly, muttering, I'm still working, you know." Eric pointed to a double-decker bus visible in the distance, his voice rising as he suppressed his anger. "Is that what you should be doing right now?" Virginia shrank back, blinking rapidly. The realization hit her. You know, don't you?" Eric grunted in reply. "I wasn't trying to hide it from you. I meant to tell you once you finished Jurassic Park, but then you had to go off to France." Virginia whispered in a rushed explanation, then suddenly raised an eyebrow. "It must have been Joan. I should have known better than to tell her. That unreliable person. Joan's in the hospital." Eric shot her a glare. Virginia immediately stopped her blame, her expression changing to one of concern. "What's wrong? What happened to her?" "Just like you," Eric replied. Virginia was taken aback. Her mouth opened as she struggled to articulate her thoughts. After a moment, she finally managed. "Traitor, liar. I can't believe it. I'm going to cut ties with her. This is terrible. I told her everything, and she didn't tell me she was pregnant. You know how Joan is. She's the kind of person who lacks security. With something this sudden, you expect her to just tell everyone? Ugh, you're biased. I'm pregnant, too, and you're defending her." "Oh, not again." When Eric heard that, he was left feeling utterly helpless. 2 hours later, Eric brought Virginia back to her place in Southampton, Long Island. The private clinic in Manhattan where Joan was staying was swarming with reporters. Even with a signed confidentiality agreement, Eric didn't feel comfortable bringing a pregnant woman there. He asked Virginia a few questions, and she told him about another private clinic where she had been checked, located in Southampton. "Mr. Williams, look, this is the fetus," the middle-aged female doctor said as she operated the equipment in the ultrasound room, pointing at the colorful screen. Lying beside her, Virginia turned to look. Eric gazed at the tiny figure on the screen, curled up like a glass marble, and he felt a strange sensation wash over him. He was going to be a father again. Noticing Eric's expression, the doctor thought he was one of those parents who was surprised by the ultrasound image. She smiled and explained, "Mr. Williams, this is what a fetus looks like at about 9 weeks. It has just developed its basic form. Although it seems tiny now, in about 30 weeks, you'll have a very cute little baby." Eric smiled and nodded. After spending over an hour on the examination, Virginia was now completely worry-free thanks to Eric's earlier demeanor. Showing off her report, she said, "I told you, the little one is very healthy. Well, We can't have you jumping out of the car. Eric recalled the scene he had witnessed a few hours earlier. Virginia sheepishly stuck out her tongue, linking her arm with Eric as they walked out of the clinic. I was using a stunt double, but the director said it didn't look good. He wanted a shot from the front. I caved into the pressure thinking it wasn't dangerous. That movie doesn't need to be shot anymore. I'll handle the rest. Virginia nuzzled against Eric's shoulder, grinning. That's fine, since you have plenty of money, haha. Eric first dropped Virginia off at her place in Southampton and then went to pick up Joan from Manhattan. After thorough examination, Joan had been monitored in the clinic for 24 hours and hadn't shown any problems, allowing her to be discharged. To avoid the swarm of reporters, Eric had to rent a helicopter on short notice. Even though she had sworn to cut ties with Joan, seeing her pale face filled with regret made Virginia's small flame of anger dissipate. After a busy day settling both women, Eric finally had time to focus on work. He juggled the various messes piling up, from Disneyland in Paris, post-production of Jurassic Park in Los Angeles, to managing Firefly Films, doing nothing but making phone calls for 2 hours. Eric was even more eager for the online mail company to be set up quickly so he could conveniently deal with incoming messages through email. Once Eric hung up the phone, Virginia immediately pulled Joan over to him. Eric, look. Joan and I picked out the names. If it's a boy, we'll call him Kevin, and if it's a girl, Angela. What do you think? Whatever. They're just names, call them whatever. Eric leaned against the sofa, taking Virginia's notepad and casually said, noticing her frown. He quickly changed his tone. No, wait. I'm the father. I certainly have naming rights. Then you can pick one, especially if it's 2 boys or 2 girls. Virginia replied cheerfully. Eric propped his chin on his hand, thinking for a while, before finally saying one word, Hawaii. What? Virginia and Joan asked in unison, puzzled. Hawaii. Eric chuckled, a hint of mischief in his tone. Since it was conceived in Hawaii, we should name it Hawaii. Virginia's eyes widened. After a moment, she pointed to Joan on Eric's other side, her mouth forming a devious smile as she exclaimed, Give it to her. Chapter 493, The Wolf of Hollywood. Joanna didn't react as strongly as Virginia. She laughed and said, If you're not afraid of your future kids complaining about the names you give them, then go ahead and name it Hawaii. It's better than naming it Kevin or Angie, only to find a bunch of kids with the same name around when they grow up, right? Eric couldn't help but start to tease again. Seeing Joanna so readily agree, Virginia felt a strange sense of loss, as if she had discarded a toy she didn't like, only for someone else to pick it up like a treasure. She tugged at Eric's sleeve. Eric, that's not all. We need another one. Eric thought for a moment and shook his head. That's it. The 2 names you just picked are just right for the little one in your belly, and Joanna's is now Hawaii. Virginia opened her mouth in dissatisfaction, but couldn't find the words. Joanna chuckled gently in response. The news that Joanna fainted on set attracted a lot of media attention. Shortly after, a spokesperson from Joanna's agency, ICM, announced she had to withdraw from the film due to illness, but didn't specify what ailment she had, prompting speculation from all directions. In this scenario, news broke out almost simultaneously that Virginia had also left another film under Carolco Pictures. Their close friendship wasn't a secret in the industry, and the sharp-eyed media immediately sensed there was an untold story behind all this. As a result, a swarm of paparazzi began to take action. Universal Pictures naturally kept quiet about Joanna's departure. After Michael Eisner learned that Eric had hurried back to New York, he made a phone call. Eric had no choice but to return the favor. As for Carolco, this movie company backed by German investors had become lavish, thanks to Germany's special film tax rebate policy. It was known for producing big-budget films and loved collaborating with internationally renowned stars like Arnold Schwarzenegger and Sylvester Stallone. Originally, the first film to surpass $100 million in investment, Terminator 2, was a project of Carolco Pictures. However, the Germans only wanted to make money from films and didn't want to offend Hollywood's local powers. After promising a few cooperative conditions, Eric managed to retrieve Virginia's contract without spending a dime on penalties. Once these matters were settled, Eric intended to take the 2 women back to Los Angeles. By late September, the Temperature in New York had dropped below 20 degrees Celsius. The Southampton suburbs felt particularly chilly and weren't very suitable for a pregnant woman's recovery. However, Virginia insisted on staying and wouldn't hear of returning to Los Angeles. Eric had no choice but to remain there temporarily. To prevent paparazzi from finding Virginia's residence, he rented a luxury home nearby in East Hampton, moving the two women there. Having been back in New York for 3 days, due to effective measures to keep everything under wraps, no news had leaked out. However, Eric couldn't conceal this matter from those close to him, especially Chris Hansen, who lived in New York. "Eric, didn't Chris say he'd be here by noon?" "It's already 5 minutes past," Virginia called out from the kitchen. Eric glanced at his watch. "Don't worry, he might have run into something. Also, can you please stay out of the kitchen? I'm afraid the food they make might not suit your taste." Virginia shot a pointed look at Eric before turning back to oversee the chef. Even though Eric had said that, he felt something was off. Chris was usually very punctual and had no reason to be late. After a moment of thought, Eric picked up the remote and turned off the television before stepping out of the villa. Joanna, who had been reading in the hallway, watched Eric come out and looked his way. Eric pointed to the door, grabbed a pair of sunglasses, and walked outside. East Hampton, situated at the eastern tip of Long Island, boasted more wealthy residents than Southampton. Steven Spielberg owned a sprawling estate here called Kell Farm, covering about 5 hectares. However, most wealthy residents who bought property in East Hampton did so with the intention of summering, as the summer climate was incredibly pleasant. By now, however, it was mid-autumn, and most of the seasonal residents had returned to more suitable homes, leaving the town feeling somewhat deserted. As Eric stepped out the front door, he noticed Chris pulling up in a white BMW, with his girlfriend Emily Brighton in the passenger seat. The two recognized Eric and slowed down to greet him as Chris drove into the driveway. After handing a gift to a servant, Chris apologized, saying, "Eric, I'm so sorry for being late. I happened to run into an acquaintance on the way and had to stop for a quick chat." Eric hugged both Chris and Emily and replied, "No worries, it's not like this is a formal date. But I am curious about who made you stop." Chris chuckled and greeted Virginia and Joanna, who had come over. He then said to Eric, "Remember when we first met? You mentioned the Wolf of Wall Street. That guy I just saw wasn't a bad example of one. He was a whiz at capital operations. I partnered with him briefly while I was at Morgan Stanley on a deal. His reputation among investors isn't great, but I admire his skills. Oh, now I'm even more curious. What's his name? Do I know him?" "Ron Perlman," Chris revealed, then added, "I doubt you've heard of him." Eric was about to nod when Chris continued. "However, the company he's running now has some ties to Hollywood, Marvel Entertainment. They primarily publish comics and also engage in toy production and animation." Upon hearing that name, Eric raised an eyebrow and instinctively stopped in his tracks. "Marvel Comics? Of course, I've heard of that. It's not Marvel Comics. Marvel Entertainment is the parent company of Marvel Comics. Well, can you guys quit talking shop and come inside? It's almost time to eat." Virginia noticed that the two men seemed inclined to continue chatting by the door and quickly reminded them. "Okay, let's head in." Eric signaled to Chris with a sigh, but then said, "You'll have to tell me more about this company later. I'm really curious." "Sure," Chris replied, "but I've got another surprise for you." All right, let's eat first." The group chatted and laughed as they walked into the dining room, where the servants had already set the table with food. Eric personally poured some red wine for Chris and Emily, then poured himself some before setting the bottle aside. The two women instinctively opted for juice. Seeing this, Emily Brighton raised an eyebrow slightly and glanced at her boyfriend, holding back some words. "They're pregnant, so they can't drink." Eric noticed Emily's expression and explained. He had never thought to deny his children, and thus had no need to hide it from family and friends. "Well, they can actually have a little." Emily initially seemed surprised at Eric's openness, but then casually smiled. However, she quickly shook her head, "But it's best not to." Eric smiled back and turned to Chris. "By the way, about Marvel Entertainment, can you fill me in?" Even if they didn't often meet, Chris was pretty familiar with Eric. "Are you interested in this company?" "Of course. I assume you've seen how successful DC's Batman series has become, right?" "Batman Returns was dreadful in my opinion. I'm actually a fan of DC Comics," Chris lamented, shaking his head. But getting back to the point, if you're looking to acquire Marvel Entertainment, now is not a good time. Didn't I just mention that Ron Perlman is a capital expert? He built his fortune by acquiring companies and then selling them off, just like Edward in Pretty Woman. I remember he spent $80 million 3 years ago to acquire the bulk of Marvel Entertainment's assets, but he wasn't interested in running the company. Marvel's business has been in decline for years, but can you guess how much Ron Perlman has made from Marvel during this time? Chris paused, but Virginia couldn't resist saying, he bought it for $80 million. He must have made at least half of that back? Now you're underestimating those wolves of Wall Street. Chris grinned, looking around at everyone. Guess again. Joanna smiled modestly, clearly not in the know and not inclined to guess. Sitting next to Chris, Emily thought for a moment. Given the investment return ratios typical of those Wall Street tycoons, I figure in 3 years, a 30% annual profit would double it to about $80 million to $100 million. Nope, still too conservative. Eric, what do you think? Chris turned his attention back to Eric. Eric shrugged. I don't care. He definitely hasn't made more than I have. Haha. At Chris's seemingly stunned expression, the 3 women broke into laughter. Chris joined in the laughter. It's not the same. Opportunities created by the Gulf War don't come around often. Most of this boils down to luck. He's the real deal. Okay, Chris, stop beating around the bush. Just reveal the answer. Chris nodded and stated, $500 million. No way. That much. Emily couldn't contain her astonishment. Absolutely. That's the publicly available figure, Chris confirmed. Eric became curious. Didn't you just say that Marvel's business has been consistently losing money? How did he make that? Chris replied. In the past 3 years, Ron Perlman leveraged Marvel Entertainment's assets as collateral to issue bonds, cashing in at least $500 million from the capital markets. How could anyone be so foolish as to buy bonds from a company worth only $80 million, let alone buy $500 million worth? That's why I say Ron Perlman is the true wolf of Wall Street. With his exceptional capital operation skills, he sold off bonds worth $500 million for the company. Now those bonds are classified as low-grade junk bonds. If Marvel can't pay up when they mature, the company could go bankrupt at any moment. Meanwhile, Ron Perlman has pocketed that $500 million to invest elsewhere. Joanna couldn't help but interject softly. That should be illegal, right? Chris smiled knowingly, just making a you-know-what-I-mean gesture. Emily explained, if you dig deeply, it's probably illegal. But I haven't seen many Wall Street tycoons going to jail between bankruptcy. As long as they don't trip up, the law really doesn't hold much weight for them. Even if he gets sued by those bondholders in the future, the compensation would likely only be a fraction of the profits he made from that $500 million. Chris agreed with an then turned to Eric. So, Eric, if you want to acquire Marvel Entertainment, now isn't the right time. If Ron Perlman catches wind of your interest, you can bet on being taken for a ride. If I want to buy Marvel Entertainment, when do you think I should make my move? Eric asked. Chris thought for a moment. Marvel's value has basically been drained by Ron Perlman. I reckon within 2 years, he'll discard the company as a lost cause. If you're genuinely interested, I can help gather some information, and we can bide our time for the right moment. Do that as soon as possible, Chris. Treat it like an important task, Eric said earnestly. I've seen some of Marvel's comics, and they have far more popular characters than DC. I truly believe this company's value exceeds expectations. Chris paused his actions and looked at Eric. So you're really considering buying this company? Absolutely. I'm serious about this. All right then, I'll keep this in mind. Chris nodded. The group then swiftly changed the subject. Thanks to Eric's openness regarding the 2 women's pregnancy, nobody shied away from discussing it. Eric even asked Chris and Emily when they planned to get married. It depends on her preferences, but my dad mentioned last time he was in New York that he hoped we could at least get engaged first. Chris replied with a hint of helplessness, and Emily unexpectedly bowed her head, looking a bit embarrassed. Chapter 494, Another Paranoid Named Steve. After lunch, Virginia pulled the 2 women outside for a walk while Eric headed into the study with Chris. Emily's reaction just now seemed a bit off, didn't it? She never got shy about talking marriage before, Eric said as he settled into a chair beside the desk, his curiosity bubbling over. Chris shook his head and chuckled. Maybe it's because they're pregnant. When you told me the news, I had a chat with Emily about a few things, he said, shaking his head as if the outcome wasn't great. He quickly changed the subject. What's going on in Europe? There's a lot of noise coming from that direction. Eric summarized the situation with Euro Disney for Chris. Chris listened intently and shook his head. $1 billion budget has ballooned to $5.5 billion. It's definitely spiraled out of control. If it still can't turn a profit after the overhaul, what do you plan on doing? Eric shrugged. We have to stick it out. This project affects the livelihoods of 30,000 people and consumed so many resources from the French government. If I dared to shut it down, it would be like tearing up our relationship with the French government. Chris nodded in agreement, sharing Eric's viewpoint. He had looked up some news regarding Euro Disney due to its sudden closure. The French government not only sold the land to Disney equivalent to 1/5 of the Paris city area at a rock-bottom price back in the 1970s, but had also provided over $1 billion in project subsidies. Additionally, they built a high-speed rail between Paris and Euro Disney, a further investment of several $billion. All this sprang from the optimism surrounding Euro Disney's prospects. If Disney backed down due to below-expected profits after consuming so much public resources, it would inevitably lead to a fallout with the French government amid public scrutiny. Michael Eisner's competence is undisputed, but from his last few moves at Disney, it appears he has let the company's success go to his head. If he continues to lead Disney, it won't bode well for the company. However, judging by his actions at Universal, he seems to have regained some composure, Chris commented, recalling Eisner, the mastermind behind the Euro Disney project. Eric recalled that, in the original timeline, Disney's market value had continued rising in the mid-1990s, but only due to an overall improvement in the American economy. Their profits had been declining year after year, and the expensive acquisition of ABC had been a drag on the company, pushing Disney's debt ratio to a dangerously high level. It was only after Michael Eisner stepped down that Robert Iger implemented a series of reforms which revitalized the movie giant. At this point, Eisner being out and moving to Universal could be seen as beneficial for both him and Disney. Disney would no longer be hindered by Eisner, allowing it to grow rapidly. A composed Eisner could also begin anew at Universal. In Hollywood at that moment, Eric thought that there weren't too many outstanding talents. Most studio executives were more about preserving the status quo than pushing for innovation. The few he recalled from the 1990s were Barry Diller, Jeffrey Katzenberg, and Michael Eisner. From what he currently knew, the chances of Barry Diller returning to scoop up Paramount were slim. It wasn't easy for the Hollywood tycoon to come back. Katzenberg was still at Disney, and Eric had no intention of forcing him out as Eisner had done. This meant that his biggest competitor in Hollywood would undoubtedly be Michael Eisner. I heard Steve Ross isn't doing well. Eric suddenly interjected, thinking along these lines. Chris looked puzzled but nodded. He probably won't last through the year. Without Steve Ross's pressure, Warner's already intense internal conflicts are likely to come to light, making it impossible for them to compete with Firefly. Going forward, Firefly's biggest rival would probably be Universal. From your tone, you seem not to hate Michael Eisner. It doesn't matter if I hate him or not. I've always admired capable people. Besides, having rivals keeps things interesting. Life would be quite dull otherwise, Eric admitted candidly, aware that everything he possessed was thanks to his lucky breaks, and felt deep respect for those tycoons who thrived without an edge. After discussing some Hollywood matters, Eric remembered what Chris had said upon his arrival earlier. Didn't you mention you had good news for me? What is it? Can you go online here? Chris stood up with a smile. Eric nodded, realizing what Chris was getting at. You've got results? Yes, just a moment, Chris replied with a grin, stepping out of the study and quickly returning with a laptop from his car. Eric pushed aside his Apple notebook on the desk and connected the network cable as he was a bit surprised to see Chris pull out an IBM ThinkPad. The legendary ThinkPad series. Eric vaguely remembered seeing a magazine report about IBM about to launch its laptops to compete with Apple. He didn't expect it to have already come out, and that it was a ThinkPad. He had bought one himself in his past life before Lenovo acquired IBM's laptop business, likely marking ThinkPad as one of the longest-lasting laptop brands. ThinkPad 700C, just released recently. I got one for testing. It has specs comparable to Apple's PowerBook, but it runs the latest Windows 3.1 system, which I think is much simpler to operate than the Mac, Chris explained, having invested considerable effort in understanding this tech due to Firefly's focus on computer and internet investments. As the familiar Windows interface appeared, Eric quickly noticed the prominent E icon on the light blue background desktop. Chris skillfully connected the laptop to the internet, watching Eric hover the mouse over the software shortcut. This is the software logo designed according to your sketches. Right now, it's still in the alpha version for internal testing. The beta version for users is set to launch at the end of November, while the final version will come out next year after user testing and adjustments. Listening to Chris, Eric connected to the network and opened a graphical interface browser that had arrived 2 years ahead of schedule in his original timeline. After a brief loading period, a grayscale browser interface appeared on the screen with the eye-catching iExplorer logo in the upper left corner, followed by a menu bar, navigation icons, and the address field. When the homepage loaded, Eric was pleasantly surprised to see, "I can't believe Yahoo's homepage is already finished." Chris nodded, then shook his head. "If it were just a simple directory collection site, it wouldn't last long. But your proposal had more than that. The team is currently testing and optimizing the search algorithm because they believe that feature will be integral to Yahoo. What you see is just our test server. We've gathered and organized around 8,000 websites in categories like news, finance, technology, and education." Eric clicked on a few sites in the directory to test the speed, which was very smooth, and noted that Yahoo's team had designed the homepage following the straightforward design concept Eric had suggested. It didn't resemble the cluttered portals he saw in his past life. However, he realized that the root cause still stemmed from the technical limitations of the time. Having thought that, Eric looked at the homepage again. While very simple, he sensed it was missing something. Images, right? Websites shouldn't all be text. There should be images too, he said, casually clicking on a few more sites, where, indeed, he found pictures. Chris seemed surprised but quickly explained, "I figured you wouldn't care about this. The IE management is currently in talks to acquire a company called PuServe. I was going to bring the related documents next time." PuServe. Eric repeated it, but couldn't recall what the company did. "Do they have something to do with images?" Chris nodded. "They developed a very suitable image format for the current slow internet speeds that can compress images by 50% without losing quality. It's called Graphitrat, but everyone just refers to it as GIF. The images you saw on those sites mostly use this format." Hearing the term GIF had Eric immediately nostalgic. So familiar. Chris noticed Eric's raised eyebrows of recognition, but paused in confusion before continuing. "The IE team plans to refine the GIF image format algorithm after acquiring the company and apply for related patents, then promote it via the IE browser." Although Chris didn't explain explicitly, Eric quickly caught on. Promoting a new image format through IE would undoubtedly encourage many sites to adopt it. If this algorithm format was patented, other companies wanting to develop software using GIF would need IE's authorization, creating a technical barrier that would hinder companies lacking technical strength from entering the browser market. Even powerful software firms like Microsoft would have to expend considerable time and money overcoming such hurdles to create a browser that could display GIF images. In a time of rapid technological growth, even a few weeks of delay could see competitors pull ahead, let alone months or years. By the way, has the software patent for the IE core been applied for? Eric asked. Chris nodded. "We certainly applied for all feasible ones." Tim Berners-Lee also agreed to slightly favor IE's technical standards while promoting the web. However, many technologies are still open source, so bypassing our patents isn't overly difficult. What we can do is set technical barriers around related applications, like that GIF format. Eric felt a bit disappointed upon hearing this. Chris comforted him. "However, as long as we maintain our technical and time advantages, we can keep our lead. Plus, IE is free." The team doesn't understand this. They feel the software is fantastic and would surely yield substantial profits if commercialized. "That was my agreement with Tim Berners-Lee. You were there," Eric said. He wasn't too concerned about the profit from IE software sales. The key was in the vast potential user base. "And you'll understand the benefits of this approach down the road." "Well, Hopefully, Chris didn't say more. The entire world had only around 20 million internet users, vastly outnumbered by personal computers. So, giving up profits from IE software sales didn't sting too much. After reviewing the progress from Yahoo and IE, Eric asked, "What about the online email service?" To be honest, I'm more excited about this. Having online email would make communication so much easier. Chris shrugged. "I can't show you that." The chief engineer named Steve Mitnick at Hotmail is a perfectionist and a bit of a paranoid. I've asked a few times for an update, but got nowhere. The core program for Hotmail has already been written, but he feels the system's security isn't tight enough and is still conducting closed tests on internal servers. I only got to try it out last time when I visited Hotmail's headquarters in Cambridge. Eric laughed. Another paranoid named Steve. Chris understood Eric was referencing Steve Jobs and chuckled. Yeah, but it's probably for the best. If Hotmail is to be an online communication tool, it absolutely needs to ensure its security. So, I just let that guy tinker with it. I heard he's quite a skilled hacker too. Chapter 495, back to Los Angeles. Eric heard Chris and laughed. Right now, all I care about is when he can launch that Hotmail online email service. Probably in at least 6 months, Chris said, seeming to remember something. He clicked on a program in front of him on his laptop and mentioned, "Eric, you might want to take a look at this. It's Microsoft's email client, Microsoft Mail, which they launched on the 3.1 system." Eric glanced briefly and quickly realized that this email client bundled with Microsoft Office applications was probably the predecessor of the famous Outlook. In another timeline, Outlook came about after Microsoft acquired Hotmail and integrated it with their existing email client for an Office product. However, at this moment, Microsoft Mail was just a point-to-point LAN email client, usable only on fixed computers and lacked online email functionality. Don't worry, Chris. This application doesn't pose a threat to us. Our Hotmail targets all internet users, while Microsoft's application is more limited to business use, which common folks wouldn't really need. Chris knew Eric spoke the truth, so he merely brought it up casually. Eric felt reassured primarily because all the software giants didn't recognize the internet's potential, giving them ample time to strategize. As for Microsoft, even though the release of Windows 3.1 garnered positive feedback, their operating system hadn't yet captured mainstream status, as Windows 95, which would solidify Microsoft's dominance, wouldn't release for another 3 years. The two chatted in the study, losing track of time until they both realized dusk had settled outside. Chris decided to take his leave. As he prepared to leave, Chris suddenly halted and said, "Eric, there's one more thing I almost forgot to mention. After a series of investments, the company still has about $1 billion in cash. If we keep those funds in a money market fund, we'll only earn about 6% a year. Personally, I'd prefer the company to make larger-scale investments." "That amount isn't too much," Eric responded. "Just $1 billion. If we spread it thinly across different investments, we often won't gain enough leverage, so it's perhaps better not to invest at all. Moreover, I haven't yet found a project big enough to take on." Chris chuckled. "Not too much? There aren't many companies in the entire United States with over $1 billion in liquid capital." Eric nodded but internally thought of Apple. From his past life, he remembered reading an article stating that Apple's cash flow once exceeded $200 billion, even surpassing Disney's market value. After Jobs regained control, he maintained a debt-free operating model. As a public company, owning debt offers tax advantages, but Apple managed to stay zero debt for 2 decades. It was exactly Jobs' extreme stubbornness that allowed Apple such flexibility without the constraints of shareholders and creditors. Apple wanted to create MacBook, so they did. They wanted to make the iPod, so they did. They wanted to produce the iPhone, so they did, ultimately securing Apple's position as the world's most valuable company 20 years later. Eric knew he wasn't particularly gifted at running a company. However, as someone who had crossed over and fortuitously possessed a repository of past life memories, he felt confident that imitating the paths of others wasn't an issue. If Firefly went public or issued a large amount of bonds, while it could bring significant profits, it would also mean the company's strategies would have to cater to investors. Eric was aware that many decisions made based on his memories would likely perplex many people. If he couldn't maintain absolute control over the company, several strategies would face substantial challenges. By the time he haggled with investors, many opportunities might already evaporate. Don't worry, Chris. I've got it under control. But I remember telling you that if you come across a project you believe in, feel free to make investments. You're not my steward, but the CEO of Firefly Investment Company. Chris shrugged and laughed. As long as you're aware, that's what matters. To be honest, since our Cisco investment, I've felt your investment insight exceeds mine. Dad said the same. The money we invested in Cisco will at least double this year. Eric could see the confusion in Chris' eyes. He was just a high school graduate, and Chris must have been curious about how he selected Cisco and produced films. However, those were things Eric couldn't possibly be open about. After a few knocks on the study door and receiving a response, Virginia peeked in and asked, "Eric, it's already 6 o'clock. I came to ask what you two wanted for dinner." "No need, Miss Madsen. Emily and I are about to leave. We have a date later." Chris quickly shook his head. Eric tried to persuade him to stay, but Chris indeed had things to do, so he didn't insist. While having dinner, Eric shared with the two women some of the conversation he had with Chris in the afternoon. After hearing him out, Virginia exchanged glances with Joanna, and eventually, Virginia spoke up. "Eric, you've been in New York for several days. There are surely many things to attend to in Los Angeles. You should head back tomorrow." Eric didn't refuse but suggested, "Why don't you both come back to Los Angeles with me? I'm not too comfortable with you two alone in New York." Virginia smiled and replied, "We're not kids, and besides, we have our staff. Just give us a call now and then. I really don't understand why you won't come back to Los Angeles with me." Eric shook his head again. Virginia shot him a look. "You know exactly why." Eric raised both hands. "All right, I surrender." "Ha ha." Joanna and Virginia burst into laughter. The reason they didn't want to return with Eric was simple. Eric had too many women in Los Angeles, and they were both pregnant. If they went back to Los Angeles, there would definitely be unnecessary trouble. If the women wanted to live in peace, the safest way was to keep a certain distance. The next day, after Eric briefed the two women on numerous matters, he boarded the flight to Los Angeles. Since July, he had been away from Los Angeles for 3 whole months and could practically picture the mountain of tasks piling up, awaiting him. A few hours later, the plane landed at Los Angeles International Airport. As soon as Eric stepped out into the terminal, a petite figure in a pink hoodie rushed toward him, immediately showering him with hugs and kisses. "All right, Drew. If you keep this up, I'll have to yell harassment." Eric laughed, pulling the girl off him, allowing her to link her arm with his as they strolled toward the car. "I missed you. I was going to go to Hawaii, but then I heard you went to France and then to New York. Humph, you're going to forget me at this rate." Eric climbed into the car with Drew, playfully squeezing her cheek. "Why do I detect such strong hints of jealousy?" Drew swatted Eric's hand away and shot him a sideways glance, as if to say, "Well, you laid out the rules. You knew all along, so what else is there to say?" Eric couldn't help but chuckle as he reached out again. "Annoying," Drew said, raising her hand, but then pulled Eric's large hand toward her chest. "So, are they really pregnant?" "Both of them." Eric nodded. "It seems that way. What do you plan to do about it?" Drew asked nervously. "Of course, we'll have them and raise them. You can't expect me to be an irresponsible father, can you?" Drew rolled her eyes at Eric, extending her 2 little fingers. "But that's 2 twins at once. That doesn't seem like a serious problem to me. I can afford it," Eric responded, puzzled. Drew fell silent, her expression growing concerned. Eric gently patted the girl's head. "Don't sulk. You're getting 2 siblings. Isn't that great?" Drew was taken aback by this statement, and soon a smile spread across her face, crossing her arms and teasing, "Siblings? Eric, you're so wicked." Eric instinctively regarded Drew as a child. After years of knowing each other, he had never really seen her as older. His previous comment just slipped out. Looking at the young girl's current demeanor, Eric realized the ambiguity of his words and quickly corrected himself. "All right, not siblings, but little nephews or nieces. You'll be an aunt." I already heard that. Don't you think it's a little late to say it now?" "Then let's not talk about that. What about your 2 little minions?" Eric asked playfully. Drew pouted. "You keep calling them my minions. They aren't my daughters, and I don't have to take them everywhere." Noticing the fire in Drew's demeanor today, Eric realized that nothing he said would help. He chose to lean back in his seat and close his eyes instead. A moment of silence fell in the car, and outside, the buildings sped by until they reached the coastal highway to Malibu. After a while, Drew leaned over. "Eric, I missed you." Eric gently wrapped his arm around her. "I know, I missed you too." Drew's rare display of insecurity shone through as she looked up at Eric and asked, "Really? Why don't you just ask it yourself?" Eric took one of her small hands and pressed it against his chest, joking, "Do you want me to pull my heart out so you can inspect it?" After 3 months away, stepping back into the mansion at Liberty City felt surreal for Eric. It seemed unchanged thanks to Drew's care. Drew instructed the driver to bring in Eric's luggage, then promptly shooed them away. "Eric, you should go rest. I'll help you unpack and call you when dinner is ready," Drew said while rummaging through his bags. "Sounds good. There are gifts I brought back from France. Pick one out." "Hey, it's all mine," Drew exclaimed, having spotted a pile of gift boxes in his luggage. Eric chuckled, not responding, and made his way to the bedroom. When he woke up, it was already past 8 in the evening. He went downstairs and saw Drew bustling around the kitchen, so he walked over. "I tried learning for a long time, but couldn't get it right, so I had to call someone to get takeout," Drew explained a bit sheepishly while operating the microwave. As soon as Eric entered, the scent of something burnt wafted toward him. He approached and asked, "What's in here?" "Pizza. That's all we could have for dinner tonight," Drew replied with a hint of embarrassment. "Pizza's fine. Is there juice?" "Yeah, I just squeezed some orange juice," she pointed to the juicer. The two swiftly busied themselves and soon settled down in the living room. While having dinner, Eric quietly listened as Drew filled him in on recent happenings in Los Angeles. The rough cut of Ace Ventura is done, but Liz isn't satisfied with the marketing plan that Firefly provided. She got into a heated argument with Michael Lynn over it. She said mischievously, sounding like a little informant. Eric chuckled. "I have a feeling you might have stirred the pot." "Not at all." Drew immediately retaliated, but her confidence clearly wavered. "Okay, I might have said a few things, but Liz definitely handled that argument with Michael on her own. Michael didn't mention it, which likely means it's been resolved." "How did that end up?" Eric directly inquired. Drew answered, "It's the same scale as the marketing for Speed, but Ace Ventura is set for the Christmas release, with 2,000 screens." Eric thought for a moment and nodded. The women hadn't stirred up any outrageous issues. The marketing scale and release size were quite reasonable. Given the box office performance of The Mask during the summer, Ace Ventura, Pet Detective, starring Jim Carrey, indeed warranted that level of marketing. Plus, as a comedy, Christmas would likely be a more fitting time than Thanksgiving. Also, Jim started picking and choosing roles again right after Ace Ventura, Pet Detective wrapped. He and his manager have been stalling on his next project, Drew quickly added. "How much are they asking this time?" Eric asked. Drew held up her pinky finger, gesturing, and then awkwardly pulled it back. $15 million, and he refuses to sign a 2-film package deal. Chapter 495-496, the upcoming auction of MGM. The $20 million club had yet to be established, and $15 million was currently the peak salary for Hollywood stars. Only a few stars managed to earn that much, and generally, it was the wealthy overseas investors blindly offering such salaries. For instance, Arnold Schwarzenegger and Sylvester Stallone's paychecks were significantly boosted by European film investors, led by those from Germany, due to their immense popularity in Europe and box office power. Furthermore, a Japanese consortium, holding sway over Columbia and Universal, began making increasingly bold offers for actor salaries. Hollywood's local powers utterly detested this kind of blind price raising, but they were powerless to stop the trend. $15 million is a bit too high. He isn't worth that much. Although The Mask had a decent box office, it should be considered an exception. Jim Carrey's other films still have overseas box office appeal, but they definitely won't each match double their domestic takings. So it's better to wait until Ace Ventura, Pet Detective is released before negotiating again. You can't put all your energy into just Jim Carrey. Drew nodded in agreement and added, "Yeah, that's what I thought too. He signed an option contract. No one will redeem him. Besides, we've treated him fairly. If he doesn't appreciate it, let him be." The option contract Jim Carrey signed was quite intriguing, with a $100 million penalty clause. For other major studios, that amount wasn't a major issue. Given Jim's demonstrated box office appeal, his first two films had generated over $100 million in profits for the company. However, there was a complicated issue here. If other studios targeted Jim Carrey for his box office power and wanted to redeem him, that would mean offering up $100 million. Jim would have little choice but to sign another option contract with his new backers. Moreover, in order to recover that $100 million penalty, the terms of the new deal would hardly be more favorable than those given by his current studio. Otherwise, the shareholders would never agree. As long as Jim wasn't out of his mind, he wouldn't choose that path. Drew talked a bit about matters on her side before curiously inquiring about Eric in France. After dinner, they chatted late into the night before finally heading to bed. The next morning, just before dawn, Eric woke up. He quietly dressed and went downstairs. After being away from Los Angeles for a few months and traveling around the world, his biological clock had become a bit off-kilter. He glanced at the clock. It was 5:40 a.m., which was earlier than he usually rose. After jogging for half an hour around the estate, Eric returned to the villa, slowly made breakfast, saved a portion for his little lady, and began eating while reading the newspaper. Many entertainment pages continued to focus on the latest developments in the battle between Viacom and QVC for Paramount. Martin Davis probably sensed that he might not be able to keep Paramount and didn't want it to fall into the hands of his former subordinate. So at the beginning of September, he signed a priority share transfer agreement with Viacom. However, QVC quickly submitted documents to the Federal Trade Commission, suing Paramount and Viacom for violating federal trading laws. Both parties spent the entire month haggling over the matter. After flipping through some newspapers, Eric quickly came across another interesting story. It was about MGM, one of the 7 major studios. Casino tycoon Kirk Kerkorian, after offloading MGM's real estate assets, began using MGM's intangible assets as leverage in capital gains. 2 years prior, Kerkorian sold MGM to an Italian consortium headed by Giancarlo Peretti, making another hefty sum. Recently, however, Giancarlo faced allegations of fraud, accused of deceiving investors to take control of MGM. The analysis suggested that Giancarlo Peretti had a high chance of losing the case. If Giancarlo were to lose, MGM would be auctioned off by the banks to repay the deceived creditors. Eric stared at the article for a moment, deciding to sit back and watch. Though MGM had poor performance this year, it was still a big name in the industry, and swallowing such an established company wouldn't be easy. Acquiring MGM would certainly double Firefly Films' library, but fully taking over the company would likely drain all available liquidity, which seemed unwise considering that there were more valuable opportunities waiting for him. After breakfast, Eric didn't rush to the office. He leisurely continued reading the newspaper. He heard the doorbell ring and got up to head to the living room. Tina Fey stood outside with a stack of documents, dressed in a smart black office outfit, her signature black frame glasses perched on her nose, and wearing small heels that made her stand tall. "Morning, Tina," Eric said with a hint of surprise. "What brings you here so early?" Tina looked at Eric, a bit shyly lowering her gaze and gesturing with the documents in her hand. "Drew mentioned yesterday that she wouldn't be in the office for a while, so she asked me to bring over some materials to review here." Eric stepped aside to let her in. "You didn't have to come this early. It's only just past 8. I didn't have anything else to do," Tina replied awkwardly. Noticing her discomfort, Eric dropped the subject and led her to the dining room. "Have you had breakfast yet?" "I made some." "Not yet," Tina answered softly, placing her files on the dining table. She gazed blankly at Eric as he headed to the kitchen and then abruptly recalled something, quickly following him. "I'll get it myself." "All right, there's milk and juice in the fridge, so just help yourself," Eric instructed as he returned to the dining area. Tina brought her breakfast over and sat down across from Eric, taking small bites like a cat and chatting with him intermittently. After Eric finished reading the newspaper, he casually noticed the documents Tina had set aside and asked, "What are these? Can I take a look?" "Sure, they are some scripts and other materials," Tina nodded. Opening the folder, Eric raised an eyebrow in surprise upon seeing a familiar name, Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Upon examining it more closely, Eric realized it was a development plan for a television series. However, the file only contained a brief outline of about 5 to 6 pages. Since Eric had never followed Buffy the Vampire Slayer much, he wasn't familiar with how this outline compared to the original series. Still, he was surprised that Tina could come up with this just from his casual mention to Elizabeth, and that they managed to acquire the television adaptation rights from Fox. Thinking it over, the development of a film's surrounding value, besides remaking or developing sequels, typically included adapting it into a TV series. Given that Buffy the Vampire Slayer's box office earnings weren't particularly strong, there seemed little need for sequels or remakes. Thus, the focus would logically turn to developing a TV version. The original Buffy the Vampire Slayer series wouldn't premiere until 1997, so they were starting 5 years early. Plus, with little original material for guidance, Eric had no idea if this TV show would be successful. Still, given the classics he remembered from his youth, Eric felt indifferent about the girls wanting to tackle Buffy. Waving the documents he held, Eric asked, "Are you all planning on making a TV series?" Tina nodded but asked back, surprised, "Isn't this your suggestion?" "Not really. I just mentioned it in passing, and I didn't expect Liz to run with it. How do you plan to approach it?" Pausing her meal, Tina gathered her thoughts and replied, "We discussed it and planned to adapt it into a fantasy adventure series aimed at teenagers." Recalling the original Buffy, which starred Sarah Michelle Gellar, Eric agreed that their approach made sense since the version centered on the teen market. "That sounds good, but it might be best to take your time with the script. Audiences ultimately want to see a great story. I just read that outline, and I didn't feel particularly impressed." Tina suddenly blushed and lowered her gaze because that outline was her work. Hearing Eric's comment stung a bit. Noticing her expression, Eric immediately understood. "You wrote this story outline?" "Yeah, I just tried to draft something." "Hey, it's okay. For a novice like you, that's already pretty good. Just practice more. I have a feeling you will become a great screenwriter." Eric smiled encouragingly. "Thank you, Eric," Tina replied, grateful for his encouragement. After quickly skimming through more of the other materials Tina brought and offering some small suggestions, Eric stood up. "I've got to head into work now. Drew will be getting up soon. You should stay here. There's a fax machine on the east side of the partition. If any documents come in, could you help receive and organize them?" Tina nodded eagerly. "Sure." After Eric exited the dining room, Tina instinctively put down her utensils and followed him out. Eric returned to the study to grab some files, changed his clothes, and as he left the villa, he noticed Tina trailing behind like a housewife. He couldn't help but hug the woman and kissed her on the corner of her lips. "I'm going to work. Are you planning to leave today?" Not hearing him, Tina shook her head. No, I won't." "Oh, that's good. Then stay tonight." Okay. The woman replied in a small voice. As October rolled in, there were less than 2 months until the year-end holiday release schedule. Firefly was gearing up for key releases like Speed, Ace Ventura, Pet Detective, and Disney's animated Aladdin, which were all nearly completed and shifting into the promotional phase. The partnership with Columbia on Mr. and Mrs. Smith was also in its final stages of post-production. After returning to Los Angeles in recent days, Eric had been busy attending several high-level meetings at Firefly Entertainment concerning these films. Though the direct box office profits of films were becoming a smaller share of the film industry chain, movies still held a crucial role as the locomotive of the industry. If that locomotive lacked power, then the entire operation would experience complications. Hence, every film company remained focused on ensuring that movies retained their paramount importance. After handing the script for Speed to Jan de Bont, Eric had largely stepped back from that project. He had written the script himself and passed it to the director from the original timeline. Moreover, the significance of this project for Jan's transition from cinematographer to director ensured the film was treated with exceptional care. Following a test screening of Speed, Eric found no concerns. Compared to his memories, the film's essence remained largely unchanged, with a tight narrative pace. Keanu Reeves still starred as the lead, and aside from a change in the female lead, there were not many significant alterations. After the higher-ups at Firefly viewed the rough cut, they unanimously gave it a positive review, proposing the most extravagant promotional scale they could. In contrast, Mr. and Mrs. Smith encountered a few small issues. John Woo, while experienced in directing many films, hailed from Hong Kong and had a shooting style that significantly differed from Hollywood's. Additionally, John began his career with action comedies, frequently infusing excessive humor into many of his classic gunfight films. While Eric juggled post-production for Jurassic Park, he had to personally get involved in editing Mr. and Mrs. Smith to cut unnecessary comedic scenes. Although the film contained comedic elements, its theme remained that of an action film exploring marital relationships. One aspect that pleased Eric was that John Woo's Hong Kong action team designed the action sequences for Mr. and Mrs. Smith to embody a distinctly Eastern kung fu film style. Eric believed that the action design surpassed that of the original version. Chapter 496, 497. You don't have high hopes either. As a big-budget movie with a $60 million investment, Mr. and Mrs. Smith exceeded the total cost of all the films John Woo had made in Hong Kong over the span of 20 years. Because of this, Eric's involvement in the final cut of the film did not offend John Woo. If anything, it brought him a sense of relief. After all, with a total investment of $60 million, every time John Woo thought about that figure after taking on the project, it made him feel as though he were walking on eggshells. Fortunately, after Eric approved the rough cut, some of the anxiety that had haunted John Woo for months finally dissipated. As quitting time approached, Tina Fey parked her car in the lot of Firefly Studios, glanced at her watch, and picked up her satchel filled with documents, hurrying toward the post-production center. Just as she arrived outside the production center, she saw Eric and an Asian man laughing quietly as they came out. Eric had left Alan in Paris. Although he had his own assistant office at Firefly's headquarters, he didn't choose a temporary first assistant. The little lady, after finishing Ace Ventura, Pet Detective, had claimed there wasn't much work left for her, so she suggested Tina Fey as a temporary aide. Eric didn't object. Having a familiar woman around was certainly more convenient than someone new. Upon spotting Tina Fey, Eric nodded at her and chatted for a few moments more with John Woo before making his way over to the young woman. Noticing that Tina's satchel seemed rather heavy on her shoulder, Eric reached out to take it, but she quickly dodged away. "Thanks, Eric, I'll manage." Tina Fey shook her head. Eric didn't mind her occasional display of stubbornness and smiled. "Well, let's head back then. It's quitting time." Back at the parking lot, just as Tina was about to unlock her car, Eric grabbed her arm. "Let's leave it here for now. We can take it tomorrow. It'll give us a chance to talk on the way." This time, Tina did not protest, giving a slight nod as she followed him to his car. Once the driver started the vehicle, Tina placed her satchel on her lap and pulled out a few folders. "Eric, Mr. Hansen." "Oh, younger Hansen from New York sent over some documents this afternoon about Marvel Entertainment. He called earlier to say he wanted to get them to you as soon as possible." Now it made sense why Tina had rushed over. Eric reached over and took the thick documents from her lap. Compared to the brief information Eric discussed with Chris back in New York regarding Marvel Comics, this material was much more detailed. It covered Marvel Entertainment's status, business structure, debt ratio, and comic book rights, even including a section detailing the entanglements between Marvel Entertainment and Ron Perelman's investment group. Eric skimmed through the financially oriented information but focused on the comic book rights. As he read, he quickly realized that the actual details diverged significantly from what he had in mind. He had originally thought Marvel Comics sold off its popular superhero characters to the major Hollywood studios in the late 90s to resolve a financial crisis. In truth, starting as early as the 80s, Marvel had been selling the film rights to its comic characters. The documents showed that Marvel's hottest comic character rights had already found buyers. The Fantastic Four was with Constantine Film in Germany, Spider-Man was with Carolco Pictures, Captain America with 21st Century Films, and the Hulk was with a company he hadn't heard of, New World Pictures. This meant that Hollywood's major studios showed little interest in Marvel's adaptation rights, while most of the valuable characters were now in the hands of second- or third-tier film companies. Characters like Iron Man and Black Widow had no takers at all. Moreover, the licensing agreements Marvel had signed with these film companies resembled the ones he recalled, stipulating that if no product was released within a few years, the rights reverted back to Marvel Comics. However, despite acquiring these rights, these smaller studios didn't seem too inclined to make adaptations. After acquiring the Fantastic Four's rights, Constantine Films simply shelved it until one day, nearing the expiration of their rights, They hurriedly made a scrappy, low-budget B-movie version just to keep their rights. Other companies that possessed adaptations jumped on the bandwagon after Warner released a blockbuster Batman, but failed to create any real buzz. Tina Fey quietly sat next to Eric, sneaking glances at his serious profile as he read. Since Drew had jokingly mentioned that line a few months earlier, Tina had tried to quell her thoughts but couldn't help the random musings that crept in. As she spent time with Eric again months later, she realized she couldn't be as carefree as she had been before. When Drew had pushed her close to Eric, she told herself 100 times to refuse, yet somehow, she had ended up accommodating him. Though reluctant to admit it, deep down, she always hoped for more time with Eric. "Tina," Eric said suddenly, finishing a document. He turned his head just as their eyes met. Noticing her immediate attempt to look away, he burst out laughing. "Hey, since the last time I saw you, I felt like you've been acting strange. What's going on?" "Nothing, nothing," Tina quickly denied. Eric pondered for a moment and tentatively asked, "Did Drew say something to you?" "Huh?" She opened her mouth but offered no answer. Shrugging, Eric presumed he guessed right. "Okay, that's not a secret. I'll tell you. I'm going to be a dad next April." At his words, Tina's eyes widened. You're getting married?" "Definitely not." Eric looked at her expression. "I guess you didn't know." Tina felt a strong wave of disappointment wash over her, but nodded nonetheless. Drew didn't tell me." This revelation led to a brief silence in the car. After a moment, Tina cautiously spoke. "So, when the baby arrives, will you get married?" "Probably not." Eric shook his head. "But I'll work hard to be a good father." Tina didn't quite know how to continue the topic. Coming from a very conservative American, middle-class family, her upbringing made it difficult to accept Eric's approach, but oddly, she found herself somewhat tolerant. The subconscious often tended to be more lenient toward those who held wealth and power. "Did you finish reading?" she finally asked, pointing at the documents in Eric's hands. "Not yet, just glanced through some. I'll keep reviewing them later." "Oh, I meant to say, could you gather some tapes of these movies for me tomorrow? I'd like to check them out," Eric said, handing the documents back to Tina. She quickly jotted down the movie titles in her notebook. This little episode seemed to pass, but soon Eric sensed that the atmosphere between them had shifted from one kind of awkwardness to another. Under Katzenberg's direct guidance, after a month of adjustments, the renamed Disneyland Paris reopened to visitors. Due to the public fallout from their abrupt closure just 10 days after opening and Disney's sincere apologies coupled with substantial reforms, Disneyland Paris's reopening drew in a new wave of visitors. In just 1 week, attendance surged to a peak of 700,000. Although ticket prices and hotel costs fell, subsequent surveys indicated a visitor satisfaction rate of 70%, with 85% satisfaction among French tourists. Efforts to align the park's offerings with French culture and making French the official language for staff had certainly paid off. While the average spending per visitor hadn't risen, and, in fact, had slightly decreased due to lower prices, management remained optimistic. Similar to a film, if a highly anticipated movie only garnered high box office numbers but received terrible reviews, producing a sequel would become difficult. Conversely, if reviews were stellar, even if box office returns were modest, studios remained eager to make sequels. The reopening Disneyland Paris felt like a film that had won significant acclaim. A good reputation would greatly enhance the likelihood of return visits. If we can maintain this momentum, maybe Disneyland Paris's outlook won't be as grim as we initially thought, Eric remarked, reviewing another survey result brought back to Los Angeles by Katzenberg. "I feel the same way," Katzenberg, having lost a bit of weight in the month apart, replied. Luckily, the recovery was timely. Although the 1-month closure incurred some unwanted expenses, given the current situation, the losses were entirely worth it. At the very least, Disneyland Paris should reach a break-even point this year. While we may have been overly optimistic in our initial projections, one truth remains. The potential tourist base in Europe is undoubtedly larger than that of Japan or the US. I believe our main issue was our failure to adapt to local culture like Tokyo Disneyland did. If we manage to do that, profitability shouldn't be too far-fetched. All right, let's stop discussing accountability. We both know this isn't on either of us, Eric said. With a smile, Disneyland Paris had been under Michael Eisner's direct control. Even though Katzenberg was also an executive at Disney during the time, given Eisner's temperament, Katzenberg could never have intervened in that project. Thus, with such a significant blunder occurring, the blame was certain to fall on Eisner's shoulders. Katzenberg avoided lingering on the topic and said, "I'll continue to keep a close watch on the situation and make adjustments as needed." Also, Giancarlo Peretti lost the case regarding MGM. I received an update while in Paris. The funds Giancarlo defrauded largely came from a French consortium. His MGM stake is set to be auctioned off by a French bank in mid-December to satisfy investor debts. I think this presents a good opportunity for Firefly to expand our library. Eric shook his head. But that's going to cost a fortune, Jeffrey. I've considered this too. Even though acquiring MGM would more than double our film library, we lack the means to translate those films into actual profit. We have neither sufficient distribution resources for tape sales nor our own TV station, which are the two most crucial channels for turning older films into real revenue. Katzenberg realized Eric was speaking the truth and felt a pang of disappointment. If they had capitalized on this chance, they could have completely absorbed MGM. The most valuable asset MGM had left was its extensive library of over 10,000 films and television shows. Thinking it over, Katzenberg asked, "So, Eric, should we consider building our own television station next?" Eric set down the documents in his hands, stood up to pour coffee for both him and Katzenberg, and then sat back down, saying, "That's at least a year away. And if we're going to acquire a public broadcasting station, we need to manage our relationship with Fox. We may have to relinquish that 10% stake in Fox, or else we'll definitely face trouble with the Federal Trade Commission." "You seem to have a goal in mind?" Katzenberg asked, intrigued by Eric's expression. Eric smiled and nodded. "But we have to wait until Viacom and QVC finish their competition for Paramount." Understanding the implication, Katzenberg chuckled. "I guess you don't have much faith in Barry Diller's chances with Paramount." Chapter 497, 498. It could backfire. Eric didn't deny it and said, "Both telecommunications and Comcast are playing their own games. In this situation, if Barry managed to successfully acquire Paramount, that would be surprising." After this incident, it was clear that Barry Diller wouldn't split from telecommunications and Comcast, but their collaboration wouldn't last too long either. Barry Diller's talents in managing a television network were beyond question. Eric believed that if he could win Barry to his side, it would certainly avoid the embarrassment that followed Disney's acquisition of ABC in the original timeline. Katzenberg also recognized Eric's thoughts and playfully countered, "That's a great idea, but unfortunately, the chances of it happening are slim." "You can't have any possibility if you don't try," Eric replied. While they chatted, Katzenberg's assistant knocked on the office door and peeked in, saying, "Mr. Williams, Mr. Katzenberg, Mr. Goober has arrived. Let's go check out the preview of Mr. and Mrs. Smith," Katzenberg said as he stood up. Just as the two stepped out of the office, Peter Goober walked over with a broad smile, warmly hugging both Eric and Katzenberg. Eric noticed that Peter's assistant, John Peters, hadn't come along. Since returning to Los Angeles, he had vaguely heard about a conflict between Peter Goober and John Peters, apparently related to the Superman rights at Warner Brothers. In the 1980s, Warner had released 4 Superman films in a row, but each one did worse at the box office than the last. The 4th Superman film in 1987 landed a dismal $15 million gross. Consequently, the Superman franchise was shelved, and DC Comics, which was tied to Warner Brothers, fell into financial trouble. Disheartened, DC sold the movie rights to the Superman series, with the buyer being John Peters, who at that time owned his own production company. Although the second Batman film's reviews and box office were not as strong as the first, it was still far better than the Superman series of the 1980s. Many began to recognize the potential for DC superhero movies and the Superman film rights in John Peters' hands caught the eyes of several buyers. As for the intricate details, Eric was less clear. However, from memory, he noted that over 20 years later, John Peters' name still appeared in the producer credits for Man of Steel, indicating that Warner Brothers had never fully regained the Superman rights despite all its efforts. At that moment, Eric could reasonably guess that Peter Goober was interested in the Superman rights held by John Peters, wanting Columbia Pictures to develop them, but the two must have disagreed on profit sharing. leading to their conflict. After some small talk among the three, they headed toward the screening room. By this time, several executives from Disney and Columbia Pictures had gathered, including the film's director, John Woo. Since the two leads, Nicole Kidman and Pierce Brosnan, had already begun promotional work for the film, they were absent for this preview. Once Peter learned that Eric affirmed John Woo's work, he dropped his previous discontent about Eric insisting on hiring John Woo and greeted him with a big smile. Eric didn't make many alterations to the plot of Mr. and Mrs. Smith. The film still began with the Smiths, who had been married for about 5 or 6 years, going for marriage counseling. However, it was precisely because Eric had kept the plot mostly unchanged that the audience in the screening room found it to be quite stunning. The film featured a series of high-tech gadgets, and although many effects were achieved through digital techniques of the time, it felt thrilling and even cooler than the high-tech appeal of the James Bond films. John and Jane, rival assassins from opposing groups, unexpectedly fall in love after meeting in the chaotic capital of Colombia. The pair swiftly married and began what appears to be the ordinary life of an American middle-class family. However, behind this facade lies a series of assassination missions they each conceal from one another. Though John and Jane managed to keep their identities secret from each other, their respective assassin organizations eventually learned the truth. To eliminate the instability presented by the two, both groups independently collaborated on a mission against them. John and Jane soon figured out each other's identities. After a series of twists and turns, they confronted one another in the villa where they had lived for 6 years, ultimately coming to understand their feelings and launching a counterattack for survival. The film balanced thrilling action with occasional warmth and humor. After Eric's re-edit, the storyline felt even tighter. After a 120-minute viewing, the film concluded with the roar of a rock song. The executives in the screening room patiently waited for the credits to roll, and when the lights came up, they applauded enthusiastically. "Mr. Woo, thank you for bringing us such an incredible film," Peter Guber said, clapping and complimenting John Woo, who sat beside him. John Woo, being modest, deflected the compliments with a few humble remarks, although it was clear from his expression that he was pleased and proud. The release schedule and marketing plan for Mr. and Mrs. Smith had already been set before the film was completed, slated to premiere on December 18th during the Christmas season. This private screening was merely a final check for the executives involved to make minor adjustments to the marketing strategy. However, having viewed the film, all parties, including Peter Guber from Columbia, had no objections to the hefty $25 million marketing budget. Interestingly, it seemed Warner Brothers aimed to generate buzz by scheduling another Eric's film The Bodyguard, for which he had secured Sam Neill as the lead, for release on December 18th as well, competing directly with Mr. and Mrs. Smith. Since he was credited as an executive producer, Eric couldn't afford to ignore The Bodyguard, although Warner only wanted to leverage Eric's fame to boost box office numbers. A few days prior, they invited him to join a screening of the film. Eric felt the biggest selling point of The Bodyguard was Kevin Costner, the previous year's Oscar winner for Best Director and Best Actor. Of course, Whitney Houston's songs would also draw attention, but aside from that, Eric didn't find the story particularly special. Eric spent nearly all of October in this busy routine. Besides keeping an eye on upcoming film releases, he also began discussions with the Firefly management team regarding next year's production and distribution plans. By the end of October, Roland Emmerich wrapped up filming for his nearly 20-week project, Deep Impact. Emmerich had never managed such a large-scale production before, and as a result, the pace was much slower compared to Eric's smooth filming of Jurassic Park. But fortunately, Roland Emmerich didn't exceed the budget, and the film soon moved into post-production. November arrived quickly. With the Thanksgiving-Christmas release window approaching, at the beginning of the month, Firefly, like other major film companies, released its small-budget horror films, but Eric paid little attention to these low-budget projects that hadn't even reached $10 million. He entrusted those to Firefly's management team. Besides films, another pivotal event occurred in November that was vital for the U.S. On November 3rd, the 4-year U.S. presidential election results were announced, congratulating Democratic candidate William Jefferson Clinton for narrowly defeating incumbent Republican candidate George H.W. Bush with 42% to Bush's 37%. successfully becoming the 42nd president of the United States. Eric finally breathed a sigh of relief. History had not altered as he feared. If Clinton hadn't become president, many unpredictable outcomes could have arisen. Perhaps America would have missed out on a decade of the fastest economic growth in its history. At his estate, Eric was discussing the matter with Catherine Bigelow, who visited him. "Now do you believe me? I said all along that even without an early release of Riot documentary, Clinton still stood a chance to win because his economic policies were far superior to Bush's team." Catherine merely shot him a glance, sipping delicately from her glass of water. Clinton's win had almost been a narrow victory. In fact, before the final vote count, Bush had even enjoyed higher approval ratings. Thus, the results shocked many. During the production of the documentary about the Los Angeles riots, Catherine had gradually become a supporter of Clinton. Many directors and stars in Hollywood were backing Clinton too, including Spielberg and George Lucas. Consequently, after completing the Riot documentary, Catherine suggested to Eric that they release it in September to support Clinton, but Eric, who was then in France, turned her down. This documentary attributed a significant portion of the causes of the Los Angeles riots to the high unemployment rate in South Los Angeles. While Bush's administration had celebrated winning the Gulf War, thrilling a nation that hadn't seen much military success since World War II, the economic policies implemented during his 4-year term ultimately failed. Unemployment had soared to 9%, there were continuous budget deficits, and the national debt reached an astounding $4 trillion. A figure hard to comprehend in the early 1990s when the dollar was strong. A little later, Catherine said, "A mere 5% lead could easily slip away. Didn't you say you were also a supporter of Clinton? Why did you oppose my release of this documentary back then?" "Because your intentions were too transparent, and it could backfire," Eric replied. "How could that be?" Catherine asked, surprised. The reason Eric said this was because of the documentary Fahrenheit 9/11. Michael Moore faced pressure to release that controversial documentary about the events surrounding 9/11 while George W. Bush campaigned for re-election. Instead of tarnishing Bush's support, the extreme viewpoints in Fahrenheit 9/11 only sparked a backlash among some voters against Moore's ideas. In summary, even Bush's electoral opponent disagreed with Moore's stance, putting themselves in opposition to him, yet Bush ultimately won re-election. Catherine's documentary on the Los Angeles riots, while not as blunt as Moore's work, still pointed fingers at the economic policy failures of the Bush administration. During these tense times, it could easily be twisted by Bush's campaign team as evidence to discredit him as a rival. After all, Bush was still the president, possessing far more resources than Clinton. People's hearts are difficult to fathom. Sometimes you might think you're doing the right thing, but others could completely interpret it the other way, Eric said thoughtfully. Catherine wasn't naive. Upon hearing this from Eric, she soon grasped the implications and couldn't help but sigh softly. Seeing her show such a rare expression, Eric consoled her, saying, "Don't worry, Firefly plans to release the documentary in mid-December, and I promise it will at least earn a nomination for Best Documentary at the Oscars." Catherine knew Eric meant well and nodded. She understood that the subject matter of Riot was too sensitive. While it was profound, not many people wanted to confront it. Moreover, the documentary was still too close to the events it depicted, occurring less than a year after the riots. Although some sought reflection, most subconsciously wanted to avoid discussing it until many years passed. In this context, obtaining an Oscar nomination for Best Documentary would already be a major achievement. Winning was unlikely. "Next, you can focus on making Saving Private Ryan," Eric said, and with a playful grin, he added, "Oh, and by the way, Jim's True Lies also joined Firefly's project plan for next year last month. I'm thinking of putting it in the summer release of the following year. What do you think?" A year had passed since Catherine's feelings about Cameron's betrayal had eased significantly. Upon hearing this, she merely shot Eric a mock glare and said, "You just love stirring the pot, don't you?" Chapter 498, 499, Introduction. Eric raised an eyebrow in confusion and chuckled, saying, "Do I already have a criminal record? But I can't remember this at all." Catherine sensed that this little man was about to launch into another round of teasing her, so she simply lifted her glass to shield her face and stayed quiet. Noticing her defensive posture, Eric decided against continuing his banter. He looked at his watch and remarked, "It's only 5 minutes to go. Where's Neil Jordan?" "It's just 5 minutes," Catherine replied, glancing at her own watch. "You didn't mention him during our last phone call." "How do you know him?" Catherine answered, "Last month, I went to the UK to scout locations for Saving Private Ryan. At the invitation of a friend, I attended the premiere of a movie Neil directed called The Crying Game. I thought it was brilliantly made. At the after-party, we ended up talking. Neil is incredibly talented, and during our conversation, he mentioned wanting to break into Hollywood. I thought of you. You have a major film company in your hands and surely wouldn't mind signing a few talented directors, right?" Eric nodded. "I wouldn't refuse. If he's genuinely capable, he could definitely carve out a niche for himself in Hollywood." Directors and actors from Europe often sought opportunities in Hollywood once they achieved a certain level of success in their home countries. Their cultural backgrounds didn't impose the same barriers as those in Asia, allowing many European filmmakers to transition smoothly into Hollywood. If they could adapt to the rules of Hollywood, they'd likely thrive here. However, Eric wouldn't agree to meet any director based solely on someone's introduction. The reason he accepted the introduction from Catherine Bigelow was that he had a bit of knowledge about Neil Jordan. The Irish director was most famous for the film Interview with the Vampire. Catherine had told Eric over the phone that Neil was interested in adapting a vampire novel. A few minutes later, a man about 40 with black hair arrived at the estate, looking a bit apologetic upon seeing Eric and Catherine waiting for him. "Neil, this is Eric Williams." "Eric, this is Neil Jordan." Catherine introduced the two. Eric extended his hand for a brief shake and led Neil toward the villa. Once inside the villa, Neil tried to suppress his urge to look around as he greeted Eric with a smile. The three of them sat at a round table by the glass wall. Neil gazed out at the endless sea, finally expressing his admiration. "Mr. Williams, this place is truly stunning. It's like a dream." "Thanks, Neil. Just call me Eric," Eric replied, and they casually chatted about recent films, naturally steering the conversation towards vampire themes. "I heard Bram Stoker's Dracula was initially intended to be a television series. It was that actress named Winona Ryder who discovered the script and introduced it to Coppola. Unexpectedly, recent test screenings have received fantastic reviews. That means Coppola is finally in a position to recover the losses his production company faced over the past few years. While Bram Stoker's Dracula hasn't even been released yet, there's no doubt about its critical acclaim and box office potential. I think it would be a smart move to make more vampire-themed films while the craze is still hot." Neil spoke confidently, clearly showing he had done his homework. After the success of The Crying Game, Neil found that his career in European cinema was hitting a ceiling. Venturing into Hollywood was undoubtedly the best option for better prospects. Eric had already heard from Catherine about the positive feedback for The Crying Game in Europe. He himself had heard of the film, but only knew the basic information. He hadn't seen it. As they chatted, Eric felt no surprise when Neil mentioned that the North American distribution rights had been sold to Miramax. Naturally, Neil didn't come expecting that mere talk would win over Eric. He pulled a VHS tape of The Crying Game from his bag. Eric, curious about the acclaimed movie, took the two along to the estate's screening room. Seeing Neil's interest in the collection of tapes and film reels in the screening room cabinets, Eric enthusiastically provided an introduction. Catherine took the initiative to grab the tape of The Crying Game and headed for the equipment. After setting the tape to play, Catherine casually glanced over and noticed a stack of tapes beside the VCR. She picked one up and raised it to Eric, asking, "How did you come across this?" Eric looked at the 1990 version of Captain America in her hand, shook his head, and lamented, "Don't get me started. These pieces of junk are almost hurting my eyes." These tapes were what Eric had asked Tina Fey to help him find over the past few years concerning Marvel adaptations. However, after watching them, Eric found even the desire to criticize waning. These were all low-budget B-movies costing only $1 million or $2 million, and any semblance of special effects was virtually non-existent. The action sequences were dreadful as well. In summary, aside from recognizing which Marvel superhero each film featured based on their attire, nothing else resembled the Marvel film style he remembered. Eric began to understand why Marvel, with so many superhero characters in the mid-1990s, found itself on the brink of bankruptcy. Catherine chuckled at Eric's complaint, putting down the tape and getting up to turn off the lights in the screening room. She sat beside Eric and whispered softly as the movie's opening credits rolled. "You aren't jealous of Warner's Batman and hoping to jump into comic adaptations, are you?" Eric feigned a mysterious tone, whispering back, "Yeah, but unfortunately, now's not the time. Just, please, don't spill the beans about this. Otherwise, someone will probably get ahead of me." "I'm not worried about your business," Catherine replied, and fell silent as the film began. Seated on Eric's other side, Neil kept his eyes on the screen but paid close attention to their conversation. He raised an eyebrow at Catherine's tone during her last remark, sensing the intimacy between her and Eric, something he noted was typically exchanged only between close friends of the opposite sex. Neil silently concluded that the rumors of this 20-something Hollywood mogul having a thing for her were indeed true. But he quickly contained his thoughts, reminding himself to keep this to himself. Eric, of course, had no inkling of the Irish director's assumptions. If he had, he would have shouted his innocence, claiming he was simply draped in this youthful guise. The story of the Crying Game unfolded during the conflict between Northern Ireland and Britain, focusing on a British soldier named Jody who was kidnapped by soldiers from Northern Ireland. They intended to use him as leverage to secure the release of their comrades. However, the prisoner exchange fell through, and the Northern Ireland troops decided to execute Jody. During his captivity, the Northern Irish soldier Fergus befriended Jody. In a twist of fate, Fergus ultimately chose not to kill him and instead let him go, but ironically, Jody died under a British tank. Later, Fergus became an undercover operative in London, and with the token that Jody left behind, he finally met Jody's long-lost girlfriend, Dill. Fergus fell in love with Dill at first sight, but just before their passionate moment at a London hotel, he was shocked to discover that Dill was biologically male. This surprising twist took Eric aback, and in the end, Fergus was imprisoned while Dill remained free, waiting and hoping for Fergus's release. Neil aimed to express a wide range of emotions in The Crying Game, calling attention to the horrors of war while delving into the complexities and struggles of human nature. Its plot was intricate, but it didn't overly dwell on the homosexual aspects. After the film ended, despite only having 3 people in the screening room, Eric quietly began to clap, saying, "Neil, this was a fantastic movie. I'm a bit regretful that Firefly Films didn't secure the distribution rights." "Thank you for your praise, Eric. I'm glad you recognized the film's quality," Neil responded. The Crying Game was his most satisfying work in over a decade of filmmaking. Hearing the confirmation from this young Hollywood mogul added confidence to Neil's aspirations for a Hollywood career. After switching off the VCR, Neil carefully placed the tape away and walked out of the screening room with Eric and Catherine. "So, you're planning to adapt in Rice's interview with the vampire?" Eric asked as they returned to the lakeside lounge area, steering the topic toward Neil's purpose for visiting. "Yes, Eric. However, I've done my homework. Interview with the Vampire has been a bestseller since it was published in 1976. The film rights are long gone from and Rice's possession, now held by David Geffen's production company at Warner," Neil explained, looking towards Eric, hoping for his reaction. Though Neil's The Crying Game had received decent feedback in Europe, it was more of an artsy film, which was why it had landed with Miramax, a company that specialized in Oscar contenders. Europe was filled with talented art house directors. Thus, despite his interest in Interview with the Vampire, if Neil were to approach Warner Brothers blindly, the chances of rejection were overwhelmingly high. He was fortunate to have Catherine's introduction provide an opportunity for a discussion with Eric, but he hadn't harbored too many expectations for the outcome, already pleasantly surprised by the results thus far. Eric understood Neil's implications. After contemplating for a moment, he replied, "Rights aren't an issue. If Firefly is interested, Warner won't hesitate to collaborate. However, what's most crucial now is that you need to create a compelling proposal that can impress the production company. I imagine you've read the original novel several times by now." "Of course," Neil eagerly nodded upon hearing Eric's words. "I've already brainstormed some ideas. If you need them, I can have the materials ready by tomorrow." Eric waved his hand, shaking his head. "No need to rush. Take your time. As long as your proposal is exceptional, Firefly will undoubtedly invest in the film." The 3 of them continued their conversation until evening. Eric saw Drew walk in, casually slinging a pink handbag over her shoulder, and he reached out to stop her, saying, "Drew, have someone prepare dinner for us." He then turned to Neil and Catherine. "Do you have any preferences for dinner?" No, Eric. I have other commitments this evening, so I can't stay for dinner." Neil quickly stood up to excuse himself. Despite their engaging conversation, Neil didn't feel it was appropriate to impose on them for dinner. If it were at an outside restaurant, that would be different, but this was a rather private setting. Upon hearing Neil's response, Catherine also rose to her feet. "Since you have other matters, I won't keep you," Eric said, not insisting on Neil's stay. He turned to Catherine. "You don't have plans this evening, do you?" "I do," Catherine replied immediately, but avoided Eric's gaze. Eric stared at her for a few seconds before asserting, "Then that means you don't stay for dinner. It's a perfect opportunity to discuss Saving Private Ryan. Didn't you mention you had new ideas?" "You're always like this," Catherine instinctively complained, but didn't insist on leaving anymore, and instead joined Eric to escort Neil out the door. Chapter 499, 500, Days Involving Vampires. In the kitchen, Eric dismissed the estate's chef and personally poured the last of the corn-sweet soup into a large porcelain bowl. He carried it into the dining room, where Catherine sat stiffly at the table, looking a bit uneasy. As Eric set the soup down and prepared to crack a joke, he noticed that the little girl beside him was also sitting up straight, her thin lips pressed together in a manner that clearly imitated Catherine. Seeing this, Eric stifled a laugh and ruffled the girl's hair, warning her with a playful tone, "Drew, no shenanigans, or I might just kick you out." "Here we go again." "Ah, let go? Always that line. Can't you come up with something new?" Drew shouted as she swatted Eric's hand away, abandoning her imitation of Catherine. Eric settled onto the other side of the long table, ignoring the girl, and turned to the woman opposite him. "Sorry, Catherine. Drew sometimes likes to be a bit of a handful. Please don't mind her." "It's fine," Catherine replied, shaking her head, though she still looked a bit uneasy. Eric glanced at both women, slightly regretting his decision to keep Catherine around. Drew and Catherine were polar opposites. One was carefree and wild, while the other was composed and proper. Eric could imagine that if another woman had been sitting there, Drew would have imitated her too, and the mood would have taken a completely different turn. With Drew being such a bright distraction, Eric was left with no choice but to have a serious discussion about movies with Catherine. After dinner, he gentlemanly escorted her to her car. The atmosphere didn't seem to head in any other direction. Still, this environment had evidently eased Catherine's nerves, as with Eric present, Drew didn't act out anymore. Like a statue, Drew finally blurted out as she watched Catherine's car pull away from the estate, the tension she had been holding all evening dissipating. Eric shot a glance at Drew, her slim waist cinched by a light blue-fitted trench coat, and lowered his voice as if threatening her. "Catherine's lifestyle is the healthiest. If you continue down your current path, by the time you hit 30, you'll start piling on the pounds, tipping the scale at 150, and wrinkles will creep onto your forehead and smile lines. Your hair will lose its shine, and you'll sport bags under your eyes all day." "Ah!" Before Eric could finish, Drew shrieked and jumped onto him, covering his mouth with her tiny hand. "Don't scare me like that. I won't end up like you said. I've changed a lot." Eric laughed, patting Drew's back to encourage her to let him go. "Okay, all right, I was just kidding. I was referring to those stars who got addicted to substances. That's what really wrecks health. It's been years since I touched that stuff," Drew said, tugging at Eric's arm in a faux innocent manner. Eric was reminded of some Hollywood stars he knew from his previous life, including the girl beside him. They had struggled with addiction, and while some managed to free themselves from those vices, their bodies were often the ones to pay the price. Some were severely skinny and had a hard time putting on weight. Not that Angelina was starving herself, while others struggled to lose weight and ended up needing makeup to create fake abs. Sometime before Thanksgiving, Eric felt as though he had inexplicably been dragged into the world of vampires. First, Neil Jordan, the director of Interview with the Vampire, contacted him. A week later, Neil handed Eric a production proposal along with a script he had personally written. After a quick skim, Eric made a few modifications based on his memory and handed it over to Firefly Films' production department for a budget assessment, all while contacting Geffen Pictures regarding the film's rights. Then, He accepted Francis Ford Coppola's invitation to attend the premiere of Bram Stoker's Dracula. The film was produced by Columbia Pictures. Given that Coppola's previous works hadn't met great success, Columbia wasn't too optimistic about this one either, scheduling its release just a week before Thanksgiving on November 13th. To their surprise, however, Bram Stoker's Dracula generated excellent buzz in early screenings, leading to a box office take of $38 million in its opening weekend. It was a great way to kick off the Thanksgiving and Christmas season. Eric wasn't initially very interested in the film. However, since Drew and Elizabeth insisted on attending the premiere for the sake of their preparation for the Buffy the Vampire Slayer series, he reluctantly brought them along. The movie wasn't too different from what Eric remembered. However, due to his role in Speed, Keanu Reeves hadn't portrayed Jonathan Harker, and Monica Bellucci's chances to make her Hollywood debut flew out the window as another unknown actress took her place. As for the stunning Italian beauty, Eric had no idea where she was now. During these past years, many Hollywood stars who should have been debuting around this time had yet to surface. After attending Bram Stoker's Dracula, it was immediately followed by Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Though Eric had never been obsessed with dramas, he could recall dozens of classic series, so when the three women took charge of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, he didn't feel too disappointed. The show wouldn't be missing out on anything significant. However, over this period, Elizabeth and Drew had hired several screenwriters to draft outlines. Even Tina Fey, who was assisting Drew, attempted her hand at writing, but all their efforts yielded less than satisfactory results. Eventually, they circled back to Eric, demanding me to be the producer. I charge quite a bit, Eric said with a chuckle as he looked up from his desk, which was littered with documents. Elizabeth cleared a small space on Eric's desk, pulling out a stack of scripts from her bag to hand to him. This is the original script by Joss Whedon for Buffy the Vampire Slayer. It's brilliant. It was just butchered in production. If the film had adhered to the script, the results would surely be better. That's why when I asked Joss to write the series script, he turned it down. The other writers have produced disappointing work, but today I contacted him again, and he said he would only agree to write if you were the producer. During this time, Eric had hastily watched through the film version of Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and he was rather disappointed. Calling it childish would not be excessive, especially during the part where the vampires attacked a school party, which felt more like a prank than a horror scene. No blood was shed at all. Eric understood the reason behind it was to adhere to film rating rules, but the director had clearly gone overboard. As he read through the script in his hands, Eric felt like he was looking at a completely different story. Just as Elizabeth had said, the original script was significantly more engaging than the film. Joss Whedon was undoubtedly a talented director and writer in Hollywood, but before helming the Marvel Avengers series, the films he directed mostly flopped, and he was lingering mostly in the world of television. Still, his captivating sci-fi and fantasy elements garnered him a loyal following among the geek community. Speedily flipping through the script, Eric finally glanced at the woman across from him. I'm just a tad curious. This series you're producing can't possibly end up on Disney Channel, right? And besides, I've never even met Joss Whedon. By all accounts, this really doesn't concern me. How could he think of me as the producer? Of course, they want to ensure the quality of the series, Elizabeth answered quickly. Eric caressed the script, a slight smile creeping across his face. Drew came with you, right? She's definitely downstairs now. Do you know why the little girl didn't want to come upstairs with you? Elizabeth instinctively revealed too much. Why? Because I can usually tell when the girl is lying. She knows it, too. That's why she didn't want to come up, fearing she might slip up. Eric replied, pointing at Elizabeth and smiling more broadly. But you're the same, Liz. When you lie, you unconsciously speed up your speech, plus a few other little nuances I won't mention, or else you'll just change them and I won't catch you next time. Elizabeth shot a glare at Eric for a moment before finally relenting. Okay, you're really such a nitpick. Joss Whedon's initial condition was he wanted to direct, but he has no experience, so I obviously couldn't trust him and tried to negotiate. Eric scrutinized Elizabeth, rolling with her tone. And then you conveniently push me in, right? In Hollywood, credentials really mattered. If Joss Whedon could work with Eric, even if that work was just indirect, it would still add sparkle to his resume, particularly with Eric's current standing in Hollywood. Elizabeth, who often sensed pressure in Eric's gaze sharper than the rest, habitually bounced back, raising her chin with confidence. Yeah, just want you to lend your name. No need to chase me down like that. Noticing that Elizabeth was beginning to bristle, Eric reached over and handed her a nearby coffee cup. All right. Go make me a cup of coffee, and have Drew come up too. Automatically, Elizabeth grabbed the dainty bone china cup from him. Once she stood up, she seemed to realize what she was doing, shooting Eric an eye roll. Yet, she left the office a bit smug, clutching the cup as if she'd won a small victory. A few minutes later, Drew pushed open Eric's office door, poking her head in with a cheeky grin before bouncing fully into the room. Elizabeth followed behind, and lastly, Tina Fey strolled in with a cup of coffee. Now that Eric had decided to agree to be the producer for Buffy the Vampire Slayer, he clearly wouldn't just slap his name on a project. The two women in front of him didn't seem willing to let him off easy. However, Eric noticed something else. Now that he was involved in television production, the initial developmental plans he had for Firefly were no longer applicable. This was merely a reflection of the normal trend for individuals to climb higher in their careers. Just like Miramax, Disney acquired Miramax hoping the Weinstein brothers would focus on art films to make inroads at the Oscars. But ultimately, Miramax began to eye big-budget projects, resulting in a split from Disney due to their differing visions. The box office performance in Hollywood over the recent years had been noteworthy, and both Elizabeth and Drew didn't naturally possess a calm demeanor. Their ambitions to push things forward were understandable. With Firefly and Fox supporting them, Eric wasn't too concerned that generating more productions would lead to distribution issues. Let's cast a female lead with a sweet look, someone with that girl next door vibe. Forget about Christina Swanson from the film version. Once we find the right actress, we can have her undergo some physical training. You guys can get in touch with John Woo. His stunt team should still be in the States before heading back to Hong Kong, Eric suggested, and Tina Fey took notes diligently. However, Elizabeth interrupted. Eric, this is a vampire movie. Wouldn't adding kung fu elements seem a bit odd? Hearing her, Eric laughed. Hiring Hong Kong action directors doesn't mean we have to incorporate kung fu. Primarily, they can design some really cool action sequences, which will attract viewers. The series will feature plenty of fight scenes between Buffy and the vampires. And if we keep the same awful fight choreography from the film, I think it's better not to make the series at all. Elizabeth and Drew nodded furiously as Eric spoke, instructing Tina Fey to jot down their progress. After discussing several more details and bouncing around ideas for about an hour, Eric concluded, That's all for now. I'll let you know other things as I think of them. The three women left his office, satisfied. In the following days, they quickly began casting for Buffy the Vampire Slayer. After experiencing one of the busiest stretches just before Thanksgiving, with Firefly's marketing department tirelessly working for two major holiday releases, Eric wrapped up most of his work for the year. On November 19th, after attending the premiere of Speed, he rushed off to New York to join the two women he had been expecting for Thanksgiving, who were taking some time off in East Hampton. Chapter 500-501, The Hat. The Los Angeles weather made it hard for anyone to feel changes in the climate. By the time Eric arrived in New York, the city had already experienced its second snowfall of the year. The small town of East Hampton on Long Island was blanketed in a thick layer of snow, making it exceptionally quiet due to the sparse population. Aside from being cold, the environment was just right for two women to settle in. After all, neither Virginia nor Joanna wanted to wake up one day to find out their pregnancy had been splashed across the front page of newspapers. The two women, clearly feeling cooped up, were thrilled that Eric could join them for Thanksgiving. Even though it was winter, going out just meant wrapping themselves up warmly, which didn't seem out of place. Still, in order to minimize the risk of being spotted, the two went out infrequently. Lucky for them, the temporary mansion they rented was spacious enough to provide plenty of room to move around. With only 4 days left until Thanksgiving, Virginia bundled herself up and planned to go shopping for the holiday with her assistant after lunch. Eric initially intended to accompany them, but was kept behind by Virginia, who insisted that his presence would attract too much attention. Reluctantly, he gave her a cautionary talk before allowing her to leave. Even though it was midday, the weather remained gloomy and chilly, with low-hanging clouds suggesting more flurries were on the way. After seeing Virginia off, Eric took a moment to enjoy the fresh air with Joanna in the courtyard before quickly retreating into the warmth of the house. "Do you want to come with me to the study?" he asked while helping Joanna hang up her coat. Although he had left Los Angeles, Eric received information from there every afternoon around this time. Due to the time difference, it was still just after 9 in the morning in LA, which was right at the start of the workday. Joanna nodded with a serene smile. "Sure." He led her into the study, pulled out a chair for her to sit beside the desk, poured her a glass of water, and then returned to his position, retrieving documents that had been automatically sent to the fax machine. Joanna quietly watched as Eric flipped through the papers, listening to the soft rustle of the pages, her expression betraying a hint of satisfaction. Whenever she caught Eric looking up, she would smile back at him. In her earlier days, Joanna often spent her time cleaning the house, taking joy in ensuring every room was spotless. However, since becoming pregnant, Virginia had frequently chided her for being lazy, but only Joanna understood how much she anticipated and valued this child, wanting nothing to go wrong. During this period, her primary form of exercise had been walking, and on sunny days, she would bring out a chair to sit on the porch, quietly reading her book. Since Eric had arrived, her pastime had become sitting quietly next to him for the whole day, a sense of dependence that even made Virginia feel a twinge of jealousy. This Monday marked the weekend box office results for two films released by Firefly Films during Thanksgiving, Speed and Disney's animated Aladdin. Speed grossed $19 million in its opening weekend, with an expected total of $25 to $28 million for the week. Although this fell short of the $38 million taken by the previous week's release, Bram Stoker's Dracula, Eric wasn't overly disappointed. With a production budget of just over $30 million, Speed's budget was a full $10 million less than Bram Stoker's Dracula. Not to mention that when compared to the over $60 million invested in Mr. and Mrs. Smith, Speed had received positive word of mouth, indicating that its box office decline wouldn't be significant in the following weeks. Before another wave of blockbusters arrived during Christmas, surpassing the $80 million mark was definitely within reach, with the total likely crossing the $100 million line. Although Firefly had often created box office miracles, Hollywood had yet to enter an era where $100 million movies were commonplace. As of 1992, hitting the $100 million mark remained a hallmark of a remarkable success. Flipping to the Aladdin results, Eric furrowed his brow slightly. Aladdin's opening weekend take was only $9 million. However, he quickly calmed down, having never had particularly high expectations for Aladdin. Disney's hand-drawn animated features often had either very quiet releases or took a long time to build up to amazing box office totals. Last year's Beauty and the Beast was a prime example. It spent nearly 6 months in theaters, eventually racking up almost $150 million. The quality of Aladdin was undeniable, and Eric was confident it could follow a similarly successful box office trajectory. However, despite accumulating a high total, Disney often received a relatively small percentage of the profits. Longer theatrical runs usually equated to less revenue for Disney, sometimes seeing total revenue shares dip below 30%, while below the 55% average that major film companies usually collected. This was why many of Disney's hand-drawn animations chose not to go through theaters and instead issued home video releases. Just a few years earlier, Disney's game-changing animated feature, The Little Mermaid, had gone straight to video for its sequel. In the same timeline, The Lion King might have grossed nearly $900 million worldwide, but to minimize distribution costs, the sequel would also go directly to video instead of hitting the theaters. Gazing at the various Aladdin statistics, Eric's thoughts drifted back to Pixar's 3D animations, especially Toy Story, which had a box office trajectory akin to big Hollywood releases. Given the evolving distribution trends in Hollywood, saturation release strategies would only become more mainstream, and films hoping to build their box office through word of mouth would have decreasingly viable space. Though not impossible, he wasn't keen on banking his hopes on such a remote possibility. In this context, shifting Disney's focus to 3D animations and pulling back from hand-drawn production almost seemed inevitable. Yet, at present, Disney's hand-drawn animation department was still working on The Lion King. If it achieved blockbuster status like it had in the original timeline, Eric would face increased resistance to halt Disney's hand-drawn projects. Of course, since Disney was under his banner, such resistance wouldn't stem from external sources, but was more likely to come from within Disney's management. Eric enjoyed a cordial relationship with Katzenberg, yet he certainly didn't believe that Katzenberg would be completely compliant with him. If he were only diligent without a strong sense of self-judgment, Katzenberg wouldn't have reached this level in the first place. What a headache. Eric couldn't help but rub his forehead, just as Joanna pointed outside and said, "Eric, look, it's snowing again." "Yeah," Eric replied, turning to look outside. "Want to go outside for a bit? Once it starts snowing, it rarely stays too cold." "Sure," Joanna nodded and stood up. After putting on thick winter clothes, the two stepped outside the villa, where a fresh dusting of snow was already accumulating on the clear paths, softly drifting snowflakes twirling in the air like willow seeds. Joanna stretched out her hand, which was covered in pink fuzzy gloves, to catch a few snowflakes from under the eaves, gently blowing them away as they landed. Eric, however, glanced toward the sky, wondering when Virginia would return. Joanna asked gently, "Eric, can you make a snowman?" Seeing the faint glimmer of hope in Joanna's slender eyes, he accepted. "Let's build one." Joanna replied affirmatively, watching Eric walk toward a nearby shed to grab some tools. After a while, Eric came out with a shovel and chose a spot on the lawn to start shoveling the untouched snow clumsily. Joanna asked a servant to bring out a chair she usually occupied and draped a blanket over herself, smiling as she watched Eric from the porch, quietly observing him as he worked. After more than half an hour, an awkward snowman stood up, and Eric returned from the kitchen with a carrot and 2 little green oranges to fashion the snowman's eyes and nose. "And hands, Joanna pointed and murmured. Eric looked around and, spotting some dry branches from nearby shrubs, fashioned them into arms for the snowman, brushing his hands together. "How does that look?" Joanna tilted her head to examine it, then childishly gestured. "A hat. It needs a hat." "Oh, wait for a moment," Eric responded, heading into the house. A short while later, he emerged with a pink straw hat and placed it atop the snowman's head. "Huh, that hat was Vicky's," Joanna commented after examining it carefully. Eric set down his tools, brushed the snow off himself, and walked over. Accepting a steaming cup of water from Joanna's hands, he took a few sips and chuckled. "Who cares? It's just a hat. Does the snowman look good?" "Yeah," Joanna nodded, then added, "When I was little, Dad used to make snowmen with me in winter, but it's been years." Hearing the nostalgia in her voice, Eric took her hand and patted it gently. "Once the baby is born, you can go back to Poland for a while, or you could bring them here." "My parents won't come. They don't speak English." Joanna shook her head. As the two continued their quiet conversation, Virginia's Chevrolet van pulled into the driveway, the petite woman stepping out, bundled up tightly. She waved at Eric and Joanna while instructing her driver and assistant to unload things from the vehicle. "What are you two doing outside? Aren't you cold?" Eric just finished building a snowman. Joanna pointed to the lawn. Virginia followed the direction of Joanna's finger and instantly reacted as if someone had stepped on her tail. "Ah, my hat. My limited edition Chanel." "Eric, you bastard," the petite woman shouted, running towards the odd-looking snowman. Virginia's assistant, seeing her boss's sudden excitement, instinctively followed closely, arms outstretched ready to catch her if needed. Eric, feeling helpless, stood up, fearing that Virginia might fall, and hurried across the thickly accumulated snow on the lawn. "My hat. The limited edition Chanel," Virginia yelled as she plucked the pink straw hat off the snowman's head, then angrily kicked the snowman with her boot, sending it tumbling to the ground. In a blink, she had leaped into the air. Eric caught her carefully and gently set her down beneath the eaves. Looking at Virginia, who still held the hat possessively and shot him an angry stare, he reached out and playfully smacked her, but, saying, "Which is more important, the hat or the baby?" "The hat," Virginia blurted out, pausing for a half-second before continuing. "Is just as important as the baby." Eric sighed in exasperation, turning to instruct Virginia's assistant to bring their purchases inside. He gave Virginia a gentle push and led her into the house, with Joanna softly laughing as she followed behind them. After shooing Virginia off to change out of her heavy winter clothes, Eric finally found time to help the servants organize the pile of items the women had bought. It wasn't until evening that Virginia's irritable mood finally passed. Having spent a warm Thanksgiving with the two women, Eric didn't leave. Although the holiday would pass quickly, as the boss, he certainly had the right to arrange his own breaks. Besides spending more time with the two women, Eric had some other matters to attend to. After Thanksgiving, the long-developed Internet Explorer browser was finally launched. Since software during this era primarily relied on floppy disks for distribution, despite initially deciding to offer IE for free, the company had already spent so much on its development, they couldn't afford to give away floppy disks for free. Therefore, the Internet Explorer browser was still sold as a paid software, but at a very low price. While the IE company wouldn't lose money outright, they did not expect to make much profit from its sales. Meanwhile, Yahoo's portal website interface was completed as well. Thanks to ample time for technological development, when Yahoo launched its site, it came complete with a very user-friendly search function. To promote the site, Eric set all the Internet Explorer homepage settings to lead to Yahoo's main site. However, to avoid accusations of monopolistic practices, he didn't bind Internet Explorer to the Yahoo homepage directly, since, in this era, very few people usually modified their homepage anyway. Chapter 501-502, The Right Moment. The emergence of graphical web browsers like Internet Explorer, IE, significantly transformed how ordinary people access the Internet. Previously, users needed to navigate complex procedures to get online, which kept most people from becoming avid surfers. However, with IE's integration of the Yahoo homepage, everyday users could browse Internet information according to their preferences. They could also leverage Yahoo's search engine features to find content that piqued their interest. This shift made it much easier for people who had almost no experience with computers to explore the web. Thanks to effective advertising and word of mouth, IE sold 110,000 copies across major North American cities within just a week of its launch. Although the company didn't impose a limit on installations from each floppy disk, the software's sales trajectory continued to rise rapidly without any sign of decline. Some retailers even raised the prices significantly due to the overwhelming demand. The popularity of IE not only resulted in a surge in user applications for Internet services from mainstream telecommunications companies, but also led to a notable increase in personal computer sales for major brands by the end of the year. Meanwhile, both mainstream newspapers and specialized computer magazines attentively tracked the sudden market arrival of this magic software. Almost all North American TV news channels featured special reports on IE's soaring sales. More specialized publications like PC Magazine, InfoWorld, and Byte Magazine praised IE extensively, offering in-depth analyses of IE and Yahoo in their latest issues. Standing by the window in his study, Eric hung up his mobile phone and returned to the seating area by the sofa. Chris slid a freshly brewed cup of coffee toward him, curiously asking, "From Los Angeles?" Eric nodded. "Warner wanted me to attend the premiere of The Bodyguard, but I turned it down. I've been getting calls like that all week. Spielberg even had Drew call me 2 days ago to test if I could make it to the premiere of Schindler's List." Chris chuckled and inquired, "You're going to attend the premiere of Mr. and Mrs. Smith, right? After all, you're the screenwriter." "Maybe," Eric said, taking a sip of his coffee. Suddenly, light laughter came from the desk behind him. Turning around, Eric saw Virginia, Joanna, and Emily, who had come with Chris, huddled around a computer screen whispering to each other. While Eric couldn't fully grasp the industry's adulation for IE, Virginia made him aware of it. Due to the convenience of IE and Yahoo, Virginia, who previously had no interest in computers, had become fascinated with Internet browsing, spending hours in front of the computer screen. She often dragged Joanna along. If it weren't for the severe radiation from computer screens, which often left her skin oily after extended exposure, Virginia would have wanted to hold onto the computer all day long. Following Eric's gaze, Chris smiled knowingly at the sight of the three women. News from the IE headquarters indicates that in less than 2 weeks since its launch, total installations of the IE software have already surpassed 3 million, and it continues to grow explosively. As long as no competitors emerge, IE is expected to cover all Internet users in North America and Europe within 3 months. Likewise, Yahoo's homepage traffic is skyrocketing, and the company is expanding its website server to accommodate the influx. Eric patiently listened to Chris's information before asking, "These are all good news. Is there anything else?" "Of course," Chris replied. "Lately, Microsoft, Apple, IBM, and Oracle have all approached me about potentially buying IE and Yahoo. Apple even offered a high price of $150 million for both companies, clearly aiming for its operating system to dominate the IE software market. Additionally, several major internet service providers have contacted me. Steve Case from America Online plans to visit tomorrow to discuss personally." Eric only invested about $30 million in IE, Yahoo, and Hotmail online email services over the past year. If he sold IE and Yahoo to Apple, that would mean a quick five-fold return on his investment. However, with IE and Yahoo showing such strong growth potential, only a fool would sell them off. Other investors would typically consider going public to cash in after a while, but Eric had no intention of doing so before 1995. However, America Online was a very important piece in Eric's internet strategy, and with Steve Case expressing interest in both companies, it would be unwise to ignore him. "What does Steve Case want?" he asked. "He hopes to acquire IE and Yahoo, or at least Yahoo," Chris responded, gauging Eric's reaction. Knowing Eric well, Chris felt certain he wouldn't part with either company. His interest in merging with either IE or Yahoo might not be a bad option, Chris considered aloud. At this time, America Online had begun exploring online advertising. In September, Steve Case secured a $1 million online advertising deal, which, while insignificant compared to what a TV network or print media would typically charge, was arguably a breakthrough for the nascent internet. This demonstrated Case's outstanding managerial capabilities. Seeing the contemplative expression on Chris's face, Eric thought for a moment before saying, "Chris, do you know why I initially set up the browser, portal, and email services as 3 separate companies?" Chris smiled but remained silent, suggesting Eric continue. Eric didn't keep them in suspense, adding, "Because the computer and internet information industry is vastly different from the nearly century-old film industry. This is an emerging industry with plenty of aspects still in their infancy. Making a hasty move towards diversification isn't wise. If a company has too broad a product line, it becomes difficult to focus on excelling in any one area. The rapid development of computer and internet technologies means that if you fall behind, your competitors could leave you in the dust. So you want these 3 companies to operate independently. Refusing the Yahoo team's suggestion to set IE as the homepage means you want them to maintain a strong drive to improve their positions, right?" Chris surmised. Noticing that Chris had guessed his intention, Eric smiled. "Exactly. My plan is to wait until these enterprises achieve undisputed dominance in their respective fields before considering horizontal expansion. That's the sensible approach, rather than spreading ourselves thin from the start and ultimately falling behind more focused competitors, leading to failure across the board." "What should I say to Steve Case when he comes by tomorrow?" Chris asked. "If he needs a reason, just tell him what I just said. Both IE and Yahoo could engage in deeper cooperative ventures with America Online in certain areas, which would undoubtedly be mutually beneficial, but a merger isn't in the cards." While they chatted, light laughter again came from behind them. Eric turned around and asked, "Hey ladies, what's so funny? Care to share?" "Nothing much. Vicky found a joke website," Emily replied, looking up. Virginia also shifted her gaze from the screen and said to Eric, "I realized something." "What's that?" Eric asked, leaning back with a smile, cradling his coffee. Virginia pointed at the computer screen and exclaimed, "Although some information on these websites is interesting and diverse, much of it is outdated. We just saw a fashion website that provided brand information, and I actually read some of that last year in a magazine. The news sources aren't current either." Eric felt a spark of inspiration but kept his composure. "What do you think should be done about it?" Virginia replied, puzzled. "What's it to me? If they've got dated info, I'll simply stop visiting." Emily, sitting beside Virginia, noticed the flicker in Eric's eyes and remarked, "Eric, you're definitely onto something, aren't you?" "Yes," Eric nodded, turning to Chris with an enlightened expression. Chris is on the same page. Virginia typed a few keys on the keyboard, casting a curious glance at Eric and Chris. Then just say it already. Hiding things is no fun. Chris looked over at Eric and commented, I think Yahoo can create its own content. I'm not sure if you feel the same, Eric. As portal websites evolved, they mainly split into those offering search engine capabilities and those focused more on providing news. Although the former seemed more promising, the current scale of the internet hadn't yet reached the point where large search engines could thrive. Yahoo's existing search technology was sufficient. Thus, shifting towards a primarily news-based portal was undoubtedly a safer choice. Eric agreed. Close enough, but with so many content sections on Yahoo's main site, it simply wouldn't be feasible to do it all. They could test a few aspects that internet users find most engaging first. Perhaps, Chris glanced back at the women at the desk, lowering his voice slightly. Don't you think collaborating with traditional print media could be a more efficient way to obtain content? Looking at Chris's sly demeanor, Eric instantly thought of News Corporation. His relationship with Elizabeth wasn't a secret among those present, and Chris's expression suggested he wanted Eric to take the lead. News Corporation had operations across Australia, Europe, and North America, virtually covering the entire Western world with numerous types of newspapers, magazines, and a large number of television networks. Collaborating with News Corporation for content could be the difference between Yahoo thriving and merely surviving. However, solely considering Yahoo, the enormous News Corporation wouldn't likely be interested in a small fry like Yahoo, which had only just begun making waves in the online world. Eric didn't dismiss Chris's idea right away. I'll make time to talk to Mr. Murdoch, but I'm not overly optimistic. Establishing a dedicated content editing department at Yahoo is the way forward. Besides, Yahoo doesn't need to collaborate with such a colossal media group. Simply working with some individual newspapers and magazines for content would suffice. I'll head back and have the Yahoo team draft a plan ASAP, Chris nodded. After a moment of thought, Eric added, one more thing. Now that IE and Yahoo have launched, it's also time for stock equity incentives. I plan to allocate up to 20% equity for each company as rewards, but the payout will take place in 1995. Of course, these aren't being handed out unconditionally. The specifics of how much equity will be awarded depend on negotiations with each company's management team. The key metrics will include product market share, user numbers, revenue, patent holdings, company evaluation, etc. as of 1995. It's quite common for investors to grant equity incentives to management teams making significant contributions to a company. This not only keeps the company motivated, but also boosts its cohesiveness. Although Chris thought Eric's proposal of 20% equity was somewhat excessive, he understood that this was the best way to maximize motivation across the three companies. Moreover, Eric pointed out that it was up to 20%, not a mandatory distribution. If the teams didn't meet expectations, the equity incentives would certainly decrease. However, securing 20% to retain a team capable of keeping the three companies in a leading market position was a worthwhile investment. Thinking along these lines, Chris began to ponder specific contract details with the three companies' management. Chapter 502-503, The Christmas Box Office. After spending a month in New York with two women, Eric finally returned to Los Angeles just before Christmas. The Christmas season was one of the most important times of the year for film releases, second only to the summer blockbuster period. Most films planned for the Christmas box office were set to premiere during the weeks of December 18th and December 25th. Firefly Films had positioned their final release of 1992, Ace Ventura, Pet Detective, for December 18th. Unfortunately, Jim Carrey and TG Films had been unable to come to terms on their next film's salary. At the beginning of December, Carrey publicly expressed his outrage to the entertainment media regarding being duped into signing the option contract, stating he had no intention of attending the premiere of Ace Ventura, Pet Detective. Just days before the premiere, after long and drawn-out negotiations, Jim Carrey finally signed another film deal for $11 million with Firefly Films. As a result, audiences saw his familiar face at the premiere on December 17th. Hollywood stars often agreed to work for little to no pay for directors or producers who had helped them early in their careers. However, they frequently clashed with the production companies that had discovered them, leading to messy disputes over salaries. This had become a customary trend in Hollywood, which Eric was accustomed to by now. Aside from Ace Ventura, Pet Detective, Warner Brothers released The Bodyguard, and Columbia Pictures and Firefly Films collaborated on Mr. and Mrs. Smith on the same date. Though Eric did not attend the premiere of Ace Ventura, Pet Detective, he eventually showed up at Mr. and Mrs. Smith premiere after Peter Guber's persistent invitations and Nicole's gentle entreaties. According to the initial agreement, the 5 films that Firefly Films had partnered on with Columbia would have North American distribution rights go to Columbia, while Firefly Films handled overseas distribution. This arrangement was designed to mitigate the effects of the private pact between Eric and Peter Guber. Columbia's international distribution network had begun to fragment, and if they managed overseas distribution, Mr. and Mrs. Smith's international box office could drop to half of what was originally anticipated. Because of their confidence in Mr. and Mrs. Smith, Columbia invested nearly all their resources into the film, arranging for more than 2,800 screens during its first week. Once this number became public, most media outlets speculated that Columbia's overly ambitious release strategy could lead to a significant downturn in ticket sales the following week. However, after 3 days of screenings over the opening weekend, Mr. and Mrs. Smith raked in an astonishing $39 million. Projections suggested that the opening week could touch the $60 million production budget, a feat typically seen with summer blockbusters, shaking the industry to its core. With this success, the majority of the media that had previously criticized Columbia's promotional tactics started to change their tune, taking the time to analyze the reasons behind Mr. and Mrs. Smith's achievements. Aside from the scale of the premiere, the film's use of the martial arts, which was distinct from prior North American action films, became the focal point for praise. After the opening weekend numbers were released, John Woo received numerous collaboration offers from various film projects and countless media interview requests in just a few days. Despite having signed with Firefly Films, John Woo felt tempted by the sizable directing fees and revenue sharing offered by other companies, but wisely refrained from private meetings with outsiders and had no intention of tearing up his contract with Firefly Films. He relished the media interviews, discussing his views on action aesthetics and Eastern martial arts, even flying back to Hong Kong to participate in a TVB special interview, basking in the glow of newfound fame. In his last life, the first major collaboration between Eastern martial arts elements and Hollywood commercial cinema was with The Matrix, which grossed over $450 million globally, catapulting Kung Fu into a popular craze within Hollywood. Earlier Kung Fu films predominantly starred Eastern martial arts talents and could not truly be classified as genuine Hollywood productions. Now, with the triumph of Mr. and Mrs. Smith, Hollywood began to pay attention to Hong Kong cinema, which was in the midst of its final booming period. Since John Woo had a contract with Firefly, other major studios understood they couldn't lure him away from Eric. Instead, they turned their sights toward other top directors in Hong Kong. Although Mr. and Mrs. Smith saw a box office dip exceeding 40% in its second week, it still earned $36 million, easily surpassing $100 million within just 2 weeks of its release. The film became the biggest sleeper hit of the 1992 Christmas season, with predictions that its total gross could potentially exceed $200 million. Both Firefly and Columbia would definitely recoup their advertising and distribution costs in North America and enjoy pure profits from their subsequent releases, a remarkable feat for Sony following their acquisition of Columbia. Peter Guber had previously harbored complaints about their collaboration with Firefly not being a special effects blockbuster, but now he felt elated. Even though Columbia would only net 40% of the profits from the original revenue-sharing agreement, it still amounted to more than the profits from most films Columbia had released in the past 2 years. If the next 4 films in their 3-year collaboration with Firefly managed similar results, Peter felt secure in his position as CEO of Columbia. Aside from Mr. and Mrs. Smith, Firefly's Ace Ventura, Pet Detective, and Eric's credit as executive producer on The Bodyguard also performed well. While neither achieved the soaring numbers of Mr. and Mrs. Smith, both films crossed the $50 million mark within 2 weeks. Apart from Firefly, Warner Brothers, and Columbia, the performance of the other major 4 studios during the year-end holiday season was underwhelming, with MGM suffering the worst. They had failed to produce a single film in an entire year, merely serving as a distribution agent for smaller companies. The total box office revenue for all films released by MGM in 1992 was barely $100 million, marking a significant decline. In December, due to Italian investor Giancarlo Peretti's fraud case, MGM was publicly auctioned by French banks, and no bids had yet been finalized. Although Eric was somewhat intrigued by MGM's vast film library, he refrained from making an offer to accumulate more funds for more promising investments. Fox had initially intended to acquire the rights to continue the Home Alone series from Firefly Films. However, the previous installment had been successful, but the young lead, Stuart Ronkel, growing up made it difficult for the company to continue featuring him. It was also the highest-risk phase for the franchise, and Fox offered only 50% of last year's price, while hoping for ancillary revenue from the series. Ultimately, negotiations fell through, and due to various considerations, the Home Alone series was effectively shelved, leaving Fox's own comedy films performing mediocre at best. Paramount's Martin Davis was too preoccupied with potential acquisitions by Viacom or QVC to focus on film production, resulting in a lack of new releases. Universal fared slightly better under Michael Eisner's leadership, implementing a low-budget, high-volume strategy at year-end. While other studios released 1 or 2 films, Universal released 6 films, each opening on approximately 1,000 screens. They adjusted their strategy based on performance. Industry insiders recognized that Eisner's approach was out of necessity. His brief tenure at Universal left no time to greenlight long-cycle, big-budget films. To improve Universal's business situation and boost investor confidence, Eisner devised this strategy. Aside from Schindler's List, the other 5 films were comedies or dramas with budgets under $20 million. Although their box office results were not stellar, during the 2 months surrounding Thanksgiving and Christmas, including Schindler's List, the 6 films collectively grossed over $200 million. Thus, reaching an additional $100 million around the holidays would not pose a problem, leading to significant profit potential. Simultaneously, Schindler's List had undoubtedly become a frontrunner for the Oscars. As a film depicting the Holocaust during World War II, focusing on the Jewish people, media coverage was remarkably cautious. Negative reports regarding Schindler's List were nearly non-existent in print and on television. Of course, not all voices were silent. Some Jewish groups raised concerns that Spielberg's film, while attempting to recreate historical events, lacked realism and depth regarding the atrocities. Meanwhile, some Jewish critics argued that the best way to handle the Holocaust would be silence rather than perpetuating victimhood, stating that could sow the seeds for future conflict and hatred. Regardless of external attitudes, once the film had been in theaters for several weeks and had substantial Jewish support, its box office quickly surpassed $40 million. Universal initially believed this would be a project destined to incur losses, but the surprising results encouraged Michael Eisner to intensify his efforts to cultivate a partnership with Spielberg. Having spent Christmas with Drew and Nicole at the Liberty City estate, Eric anticipated that these celebrations would wrap up the year in a lively atmosphere. Little did he know, the final box office figures for Hollywood would soon capture everyone's attention once again. While many films remained in theaters, predictions for total box office figures were becoming increasingly accurate, as they relied on early reviews and trends. Consequently, as the last days of the year approached, both professional and amateur magazines began reviewing and summarizing the films of 1992, with a particular focus on annual box office and total revenue for major studios. The results, released by various magazines, stunned insiders and outsiders alike. With a lineup of 6 films exceeding $100 million each, Twister, Sister Act, The Mask, Aladdin, Speed, and Ace Ventura, Pet Detective, along with 17 other films released by Disney, New Line, and other labels throughout the year, Firefly Films grossed a staggering $1.53 billion, far outpacing Time Warner's $840 million total. Firefly Films commanded 27% of North America's total box office revenue of $5.5 billion for 1992. Although some magazines raised objections, arguing that The Mask and Ace Ventura, Pet Detective should fall under TG Films, Records indicated Firefly's performance still vastly outstripped Time Warner's. Moreover, anyone familiar with Hollywood could recognize that the TG Films functioned essentially as a subsidiary of Firefly Films. Some took the position that if evaluating by investment rather than distribution, a large portion of Mr. and Mrs. Smith's box office revenue should also be attributed to Firefly Films, making it clear that most media outlets sided with the $1.53 billion figure. A market share of 27% was a remarkable statistic that had not been seen in Hollywood for many years. The Hollywood Reporter conducted an analysis demonstrating that Firefly's production and operational budget hovered around $800 million. After taxes, Firefly was projected to earn over $400 million in pure profits from North American box office receipts alone. Additionally, their overseas box office receipts were nearly on par. Following Disney's acquisition, Firefly Films had developed a robust entertainment industry chain. In addition to standard revenue from domestic and international box office, Firefly was poised to earn substantial profits from video cassette distributions, television broadcast rights, and exclusive licensing deals. Furthermore, they owned several Disney parks as well as specialty stores across major cities in the US and Europe, generating substantial revenues. It could be said that Firefly's total annual revenue would far exceed the $1.53 billion figure. However, unfortunately for the public, Firefly Films had not gone public and was not obligated to share its financial reports, leaving Eric and the core leadership team as the only ones fully aware of Firefly's actual revenue and profit margins. Chapter 503-504, The Market Value of Firefly Films. The media in North America, interested in Firefly's revenue situation, began to analyze information collected through other channels after being denied access to Firefly's public annual financial reports and having their interview requests rejected by the higher-ups at Firefly. The professional financial media provided somewhat reliable data, whereas the non-professional entertainment outlets didn't bother with fact-checking, often concocting sensationalized stories purely for attention. Before long, speculation about Firefly's operations flooded various publications, with most of them making baseless exaggerations that remarkably boosted their sales. Within just a few days, articles claimed that Firefly's annual profit had skyrocketed to $2.6 billion, leaving even Eric puzzled as to how the magazines had arrived at such figures. Jeffrey pushed open the door to Eric's office and found Eric deeply sunk into his leather chair, legs propped up on a dark red desk. Eric casually flipped through a thick printed document when Jeffrey knocked on the doorframe. Eric straightened up, set the document on the table, and gestured to Jeffrey. "Jeffrey, what's on your mind?" Jeffrey walked over, pulled out a chair to sit across from Eric, and glanced at the document Eric had been reading. Curiously, he asked, "Is that a new script?" "No." Eric chuckled, sliding the document toward him. "Take a look, it's from Chris." Seeing it was something from his son, Jeffrey took the document and discovered it was a draft contract for an incentive plan for the management of IE Company. After skipping through a few pages, Jeffrey began to feel dizzy. It was over 100 pages long and looked more like a thick book than a simple contract. The clauses were even more complicated than the agreements Hollywood stars signed with production studios. "Chris and I discussed this during Thanksgiving. We plan to grant around 20% equity rewards to the management of IE, Yahoo, and Hotmail based on their performance in 1995. Eric explained upon seeing Jeffrey set the document aside so quickly. Given the market expansion shown by both IE and Yahoo, both of which had previously exited product lines but were now valued at over $100 million in the capital market, the 20% equity incentive was significant. Chris had negotiated with management from all three companies for a full month before reaching an agreement. Furthermore, the contract detailed every possible scenario meticulously, which surprised even Eric when he first saw it. But upon reading it, he realized all the clauses were well-founded, showing Chris had dedicated substantial effort to this matter. "I don't really understand all this," Jeffrey said with a smile, shaking his head. Then he added, "Carolyn has already completed the annual financial report. You should have a look." With that, he handed Eric another document he had brought in. "Oh, that was quick. I thought it would take another week," Eric remarked, taking the document. New Year had just passed, and he hadn't expected the finance department to work so efficiently. I pushed Carolyn a few times, Jeffrey said, watching Eric go through the document. With all the commotion outside, I figured it was better to get it done sooner rather than later. Say, Eric, should we ask Carolyn to hold a press conference to reveal a bit of information? Otherwise, the media won't let up. Eric, perusing Firefly's 1992 financial report, responded, they already inflated Firefly's annual profit to $2.6 billion. Anyone with any sense knows that's nonsense, so let them guess. We're not obliged to satisfy their curiosity. Jeffrey chuckled, looking quite pleased. Even though $2.6 billion does sound outrageous, if the North American and overseas film and entertainment markets continue to expand at this rate, Firefly could reach that level in a few years. Of course, that's just a matter of time, Eric agreed. Currently, Firefly's primary revenue streams included film and entertainment, merchandise, theme parks, and television. Unlike a decade later when film and entertainment profits represented only a small fraction of revenue for media conglomerates, at that time, revenue from Hollywood's top 7 studios was still the main cash cow. In Firefly's 1992 financial report, total revenue from film and entertainment, covering North American box office, overseas box office, and video distribution, amounted to $4.2 billion. Although overseas box office revenue led with $1.8 billion, its profit margin was the lowest. After deducting costs such as theater shares and distribution budgets, profits from overseas stood at around $250 million with a mere 14% margin. In contrast, North American box office revenue was highly profitable, bringing in $1.5 billion, of which Firefly netted $520 million after deducting marketing and production costs. Finally, the profit margin from video distribution was the highest, yielding $580 million from $900 million in revenue after production costs, and even surpassed North American box office earnings. The merchandise earnings primarily came from the Disney merchandise stores. After acquiring Disney, Firefly delegated the development rights for the hit Toy Story merchandise to Disney's relevant departments. As a result, Disney store sales reached $1.6 billion this year, yielding $330 million in profit. Earnings from theme parks and resorts amounted to $3.7 billion, but with a hefty operating cost, the profit margin was only about 10%, generating $360 million. Additionally, the financial department classified the television show licensing earnings from Firefly's films under the television business segment. The total profit from shows like Friends, The X-Files, and Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, along with Firefly's 10% stake in Fox Television Network, reached $720 million. If operating expenses were ignored entirely, the total profit from these streams would equate to $2.76 billion, which was quite close to the $2.6 billion annual profit reported in the media. However, even with some costs already deducted, the salaries for the thousands of employees within Firefly's system, along with other expenses, remained substantial. Firefly also needed to provide ongoing funding for the technical departments of Digital Domain and Pixar Studio, as well as start paying off part of the $2 billion debt owed from the Disney acquisition. After all these deductions, Firefly's profit narrowed down to around $1.5 billion. That didn't even account for the profit that actually fell into Firefly's pocket. Let's not forget that the state tax rate in North America was a staggering 35%. After paying taxes, Firefly's net annual profit came down to about $980 million. $980 million, Eric exclaimed upon seeing the final figure, feeling a strong urge to battle the tax issues with the IRS. Yes, $980 million. Jeffrey's tone was quite exhilarated. Among the 7 major studios in Hollywood, due to owning higher profit entities like Turner Broadcasting, Warner's annual profit stood at $950 million. Warner had maintained its dominant position in Hollywood for nearly a decade, but Eric's report marked the moment Firefly would surpass Warner as Hollywood's top dog. Jeffrey could not help but inquire, Eric, what do you plan to do next? Eric set the financial report down, shaking his head. I haven't made any further plans yet, at least not until next year. Why not? We already have all this cash on hand. It would be a shame not to invest it, Jeffrey countered, surprised. But we can't just invest for the sake of investing. and this cash might not even cover my needs, Eric replied. According to historical trends, as film investment scales grew, profits in film and entertainment tended to diminish. Meanwhile, television network profits had been steadily climbing. In a decade, they could represent more than half of all revenues for any media conglomerate. Thus, Firefly's next expansion plan would undoubtedly need to pivot towards television. However, even though the three major television networks in North America had yet to fall into the hands of any media conglomerates and their values hadn't begun skyrocketing, attempting to acquire them wouldn't come cheap. The oil crisis during the Gulf War was a rare opportunity for large profits, and Eric didn't want to heavily leverage investment institutions. The best strategy was to accumulate funds through Firefly's own strength. While this year's profitability had already energized the company, if next year's Jurassic Park could achieve the same sensation and record-breaking box office as in the original timeline, then Firefly's profits would surge once more, allowing them to gather sufficient funds for acquiring a television network. While Eric was sharing his future plans with Jeffrey, Alan knocked a few times on the office door and, after receiving permission, walked in. "Eric, there's an interview request here for you. I think you need to see this," Alan said, nodding at Jeffrey as he approached. Eric was puzzled. He had told Alan to reject all media interview requests, and since Alan had brought this one to him, it likely wasn't a typical invitation. From Forbes magazine? Eric raised an eyebrow at the interview invitation, sensing something unsettling. Alan nodded, looking quite pleased. "This is an invitation from Steve Forbes himself, the editor-in-chief of Forbes magazine. There are some materials attached." Eric acknowledged with a murmur, but continued reading. Since the early 1980s, Forbes had published a sensational list of America's billionaires. In 1985, due to the rapid rise of Walmart, Sam Walton had been atop that list as the richest American. However, unfortunately, Sam Walton had passed away last April, with his wealth of over $20 billion distributed among his wife and children. Under such circumstances, although the Walton family remained the richest in the U.S., none of its members could climb to the top of the North American wealth rankings again. At that moment, the materials accompanying the interview request from Forbes outlined an overall valuation of Firefly Films, which came to $10.5 billion. After accounting for Firefly's liabilities and assessing Eric's assets from the Firefly Investment Company, Forbes estimated Eric's net worth at $9.5 billion, a figure capable of securing the top spot on the American billionaires list. In the original timeline, in 1995, Bill Gates had skyrocketed in wealth thanks to the success of Windows 95 and topped the wealth list at over $12 billion. Yet in the current context, the North American economy hadn't begun its recovery, and with Sam Walton's passing, Eric's valuation of $9.5 billion was sufficient to take the number one spot. Counting carefully, Eric held over 98% of Firefly's assets, while Jeffrey and Michael Lynn's shares had been diluted after the acquisition of Disney. Jeffrey's share was down to 1%, and Michael's was even less, while Pixar executives like John Lasseter, Ed Catmull, and Stan Winston merely held stakes in corresponding subsidiaries. Therefore, it could be said that Eric owned nearly all of Firefly. If Firefly had been a publicly traded company, given its performance this year, crossing Forbes' valuation of $10.5 billion wouldn't have posed much of a challenge once the annual report was released. However, Forbes seemed acutely aware of the volatility of film investments, and thus provided a relatively accurate valuation. This number, minus Firefly Films' liabilities, reflected Eric's net worth. Additionally, after Cisco's many expansion-oriented mergers and acquisitions, Firefly Investments' shareholding has slightly decreased, but it still maintains a 36% shareholding, which at Cisco's current valuation was worth around $1 billion, representing Firefly Investments' most valuable enterprise. The cash reserves of $1 billion in Firefly Investment evidently eluded Forbes' grasp. Putting it all together, $9.5 billion seemed to align closely with Eric's current wealth status. Chapter 504, 505, Private Dealings. Eric looked down at the information while Alan quietly updated Jeffrey about the matter on the other side. "Eric, this is a good thing. Although I feel that the $9.5 billion figure might be underestimated, you could speak directly with Steve Forbes. I'm sure they'll be willing to provide a more accurate number." Jeffrey said with a grin after listening to Alan. Eric had no objections to heading the Forbes list of America's wealthiest. In the capital-driven society of America, immense wealth equated to significant power. Though the fortune he made during the oil crisis had its speculative aspects, it wasn't illegal, and Eric's wealth could withstand any scrutiny. But what about the future? Drawing from his past experiences, Eric believed he could seize most opportunities for creating substantial wealth in the coming years, while easily avoiding potential pitfalls such as the internet boom, the Asian financial crisis, or even the longer-term subprime mortgage crisis. As his wealth compounded through these strategies, Eric even felt that he might reach a level of wealth so vast it could rival nations, a thought that could be quite shocking for ordinary people. While mulling over these ideas, Eric felt not just excitement, but also a strange sense of uncontrollable fear beginning to take root. "Eric, what's wrong?" Jeffrey noticed Eric's expression and asked, puzzled. Coming back to reality, Eric replied, "Nothing, just thinking about a bunch of random things." Having known each other for several years, Jeffrey understood Eric's character quite well. After a moment's thought, he pointed at the invitation sitting before Eric. "You don't want that position?" "Yeah," Eric nodded. "I suddenly remembered an article I read about how in 1985, Forbes magazine abruptly named Sam Walton the richest man in America. Over the next few months, this otherwise quiet elderly man was hounded by countless reporters. That alone might not have been too bad, but he and his family faced more than a dozen attempted kidnappings within half a year." Jeffrey chuckled. "Aren't you always pretty good at personal security? I don't think you need to worry. As for media attention, we're in the entertainment industry. The more attention, the better." Eric said with a wry smile. "Jeffrey, that kind of attention doesn't really help. My status as a director. Seems like you really don't want that position. Handle it how you like. I need to prepare for tomorrow's financial meeting." Jeffrey shrugged, gathered the annual financial report he had just picked up, and left Eric's office. Eric twirled a pencil in his hand, deep in thought for a moment, before saying to Alan, "Please schedule a meeting with the editor of Forbes, Steve Forbes. If he can make time, I'd like to invite him for dinner at the Liberty City estate." Alan nodded and left Eric's office. However, Eric felt no longer at ease as he had while reading Chris's contract earlier. Frowning, he bowed his head, lost in thought, absently scribbling meaningless words on a piece of draft paper. About 10 minutes later, Alan knocked and entered again. "Eric, Mr. Steve Forbes said he can come this Saturday." The middle-aged man wearing glasses stepped out of his car and, like many others, looked up at the silver shell-shaped building with a slight tilt of his head. Spotting a young man walking towards him, he quickly composed himself and smiled warmly. "Hello, Mr. Forbes," Eric said enthusiastically, extending his hand. Steve Forbes shook Eric's hand with a beaming smile. "Mr. Williams, it's great to meet you." Since Firefly Films had acquired Disney last year, Forbes magazine had begun to keep an eye on Eric, investing significant resources into gathering information related to him. The first time Steve Forbes saw the compiled information from his team, he felt a sense of unreality. Here was a 22-year-old who, in just over 4 years, had built a fortune approaching $10 billion from scratch. Following Sam Walton's recent passing, the next potential figure to watch for the title of America's richest became a topic of significant interest, and Forbes sensed that Eric's story was likely to turn into a significant headline for the magazine. Thus, he personally reached out to Eric for an interview, not expecting the young billionaire to respond with an invitation. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Eric gestured for him to follow. "Please, come with me, Mr. Forbes." In the restaurant, waiters began serving an exquisite lunch, then quietly retreated. After a bit of conversation, Steve's tone became more familiar. "Eric, I hear you designed this place yourself?" Eric smiled without rushing into formalities and shook his head. "That might be a bit exaggerated. I only drew up a sketch. The main design work was handled by Frank Gehry. He's an exceptionally talented architect." "That's true. I've seen some of Frank Gehry's works. They are very imaginative," Steve agreed, but his mind wandered to other thoughts. Even in just a few minutes, he sensed that the company's initial assessment of Eric's personality was quite off. They had anticipated Eric would be flashy like Larry Ellison, the CEO of Oracle, but during their brief interaction, Steve felt Eric was much more composed and reserved than he expected. He also began to understand Eric's reason for inviting him. The two chatted casually about various topics until lunch was nearly over, at which point Eric said, "Steve, honestly, when I saw that information from Forbes magazine, I was quite surprised. I remember a few months ago, some media outlets speculating on my wealth, estimating it at around $5 billion. Steve knew the main topic was approaching, so he confidently said, "Those magazines' information channels and analytical capabilities are nowhere near those of Forbes. I'm sure our numbers are either accurate or at least not too far off." Exactly. That's why I was so surprised. Firefly isn't a public company, and few people had paid attention to Firefly's investments. It was unexpected how Forbes managed to gather such detailed information. However, Steve, I'm inviting you for a rather bold request. Although Steve had anticipated the outcome, he remained impassive and gestured for Eric to continue. I hope that this year and in the future, the wealth attributed to me on the Forbes list reflects the vague figures that other media provide. Like this time, a number around $5 billion would be perfect. I don't want my position on the list to stand out too much. Steve Forbes showed no outward surprise, as he had clearly heard similar requests before. "Eric, there's something you might not know. Besides being CEO of Forbes, I'm also a member of the National Taxpayer Union's board. In addition to monitoring and constraining tax policies to protect taxpayer interests, this union also has the responsibility to provide the IRS with necessary data. In America, people couldn't escape two facts in life: death and taxes. Those who approached Steve Forbes with similar requests usually aimed at tax evasion, and it was clear he was viewing Eric through a similar lens. Upon hearing those words, Eric understood that this was their perspectives diverged. Steve, even without this situation, Firefly would definitely be on the IRS's radar. Everyone is well aware of this, and I don't intend to evade taxes illegally. Eric, if that's the case, I'm not understanding why you'd want to do this. I think topping the wealth list shouldn't be a negative thing for you." Eric chuckled. "Steve, if I need to give a reason, let's just say I want to remain low-key." Steve Forbes couldn't help but study Eric closely. As a media person, having social insight was fundamental, and he could sense that Eric's reasoning held some truth, but instinctively, he wasn't quite ready to believe it. Since the launch of the Forbes 400 in 1982, the magazine had always been controversial. While it received several requests similar to Eric's to hide wealth, more billionaires openly or privately criticized the magazine for undervaluing their fortunes. Despite Forbes magazine being known for its integrity and uncompromising spirit, it was fundamentally impossible to stick to those principles. After all, being a financial magazine focused on billionaires, maintaining a good rapport was essential for survival, and if they offended a single billionaire, it could easily lead to a domino effect of displeasure among their peers. If these wealthy individuals truly sought retribution against Forbes, it would not be overly difficult for them to do so. After deliberating for a while, Steve Forbes finally concluded, "Eric, that figure of $5 billion is a bit low. Forbes is a highly professional magazine. We can't just guess like the entertainment outlets do. If we publish that, the ensuing criticism would undoubtedly impact Forbes's credibility. Therefore, I can agree to not place you in the top spot, at most." Eric thought for a moment and agreed. The public's attention usually gravitated toward the name at the top of the list. His recollection of future billionaire rankings showed that while Bill Gates, who would be a future number one, drew all the attention, not many cared about the second name. Given that Steve agreed to Eric's request, he certainly had to reciprocate. "Thank you for your understanding, Steve. In return, Firefly Films is willing to enter into a long-term advertising partnership with Forbes. I'll make sure our PR department reaches out to your company about this soon." Since there was no prior relationship, a mere statement like, "I owe you a favor," would have seemed insincere. As a film company, Firefly spent several $100 million annually on advertising. Aside from the flagship Forbes magazine, the Forbes Group owned other newspapers and magazines, which were the main channels for movie promotions, making a long-term advertising agreement mutually beneficial. A fleeting look of understanding crossed Steve Forbes's face, accompanied by a faint smile as he lifted his goblet from the table. "Then, Eric, here's to a successful partnership. Eric hesitated for a moment before realizing the implication as he raised his own glass, smiling. To a successful partnership. 3 days after Steve Forbes left, Forbes magazine sent Eric a revised figure. The original $9.5 billion was adjusted down to $7 billion, and the planned interview was also canceled. Though the fifth-place ranking still appeared somewhat prominent, it wouldn't overshadow the new richest man that followed Sam Walton. With that matter resolved, Eric turned his attention to other plans. In the coming period, besides being busy with post-production for Jurassic Park and managing Firefly's daily affairs, Eric dedicated a significant amount of time to discussions with Chris, who flew to Los Angeles to meet with Eric several times. Before long, Firefly Investment Company began transferring its shares in Cisco. As a high-tech firm closely watched by Wall Street investors, Cisco had been on an impressive growth trajectory in recent years. However, once investors learned about Firefly's transfer of Cisco shares, many began contacting Chris, but after discovering certain details, they quickly lost interest. Chapter 505-506, Breaking It Down. Eric stepped off the plane and was just about to leave the airport with a few associates when he noticed Elizabeth, dressed in a khaki trench coat, waving at him while pulling a simple suitcase behind her. She quickly made her way over. After the Murdoch family moved their business center to the United States, they settled in New York. During the holidays, Elizabeth returned to New York to spend time with her family. Eric hadn't expected to run into her at the airport while she was heading back to Los Angeles. Eric had his bodyguard help Elizabeth with her luggage before asking, "You're back so soon. Why not stay in New York a bit longer?" "Staying in New York isn't all that fun. I spend all my time attending parties, and it gets boring. I'd rather come back to work," Elizabeth replied, glancing at Eric. "Speaking of which, I've been hearing quite a bit about Firefly Investments lately. What exactly are you doing?" "I'm planning to conceal my assets by breaking them down into smaller pieces, making it harder for people to guess just how much I have," Eric responded candidly, knowing that even if he didn't admit it, those with an interest would probably figure it out. For now, he couldn't exactly hide Firefly Films, but the entertainment industry had plenty of room for maneuvering. Furthermore, since Firefly Films wasn't publicly traded, it wouldn't be easy for anyone to uncover its financials. However, some assets that Firefly Investments held were openly visible, like Cisco. Anyone paying a bit of attention could quickly find out that Firefly Investments was the largest shareholder of Cisco. At present, Cisco was valued at just over $2 billion, not too eye-catching. However, Cisco's development hadn't strayed from its historical path, with the current CEO, John Chambers, who was crucial to Cisco's success in the original timeline, already confirmed as his successor. If Cisco's market valuation eventually ballooned into the hundreds of billions, Firefly Investments' portion would become quite significant. Moreover, Eric had investments beyond just Cisco. Following the Forbes list incident, he had to start planning for the future. After discussions with Chris, Firefly Investments began its strategy by first handling its shares in Cisco. Firefly Investments injected funds into a select few private non-listed funds before conducting a reverse buyback of some of its Cisco shares. Using this method, Firefly Investments quickly distributed its Cisco shares into those funds. However, due to well-structured agreements, Firefly Investments' control over Cisco remained unchanged, with no alterations in the representative board members. This kind of indirect shareholding was quite common in North America. Even industry giants like General Electric, ExxonMobil, and Bell Telephone Company had their shareholder lists filled with various well-known and lesser-known funds, trusts, and capital management companies, with the true owners of these shares usually unknown. Not just with Cisco, but Firefly Investments planned to approach its investments in IE, Yahoo, and Hotmail in the same indirect fashion through trusts and other means. Upon hearing Eric's answer, Elizabeth couldn't help but laugh. Compared to Firefly Films, what does your stake in Cisco even amount to? Why not find a way to conceal your involvement with Firefly Films too? Eric shrugged. That's too big of a goal. It's going to take time. I don't know why you're going through all this trouble, as if you're afraid someone will steal your things. Saying that, the pair made their way outside, where Elizabeth waved her hand at her driver, signaling him to leave, and got into Eric's car. Eric got in from the other side and continued the previous discussion. "I'm not worried about others stealing from me. but I do want to be considerate of fragile sentiments. I wouldn't want anyone to see how much money I've got and be provoked, leading to some unfortunate event. Elizabeth clearly took Eric's comments lightly, playfully punching him on the shoulder with her small fist and teasing, "You egotist." Eric just chuckled and didn't dodge her harmless little jab. "I'm headed back to the Liberty City Manor. Are you coming with me?" Elizabeth blinked a few times, as if suddenly remembering. "Oh right, I forgot about that. Hey, Carter, turn around and take me back to Beverly Hills first." Carter Moan glanced at Eric through the rearview mirror. As a bodyguard who had been with Eric for a while, he knew well about Eric and Elizabeth's relationship. "Just keep driving to Malibu." Eric waved his hand at Carter and turned to Elizabeth. "I remember Julia took her little one back to her parents' place. Your place hasn't been cleaned in ages, so you might as well stay with me tonight." Hearing Eric's direct invitation, Elizabeth's cheeks slightly flushed. She forced a casual in response, turned her head, and pretended to admire the view outside the window. Wrapped in a thick bathrobe, Elizabeth finally remembered her suitcase was still carelessly left at the villa entrance. Embarrassed, she chided herself for being so hasty a few hours earlier. She had landed at 4 in the afternoon, done some things, and taken a short nap, and now it was past 9 in the evening. Feeling hungry, she hesitated before heading downstairs. The small living room was lit, and upon entering, she found Eric casually lounging on the sofa, a black laptop resting on an elegant aluminum frame in front of him. He continually tapped at the keys, making soft clicking sounds. "Hey, I made some late-night snacks for you," Eric said, nodding toward the food on the glass table when he spotted Elizabeth walking in. "I called you to come upstairs, but you were already in the shower. What are you working on?" Elizabeth asked, not in a rush to eat. She leaned over the back of the sofa to peek at Eric's laptop screen. The script for Interview with the Vampire. Recently, the box office and critical reception for Bram Stoker's Dracula has been pretty good. The production team also finalized a deal with David Geffen for the collaboration. "We're aiming for a release by the end of the year. How's your Buffy the Vampire Slayer coming along?" "If it weren't for this, I would have returned at the beginning of the month," Elizabeth replied. "I auditioned for the female lead in New York, following your suggestion. We plan to choose girls with dance backgrounds. This will shorten training time and make action scenes easier to film. We're hoping to have the pilot ready before May. Have you selected anyone?" Eric casually queried, typing a note into the script document. "Yeah, we picked a few girls. They'll be coming to Los Angeles in a few days to have final auditions with the local candidates," Elizabeth said, glancing at the laptop for a moment before shifting to sit across from Eric, placing the food tray on her lap. Eric nodded, continuing to type. "Hey, will you come to the final auditions? There are going to be some really beautiful girls," Elizabeth asked after a brief pause. Eric chuckled. "Let's skip that step. You know my preference. Just send me the final selections, and I'll take it from there." Elizabeth lightly scoffed, tossing a piece of breadcrumb at Eric in mock annoyance. "Hey, I almost forgot. What brought you to the airport today? I thought you had such a mischievous mind that you'd neglect that question," Eric teased. He adeptly caught the crumb that flew his way and took a bite before answering. "I went to San Francisco. Pixar's new animation is nearly done, so I went to check the reel and discuss the Super Bowl teaser with John and the team." "Is this for the sequel to Toy Story?" Elizabeth asked curiously, recalling that Firefly had always termed its upcoming Pixar animations as untitled new Pixar animation. She hadn't really paid attention until now, realizing the new 3D animation was almost finished. "No, the new animation is tentatively titled A Bug's Life, telling the story of an ant family in an oasis fighting against the oppression of grasshoppers," Eric succinctly explained. Elizabeth looked at Eric and waited a few seconds before asking, "Is that it? Nothing more? If I told you everything now, it would ruin the surprise. You can catch it in theaters when it releases." "I'm not going. Those are for kids," Elizabeth pouted. After finishing their late-night snacks, Elizabeth tidied up the dishes in the kitchen and returned to the small living room. Despite it being 10 at night, she didn't bother with pajamas after her afternoon nap. She seized the remote control from the glass table and joined Eric on the sofa, hugging a cushion to her chest as she randomly selected a late-night talk show. After watching the host's witty commentary on recent events for a while, Elizabeth turned to Eric. "Hey, Eric, Is Firefly planning to develop its own TV network next? Did your old man guess it? Eric asked, turning to her. Elizabeth nodded. Media conglomerate integration has become an inevitable trend. Firefly's reach in the film sector has already hit its limit. Next, we're definitely expanding towards becoming a comprehensive media group. This will include not just a TV network, but also ventures into music and publishing, Eric explained, smiling. But rest assured, Firefly won't get into print media, so there won't be competition with News Corp on that front. With the rise of the internet, the decline of print media was becoming inevitable. Eric recalled that even the most famous newspapers in the U.S. encountered bankruptcy crises after entering the new century. He had no intention of wasting time in a declining industry. Don't think I don't know what you're up to. I heard that the site you set up last year, Yahoo, has recently been in talks with several print media groups. The editor of the New York Post even mentioned it to my dad. You're definitely planning to launch an online news site. Eric paused his typing and turned to Elizabeth, curiously asking, "What did your dad think about it?" Elizabeth smugly hummed a tune, not answering him, her expression saying she wouldn't spill to avoid hurting his feelings. Eric shrugged, realizing Murdoch was probably not optimistic about that idea's future. Having spent most of his life in media, Murdoch could easily tell that a proper foundation for large-scale online news development didn't exist in the current internet landscape. The existing online user base was mostly concentrated among college students and professionals, with ordinary people not at that level yet. However, he certainly couldn't predict how explosive the growth of internet users would be over the coming years. Hey, Liz, if one day I fought with your old man, who would you support? Elizabeth shot him a scathing look. I'd definitely side with my dad. How dare you fight an old man in his 60s? That's just disgraceful. I meant in a business sense. Then you two can duke it out however you please. Elizabeth leisurely reclined on the sofa, hugging the cushion while making her point. Given the current scales of Firefly and News Corp, some give and take would be expected over periods, but unless there was a significant industry upheaval, there was little chance of a mutual destruction scenario. Even now, amidst competitive relations, 20th Century Fox and Firefly coexisted without issues and even maintained some collaborations. The other major film companies in Hollywood faced similar situations. Eric chuckled, but said no more. He spent nearly another hour finishing the script of Interview with the Vampire, closed his laptop, and lightly patted the smooth leg of the girl resting on his lap. Are you tired? With no response, Eric turned to look, seeing that Elizabeth had already fallen asleep with her eyes closed. As the new award season approached, it didn't seem to have much connection with Firefly films. Most of the movies Firefly released last year were commercial hits. Even at the Golden Globes, which had a strong operational focus, the company could only manage a few nominations, with no real contenders for awards. Moreover, given the company's astonishing 27% market share at the box office last year, Firefly's lack of notable awards became a target for media to cast scorn, displaying a sense of sour grapes. Eric began his day reading several related articles in the morning newspapers, though he didn't pay much attention to them. He always believed that film awards were just icing on the cake, while Elizabeth took the opportunity to tease Eric about it. Chapter 506, 507, Say What You Want. Are you not planning to go to the Golden Globes again this year? Elizabeth asked, crossing her long legs while sitting next to the dining table, a hint of glee in her voice as she looked at the analysis of the nominees in The Hollywood Reporter for the 50th Golden Globe Awards. The Globes didn't include technical awards, and Eric's film Twister from last year had strong possibilities in sound and special effects, but received no nominations. I'll see how I feel, Eric replied, pushing aside the newspaper he had finished reading and slowly drinking his milk. Although Twister didn't receive any nominations, the Golden Globe Awards still sent an invitation to Eric for the ceremony. He just hadn't decided whether to attend. It was fine not to show up at these events, but once he did, he had to abide by the rules of the ceremony. Given his current level of influence, he would definitely be in front of the cameras frequently, and faking smiles for 2 hours at the event could be exhausting. Elizabeth knew Eric wasn't overly enthusiastic about the Golden Globes or the Oscars. She set down The Hollywood Reporter and casually picked up another newspaper nearby, reading the headlines of the entertainment section while she asked, "So, You really won't be vying for an Oscar in the future? Spielberg became a top director with Jaws in 1975, but after so many nominations, those old guys still won't give him a Best Director statue. If they're going to be so stubborn, I don't need to chase after them, Eric commented. Speaking of which, this time with Schindler's List, Spielberg should definitely be able to snag the statue, right? Of course, his biggest competition this year is Clint Eastwood's Unforgiven, but Unforgiven is a Western while Schindler's List is a historical drama. Plus, it deals with the Holocaust. Given the Jewish influence in Hollywood, there's no way Unforgiven can compare to Schindler's List. The reason Ben-Hur set records for Oscar nominations and wins was mainly due to its tribute to Jews. Eric said, then suddenly paused. Hey, Liz, is your family Jewish? Elizabeth grinned, shaking her head as she joked, Nope. So, feel free to say whatever you want. I won't expose your racial bias. Eric let out a sigh of relief. He had been a bit too casual when discussing race. People were sensitive about racial issues. In a private setting between two people, it was fine, but if he were in a public place or speaking to a Jewish person, some of his recent comments could easily lead to suspicion or resentment. Americans loved self-deprecating humor, but jabs about race tended to be a volatile subject that could blow up if not handled carefully. Comparatively, the backlash against anti-Semitism tended to be more intense than that against other marginalized groups, as illustrated by Mel Gibson's unfortunate experience in Eric's timeline. Noticing Eric's sudden quietness, Elizabeth decided to move on. After living in America for many years, she, like most Americans, seldom brought up race issues herself. Americans typically preferred to act silently when it came to racial discrimination. After finishing breakfast, Elizabeth noticed Eric wasn't in a rush to go to work and brought up another story she had seen in the newspaper. Paramount's deal with Viacom just got declared void by a Los Angeles Superior Court. QVC has made its first bid, $7.8 billion. That's way more than what you acquired Disney for last year. I bet this deal will wrap up soon. Not likely. Last year, Hollywood movies saw a global box office increase of 15%. I expect it'll maintain similar growth in the coming years. If I hadn't paid a premium for Disney last year, I wouldn't be getting $6.5 billion for it this year. Martin Davis might not be a great film executive, but he is smart enough to realize that if he can't hold on to Paramount, the longer he drags this deal out, the better it is for him. Listening to Eric, Elizabeth's mind wandered back to events from last year. Wasn't Martin Davis on Kauai when you were filming Jurassic Park? Why didn't you intervene in that? Didn't Summer Redstone give you a lot of trouble when you acquired Disney? That's an interesting topic, Eric chuckled. Let's say you're racing down a runway with a group of people. If you're already in the lead, will you stop to set up obstacles for the others? Or will you keep running to put more distance between yourself and your competitors? Of course, I'd keep running, Elizabeth answered without hesitation. But I feel that's two different things. Setting obstacles for your opponents won't benefit you, but working with Paramount would be different. In the case of the Japanese acquisition of Columbia and Universal, Firefly partnered with them because, under those circumstances, both Columbia and Universal would offer a higher profit-sharing margin. At that time, Firefly wasn't strong enough on its own. But now, if I have good ideas, I can use Firefly's channels to absorb all the profits. There's no reason to set any obstacles just to hand a portion of the benefits over to Paramount. Moreover, the Japanese are outsiders. They aren't too familiar with Hollywood's operating mechanisms. When they see a film company's revenue boosting stock prices, they have to pay up. However, Viacom is different. Redstone started delving into Hollywood 10 years ago. He knows the rules very well. After he finished speaking, Eric noticed Elizabeth pondering and decided to change the subject. He smiled, tidied up the tableware, and asked, I'm heading to Playa Vista in a bit. How about you? Elizabeth snapped back to reality and replied, I'm headed back to Beverly Hills. At Firefly's Digital Domain Special Effects Center. Although Jurassic Park used a lot of model effects during production, the digital effects team never ceased their development of CGI technology. After nearly a year of technical breakthroughs, the dinosaur shots required for digital effects reached a level indistinguishable from reality. Thanks to having ample time, Eric didn't press Digital Domain to speed up. Their meticulous approach meant that post-production on Jurassic Park had only completed 70%. At least another 2 months were still needed before the film could be fully finished. Eric and Stan Winston reviewed the recent work, watching the scene where a T-Rex lets out a thunderous roar several times. Stan wore an excited and proud expression. Even 2 years prior, he wouldn't have imagined he would have the opportunity to create such a realistic depiction of an ancient beast. Eric, are you really not planning to showcase Jurassic Park's trailer during the Super Bowl? I think if this colossal creature appeared on the Super Bowl live broadcast, it would shock the entire world. Stan asked, working deftly on the computer beside Eric. Eric was deep in discussion about some shot details with a special effects artist. Hearing Stan's question, he replied, "That's exactly why I don't want to release the trailer so early. If we show the dinosaurs' images now, the surprise element will definitely diminish when the movie officially premieres." Sure, but even if it's not during the Super Bowl, you still need to air trailers on TV before the film is released, right? Eric confidently replied, "The marketing department has already devised a corresponding plan. When the trailer is made, it will primarily feature John Hammond's narration, utilizing appropriate suspense techniques. The dinosaurs will make appearances, but never fully reveal themselves. That's indeed an excellent method. By the way, the post-production on Deep Impact is complete. Do you want to take a look at it first?" Sure, Eric agreed, and the two walked toward another workspace within Digital Domain. After multiple revisions, the script of Deep Impact removed any scandalous elements and intensified the human dimension in moments of catastrophe. Moreover, with the powerful technical support from Digital Domain, Roland Emmerich boldly expanded the special effects scenes. This series of changes not only made the storyline tighter, but also rendered the already created special effects more impressive than Eric remembered from the original version. After this summer, Hollywood will truly enter the era of special effects movies, Stan Winston exclaimed as he found a spot in the studio's break area. If the previous year's films like Terminator 2 and Twister had only hinted at the immense potential of special effects cinema, this summer's blockbusters, Jurassic Park and Deep Impact, would surely confirm the enormous commercial prospects of special effects films if they achieved great box office success. Sitting separately on either side, Eric and Roland Emmerich joined the conversation. Eric joked, "If that's the case, Digital Domain is definitely going to have to expand again. The studio just can't accommodate that anymore." Stan pointed out toward the completed Firefly Studios outside the glass window. Roland Emmerich chimed in, "I heard that some undeveloped land nearby has been purchased by Firefly. Why not build a dedicated campus for Digital Domain?" Originally, Firefly had bought 100 acres of land in Playa Vista, using only a third to build Firefly Studios. As the studios and the surrounding area developed, another third would be converted into a community for the thousands of staff and their families working at the studios, with the remaining third reserved for future use. However, even with Digital Domain's expansion, Eric hesitated over whether they should specifically build a Digital Domain campus in Los Angeles. The tax rates and labor costs varied from state to state. California, being among the top economic powerhouses, had notably high tax rates and labor costs. Even though Digital Domain was currently one of the leading special effects companies in Hollywood with strong profitability, Eric had to consider the future, especially in an era where special effects companies would emerge en masse. 10 years from then, the key to survival for special effects companies would likely be moving to states or even countries with lower tax rates. Eric shared his concerns with Stan Winston. After a moment of contemplation, Stan suggested, "If that's the case, we should plan ahead and find suitable locations in other states to establish branches and recruit local employees to come to Los Angeles for training. This measure to create local jobs can earn us more tax incentives." Eric pondered, "There's no need to rush. After this summer, we'll see how the two films perform and take it from there." Roland Emmerich grinned. "Eric, do you lack confidence in your Jurassic Park? I've seen some shots, and they're simply stunning." "Of course not. I just worry it won't meet my original expectations." Stan Winston, intrigued, asked, "So what do you think Jurassic Park's box office should be?" Eric raised his hands from the table, his 10 fingers indicating a number to the two of them. $1 billion. Stan instinctively lowered his voice, carefully asking, while Roland Emmerich's expression shifted to one of surprise. Eric clarified, "Yes, but I mean the total worldwide box office. Even on a global scale, Stan pressed, fixated on Eric as if trying to confirm he wasn't losing his mind. The current highest box office record hasn't surpassed $800 million. E.T. grossed $790 million. Roland Emmerich chimed in. If E.T. could pull in nearly $800 million globally 10 years ago, then why couldn't $1 billion be possible 10 years later? Eric grinned at the slightly dazed expressions of his companions. How about we place a bet? For reasons unknown. As soon as they heard Eric wanted to bet, Stan Winston and Roland Emmerich immediately recalled a few years earlier when that 18-year-old kid made headlines with Columbia Pictures over a wager about Home Alone, which ended in Columbia losing terribly and cost the then CEO Cohen blunt control of the company. After a moment, Stan Winston and Roland Emmerich almost simultaneously shook their heads. No bet. Eric burst into laughter. Come on. I haven't made a bet in ages, and I truly don't have 100% confidence this time. Chapter 507, 508, The Big Ship. Stan Winston said, since you already have that thought in your mind, I think you're at least 90% sure. Roland and I aren't going to play a bet with only a 10% chance of winning. Eric was about to continue his gentle persuasion when a voice broke in. What bet? Did I miss something exciting? Turning around, they saw James Cameron approaching them with his wild, unkempt hair. The three stood up to greet Cameron, then sat back down and recounted their earlier wager. Cameron laughed, responding just like Stan Winston. No bet. Who doesn't know about your bet with Columbia back in the day? Besides, it's been over 10 years since Star Wars made over $700 million at the box office. It was inevitable that movies would start hitting the billion-dollar mark. Don't even mention $1 billion. $2 or $3 billion will be a piece of cake in the future. They all laughed again. Seeing that the other three were not biting, Eric dropped the topic and pointed at Cameron, who looked like he just emerged from the wilderness. Hey Jim, did someone rob you? Of course not. I've been out on a boat for 2 months. Cameron said, raking his fingers through his tangled hair. Roland Emmerich wasn't very familiar with Cameron, so he looked puzzled. However, Eric and Stan Winston knew all too well about Cameron's love for diving. Stan asked, Jim, where did you dive this time? Cameron replied, North Atlantic. We went to see a big ship that sank 80 years ago. Titanic. Eric blurted out instinctively. Cameron was a bit surprised. Eric, how did you know? Realizing his slip, Eric quickly made up an excuse. You just mentioned it. North Atlantic, a big ship that sank 80 years ago. The only thing I could think of was the Titanic, which sank on its maiden voyage in 1912. Cameron didn't question Eric's words and excitedly started rambling. Yes, it's the Titanic. We rented a submersible to take a look at that big ship. Even after 80 years underwater, it still looked massive, though it's broken in two. We were planning to go inside the cabins, but unfortunately, the submersible was too big to fit. I'm planning to develop a robot for underwater photography in the future. Next time, we can send it into the cabin for a closer look. Is it safe to say your credit card is maxed out again? Stan teased. Renting a submersible wasn't something just anyone could afford. While Cameron's directing fee had reached the top tier, he had not directed many films since starting out, averaging a movie every 2 or 3 years. Earning enough to support such an expensive hobby was challenging. So, I had to come back from the Atlantic, Cameron chuckled, not dodging the topic. He turned to Eric and said, Eric, isn't True Lies already listed as a project for this year? Why haven't you talked to Arnold about the contract? If you're not planning on casting Arnold as the lead, you better choose another actor sooner rather than later. Of course, Arnold will be the lead. But there's no rush on the contract. After all, we won't start shooting True Lies until the second half of the year. We can talk about it in June, Eric replied. Cameron and the others looked puzzled. Why take that approach? Roland asked. Eric smiled mysteriously and shook his head. You'll find out then. Stan suddenly recalled something and cautiously asked, does this have anything to do with Arnold's next film? I remember he's involved with a Carol co-action movie called Last Action Hero, directed by John McTiernan, who directed the first Die Hard film. We're handling the special effects for that. Well, it's probably Neil's team responsible for it. But there aren't many special effects shots, and we finished that last year. It should come out in June. Cameron, clearly impatient, asked, Eric, don't you underestimate that movie? Since Stan had pointed it out, Eric didn't hide his opinion and nodded. I had someone gather information on Last Action Hero. You all know that most of Arnold's fan base came from your Terminator series, Jim. But this Last Action Hero focuses on the kid market. Not many of the Terminator fans are children. At that, Eric shrugged. The other three understood. Arnold Schwarzenegger's fee was $15 million. When discussing the contract for True Lies, it was unlikely they could lower that price. But if Last Action Hero flopped at the box office, he would have to consider reducing his fee to regain popularity. Cameron thought it over and suggested, Eric, even if Last Action Hero performs poorly, Arnold's fame is still there. Even with a reduced fee, it won't drop too much. It might be better to sign the contract sooner. Let's wait a few months patiently, Jim. I guarantee Arnold will agree by then. When Cameron heard Eric say that, he shrugged and didn't press further. The True Lies script was initially pitched to him by Eric. Compared to the original Terminator, Cameron wasn't particularly excited about True Lies and was mainly doing it for the money. Although he was good friends with Arnold, he knew Firefly was the investor, and Eric was also his friend. Cameron wasn't going to get into a fight with Eric over Arnold. There were plenty of action stars in Hollywood who fit the True Lies script's criteria. Moreover, Cameron was well aware of Arnold's acting capabilities. If he could find a better actor, he wouldn't refuse. Well, as long as you know what you're doing, Cameron said. Before he could ask Stan Winston about any interesting developments in digital domain, Eric brought up Titanic again. Speaking of Titanic, I remember seeing in the paper that CBS is planning a miniseries about it. Jim, are you interested in that subject? A miniseries? No way. I'm not wasting my energy directing a series. That's just too much of a time waste, and the budget is too low to make anything good. Cameron shook his head vigorously. But then his interest was piqued. But if it's a movie, I might consider it. Eric responded, Of course, it's a movie. Cameron stared at Eric for a few seconds before asking, Eric, are you sure you're serious? Do I look like I'm joking? Well then, Cameron wanted to say something, but remembered he already signed a deal with Firefly. He could only say, Once I finish True Lies, I'll start preparing for that film. Stan Winston suddenly chuckled. Eric, don't let Jim fool you. His so-called preparation is definitely going to be Firefly covering the cost of a deep-sea exploration ship to continue his hobby. Cameron retorted, Hey, Stan, if we're actually going to make that movie, a detailed examination of the Titanic is a must. Eric said to Cameron, Jim, if you think it's necessary, Firefly can cover the funding. Cameron's eyes lit up, and he even made a fist gesture towards Stan. With a big player like Firefly supporting him, he could pursue his underwater exploration plan that he could never afford. Oh, of course, this was all for the movie preparation. Eric, seeing Cameron's excitement, added, But I have one condition. You say? Cameron seemed in a good mood. I can give you the maximum freedom and flexibility in budget for this film, but I want the final say on the choice of the leading lady. Cameron's expression shifted to cautious as he weighed the pros and cons before confirming. Eric, are you certain that if I hand over the choice of the leading lady to you, I'll have total control over everything else, from pre-production to final cut? Eric pointed at Stan Winston and Roland Emmerich. Yes, Stan and Roland are here. They can testify to what I said today. Though Stan Winston and Roland Emmerich did not understand why Eric suddenly felt this way, they nodded in agreement. Then it's a deal. Cameron immediately raised his palm, as if he feared Eric would backtrack. Eric slapped hands with Cameron. It's settled. Cameron withdrew his hand and grinned. Hey, speaking of which, I've got a great idea right now. How about you hear it out? Seeing Cameron so eager, Eric quickly interrupted. Jim, don't forget, you need to finish True Lies first. Cameron waved his hand. Of course. As soon as we finish the prep for True Lies, I can start shooting tomorrow. But let's discuss ideas about Titanic first. First of all, I think it should be a love story. Cameron's proposed concept for the Titanic script was largely in line with the original vision. By the time Eric left, Cameron was already discussing some special effects details with Stan Winston. With Cameron's pace of filmmaking, True Lies was set to be released in the summer of 1994, meaning Titanic would likely start shooting in 1995, with the release date being even harder to predict. Eric didn't dislike the idea of producing the miraculous film himself, but given his current numerous commitments, it would be tough to immerse himself fully in making a movie for several years. He certainly couldn't match Cameron's rigorous demands on film quality. It's known that in the original timeline, Titanic took 160 days to film, and it took over 2 years to go from the green light to final release. Though he wasn't sure what this timeline's Titanic would turn out like, Eric believed that as long as the final quality matched the original, it wouldn't be a problem to recoup even a $200 million budget. Throughout January 1993, Eric focused on the post-production of Jurassic Park. Come late January, during the 50th Golden Globe Awards, Eric chose not to attend the event. Instead, he saw the next day's newspaper featuring the host poking fun at him, along with the results of the awards. At the 50th Golden Globe Awards, Spielberg easily triumphed with Schindler's List over Clint Eastwood's Unforgiven, snatching the awards for Best Picture and Best Director. A few days later, the 65th Oscars announced their nominations, and Schindler's List dominated with 12 nominations, far ahead of all other contenders, becoming the major favorite of that year's Oscars. Naturally, Eric's Twister remained true to expectations, only snagging 2 inconsequential nominations for Best Sound and Best Visual Effects. However, the chances of winning those 2 nominations were nearly 100%. When Twister first hit theaters, it received widespread acclaim from critics for its sound design. As for visual effects, there were only 4 nominees, including Robert Zemeckis' Death Becomes Her, David Fincher's Alien 3, and Tim Burton's Batman Returns. In all aspects, none of these 3 films' effects could compare to the whirlwind devastation shown in Twister. Unfortunately, Eric would still have to skip this year's Oscars because, from late March to April, Virginia and Joanna would be giving birth to their 2 little ones. He certainly had to be there for both women during that time. By early February, as the Golden Globes had passed, the excitement for the Oscars began to rise. However, Premiere Magazine released its annual Hollywood Power List in its latest issue, shifting public focus back onto Eric. The response within Hollywood circles was even more intense. The Hollywood Power List was primarily ranked based on the influence and power of individuals in Hollywood in the previous year. In the first 2 years after Eric's rebirth, due to CAA's strong rise, it practically dominated most of Hollywood's A-list stars and script resources. Michael Ovitz of CAA consistently topped the Hollywood Power List, leaving major figures like Michael Eisner and Barry Diller in his wake. Chapter 508-509, The Hollywood Power List. Due to Eric's insightful analysis of the CAA's operational model in the CAA Revelation, and the subsequent reforms that various agencies implemented out of concern for the perceived threat from CAA, Hollywood now found itself in a 3-way competition among CAA, ICM, and WMA. To compete effectively with rivals that had woken up to the challenge, CAA could no longer maintain its previous dominant position while working with major film studios. As a result, Michael Ovitz found his rankings slipping outside the top 5. Last year, Firefly Films claimed the top spot in 1992 with a 27% share of the North American box office, far ahead of its competitors. Eric rightfully took the number 1 position in the Power List, while Michael Lynn, the CEO of Firefly Films, and Jeffrey Katzenberg, the CEO of Disney, occupied the 6th and 9th ranks respectively. Although those ranks weren't particularly high, Firefly Films boasted 3 positions in the top 10, prompting widespread discussion in the industry. Eric's ascent to the top spot faced no controversy. The figures proved his worth, particularly as his directorial debut, Twister, raked in nearly $700 million globally, making it the box office champion of 1992. However, many media outlets were reluctant to accept that both Michael Lynn and Katzenberg had made it into the top 10 alongside him. In Hollywood, almost any ranking stirs controversy, which helps to generate discussions and increase the list's visibility. When faced with skepticism from the public, Premiere Magazine steadfastly refused to admit any shortcomings in their ranking, instead gearing up for a media battle with renewed vigor. Typically, major media discussions leading up to the Oscars focused on the films nominated that year. Each nominated film exhibited its own flair, launching PR campaigns along with media opinion initiatives. But this year was different. Schindler's List loomed at the forefront, buoyed by its absolute political correctness. Given the unique status of Jewish individuals in Hollywood, traditional campaigning tactics proved largely ineffective, and competitors hesitated to criticize Schindler's List. Within this context, the topic of Premiere Magazine's Hollywood Power List gained substantial traction. Warner Brothers co-chairman Robert Daly stated in an interview that the board's prolonged indecision over the CEO position resulted in Time Warner being outpaced by Firefly Films. When asked about his fellow co-chairman, Terry Semel, who shared the second spot with him, Robert Daly declined to comment. His words were clearly aimed at pressuring the Warner board. Rumor had it that Robert Daly shared a close friendship with Eric Williams, a condition that might serve as a crucial bargaining chip in his pursuit of the Time Warner CEO position. After all, the previous CEO, Steve Ross, had solidified his status primarily through strong personal ties with renowned filmmakers like Steven Spielberg. Former New Line Cinema president Robert Shea publicly asserted that Michael Lynn was merely a puppet nurtured by Eric Williams, claiming that Lynn had no real decision-making power at Firefly Films. In a rare move, Firefly Films publicly refuted Shea's comments, asserting that Mr. Michael Lynn made significant contributions during his tenure as CEO. Andrew Fleischer, a well-known film critic at Variety magazine, openly criticized the selection criteria for the Hollywood Power List, suggesting that it should be renamed the Hollywood Influence List instead. At the Steinway mansion, Drew had to wake up early for the audition of the lead role in Buffy the Vampire Slayer. While sipping her cereal at the breakfast table, she casually glanced at the bold headlines on a newspaper Eric held and muttered, "I really don't get what all the fuss is about. Liz and I got ranked at 15, and we didn't even say anything." Eric flipped a page of the newspaper and replied with a chuckle, "Wasn't it just yesterday when someone on Hollywood Online scoffed at the Hollywood Power List?" "Absolutely. If you keep being this busy and don't spend enough time with me, you'll be too old for chasing after anything," she said playfully, her youthful face moving closer. "Eric, why don't we go to Century City together to help pick the lead for Buffy today? Weren't we securing the lead role last time you mentioned it? Hasn't anyone been selected yet?" "Nope. We've just been narrowing down the director and some supporting roles. The lead audition is set for today." Eric considered his schedule for today and realized he had no pressing matters to attend to. And, as Drew had just noted, he didn't want to turn into a workaholic robot. "All right, I'll give the studio a call and let them know I won't be there today." "When does the audition start?" "At 10 o'clock, so we're not in a rush. There are only 16 finalists, and we'll definitely finish the interviews today," Drew replied. While Eric and Drew continued discussing the Buffy lead over at Steinway Mansion, Michael Eisner had already arrived at Universal's headquarters in Burbank. Recently, the Hollywood Power List had deemed Michael Eisner the 10th-ranked individual due to the upheaval at Universal Pictures last year, despite Eisner having just taken the helm a year prior. Regardless of how the public, or even the press, viewed it, Eisner took the news lightly. As the critic from Variety had mentioned, the Hollywood Power List ultimately reflected the influence of individuals in Hollywood during the past year. Ranking 10th certainly did not diminish Eisner's substantial control over Universal, one of the big 7 studios with a storied history. Eisner's strategy of pursuing volume over quality during the last quarter had allowed Universal to surpass the profits of the previous 3 quarters combined, solidifying his status in the eyes of the parent company, Panasonic. However, with the trend of high-budget productions generating the lion's share of profits in Hollywood, he knew that relying solely on mid-range productions would be inadequate. No film studio could push the limits of distribution indefinitely. Therefore, since late last year, Eisner had been on the lookout for fitting big-budget projects for Universal. So far, Universal had started production on an action movie titled The Fugitive, starring Harrison Ford, with a total investment of $50 million. This was an adaptation of a television series, and Universal had snatched this project away from Warner Brothers, believing in The Fugitive's potential. Universal had agreed to pay the rights holder an extra $3 million and had increased both the director's and Ford's salaries. If Eric were present, he surely would have been surprised by Michael Eisner's vision. Back when Drew was busy acquiring rights for Flower Films, Eric even had his eye on that film. Unfortunately, Eric didn't recall many details about it and had to give up the idea eventually. In fact, during his final years at Disney, Michael Eisner had relinquished the film production side, focusing instead on marketing and promotion. However, during his time at Paramount, he had overseen the production department under Barry Diller. When people thought of Indiana Jones, many might initially consider Spielberg, but few realized that Eisner's substantial support had been critical in bringing that project to fruition. After holding a brief meeting with several Universal executives, Michael Eisner returned to his office to begin his day's work. His assistant placed a pre-prepared stack of documents on Eisner's desk and handed him the topmost one. "Mr. Eisner, we just received the file from the legal department. They mentioned that the idea for a remake of The Mummy was initially proposed by James Jacks from Alphaville. They received remake authorization back in 1991, and the agreement was to develop it in conjunction with Universal. However, at that time, Sid Sheinberg was only willing to produce it as a low-budget horror film with a maximum investment of $10 million, which is why they tabled the project. If they refused to abandon their original authorization, we would need at least $2 million to reclaim it, or we could wait for the authorization to expire." "How long was the original authorization for?" Eisner asked without looking up. The assistant hesitated and replied, 10 years. "Then directly contact James Jacks. We either pay a penalty and he relinquishes the rights, or we see him in court. He'll end up with nothing." The assistant opened his mouth, ready to respond, but quickly nodded. "All right, Mr. Eisner. Also, the first draft of the Mummy script is completed. It's in the second-to-last folder. Following your suggestion, there are notes left for a sequel development. The production department inquired if you wanted to begin scouting for a director and leads." Michael Eisner retrieved the Mummy script and skimmed over the story outline. He looked up and said, "Send a copy of the script to Mr. Spielberg and ask if he's interested. Also, reach out to Nicole Kidman for the lead role." "Mr. Eisner, I don't think Nicole Kidman is suitable. After Mr. and Mrs. Smith, her salary has reached $10 million, making her one of the highest-paid actresses, and the character in The Mummy is a frail librarian, a stark contrast to her killer persona from Mr. and Mrs. Smith." Eisner lifted his gaze toward the assistant. "I think you may have overlooked Nicole's performances in Sleepless in Seattle and Sarah and Shannon, The Heat. She's an incredibly versatile actress, and her salary is justifiable. Additionally, I have other considerations in mind, so just follow my instructions." The assistant nodded and, seeing that Eisner had no further requests, exited the office. Eisner's attention turned back to the Mummy script. A month prior, while reviewing project files left by Sid Sheinberg, he had stumbled upon the remake plan for the film, quickly inspiring the idea of creating an adventure series in the style of Indiana Jones based on it. Audiences had always held a strong interest in adventure and treasure hunting themes. Coupled with the success of the Indiana Jones series, Eisner was confident that with a solid script and impressive special effects, this series could be highly successful. He had already envisioned Spielberg as the director and Kidman as the lead. Although he was aware that the chance of Spielberg agreeing was slim, Eisner was confident that getting Spielberg on board as a producer wouldn't be an issue. As for the female lead selection, aside from acknowledging Nicole's box office appeal, Eisner was also curious to gauge Eric's thoughts. If the script landed in Nicole's hands, Eric would surely notice, due to Universal's proactive approach. With Joanna Pacula last fall, Eric owed Eisner a favor, and he was certain Eric would take this opportunity to fulfill that debt. Eisner knew that if the Mummy series succeeded, his position as CEO of Universal would become unassailable. Thus, he went to great lengths to arrange all of this. At the 20th Century Fox headquarters in Century City, Elizabeth had leased an entire floor of the Fox building for her new company. When Eric and Drew arrived at 10 a.m., they found a large crowd of girls and their agents gathered in the corridor of that floor. As they walked past, Eric could see the bright sparkles in the girls' eyes, akin to eager little wolves spotting prey, and he was certain it wasn't an illusion. A girl in a beige trench coat stepped forward first, dropping her pretense and approaching Eric for a greeting and autograph, which prompted other girls to join in. After signing a few autographs for the seemingly 17 or 18-year-old girls, Eric was somewhat flustered but eventually escorted into the business's headquarters by a security guard. Throughout this, Drew had her beaming smile glued to her face, watching everything unfold. The two entered Drew's office. She suddenly sprang towards Eric. Instinctively, he crossed his arms in front of his chest and laughed. Hey, what are you doing? Are you jealous seeing how popular I am? She shot him a look, but quickly slipped her little hand into the pockets of Eric's coat, emerging with a few slips of paper filled with contact information from each pocket. Chapter 509, 510, Innocence. Drew tilted her head, a stack of notes in her hand, and raised an eyebrow, asking, "Didn't you feel it when someone just slipped something into your pocket?" "I thought those girls were just trying to get friendly with me." Eric shrugged, obviously not oblivious to it. He reached for the papers Drew handed him and realized they were photos with contact information scribbled on them. In recent years, Eric's film roles had evolved. He no longer held open auditions with regular actors, but only sent invitations to established stars that fit the bill. He hardly participated in the selection of supporting roles anymore, so it had been a while since he had encountered such a scenario. As he flipped through the photos of those young, vibrant girls, he felt a fresh and nostalgic rush, reminiscent of the times a few years back when he first made a splash in Hollywood with Home Alone and had similar experiences at parties in his house back in North Hollywood. As Eric and Drew critiqued the photos of the girls, the door to Drew's office swung open, and in walked Elizabeth, clad in a sharp black business suit. "Eric, I heard from Ellie that you were here. I thought she might have been mistaken." "Good morning, Liz." Eric grinned, shoving the stack of notes back into Drew's hands. He stepped forward to embrace the lady and planted a kiss on her cheek. "You look beautiful today." While Elizabeth relished Eric's embrace, she felt Drew's piercing gaze and quickly brushed her cheek against Eric's, then stepped back, running her fingers through a strand of her golden hair. "The auditions are about to start. Let me take you to meet the creators of Buffy." "Sure, let's go." Eric nodded. The three of them exited the office, traversing an open office area before entering a spacious room set up for the audition. As soon as they entered, a few people engaged in quiet conversation turned to them, standing up and directing their attention toward Eric. "Eric, this is David Greenwalt," Elizabeth introduced, pointing at a middle-aged man with black-framed glasses in his 40s. "He's great with teen and horror genres. He directed a few campus comedies in the 80s and last year helmed a couple of episodes of The X-Files. We invited him to direct the first season of Buffy." "Hello, Mr. Williams," David Greenwalt beamed, extending a hand for Eric to shake. "Great to meet you. I'm a big fan." "Thank you," Eric replied, smiling as he shook David's hand. While he couldn't quite place the guy in his memory, hearing that he directed The X-Files suggested he was part of the Fox network. "This is Joss Whedon, the writer of Buffy." Elizabeth quickly gestured to the second individual. Eric shook Joss Whedon's hand. Joss was a few years over 30, with a savvy look that seemed much more appealing than Eric's memory of a bearded figure. After a brief introduction of a few other creators, they all sat down at a long table. Eric declined the middle seat they had set for him and chose the far left side. He had come just to have a bit of fun and had no intention of getting involved in the audition. Looking at the stack of actor profiles Tina Fey gave him, Eric handed it back directly. "Tina, I don't need this. How much of the Buffy script have you finished?" Everyone in the audition room focused on this exchange. Tina, not wanting to push back, took the papers Eric returned and neatly tucked them back into a folder, pushing her glasses back up her nose. "The scripts for the first 6 episodes are finished. We're still discussing the plots for the rest. Then just bring me the scripts for the first 6 to look at." Tina glanced at Drew and Elizabeth, who sat in the middle. Shortly after, she nodded at Eric and left the audition room. A little while later, she returned with a printed copy in hand and handed it to Eric. The auditions began promptly at 10. Eric casually flipped through the Buffy script, pausing to watch any auditioning girl he found attractive. Also, listening to Drew's serious tone as he and the other creators asked questions made Eric realize that the girl who used to act like a know-it-all had truly grown up. As one of the key TV projects developed this year, Buffy also represented the ambitions of several women in television. Besides Eric, who held the title of producer, both Elizabeth and Drew actively participated as producers. Though their company had grown beyond many esteemed Hollywood studios, thanks to backing from Firefly and Fox, they completely steered clear of distribution. This focus made production their only core business. Although it did mean they had to play a very hands-on role, everything remained organized. Since this was the final round of auditions, the process was much more detailed, and only 5 girls had auditioned after 2 hours that morning. In a considerate move, Fox hosted the girls who had yet to audition in the cafeteria of their building. Eric chose not to join the crowd and instead had lunch with Elizabeth and Drew in the company's break room. Tina had originally intended to join the others for lunch, but was stopped by Drew. After the waiter delivering their meals left, Elizabeth eagerly asked, "Eric, what did you think of the girls this morning?" "They were all good. You all just pick who you want. I won't comment," Eric casually replied as he opened his lunch. This was the truth. Although Hollywood kicked off countless TV series every year, few, like Buffy, secured a promising future before production even began. The show had already gone through 2 rounds of eliminations, leaving only 16 contenders in the running. Those who made it this far were typically strong actors, so it was now up to the creative team to make their choices. At this point, the soft skills of the actors also began to play a methodical role in their chances of selection. If an actor's agent possessed considerable industry connections and could covertly reach influential producers, the actor would have a strong chance of selection. Of course, this period was typically when those with pull, like directors or producers, would seek to strike private deals. Eager to make it, young actors often fell into such traps, offering favors willingly. Even if they realized too late they had been played, they usually just had to accept their misfortune. With these thoughts, Eric smiled at Elizabeth. "Liz, this is a great opportunity for you." Elizabeth initially looked a bit confused, but soon caught on. Seeing Eric joke about the previous incident left her rolling her eyes at him as she focused on her lunch. "Speaking of which, it's been a while since I saw Julia," Eric noted, realizing Elizabeth wasn't snapping back at him like usual. "That girl really has a way of delaying things. I had her start filming around this time last year, and she did manage to shoot one small film without much buzz, but then she went quiet." "Haha." Elizabeth suddenly chuckled, seemingly recalling something. Tina Fey looked up, puzzled as to why Elizabeth was laughing. Drew, grinning, chimed in. "That's really on you, Eric. You need to give Julia a bit of a talking to in Beverly Hills, and she'll perk up." Seeing the playful look on Drew's face made Eric wonder if she had somehow caught wind of Julia's situation. Though he thought this, he replied, "All right then, I'll swing by tonight." The afternoon auditions kicked off shortly after, and Eric continued to chill on the sidelines, thinking the session might be low-key with Eric's presence. The other creators involved with Buffy were finally relaxing. But then, a tall girl walked into the audition room, grabbing Eric's attention immediately. Another familiar face. Eric marveled at the coincidence and sat up straight to listen to the girl introducing herself. "Hi everyone, I'm Charlize Theron, 18 years old, from South Africa." At that time, while Charlize stood above 5 feet 7 inches, her youthful round cheeks still suggested a baby face. But her gaze embodied an effortless allure that would develop into something striking in just a few years. Initially adept at introducing herself, she casually glanced at Eric, her expression momentarily surprised but quickly relaxed. However, she couldn't help but steal glances toward Eric repeatedly thereafter. He noticed that fleeting glance and recognized she must have arrived after finishing other obligations, as she hadn't been around when he walked past the hall. Most girls who knew Eric was in the room had at least attempted to engage him in conversation during their auditions. Those who did so often revealed their motives more clearly. After Charlize's introduction, Elizabeth, sitting in the middle, asked, "Miss Theron, your profile says you've been training in ballet since you were 6 and even participated in a ballet company in New York. What made you decide to leave that path for acting?" Charlize replied promptly, "I injured my knee dancing last year, and after months of recovery, I realized that dance might not be what I wanted. My dream has always been to act, so once I healed, I started working while studying acting at a drama school in New York." Another voice quickly followed up with, "After 12 years, you just quit like that? Don't you feel it's a waste? Maybe if you persevered a few more years, you could have become a shining star on Broadway." Charlize hesitated briefly, and Eric was curious about her answer, sensing this question was unexpected. Even though it didn't relate closely to the audition, she understood she couldn't refuse to answer. After thinking for a moment, she said, "I don't regret it. If someone realizes that what they're doing isn't what they want, forcing themselves to persist and wasting time is the real pity." Seemingly pleased with Charlize's response, The panel threw a few more simple questions her way, and then it was time for her performance. The scenes for the performance primarily included moments straight from the script Eric had in front of him. Buffy's character in the first season still displayed a touch of innocence and vulnerability. Stripped of her chosen one status, she resembled most teenage girls, embodying a blend of naivete and rebellion, yearning for love yet plagued with insecurity around boys. However, given Eric's memories of Charlize's on-screen roles, often fierce and compelling, seeing her attempt to portray a shy high school girl felt strange to Eric. Thus, when Charlize performed a scene where Buffy wistfully watched her crush walk away, asking Giles, "Do you think this outfit makes me look fat?" Eric couldn't help but chuckle. His unexpected laughter disrupted Charlize's performance and prompted the rest of the audition attendees to look over at him. Sorry. Eric waved his hands dismissively. I just thought. Never mind. You all continue. Outside the Fox headquarters, Charlize stomped her foot in frustration against a lamp post in front of the building, but her inner turmoil had yet to subside. It was all that bastard's fault. Charlize was sure her performance had been flawless. After all, she had prepared extensively for this audition. She didn't just watch Buffy, the Vampire Slayers movie version repeatedly. Her agent had retrieved additional detailed information through personal channels. Yet that guy's sudden laughter during the audition had shattered her calm and led to multiple missteps. Though the panel hadn't shown significant disappointment, she still caught glimpses of it on their faces as she left. Chapter 510, 511. Hello. Charlize Theron found herself unsure of how to explain the situation to her agent. For this audition, her agent had pulled strings using many contacts. Even though she was in New York, her agent called almost every day to ask about the timing and to confirm the audition date, repeatedly reminding her of some important points. To her dismay, the outcome turned out to be less than ideal. She was almost certain that she had blown it. Although she hadn't known her agent for long, Charlize was well aware of her strong personality. Having messed up such a good opportunity, it seemed unlikely that she would receive another chance from her anytime soon. Lacking the motivation to return directly to her hotel, Charlize lingered for a while at the side of the busy road. Ultimately, she decided to give her agent a call. After glancing around, she walked over to a payphone, fished out some coins from her bag, and quickly dialed her agent's number. "Hello, Michelle, it's Charlie." A competent female voice quickly responded on the other end. "Charlie, how did the audition go?" Charlize hesitated for a moment, but decided to tell the whole truth. She recounted the details about what had happened during the audition. "Michelle, I didn't expect Eric Williams to be there. I don't even understand why that bastard would." Before she could continue, the voice on the other end turned sharp. "Shut up, Charlie. I'm going to pretend I didn't hear that last part, and I never want to hear anything like that from you again. Do you know who Eric Williams is? How dare you use that word to describe him?" Charlize was taken aback, suppressing a slight sense of unfairness. "I'm sorry, I know who he is. I just felt a little." "Okay, I got it, Charlie." Her agent's tone softened a bit after a moment of consideration. "The fact that Eric Williams laughed while you were performing is at least better than him being completely unresponsive. I'm going to make a few calls to test the waters. In the meantime, you should just stay put at the hotel and not run around." Charlize hesitated as she touched her purse, realizing that the audition had been delayed for over a week, and she didn't have much money left. Besides the airfare she needed to keep, the remaining cash would only last her 3 more days in Los Angeles. She also didn't want her mother in South Africa to send her more money from so far away. Returning to New York seemed like the best option. It meant she would have a place to stay and could continue modeling to make ends meet. "But, Michelle, I know. If necessary, I can lend you some money," her agent interrupted. "Just stay put in Los Angeles until I call you. And, Charlie, if, and I mean if, Eric Williams shows interest in meeting you, you know what to do." Charlize tightened her grip on the phone. She understood exactly what her agent meant. Remembering that annoying guy who had unexpectedly laughed in the audition room, she felt some resentment, but she also knew that this was absolutely a golden opportunity for her. On the other end, her agent patiently waited for the sudden silence from Charlize, not rushing her. After almost a minute, Charlize finally spoke up. "Michelle, I understand." "Good, Charlie. You should know that if you want to break into Hollywood and you don't have parents or relatives working as producers at major film companies, you will have to give something up. If you're lucky enough to climb onto the back of someone like Eric Williams, you won't have to bow to anyone else in Hollywood. Just think of Nicole Kidman. That lucky girl was just an unknown actress in Australia a few years ago, and now she's a leading lady in Hollywood with box office hits, with over $10 million salary. So many girls wasted their youth in Hollywood without ever reaching that level. It isn't just because she's a great actress or extraordinarily beautiful. Both of those are the cheapest assets in Hollywood. Charlize listened quietly to her agent's lecture, recalling the gossip she had read about Eric Williams and Nicole Kidman in tabloids. She was a mature girl. Her words during the audition about acting being her lifelong dream were just cliches that everyone spouted. 99% of those wanting to make it in Hollywood were merely after becoming major stars, earning millions per film, and living the kind of affluent life that ordinary people dreamt of. After some time chatting with her agent, Charlize returned to the motel in West Hollywood with complicated feelings. After finishing the audition that afternoon, Eric returned with Elizabeth to the villa she shared with Julia in Beverly Hills. Later that evening, Drew brought Tina Fey over to join them for dinner. Because Eric had arrived, Elizabeth sent the servants away, and everyone gathered around the square table in the dining room, chatting cheerfully. Eric thought that what happened earlier in the audition would fade from memory. But just as the food was being served and they were about to eat, Elizabeth asked, "Eric, why did you suddenly laugh during the audition for that girl named Charlize Theron this afternoon?" As she spoke, Drew also put on a curious expression and looked at Eric awkwardly. "Yeah, it's strange. I thought you would stay quiet. But that girl was really pretty." The women present each had different feelings for Eric, creating a strange equilibrium. But that didn't mean they were comfortable with other women entering his life. Even Julia, who had tightly held on to the little girl the moment Eric arrived at the villa, showed a curious expression after hearing Elizabeth and Drew. Eric shrugged casually. "There's nothing strange about it. I just found that girl's performance interesting." However, it was clear that Eric's reputation in the eyes of these women had hit a new low. Hearing him say that, Elizabeth sighed. "I found her performance rather one-dimensional. Although the final decision still needs discussion, I've already decided to cut her." Eric thought she wasn't suitable to begin with and was about to speak when Drew chimed in from the other side. "Eric, if it's just some casual fun, that's one thing, but just don't bring her home. We already have enough of that." Looking at the exasperated faces of the other three women, Eric playfully tapped a spoon against Drew's forehead. "You're the only one who always speaks out." "Hey, I'm just stating the truth," Drew protested, rubbing her forehead. Just as they were chatting, the phone in the living room rang. Tina, who was closest to the door, stood up. "I'll get it. I'll handle it," Eric said, stopping Tina Fey and walking toward the door. It was Kepler on the line. They exchanged some pleasantries before Kepler cautiously asked if Eric had shown interest in a girl during the auditions for Buffy. Eric was a bit surprised. He was curious how Kepler knew about it, so he asked. Kepler explained, "Well, that girl's agent, Michelle Simmons, is now with ICM's New York branch and was previously with UTA. You might not remember her, but she called me this afternoon asking me to feel you out regarding this. She said that the girl showed good potential. Eric, if you can, maybe consider her." UTA was the agency that Eric had rebuilt after acquiring Kepler's personal management company until he sold all his stock due to federal antitrust laws. Kepler took all UTA stars and agents to join ICM 2 years ago. Before that, Eric hadn't paid much attention to UTA's operations and didn't remember someone named Michelle Simmons. Though she was among his former underlings, Eric didn't keep it a secret and responded honestly. "Kepler, during the audition, I could see that the girl did show potential, but she wasn't right for the role of Buffy. She seemed too mature and lacked the naivety one would expect from a high school character, making her better suited for a role of someone slightly older. You can let Michelle Simmons know to focus on that." Since Kepler hesitated for a moment before saying, "Eric, since you think the girl has potential, and she's still in Los Angeles, would you be interested in meeting her?" Eric raised an eyebrow in surprise. Kepler had always seemed resigned to Eric's relationships, but now he was suggesting playing matchmaker. "Kepler, you can't be serious. You've always been against. Well, you know how it is." Of course not, Kepler quickly replied. I'm just asking on her behalf. If you're not interested, that's fine. I'll let her know. After saying goodbye and about to hang up, Eric didn't want to lose out without further clarification. He chuckled. Hang on. Kepler, what's really going on? If you don't explain, I'll find out for myself. Fine, there's really nothing to it. I just owe Michelle a favor from back in the day. That's it. Eric still felt puzzled. Kepler confirmed. Yes, Eric. After thinking for a moment, Eric felt something was off. If it's just a favor, with your resources, you could easily give that girl a great opportunity, maybe lead roles in 1 or 2 films, right? ICM was one of the top 3 agencies in Hollywood alongside CAA and WMA. After bringing UTA's resources to ICM, Kepler became a senior partner who also held some equity. Given his resources, it should have been easy to repay a favor. Kepler sensed Eric wouldn't give up until he was satisfied and replied, Eric, Michelle is a very ambitious woman. What's that got to do with this? Eric inquired. Michelle primarily works in New York, where, as you know, many television networks are based. ICM's business there is usually in TV shows or ads. Even if I didn't participate, Michelle could use her connections to help that girl land some roles. However, she likely wouldn't want to remain in her current situation. She aims to develop into a movie star agent. Eric asked, if that's the case, couldn't you still help her easily? Kepler sounded a bit weary. Eric, do you not get it? If I put it bluntly, Michelle wants to become a high-profile agent like Pat Kingsley, someone who represents A-list stars. But that's not something that can be achieved with just a couple of films. It requires a significant amount of luck. After all, only box office hits can breed superstars, and in all of Hollywood, you have the most opportunities available right now. Eric considered this and chuckled. It does seem that way, which means I've become an object of desire for many people. Kepler responded from the other end. Absolutely. Right now, any project you're involved with, even tangentially, becomes the focus of several major agencies. I know about the project with Ms. Barrymore and Buffy you're working on. If you pay attention, you'll notice that most of the actresses auditioning today came from the big 3 agencies. Smaller ones only managed to snag a tiny fraction of the audition slots. Eric was surprised. He had not considered that angle. But thinking it over, it seemed true. Not to mention the agents. He had heard from Elizabeth that Fox had already reserved the complete first season of Buffy and would start airing it in mid-September during prime time on Mondays. That was hard to imagine for many shows that were still at the script stage. Chapter 511, 512, Be Cautious. The production process for the TV shows was highly standardized and complex. With fierce competition, often, only 1 out of 100 scripts would get selected. Many series that advanced to filming would still undergo rigorous selection after producing a pilot, leading to more cuts. Typically, new series that eventually aired on television would only be ordered for 6 episodes. After the initial airing, just before Thanksgiving, if the ratings performed well, they'd move forward with additional episodes. However, if the ratings were abysmal, the show could be abruptly canceled. Even Rupert Murdoch couldn't simply decide to greenlight an entire first season of a series produced by his daughter's company without seeing positive ratings first. He might only offer better terms once the show had demonstrated strong viewership. Right now, Buffy the Vampire Slayer hadn't even produced a pilot, but Fox had already ordered a full first season. Apart from being a nominal producer who had done little, Eric couldn't think of any other reason for this development. Kepler noticed Eric fell silent for a while and tentatively asked, Eric, are you still there? Yeah, I'm just a bit surprised. Huh, you're the most powerful person in Hollywood right now. So, about that earlier discussion, do you want to meet that girl? Didn't you say she had a lot of potential? Eric chuckled, teasing, now I'm starting to wonder if you owe Michelle Simmons a favor or if it's just a romantic debt you need to settle. Hey, Eric, stop joking. My son is already in middle school. All right. In that case, Eric rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, I'll make time to meet that girl. Honestly, I just came up with a pretty good idea. Kepler asked, is it about the movie? Yeah, I had the idea of making an action series with a female lead. That girl is only 18, which is a plus. At least, if the movie does well at the box office in the future, we could shoot several sequels. Your movies can't possibly flop at the box office. Kepler sincerely complimented before half-jokingly adding, You'd better leave a few roles for ICM when the time comes. Of course, no problem, Eric replied. Let's wrap it up for today, and when I find some time, I'll have Alan get in touch with you. After hanging up, Eric turned around to see the curious girl who had been eavesdropping jumping over. She linked arms with Eric and asked, Eric, what girl? What movie? It's that girl from this afternoon. Kepler called me about her. Eric pinched the girl's cheeks playfully. Speaking of which, you're 18 now, and it's time for those copyrights that Flower Films has reserved for you to help you hone your skills. Let's start with that female action movie I just mentioned. Drew was already aware of the copyrights that Eric had set aside for her. You're talking about the film version of Charlie's Angels? Once back inside the restaurant, Eric sat down and said, yes. The films from the last couple of years, like Thelma and Louise and Sarah and Shannon, The Heat, have both done well in the box office and critically. Not to mention last year's A League of Their Own. All of these prove that female-centric films are very promising. The usually cheerful girl suddenly felt a bit anxious. She looked at Elizabeth and the others and said, but, Eric, I'm not sure if I can handle it. And what about TG Films? Eric reassured her, this won't be an overnight decision. Plus, I think Liz can handle the company just fine. With Eric's approval, Elizabeth initially felt a bit proud, but then expressed her frustration. I don't want to. The company was founded by me, Drew, and Julia. Why should all the work fall on me when they get to relax and reap the benefits? Then I'll just sell my shares in the company to you, Drew said without hesitation. Elizabeth was taken aback, unsure how to respond. Meanwhile, Julia, who was still holding on to Emma, looked a bit anxious. How about I give up my shares too? Julia's comment was clearly fueled by guilt. She hadn't helped with much since the company was formed. She had initially invested a few $1,000,000, but in the past 2 years, she had already earned back over 10 times that amount. This had led her to become lazy about acting, even losing interest in the stardom Eric had initially promised her. Hearing Drew and Julia speak up, Elizabeth felt embarrassed. I didn't mean that. I was just saying it casually. I didn't want either of you to give up your shares. Eric lightly tapped the table, interrupting the women's chatter. Actually, I have an idea you might want to hear. 20th Century Fox has had a rough couple years with their film business. I remember Liz mentioned that Mr. Murdoch wanted to buy the company, right? Upon receiving Elizabeth's nod, Eric continued. If that's the case, you could consider selling the company entirely to 20th Century Fox. Whether you three want to exchange shares for Fox stock or cash is up to you. Drew can leave and return to managing her Flower Films, and Liz, given your performance these past 2 years, I think you could at least secure a vice president position at Fox. Eric paused but left unsaid some subsequent thoughts. If things went well, Elizabeth might climb up the Fox hierarchy and eventually take over the Murdoch family's news corporation. Despite Rupert's preference for his sons to take the family mantle, if his daughter shone far more brilliantly than them. Even if Murdoch still leaned toward having his sons in charge, Eric believed the shareholders would have a say. After all, while Murdoch controlled News Corp tightly, the family didn't have absolute dominance over it. Investors would surely prefer to entrust their investments to someone competent. Once Eric finished speaking, Drew promptly nodded in agreement, and Elizabeth appeared to reflect deeply. Tina Fey seemed like an outsider, quietly eating her dinner, while Julia opened her mouth as if she were about to ask, "What about me?" Eric finished his dinner in a few bites and shot Julia a warning glance at her wandering eyes, saying, "As for you, we'll talk about it in a bit." Julia sheepishly shrank back and held Emma up. "I want to sleep with Emma tonight." The little one didn't understand why her aunt was holding her up, but seemed to enjoy it, giggling and waving her little hands excitedly. Eric took a napkin from the carton and wiped his hands, then walked up to the little girl, picking Emma up from Julia's arms. "Come on, Emma, let's go watch some TV." "TV, TV." The little girl squealed, showing no shyness, reaching out to grab Eric's shirt collar. As they walked, Eric asked, "Little one, I need to discuss some things with your aunt. Do you want to sleep with Aunt Liz, Aunt Drew, or Aunt Tina?" Though the 2-year-old could understand Eric's words, it took her a while to think about it before she said, "Auntie Julia." "Well, that won't do." Eric laughed, shaking his head as he picked up the remote and turned on the TV. He settled down with Emma in his lap. "Choose someone else." Emma stared wide-eyed at him for a moment and suddenly said, "Daddy." Um, haha. The sound of the little girl calling him daddy sent the room into peals of laughter from the women around. Eric chuckled and pinched the little girl's cheeks. He turned to the women in the dining room, asking, "What's going on? Why is she calling me daddy?" After considering Eric's suggestion, Elizabeth, sounding somewhat envious, said, "Well, if you're going to be a daddy, what's wrong with having more daughters?" "Not that. It just feels a little weird." Eric shook his head and suddenly recalled something. "Hey, by the way, what did you register for the little one's name?" "Emma," Elizabeth answered. Eric sensed a hint of oddness in her tone and followed up, "I meant her last name." A moment of silence fell over the dining room. A bad premonition crept into Eric's mind. These women wouldn't have really gone off the rails, would they? Finally, Drew softly said, "Eric, didn't you know?" "I know." "What?" "Yeah, I heard it was your suggestion." Eric felt a throb at the temples and pressed, "What's it?" "Emma Roberts Murdoch Barrymore Williams." Puff. Tina Fey, who had been clueless until then, cracked up at the long string of names, causing Eric's remote to slip from his hand and hit the floor. After a moment, Eric turned to Elizabeth. "I seem to recall asking about this once, and someone was adamant that there would be no way my last name would go on the little ones." Facing Eric's inquiry, Elizabeth stood her ground with hands on her hips. "We put it on because we wanted to. Williams isn't your exclusive property, and we can use it." "Right," Julia whispered, but then quickly slipped into the kitchen to wash dishes. Drew settled down next to Eric, immediately selling Elizabeth out. "Liz was worried that using the surname Murdoch would create misunderstandings, and I just went along with it." Eric habitually tapped Drew's forehead, looking utterly bemused. "And this is going along with it." The very next day, after Eric had discussed the strategy for TG Films, Rupert Murdoch anxiously called Eric from New York. Though the company's shares held no direct connection to Eric, according to the agreement from when the company was founded, Firefly Films remained the largest beneficiary of all movie distribution rights and peripheral operating rights in the North American territory. These two aspects allowed the company to receive over half of the profits from the movies they produced. Fox, on the other hand, only held the less profitable overseas distribution rights and had to split profits with TG, ultimately garnering only 15% of the total profitability. Meanwhile, Elizabeth, Drew, and Julia shared about 30% of the total profits. If Fox acquired the company but couldn't reclaim the distribution rights held by Firefly Films, it would be nearly equivalent to not making an acquisition at all. Clearly, Murdoch wouldn't engage in such a deal. Company valuation was another matter requiring prolonged negotiations. It bore similarities to Miramax's situation, which was also seeking a buyer. Although history had diverged, in the last 2 years, the Weinsteins' Miramax had spiraled into massive financial losses due to excessive business expansion and was frantically seeking a lifeline. While the Weinsteins offered the company for $500 million, interested producers and investment firms only valued Miramax at around $50 million, representing a tenfold difference. The most significant bargaining chip for Miramax was the Oscar-winning public relations resources possessed by the Weinsteins. Such intangible assets were hard to quantify, and the big Hollywood studios scarcely regarded Miramax's library or distribution channels. For the company, aside from Eric's support, the crucial bargaining chip was undoubtedly the 3-year option contract signed with Jim Carrey. Given Carrey's track record of back-to-back box office hits from low-budget comedies, even if just a single film was produced each year for the remaining 3-year period, conservatively, it could yield around $300 million for the producers. Despite the growing discord between the parties involved, industry insiders were well aware that Jim Carrey had no chance of escaping that option contract with a staggering $100 million in penalties. Otherwise, with Carrey's demonstrated box office potential, several major studios would have made moves to try and poach him. Furthermore, if the series development for Buffy the Vampire Slayer saw similar success as its original, it would serve as another vital bargaining chip for future negotiations. The planned business structure for 1993 had already been determined long ago. Even if a potential acquisition dialogue emerged, it would likely commence in the latter half of the year. Murdoch's call to Eric was fundamentally aimed at getting a clear answer from him regarding the company. Chapter 512, 513, Practice. After hanging up the phone, Eric walked back from the balcony to his office. Nicole, who had been quietly sitting on the sofa flipping through magazines, glanced up at him curiously. This was Eric's personal office in Firefly Films. He rarely worked there, so the furnishings were simple: a desk and chair, a sofa, and opposite the desk, a row of shelves filled with various documents and files. Seeing Eric sit down, Nicole poured him a cup of coffee and placed it in front of him. "I really want to hear TG's name. Was it them calling you?" "It was Rupert Murdoch." Eric shook his head. In addition to confirming the sale of the property from Eric, Murdoch hoped that after the acquisition, Fox could swap its original rights with Firefly Films. This meant that Fox would reclaim the North American distribution rights for the film while handing over its existing overseas distribution rights to Firefly. Eric was aware of Murdoch's intentions. By conceding 15% of the profits, this would allow the film company to maintain a connection with him, which was undoubtedly the most beneficial strategy for Fox. If Eric agreed to this condition, Fox was willing to offer $80 million to redeem their distribution rights back from Firefly and pay an additional $120 million for the acquisition to the three women involved. Without Eric's intervention, the most profitable film was set to be Jim Carrey's comedy. Given the impressive box office appeal he displayed from his earlier films, as long as they didn't turn it into an artsy project, making a total profit of $300 million from three films wouldn't be a problem. The total price of $200 million that Fox was proposing was also quite reasonable. After all, with $80 million for investing in films, Eric could multiply that sum several times over in 3 years. Nicole, upon hearing Murdoch's name, didn't ask any further questions. Instead, she pulled out a thick stack of scripts from her handbag and handed them to Eric. "This is what Pat gave me yesterday. I thought she wanted you to take a look." Eric took the script and noticed the prominent title, The Mummy, along with the Universal Pictures logo, causing his eyes to narrow slightly. "Did Universal send any other messages along with the script?" Eric asked as he released the script. Nicole shook her head. "No, but after Pat received the script yesterday, she did some digging. It's a remake of an old Universal film from 1932, and Michael Eisner personally greenlit it. It seems they plan to turn it into a series like Raiders of the Lost Ark. Universal previously sold the rights to a solo production company and is now trying to reclaim them. They're also contacting Spielberg to see if he can direct. Pat mentioned that the chances of that happening are slim, but Spielberg could potentially be a producer. The producer in charge of this project said that if I could sign on for more films, they might be able to negotiate on my salary." Many of Hollywood's commercial film elements had long been established. Although the script Eric had in hand deviated slightly from his memory, the overall storyline and character settings were quite similar. After flipping through the script in haste, Eric looked up and asked, "What's your take on it?" Nicole set her coffee cup down and said earnestly, "I've played noisy characters before, but I think the knowledgeable librarian role in this script is pretty interesting." "Well then, let's go for it." Eric placed the script on the coffee table. He thought for a moment before walking over to his desk. Nicole, watching Eric's silhouette, said, "But this is a Universal film. You know Michael Eisner." "Huh, I'm not that petty. As long as you like it, that's what matters. And if you don't take it, Universal will just find another actress," Eric said, pulling out a phone book from his desk drawer. He quickly found a number and dialed the desk phone on the table. Curious about Eric's actions, Nicole didn't interrupt. Eric picked up the receiver and waited for a moment before the call connected. "This is Eric Williams. Could you please connect me to Mr. Eisner?" At Universal's Burbank headquarters, Eisner's assistant, surprised to hear Eric's name, was so taken aback that she forgot to announce him, directly transferring the call to Michael Eisner's desk. Once connected, she realized her mistake and stood up to push open the door to Eisner's office without knocking. To her surprise, Michael Eisner was already smiling and chatting on the phone. When he saw his assistant barging in with an unusual expression, he simply waved her away, signaling her to leave. "Eric, I didn't expect you to call. What's going on?" Michael Eisner asked, leaning back on the sofa with a smile. "I just saw the script for The Mummy. It's a great concept," Eric replied casually, "but I can see that Universal plans to develop this into a series. I'm wondering if you have the complete script for the entire series, or at least an outline. I'd like to take a look." Michael Eisner's fingers paused momentarily on his desk before he quickly replied with a smile. Of course, no problem. I'll have someone send it to you right away. By the way, where are you now? Playa Vista, Eric answered. Oh, the post-production for Jurassic Park should be wrapping up soon, right? It was too bad not to see the trailer during the Super Bowl. Everyone was quite disappointed. Eric maintained his tone. You'll be seeing it soon. Many people will be in for a surprise. Well, I'll be looking forward to it, Michael Eisner chuckled. Don't forget to send me an invite for the preview. Sure. I'll find a reporter to capture your participation in the preview. This is a great opportunity to promote Jurassic Park, Eric joked partly seriously. Michael Eisner raised an eyebrow. If such a photo were to be released, their relationship would definitely be publicly thawed. Haha, I'll cooperate if that happens. If there's nothing else, let's have a meal together sometime. Sounds good. See you later, Eric replied, hanging up after hearing Eisner's response. On the other side of the line, once Michael Eisner heard the busy tone, he didn't put the receiver down. Instead, he gently tapped his fingers on the table, frowning slightly as he pondered over Eric's call. Did he intend to confuse me with his apparent importance regarding the mummy and get Universal to invest more? After some thought, Michael Eisner figured that it seemed unlikely that Eric would resort to such petty tactics. So what was the actual intent behind this call? Although he couldn't draw any conclusions, Michael Eisner soon instructed his assistant to send Eric the series outline for the mummy. He wasn't concerned about Eric plagiarizing the script. If that were to happen, Universal could joyfully pursue a lawsuit against Firefly Films. While Eric was on the phone, a curious Nicole had already pulled up a chair and sat across from him. Once Eric hung up, Nicole asked with curiosity, Hey, what do you want the mummy script for? I'm interested in the special effects for the mummy. I want Digital Domain to take on the special effects for this film. Eric didn't hide it, though he couldn't explain it to Nicole in too much detail. Specifically, he was really interested in the special effects for the original sequel to The Mummy. In the script he had just glanced through, he noticed clues about the character Evelyn being reincarnated and the information about Anubis's army of the dead in ancient Egypt. The army of the dead summoned by the Scorpion King in the original The Mummy Returns had left a deep impression on Eric. Due to the high labor costs, back in this era, it was nearly impossible to portray a large-scale battle scene with live action within a feasible film budget. The only option was to use computer-generated visual effects. If Universal's storyline outline wasn't too different from the original, taking on the effects for the sequel to The Mummy would be an excellent training opportunity for Digital Domain in developing large-scale battle effects. Although Eric had signaled Digital Domain to start developing the relevant technology, without any actual film projects for practical application training, no one would know what the precise effect would be or which areas to focus on for technological development and improvement. Large-scale battle effects were a crucial part of the future of special effects films. By seizing the opportunity in this area, Digital Domain would gain a significant technological lead over other film companies. Even if the series outline from Universal didn't include a scene with the Army of the Dead, Eric planned to develop a related effects film in the next 2 to 3 years to give Digital Domain some practice. Nicole wasn't too interested in topics like special effects. With her slender fingers tapping against the script, she gazed at Eric and asked, If you have no objections, I'll have Pat talk to Universal about the contract. Eric looked at the thick script resting under Nicole's arm and suddenly considered that since Michael Eisner had sent the script through Nicole, the reason should not be solely to ask if she wanted to take the role. Remembering the incident from half a year ago when Universal unexpectedly cut Joanna's role, Eric took the script again, grabbed a pencil from the nearby holder, and thought for a moment before writing down a figure of 5% on the cover and handed the script back to Nicole. Nicole tilted her head to look at the number on the cover and asked, What's this? Your current salary should be $10 million. I owe Michael Eisner a favor from last year, and now's the perfect time to repay it. Just let Pat negotiate for a percentage of the total revenue, starting at 5%. While giving up a fixed salary will significantly extend the time you have to wait for compensation, what you ultimately gain will most definitely exceed $10 million. By sacrificing your salary for a percentage, you also indirectly boost Universal's confidence in this project. You're using my salary as a favor without even asking me if I agree. Who knows if this movie will even gross $200 million. Nicole rolled her eyes, though her smile persisted. Sensing her annoyance, Eric kindly asked, "So, are you willing?" Nicole wasn't in dire need of money. Securing higher compensation while still letting Eric have a favor owed to her was a good option. Pretending to think for a moment, she reluctantly said, "All right, I'll agree, but given what happened with Jack Nicholson, do you really think Universal will agree easily?" Jack Nicholson's salary in Batman was a topic much discussed in the entertainment industry, with many stars dreaming of such a windfall opportunity. Eric replied, "If Universal doesn't agree, you could just collect your $10 million salary, so you're not losing anything." Nicole, pondering, nodded and snatched the pencil from Eric's hand. She scribbled a 1 in front of the 5% figure on the cover, turning it into 15%, and said, "Then I'll have Pat start negotiations at 15%. Who knows, we might end up with over 10%. Even though this movie is a big investment, considering the total production costs won't exceed $100 million, it would be too much of a loss to only take 5% from my $10 million salary." Computer-generated effects films had only just begun to rise in the North American and global markets, capitalizing on the booming demand of the time. The script for The Mummy was exceptional. As long as the creators didn't mess things up and maintain the standard of the original that Eric recalled, grossing over $300 million globally wouldn't be a challenge. Estimating roughly, investing $60 million alongside another $20 million for marketing and distribution, Universal could fully recoup its costs through box office sales. The profits from subsequent videotapes and related merchandise would be even greater. Within 2 years of full channel distribution, it wasn't unrealistic for profits to exceed $200 million. If Nicole could indeed negotiate a share over 10%, she might become the first actress to step into the $20 million salary club. Thinking about this, Eric couldn't help but give Nicole a thumbs up and exclaimed, "That's fierce. You really do have the sharpest heart." "Ugh, don't say that about me." Nicole lightly slapped Eric's hand away and tucked the script into her bag. Then she asked with a bright smile, "It's close to noon. How about we go out for lunch at Venice Beach? There are several great restaurants there. Will we be swarmed by fans?" Eric chuckled. With Mr. and Mrs. Smith still being released sparingly in theaters and doing quite well in overseas markets, Nicole's popularity was sky-high. Every movement she made was under intense scrutiny by paparazzi. Although the chances of them mingling in the film studio were low, as soon as the two left the premises, they would undoubtedly attract attention. "I'll have my assistant take the car first to lure some people away. You just grab an ordinary vehicle, and we can sneak out. It should work fine. Even if we get spotted, I'm single, and you don't have a formal girlfriend. What can they say?" Nicole said, her eyes taking on a melancholic look. "Or do you not want to be seen with me?" "Stop. That look is too lethal. I surrender." Haha. Chapter 5:13, 5:14, Fellow Countrymen. Even though he had been careful and even borrowed an ordinary car from an employee in the digital field, it was hard to avoid the limelight at Firefly Studios. Numerous film crews were constantly shooting there, and of course, the stars present were not just Nicole. Eric and Nicole ultimately couldn't escape from the prying eyes of the paparazzi. The bodyguard parked the car outside an Italian seafood restaurant a few kilometers away from Venice Beach. As soon as Eric and Nicole got out, 5 or 6 paparazzi jumped out of the following car, excitedly snapping photos of the two. Eric saw 3 other bodyguards stepping out of a different vehicle. He quickly moved to block the paparazzi, realizing immediately where the problem lay. The bodyguard sitting in the driver's seat was quite muscular, which made him easily recognizable as a professional security personnel. The sharp-eyed paparazzi at the studio spotted a nondescript car with someone so obvious behind the wheel, leading them to conclude that there must be someone important in the back seat. Nicole skillfully put on her sunglasses to shield herself from the flashing lights and gave Eric an apologetic smile. She knew he disliked being in the tabloids, and if it weren't for her persistence, they wouldn't have found themselves in this situation. "Let's go," Eric said, slipping on his sunglasses and wrapping an arm around Nicole's shoulder as they hurried toward the restaurant. The paparazzi became even more excited when they saw Eric's gesture, snapping pictures while unabashedly shouting questions. "Eric, are you and Nicole dating?" Will Nicole be the star of your next film? Do you guys have marriage plans? Eric and Nicole entered the restaurant without uttering a word, and the paparazzi were blocked at the door by the restaurant's security. Eric could still vaguely hear one of the paparazzi arguing angrily. Eric, I'm so sorry, Nicole whispered once they were inside. Eric released his grip on her shoulder and smiled, saying, You know I'm the kind of guy who doesn't worry about debts, as long as you don't mind. Nicole chuckled, shaking her head. Of course I don't mind. A blonde waitress with a few adorable freckles on her nose led them to a seated area with a clear view of the sea. Barely containing her excitement, she handed the menu to Eric and Nicole, her gaze fixated on Eric. Mr. Williams, Miss Kidman, welcome. What would you like to eat? What do you recommend? Eric casually asked. The waitress, gazing at Eric's profile, replied, Our pan-seared sea base is great. We just air-freighted it from Peru this morning, plus our cheese butter-baked shrimp and Italian seafood pasta are fantastic. Eric flipped through the menu briefly before closing it and looking up. What about wine? Our white wine is excellent. The top-notch Soave dry white wine from Verona pairs best with seafood, the waitress said, maintaining eye contact with Eric as she cheerfully continued. Then let's get a bottle of dry white, Eric said, unsure exactly where Verona was but guessing it was somewhere in Italy. He then turned to Nicole, who was intensely studying the menu. Nicole, what are you going to have? After they took some time to finalize their order, Eric finally displayed a tilted grin and said, I'm genuinely worried that girl might suddenly recommend our deep-fried Williams. Come on, don't be silly. She's probably just your fan, Nicole laughed. While they were talking, the beach outside the floor-to-ceiling windows lit up again with flashes of light. Being a public area, neither Eric's bodyguards nor the restaurant's security could chase them away. Eric looked at the paparazzi holding long lenses and commented, It's award season, but what's the use of following us two no nominations nobodies? Nicole gestured for the waitress to draw the curtains on the floor-to-ceiling windows next to them to block the distant view before saying, I saw some articles about you in the newspapers lately, and they had a bitter tone. But really, don't you ever think of shooting an Oscar contender? Not at the moment. You know Woody Allen, right? Nicole laughed. How could I not? It was such a fuss last year. Instead of chatting with Nicole about Woody Allen's affairs, Eric said, You should know he never attends the Oscars, even when he won Best Director for Annie Hall. I tend to agree with his attitude toward the Oscars. He mentioned that if a director makes films to win awards, he unconsciously confines himself to the rules and gives up what he genuinely wants to express. Woody Allen is among the few directors who have achieved acclaim in major film festivals in North America and Europe. I believe this is largely due to his freedom from the constraints of convention, which allows him to focus on his vision. That's indeed an interesting director, Nicole commented lightly after hearing Eric's thoughts. Even though he's in a low period now, Woody Allen will certainly make a comeback in a few years. He has a talent for capturing the beauty of his leading ladies. Would you be interested in collaborating with him? No, I'm focused on commercial films for now. Once I've earned enough money to last a lifetime, I'll consider doing what I really want, like winning an Oscar for Best Actress. After achieving success, I just want to have 2 or 3 kids and be a good mom. By that time, many will surely say, wow, Nicole Kidman has faded and can only stick around in some small indie films now. Eric chuckled, but upon reflecting, he realized that despite the fact that Hollywood stars had eagerly participated in Woody Allen films since the 1970s, Nicole had never collaborated with him. The only time media hinted at a potential collaboration, it was for a project called You Will Meet a Tall, Dark Stranger, which Nicole quickly backed out of within a month. That film eventually starred her close friend Naomi Watts. Let them say what they want. By the way, your Jurassic Park should be wrapping up soon, but I haven't heard about your next movie plans, Nicole asked. I have no plans, Eric replied honestly, shaking his head. If Jurassic Park hits expectations, that'll be the completion of a phase. I need to take a breather. Only a select few, like Stan Winston, Roland Emmerich, and Cameron, knew Eric's expectations for Jurassic Park's box office, so Nicole couldn't possibly know. I don't really understand what the first phase means. It refers to the phase where I was personally involved. Moving forward, I intend to focus more on producing. For Jurassic Park's sequel, I won't direct it myself. I'll also look for other directors for previous disaster film projects. Those films require extensive location shooting worldwide. I can't keep leaving Los Angeles for several months each year. Of course, I will still personally direct films, but it will depend on the situation. Nicole nodded, suddenly remembering something and preparing to speak when the waitress returned with their dishes. She watched as the waitress eagerly served Eric and asked if he needed anything else. Once they were alone again, she added, I almost forgot to ask. Interview with the Vampire should be a project you've personally greenlit, right? Yes, what's up? Eric asked while picking at the sea base on his plate. Have the roles for the film been settled? Nicole inquired. Interview with the Vampire is a collaboration between Firefly and David Geffen's production company. David took the producer's seat, so he's mainly overseeing this project. Firefly is just supervising the script and budget for now. The film's main creatives haven't submitted their choices for actors yet. As Eric spoke, he remembered the two male leads. In the original interview with the Vampire, glanced at Nicole and asked, Has anyone approached you? Tom Cruise, perhaps. No. How could someone as proud as Tom Cruise come to ask me for a role? Paula did mention it to Pat. She hopes he might get the part, but he never asked us to communicate about it. Although Tom's recent few works haven't been stellar, he's still a top leading actor. I heard David Geffen is interested in having him play the male lead, Nicole concluded, a mischievous smile lighting up her face as she winked at Eric. Your mind is quite devious, Eric said with a chuckle. Everyone knew that David Geffen was known as one of Hollywood's most powerful gay figures, while Cruise's sexual orientation was buried deeper than Kevin Spacey's notorious status. So, if it's not Tom Cruise, why bring this up? It's actually one of Pat's newly signed artists. He's got potential, though she is not expecting him to be the male lead. Pat wants him to try out for the male supporting role. Eric joked, the guys playing vampires need to be handsome. You're actually supporting that kind of person. Nicole waved her hand with a smile. You're handsome too. He's my fellow Australian. So, of course, I need to lend a hand. Fellow Australian? That makes it harder for me to agree, Eric said, squinting playfully. Nicole laughed softly, picking a decorative red cherry from her plate and placing it on Eric's. She soothed him childishly. All right, take this cherry as a token of agreement. I'll have Pat call David Geffen and say you approved. Eric popped the cherry into his mouth and replied, Fine, arrange it however you want, as long as he gets through the audition. If he's not suited, I absolutely won't agree. Of course, Nicole nodded. After glancing at their nearly finished lunch, Eric asked, What do you plan to do this afternoon? I just finished promoting Mr. and Mrs. Smith in Europe a few days ago and have been resting. Can I hang out with you in the studios this afternoon? Sure. I'm about to edit a rough cut of Jurassic Park. You can help me out. I'd like to learn. Maybe one day I'll even change careers and direct something. Eric summoned the waitress to hand over the credit card before saying to Nicole, Just stick to being an actress. Directing isn't for everyone. Trying to do too much can be a bad thing. Then how come you seem like you can do everything? Nicole asked, propping her chin on one hand with curiosity. Eric obviously couldn't tell her that he had diligently spent 4 years in a directing program, then mingled in the industry for nearly 20 years. Though he never managed to direct a film belonging to himself, the skills he accumulated over that time were very solid. So, facing Nicole's inquisitive stare, Eric puffed out his chest and confidently replied, I'm a genius. You small fries could never compare. Huh, so arrogant. Nicole laughed, tossing a napkin at him. The next day, the tabloids were buzzing with excitement again. Although Eric and Nicole had been caught in the act, neither party responded to any of the rumors. As long as the media wasn't overstepping, they ignored all the chatter. Production on Jurassic Park entered its final phase, and Eric spent long hours in the post-production center at the studio. Nicole, using her break as an excuse, stayed with Eric for the next few days, working as his temporary assistant. After work, they both returned to Liberty City Manor together. To avoid complications, Eric took a helicopter to and from work every day. The paparazzi gathering outside Firefly Studios initially hoped to catch juicier gossip, but grew frustrated after seeing the Black Bell 230 land repeatedly for days. Ultimately, they cursed under their breath and slowly dispersed. Daytime was filled with interactions over scripts, while nighttime was spent together. Despite having to work overtime for Jurassic Park's post-production every day, Eric still found his days quite pleasant. Occasionally, thoughts would flicker in his mind about something he felt he had forgotten, but soon it would vanish from his thoughts. Eric figured that if he had forgotten anything, his assistant Alan would remind him in time, so he didn't worry too much about it. After more than a week and a call from Kepler, Eric realized he had completely forgotten about his scheduled meeting with Charlize Theron. Chapter 514, 515, This Isn't For You. To see. After auditioning for Buffy the Vampire Slayer, there had been no news. Following her agent Michelle Simmons' arrangement, Charlize Theron stayed at a motel in West Hollywood. The motel charged only $10 a night, which was manageable. However, since January, she'd run through all her savings to prepare for the Buffy the Vampire Slayer audition. If it weren't for Michelle hinting that a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity awaited her, she would have booked a flight back to New York by now. Even in the last few days, she had been spending the $500 that Michelle had lent her. She waited for more than a week. Following Michelle's repeated instructions, she rarely ventured more than 2 kilometers from the motel. Luckily, a mile north was the famous Hollywood Walk of Fame, where she occasionally walked, lowering her head like many tourists who admire the stars embedded in the pavement. While most people viewed it with curiosity or admiration, she often vowed that one day, she'd leave her own star there. Eric Williams wanted to meet her. This was her biggest opportunity. During the Buffy the Vampire Slayer audition, that guy's abrupt laughter had interrupted her performance, and she had loathed him for a while. However, that feeling was swiftly extinguished by her agent's stern reprimand. She only knew him as a big shot in Hollywood, recently hailed as one of the hottest directors and producers, the owner of Firefly Films. Oh, he also had a sprawling mansion in Malibu that many affectionately called Shell Villa or Liberty City. Yet, as she learned more over the past days, she began to grasp what Eric Williams really meant in Hollywood. Her motel room still held that well-thumbed Premiere magazine. He was at the top of the Hollywood Power list for 1992. He was the big boss of Firefly Films, which had absorbed Disney. His personal fortune exceeded $7 billion, and the films he directed in just 5 years had grossed over $2 billion worldwide. More importantly, he had launched a slew of previously unknown Hollywood actors, including Julia Roberts, Nicolas Cage, Bridget Fonda, Nicole Kidman, and Pierce Brosnan. Then he said he would make time to see her. While she didn't know how Michelle secured this opportunity for her, after learning all this, Charlize had spent the next few days bursting with excitement and unable to sleep well. Day or night, she found herself endlessly contemplating how to engage him when they met, what to say or do that would capture his attention. Days passed, a week went by, and she was nearing 10 days since they last communicated. Recently, she had even begun to worry that Eric had forgotten about their meeting. Anxiety drove her to muster the courage to call Michelle for the first time, but the only reply she received was to be patient a little longer. However, she could sense uncertainty in Michelle's tone, which only heightened her worry and disappointment. The motel owner, a kind-hearted, rotund white guy, expressed concern seeing the young girl lounging around aimlessly for so many days without doing anything at all, yet being so careful with her spending. He kindly offered to help her find a job, and she was tempted but ultimately declined. Being a model contest champion, she couldn't help but catch the attention of others as well. A group of young men and women drifting around Hollywood invited her to some wild parties. Naturally, she didn't dare go, so during chance encounters, she overheard some bizarre comments from them, and some men looked at her with blatant disdain. Eventually, after a minor spat, she couldn't hold back her fierce nature and got into a heated argument. Fortunately, the motel owner intervened just in time to prevent it from escalating into a fight. Afterward, she felt a rush of panic. If it had come to blows and she got hurt, particularly on her face, her chance would be ruined completely. For the rest of the day, her mood plummeted. She pulled the curtains shut and lay on the hard bed in her dim room all day, venting her frustration by scribbling all over the face of some guy on the cover of Premiere with her lip gloss. She even felt too lazy to eat dinner, deciding to starve for a night to save a few dollars. As twilight fell, someone suddenly knocked on her motel room door, something that had never happened before. Cautiously, she asked who it was, and she recognized Michelle's voice from outside, a sudden intuition stirring within her. In a panic, She jumped off the bed and ran barefoot to open the door. Charlie. Michelle's face was lit with obvious excitement. But after calling her name, she took in the sight of Charlize in the dim orange hallway light and immediately furrowed her brow. Look at what you've become. Turning on the lights, feeling sheepish as she invited her agent in, Charlize explained, "Sorry, Michelle. I was just sleeping." Michelle surveyed the disarray of the room and immediately spotted that messily painted Premiere magazine lying by the bed. However, this time she said nothing, merely sighed and said, "Charlie, gather your things. We're leaving now." Charlize instinctively adjusted the strap of her light blue nightgown that had slipped off her shoulder and nervously ran her fingers through her messy hair. She rubbed her cold feet on the floor a few times and asked timidly, "Now, we're going to see him?" Michelle didn't respond directly but instead sniffed and asked, "Haven't you showered in days?" Seeing the awkward expression on Charlize's face, Michelle eventually said, "Forget it. Just hurry up and pack your stuff. We'll stay at my place tonight. The meeting is set for tomorrow noon." Once she packed her simple belongings and checked out, Charlize hopped into the white car that Michelle drove. They cruised through the streets of Los Angeles before entering a dense residential area at the foot of Beverly Hills. Michelle quickly drove into a lavish estate's yard. As they stepped out of the car, Charlize noticed a tall, bald man with a broad smile coming out of the living room. "Kepler, good evening." Michelle greeted him with a smile as she walked over. "Good evening, Michelle. You're here so soon." The bald man embraced Michelle, then looked over at Charlize, who was standing next to her with a small suitcase. Their eyes met, and Charlize smiled at the man while he nodded back to her. But soon, he turned back to Michelle. "I'm really sorry, Michelle. I called this afternoon, and it seems Eric did forget. The post-production for Jurassic Park has entered its final stages, and he's been working at least 12 hours a day. I hope you understand. He asked me to convey his apologies." "It's fine, as long as Mr. Williams can make time," Michelle replied, shaking her head dismissively. Standing behind Michelle, Charlize couldn't help but scoff at the bald man's words. She recalled seeing a newspaper photo just days ago of him having a leisurely lunch with Nicole Kidman, and the two appeared cozy together. There was no sign of someone who was busy. After Kepler finished explaining to Michelle, he turned to Charlize. "So, you must be Miss Theron. I'm Kepler Hyde. I've looked over your file." Charlize suddenly realized who he was, one of the big bosses at ICM. She quickly set down her roller bag and stepped closer to shake his enormous hand. "Hello, Mr. Hyde. You can call me Charlie." Kepler nodded, released her hand, and took a half step back to look her over. He gently nodded again and added, "You really should smile more. It makes you even more charming." Charlize felt a bit taken aback. A few years before, at a modeling contest, a well-respected judge in the fashion industry had said something similar to her. Many actresses only became more captivating when maintaining a serious demeanor, often losing their charm when they smiled. But she was the opposite. When she was expressionless, she barely looked pretty. Yet when a smile graced her lips, she radiated allure. She hadn't expected this middle-aged man to notice such subtleties on their first meeting. "I will, Mr. Hyde," Charlize promised with a nod. The three of them entered the living room. Kepler had them sit down and personally brought coffee before speaking. "You can stay here temporarily until things are settled." "Thank you, Kepler," Michelle replied, nodding. Then her tone rose slightly. With a hint of underlying meaning, she added, "When we leave, I'll personally return the keys to Mary." "Oh, you're still bringing that up after all this time, huh?" Kepler said with an exasperated shake of his head. He pulled a document from a briefcase resting on the couch, placing it on the coffee table. "Here's the information you wanted. Just take a look, and please try not to share it. You know, while such matters are common in the industry, it's still not good if the involved parties know about them." "I understand," Michelle nodded, then asked, "What else?" Kepler produced a business card. "This is the contact information for Eric's assistant. You can go straight to Firefly Studios in Playa Vista tomorrow around noon and reach out to him. Although the scheduled time is noon, it's best to arrive a little earlier." Michelle nodded again. Having relayed all this, Kepler paused and said, "The last time I spoke to Eric, he mentioned he had come up with a great idea for a female-led action movie. After the success of Mr. and Mrs. Smith, everyone saw the potential for pure female action films. ICM has recently looked at many similar projects, but nothing major from big film studios, just some low-budget tries from independent producers. Since Eric wants to take on such material, you can be sure it won't be a small venture. He glanced at Charlize, who looked a bit stiff as she held her coffee cup. I saw in your file that you switched careers due to a knee injury. Are you still able to perform intense fight scenes? Absolutely, Mr. Hyde. I only considered changing jobs because of the injury, but it didn't leave any lasting effects, Charlize replied confidently. Good to hear. Kepler nodded and chatted with Michelle for a few moments. After finishing his coffee, he bid them farewell and left. In no time, only the two of them remained in the villa. Charlize recalled Kepler's earlier comments and felt a small thrill. Stealing a glance at Michelle, she saw her reading through the document that Kepler had left behind. Subtly, Charlize straightened her back, allowing her eyes to wander over to the paper. Just as she noted Eric Williams' prominent name, she heard Michelle say, "This isn't for you to see. Go take a shower. There's a bathroom upstairs, and we'll talk more later." Caught in the act, Charlize's cheeks flushed as she grabbed her small suitcase and slipped upstairs. After her shower, the two discussed various things. Wanting to ensure she wouldn't feel sluggish the next day, Charlize forced herself to sleep, even though she couldn't shake off a series of jumbled dreams. By early morning, Michelle Simmons woke her up. After having breakfast at a diner, Michelle took Charlize to a famous shopping street in Beverly Hills. As Charlize gazed at the familiar luxury brands along the sides of the road, she nervously looked at her agent. Michelle, usually serious, surprisingly cracked a joke. You've got to have a standout outfit. Think of today's shopping as my investment in you. If you become a big star, don't forget this little investment, all right? Of course not. I wouldn't do that. Charlize hurriedly shook her head. Michelle nodded lightly, well aware of Charlize's character. She knew her to be a strong-willed, yet pragmatic woman. If a better opportunity arose, Michelle was certain that Charlize would not hesitate to leave her behind. Still, Michelle was just as confident that she could keep a firm hold on Charlize. Chapter 515, 516, Lucky Star on the production line. After spending more than an hour in a beauty salon, Charlize Theron got her hair done and slipped into the trench coat she had picked out not long ago. She stood in front of a full-length mirror. The woman in the mirror wore light makeup, and her originally light-colored long hair had been dyed a golden brown. The fitted khaki trench coat, black tailored pants, and knee-high black boots accentuated her figure beautifully. One of the beauticians who had just attended to Charlize looked at her enviously and complimented. "You are absolutely stunning. But I noticed you didn't wear any perfume. You might want to try the Miss Dior line of light perfume. It's fresh and elegant, perfectly matching your current style." Charlize glanced at her manager standing nearby, her eyes questioning. When she first saw her manager effortlessly swipe a few $1,000s for a trench coat, she had felt anxious about how long it would take to repay if this venture ended in failure. But as the spending continued, she grew increasingly numb to it all. Now that she had come this far, it seemed reasonable enough to add a bottle of perfume to her purchases. After all, if this failed, she definitely wouldn't be able to pay that money back. Michelle Simmons watched Charlize with satisfaction and nodded lightly. When she heard the beautician's comments, she hesitated for a moment, but ultimately shook her head, saying, "This is good enough. You don't need the perfume." Charlize felt a bit puzzled, but didn't argue. Since yesterday, her manager had been reminding her of various things to pay attention to during meetings, all while dressing her in a way that was distinctly different from her usual style. From all this preparation, she could guess what the document with Eric Williams's name was about. He probably didn't like women wearing perfume, she thought. After settling the bill, the two didn't linger and headed straight to the car, driving towards the Playa Vista community in Culver City. When they arrived at Firefly Studios, it was only 10:30. Michelle parked in a lot outside the studio, and the two got out. Charlize couldn't help but glance at the studio walls. Though they stood over 2 meters tall, the massive film stages inside were still visible. Michelle looked at her watch and didn't lead Charlize across the street to the studio right away. Instead, she found a nearby cafe. After ordering 2 cups of coffee and a plate of snacks, Michelle asked, "Charlie, do you remember everything I told you?" Charlize mentally replayed Michelle's reminders from the previous night and slowly recounted them to her manager. After Charlize finished, Michelle nodded, saying, "Good. But there's one more thing. I know you're a smart girl, but try not to show off your cleverness in front of Mr. Williams. Just be natural. If you feel really nervous, it's better to say less than to blurt out something incoherent. Charlize remembered the relaxed face she had seen in the audition room over a week ago. She thought her manager was being a bit too serious, but nodded obediently. "Do you think I'm overreacting?" Michelle suddenly asked, studying Charlize's expression. Charlize hurriedly shook her head. No. Don't think these are small matters. He became famous at 18 with just a few films, and now has great power in Hollywood at a young age. Plus, he's a director. Both of those factors could make him a bit. Michelle paused, refraining from using the term childish. Hesitating for a moment, she added, somewhat emotional. Minor slip-ups might end up making him dislike you. Just a little bit of dislike could mean you lose this opportunity. That's not unheard of. There are rumors that during the auditions for The X-Files, both producers liked one actress, but he simply said, "I don't like that woman," and dismissed her. Charlize opened her mouth, surprised by Michelle's casual industry gossip. Remembering that she had just watched The X-Files, she curiously whispered, "Michelle, I heard that the lead actress in The X-Files was also his girlfriend. Is that true?" Michelle shot her a look. "That's not your concern." Charlize brushed her hair back, feeling quite confident about her looks. However, seeing her manager's expression, she began to worry again. What if he wants me to be his? What should I do? If that happens, you would immediately become the envy of 99% of Hollywood actresses. In no time, you would have everything that ordinary people could only dream of: a luxurious lifestyle, a dazzling stardom, high salaries, and the best treatment. You wouldn't have to bend to Hollywood's rules or toil like other stars to maintain your status. Michelle watched as Charlize's eyes sparkled with uncontainable longing, and she quickly splashed cold water on that idea, saying, "But you can rest assured, he probably isn't interested in you." Charlize couldn't help but exclaim, "Why? Why not?" Michelle shrugged. "Who knows? Just like we still haven't figured out why he suddenly laughed during the audition for Buffy the Vampire Slayer. Given his nature, if he were interested in you, he would have made a move during the Buffy auditions. The fact is, that didn't happen. He even forgot your scheduled meeting. So, girl, this time, the most important thing is to seize that opportunity Kepler mentioned. Don't overthink it." Charlize's shoulders slumped slightly, a hint of disappointment crossing her face. Michelle took a sip of her coffee and continued, "But you didn't forget what I told you on the phone that night, right? If he offers you something in that direction, remember, don't refuse. It would be absolutely beneficial for you. Many actresses in Hollywood would do anything to get into his bed, and he's not an old, ugly man either. You won't be losing out." Charlize rolled her eyes slightly but nodded, not arguing. They spent time at the cafe until 11:30, when Michelle picked up her mobile phone and dialed Eric's assistant's number. After chatting for a bit, she took Charlize and walked towards Firefly Studios. The studio guard had been informed ahead of time. After confirming their identities, he handed them temporary passes and let them in. The main road in the studio complex was spacious, lined with several trucks, golf carts, and lavish SUVs parked next to the sound stages. Around noon, many people were moving in and out of the open studio doors, and occasionally a group of stars could be seen surrounded by fans as they slipped into their SUVs. After walking several hundred meters through the studio area and across a small courtyard, a row of commercial lofts made primarily of steel and glass came into view. Continuing forward, they finally reached the administrative section of the studio. Michelle made another phone call, and soon a young man in his 30s emerged from an office building. After brief introductions, he said, "Mr. Williams is already in the restaurant. Follow me." Inside the studio, alongside a large employee cafeteria, there were several upscale specialty restaurants. Following the rumors from a week earlier, Eric and Nicole hadn't been dining out anymore while at the studio. Instead, they picked one of these restaurants. After wrapping up the morning's work, Eric checked the time and took Nicole to their usual lunch spot. He didn't rush to order, but called Alan to notify him and began sketching on his drawing pad that he brought from the office. Watching Eric quickly sketch, Nicole couldn't help but ask, "Do you really not need me to step out for a bit?" Eric looked up at Nicole and grinned. "Nope. I asked Alan to bring that girl and her manager over. It's just a meeting, to have lunch and chat a bit." Nicole was already in the know. nodding as she looked at the artwork taking shape in Eric's hands. Against a fiery backdrop stood the bold figures of three women. What's this? Is it the concept art for your planned Charlie's Angels remake? Eric nodded, shifting the sketch pad closer as he continued adding lines, explaining. Yeah, I intend to completely remold Charlie's Angels into a blockbuster female spy series, somewhat like a female counterpart to 007, if it's feasible. Eric didn't care much for the original Charlie's Angels series. Not only was the plot disjointed, but its music video tendencies felt overbearing. The director Joseph McGinney-Nicol had originally been a music video director, but had not managed to break away from the MV shooting style, leading to extensive scenes reminiscent of a music video in Charlie's Angels. If not for the significant budget spent on practical effects and the hype surrounding female action films, its box office success wouldn't have been likely. Therefore, after 2 films, the series stopped abruptly and failed to take off again, with subsequent TV adaptations also falling flat. Now that the rights were under his control, Eric didn't plan to follow the original style. Instead, he had a bigger ambition to turn this story into a longer series of action films. Even if it couldn't rival the classic 007 series, he would strive in that direction. 007 has already done 16 films. Creating a similar series of films isn't easy. Frank Mancuso, who recently took over MGM, is planning to reboot the 17th 007 installment, and they previously sent inquiries about whether I'd be interested in playing a Bond girl. Nicole's offhand comments sparked an idea in Eric's mind. He turned his head and scanned Nicole with intent, making her temporarily puzzled, and she shrank her neck, laughing. Heh, haven't you already gotten tired of this? Eric leaned over and planted a quick kiss on Nicole's lips, grinning as he said, Impossible. I just suddenly had a brilliant idea. Oh, Eric continued, since 007 has a Bond girl, Charlie's Angels should also have a classic villain. Let's call her Fallen Angel. Fallen Angel? You're not suggesting I play that part, are you? Bingo, the first Fallen Angel. What do you think? Not so fast. Since you want to develop a new series, the 3 leading ladies shouldn't be too famous. If I play the villain, I could easily overshadow those 3 girls in every way. By then, the audience would focus on me, and the movie would definitely become unbalanced, Nicole said confidently. Eric quickly realized the issue. Nicole's recent film, Mr. and Mrs. Smith, had successfully crafted a strong queen-like persona for her, which would make it challenging for 3 rising stars to stand in her shadow. Well, if the first film doesn't work, we can always go for a second one. We can use the first to create buzz and the second to solidify the Fallen Angel's reputation. After that, the sequel development will be much smoother. Now that's more like it. I can give it a try, Nicole nodded in agreement. Just as they were talking, Alan walked in, leading Charlize Theron and Michelle Simmons into the restaurant. Nicole's gaze briefly lingered on Michelle Simmons, sharply dressed in a black suit with short hair, before moving to Charlize. After sizing her up, she suddenly leaned in close to Eric and whispered, She's your type. I haven't ordered my food yet, Eric replied softly, standing up. Hello, Mr. Williams. I'm Michelle Simmons. It's a pleasure to meet you. Michelle approached warmly, extending her hand to Eric, then greeted Nicole before quickly yielding the floor to Charlize. Ms. Theron, we meet again. Eric took the initiative to greet, openly admiring the woman before him, a lucky star on the production line of Hollywood. Chapter 516, 517. Is this okay? Charlize Theron's rise to fame in her original timeline was quite typical. Rootless and base, the South African girl like many starry-eyed youths, headed to the City of Angels. After spending 2 years in Hollywood, she caught the industry's attention with a thriller called 2 Days in the Valley, which copied Quentin Tarantino's Pulp Fiction. With her acting and looks acknowledged, she began to take on roles as eye candy in various genres, and after a few years of hard work, she climbed into the ranks of near A-list actresses. Later, she became an A-list star after her bold and self-destructive performance in Monster, winning an Oscar for Best Actress. This led to offers for leading roles in mainstream blockbusters like Hancock, Snow White and the Huntsman, and Mad Max, Fury Road. Of course, luck played a significant role in her journey. Charlize Theron managed to become a top star in Hollywood and earned the nickname South Africa's Diamond, not just because of her talent and beauty, but importantly, she never strayed off course. Eric recalled that in her early career, Charlize had auditioned for the lead role in Paul Verhoeven's notorious Showgirls. She luckily got cut from the cast, while Elizabeth Berkley, who did land the role, started off well in Hollywood, but saw her career plummet after the film was released to scathing reviews, losing not just her career, but also her agent. Once the introductions were done, they took their seats at the table. Michelle Simmons finally relaxed, but at the same time had to focus. Originally, she thought Eric was planning to have lunch solely with Charlize, so she had channeled all her thoughts into that meeting and hadn't prepared much for this encounter. She didn't anticipate that Eric's assistant would suddenly mention that Eric wanted her to come along with Charlize. To top it off, she hadn't expected Nicole Kidman to be sitting next to Eric. The waiter handed out the menus, but Eric just laid his aside, ignoring the shy Charlize Theron as he turned first to Michelle, asking, "Michelle, are you good friends with Kepler?" "Yes, Mr. Williams," Michelle replied. "Kepler and his wife, Mary, are my college classmates. We've known each other for almost 20 years now." "That explains it." Eric smiled as he assessed the woman in the suit with short hair. He didn't ask further about her relationship with Kepler, but continued. "Kepler mentioned that your previous work focused on television. Why the sudden switch to being a film agent?" "I felt like I had hit a ceiling in television, so I wanted to try my hand in film," Michelle said. At this time, Nicole finished ordering lunch for herself and Eric, leaning over to him quietly. "Eric, do you think these are good?" Noticing Eric leaning close to Nicole, who was clearly comfortable with him, Michelle seized the opportunity to casually order her own lunch as well, and Charlize echoed her selection. Watching the two converse in hushed tones across the table, Michelle noticed Nicole chuckle softly at something Eric said, playfully hitting him. A wave of envy and an unsettling feeling washed over Charlize, yet she dared not express any unusual sentiments. "All right, let's keep it simple. We still have work this afternoon, so no alcohol, just juice," Eric concluded, then turned his attention back to Michelle and asked, "You must have quite a few television actors on your roster?" "Yes," Michelle affirmed. "Mitch Pileggi, who plays Walter Skinner on The X-Files, is one of my clients. I also have 7 other clients who play significant roles in various television series." Walter Skinner served as Assistant Director of Bureau of Investigation in The X-Files, significantly involved with the 2 main leads. Although his role only began to emerge in the 2nd season, he was crucial and ranked just below the main characters in episode appearances. Landing such a pivotal character in a show already proven to be a ratings hit is often harder than landing leads in fresh series. Michelle's comment wasn't a boast. It reflected her desire to connect with Eric since he was the creator of The X-Files, which also underscored her impressive skills. Transitioning to film representation is indeed a good choice, but balancing both worlds might not be so easy, Eric commented. "I'll find a way to manage," Michelle answered confidently. Her mind was already made up. If all went well in Hollywood, she would transfer her clients to other agents. The waiters soon brought their lunches, and the conversation became quieter. However, Michelle noticed that Eric spent most of his time chatting with her rather than with Charlize, which left her feeling uneasy. After all, she had come to pitch for her client. After lunch, when their coffee arrived, Eric looked at his watch and said to Nicole, "Nicole, why don't you take Miss Theron to tour the park? I need to talk to Michelle alone." Charlize felt both disappointed and a bit puzzled by the statement. Yet, Michelle suddenly realized Eric had been inquiring about her work situation as a way to gauge her capabilities. Now that he had sent the others away, he must have something essential to discuss. Nicole didn't quite understand why Eric had suggested this either, but she obediently stood up, warmly taking Charlize's arm. "Come on, Charlie. I'll show you around the lot. You might be visiting here a lot in the future." Charlize could only comply with a shy smile, following Nicole out of the restaurant. As they reached the door, she couldn't help but pause and look back. Nicole noticed the young girl, her cheeks still holding youthful softness. She gently patted Charlize's shoulder and said, "Don't worry. You won't be making a wasted trip." Charlize stammered at Nicole's expression, flustered and wanting to explain, but instead asked, "Miss Kidman, really?" "You'll find out soon enough," Nicole replied with a bright smile, then disregarded Charlize's clumsy probing, leading her to explore the studio lot. Having spent most days there with Eric, Nicole had become quite familiar with this enormous film base, larger than the Universal Burbank Studios. The more she learned, the more she could appreciate the formidable strength Firefly Productions had accumulated in such a short time. Once Nicole and Charlize departed, Eric handed Michelle the concept sketch he had quickly drawn before their meal and said, "I assume you've heard some things from Kepler, right? This is a concept sketch I drew prior to your arrival." Michelle took it, noticing the rough pencil outlines depicting 3 female silhouettes. Though it was very hasty work, she could immediately sense the confidence radiating from the figures. "Did you ever watch Charlie's Angels?" ABC had a show back in 1976 that celebrated feminism, and it was quite revolutionary at the time. "I wonder if you saw it?" Eric asked. Michelle nodded. "I watched some of it. I really liked that show back then." "Great. I've acquired the film rights to adapt it into a series of action films with a female lead, styled similarly to the 007 franchise," Eric said, gesturing to where Charlize had just been seated. "Charlize is one. I'm still looking for 2 more leads." Michelle felt intrigued but cautious, asking, "Mr. Williams, are you suggesting that I find 2 more leads for this film?" "Precisely. This is a brand new series, and I hope to feature newcomers around Charlize's age, but their acting must be top-notch," Eric clarified, holding up 2 fingers. "You've got 2 months. Do you accept this challenge?" Michelle hesitated briefly. This was a tremendous opportunity for her, yet finding not just new and gifted actresses seemed daunting. After a moment of silence, she seemed to consider something. Tentatively, she proposed, "Mr. Williams, would this work? In North America, it might be tricky to find girls that fit your criteria, but I can try Europe. There, I might find actresses who have begun to shine, but lack any foothold in North America. This way, I can evaluate their talent based on their work, and they'd likely meet your standards." Eric thought it over for a moment before nodding. "Not bad. That's indeed a good idea. Let's proceed that way. And, Mr. Williams, aside from that, do you have any other requirements?" she inquired. Eric considered it, but didn't see a need to cast across different ethnicities simply to appease various demographics. Aside from being beautiful, it would be best if they each had distinct characteristics. "I don't want 3 cookie-cutter roles like the versions from the series. I envision a project where each character has her unique background and skills with strong, distinct personalities. Additionally, once they're signed, they'll undergo at least 3 months of physical training. Inform them ahead of time. The training will be rigorous, and if they can't handle it, they might want to bow out." Michelle laughed lightly. "I doubt there'd be a girl foolish enough to drop out of a movie with you, Mr. Williams." Eric shook his head. "I never intended to direct the series. I'll be involved in writing the scripts instead. In Hollywood, who doesn't know that as long as you're involved, it's considered your film, whether you direct it or not?" "Thanks for the compliment, Michelle," Eric replied with a smile. "That's no compliment. It's a fact." "Fine," Eric said with a grin, glancing at his watch. "Let's wrap it up for now. I have more work this afternoon." They stood, and Eric extended his hand again to Michelle. "Pleasure working with you." Michelle smiled back, taking his hand. "Pleasure working with you too. I can't take you into those 2 sound stages. They're the most advanced virtual digital stages in Hollywood, specifically for shooting special effects scenes. Just the cost of these studios exceeds $20 million, twice that of regular studios, and they're filled with equipment that's been specially developed for digital work, completely unavailable on the market," Nicole said, proudly gesturing toward a secured stage as they walked with Charlize. Just then, her handbag chimed, and she swiftly answered her mobile phone. After a brief chat, Nicole told Charlize, "They've finished their meeting. Let's head back." Charlize, who had started to zone out, perked up at this and followed Nicole toward the administration area. Once they said their goodbyes, Eric arranged for a golf cart to take the 2 women out of the studio before heading to the post-production center with Nicole. "What did you discuss?" Nicole couldn't contain her curiosity and quickly asked. Eric responded, "You know there are 3 leads for Charlie's Angels, right? I handed the task of finding the other 2 angels to Michelle Simmons." Nicole looked surprised. "Aren't you worried that if the movie becomes a hit, she might use the 3 leads to demand a higher price from Firefly?" Eric showed no concern, saying, "You must see that this is a sharp woman who wouldn't make such short-sighted moves. Plus, If the three leads end up with different agents or agencies, negotiating for a sequel would just become messier once the film is successful. Of course, I'll have Firefly draft a contract to ensure, at least for the trilogy, the leads won't create any major fuss. Nicole inquired, but you said you wanted to model it after the 007 series. What happens after the trilogy? Such large-scale series films typically require at least 5 to 6 years for a trilogy. Who knows what will happen by then? Worst case, we might reboot the series and recast the leads. After all, didn't 007 change actors several times? Eric replied, Chapter 517, 518, Complications. The electric cart carried both of them straight to the entrance of the studio. As soon as they stepped out, Charlize Theron eagerly asked, Michelle, did you get any results? Michelle Simmons nodded. Let's talk about it in the car. Seeing her manager's gesture, Charlize finally felt a wave of relief wash over her. After the initial excitement, however, it soon faded into a slight disappointment. She had prepared for this meeting for so long and owed her manager a hefty sum of money. To her surprise, throughout the meeting, Eric Williams spoke only polite but meaningless pleasantries, barely even casting a glance in her direction. People's thoughts often drifted this way. Despite Charlize's outward compliance with her manager's arrangements, she still harbored her own calculations. Unfortunately, she had no chance to implement any of her little schemes during the entire meeting. Once they got into the car, Michelle was lost in her thoughts until they had driven out of Santa Monica, at which point she noticed that Charlize hadn't said a word for quite a while. Feeling a bit down? Michelle glanced at Charlize in the passenger seat. Charlize instinctively wanted to deny it, but seeing her manager's smile led her to give a slight nod instead. Let me clarify. Michelle organized her words. Mr. Williams said he saw your audition for Buffy the Vampire Slayer, and it went quite well, so you've successfully landed a role in the movie. However, there are 3 main female leads, and you're just one of them. A joyful expression briefly crossed Charlize's face, but Michelle could still see the disappointment in the girl sitting next to her. She explained, this is definitely a film centered around the main female characters. Its budget is comparable to Mr. and Mrs. Smith, and it's spearheaded by Eric Williams himself. You should be grateful for your luck. If this film had auditioned for the leading roles publicly, it would have driven every eligible actress in Hollywood crazy. You wouldn't have had any chance at all. Then, Charlize pondered for a moment and asked, if he's not interested in me, why did I still get the role? Who knows? Maybe it was just your lucky break. Michelle thought about this question too, though she was also puzzled. However, she had no intention of delving deeper into it. Unless Eric Williams himself explained his reasoning, no one could truly know what he thought. As they spoke, Michelle spotted a large blockbuster video rental store along the roadside and pulled over. She took Charlize inside with her. After searching for a while, Michelle finally found a complete set of the Charlie's Angels TV series on VHS. Instead of renting, she decided to purchase it. Although she had watched the series over a decade ago, she needed to brush up on it since she had taken on the task of selecting the female leads. Michelle intended to watch the show thoroughly and prepare well. Seeing the 3 sultry actresses on the box of the video, Charlize understood that she was likely set to star in the movie version of the series. Charlie's Angels had first aired in 1976, just as Charlize was born, and she had been living on a small farm in South Africa far removed from such entertainment. The two of them returned to the car with bags full of videos. Michelle started driving while picking up the conversation from before. Well, you have the role now, so there's no need to dwell on why you got it. After all, there isn't anything about you that anyone else would covet. If Eric Williams had ulterior motives, he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to land you this part. Just focus on doing what you need to do. Holding a box of videos, Charlize read the back cover while absorbing Michelle's words. So what do I do next? She asked. Michelle contemplated for a moment. I remember you don't have a driver's license, right? Spend the next 2 months learning how to drive and getting your license. This is an action film after all, and you'll have driving scenes. I'll also need to be away from Los Angeles for a while. After 2 months, your schedule will be set by the film company. Williams said there would be 3 months of training for you. Michelle added. He mentioned that the training would be very tough and strict. If any of you can't handle it, it's better to bow out beforehand. Charlize certainly wasn't planning on bailing out, but she did catch on to something else in her manager's words. "Did you just say any?" Michelle hadn't expected Charlize to pick up on that so quickly. "Yes. Besides you, I'll also need to find 2 more girls. According to Williams, I need to go to Europe. If all goes well, it shouldn't take more than 2 months. That's the deadline he gave me." "What about me?" Charlize hadn't had the chance to consider how she would handle competition. She knew that if her manager left, she certainly couldn't stay at Kepler Hyde's mansion in Beverly Hills, as she wouldn't have enough money to live in Los Angeles for the next 2 months. Michelle understood Charlize's concern. "I'll arrange everything for you. The expenses will be deducted from your salary later. Before I leave, I'll get your contract signed with Firefly so you'll have an official film role." This was the first time Charlize had heard the term salary in relation to herself since Michelle signed her last fall, so she felt a genuine thrill. "Michelle, how much do you think my salary will be?" Michelle absent-mindedly tapped her fingers on the steering wheel as she considered it. For a major film like this, even for a newcomer, the salary shouldn't be too low. However, salaries for actresses are generally less than those for actors. Plus, there are 3 leading women in Charlie's Angels. "I'll have more information once I talk to them. I estimate your salary should be between $100,000 and $200,000. Of course, if the movie becomes a big hit, the studio will definitely offer some bonuses." There was one thing that Michelle didn't mention. Among the 3 leading actresses, Charlize's salary would likely be the lowest, with the other 2 roles being filled by rising stars from Europe, meaning that even if those actresses weren't well known in North America, their salaries would naturally be higher. While this figure was a far cry from the multi-million-dollar salaries of the biggest stars she saw in magazines, Charlize was still delighted. At the very least, it was a solid start. She wasn't one of the stars, and this amount should be sufficient to keep her from worrying about finances for quite a while, allowing her to focus entirely on preparing for the movie. A few days later, Michelle Simmons, representing Charlize, signed the contract for Charlie's Angels with Flower Pictures. Although the unfamiliar production company made both her and Charlize somewhat apprehensive, the $200,000 salary came as a pleasant surprise. While that amount wasn't much compared to the production budget of over $50 million, it was the best-case scenario Michelle had anticipated. Perhaps because of this rather generous pay, the contract also included an option for Charlize, which stipulated that after she starred in the first Charlie's Angels film, she would have to appear in 2 sequels over the next 5 years. By early March, after an intense period of hard work, Eric successfully completed all post-production on Jurassic Park. After watching the finished film, Eric felt confident about its box office prospects. Compared to his memories, this version of Jurassic Park had a plot just as thrilling as the original, but its special effects were even better. After all, the version from this timeline was Spielberg's work following the failure of Hook. While it eventually became a great success, the studio had not been entirely confident during production, hence the tight budget meant some details couldn't be perfectly refined. However, the version Eric produced burned through $75 million just for the project budget. Determined to deliver superior special effects for the series, Digital Domain, since its inception, had been engaged in developing related technology, spending a significant amount of funds in the process. After wrapping Jurassic Park, marketing plans for the film quickly kicked into gear. A week later, Firefly released the first poster for Jurassic Park, and Disney's theme stores began setting up displays for Jurassic Park merchandise. With Disney's hundreds of stores across North America and Europe, as long as the film achieved its expected success, Firefly would reap profits from merchandise sales in no time. For the summer release, Firefly had 3 films: Jurassic Park, Deep Impact, and A Bug's Life. Eric knew the box office sensation that Jurassic Park would be, so to avoid impacting the box office of the other 2 films, he scheduled Jurassic Park to release on June 4th. Then 3 weeks later, on June 25th, A Bug's Life, completely different in genre from Jurassic Park, would premiere, while the special effects-themed Deep Impact was set for July 2nd. This timing ensured that while Jurassic Park's box office momentum would still be present, it wouldn't overshadow Deep Impact too much. The films released by Firefly over the past few years had become a focal point for other studios. Many people noticed something unusual about the schedule Firefly had set after announcing the films. Historically, Firefly had maintained a release pattern of launching films at 2-week intervals during peak periods. However, with A Bug's Life being a 3D animated film distributed by Disney, this summer's release saw a staggering month between releases for the two films. Observant people quickly realized that Firefly was exceptionally confident in Jurassic Park. The almost $700 million global box office of last year's Twister was still fresh in many Hollywood minds, and the emphasis Firefly placed on Jurassic Park clearly outshone their attention to Twister. Given these concerns, some more flexible mid-tier film companies chose to postpone their summer releases to avoid Jurassic Park spotlight. Meanwhile, Michael Eisner faced pressure from Universal's executives and decided to push back the planned late June release of The Fugitive to mid-July, swapping its date with a medium-budget romantic film. Although many publicly criticized Michael Eisner for being overly cautious, he insisted on not explaining too much to others. Upon hearing this news, Eric couldn't help but admire Michael Eisner's boldness. Had Eisner insisted on keeping The Fugitive's original release date for fear of losing dignity, it would have made for quite a spectacle. With some stepping back, others chose to confront the challenge. Two films were even set to attack Jurassic Park directly. Cliffhanger starring Sylvester Stallone and Last Action Hero featuring Arnold Schwarzenegger, both produced by the German-backed Carolco. One film was scheduled to release the week before Jurassic Park, and the other a week after. Eric had noticed these two potential box office failures, which was why he paused negotiations for Arnold Schwarzenegger's salary on True Lies. He hadn't anticipated that these two films would so recklessly rush into the jaws of Jurassic Park. After completing the post-production of Jurassic Park, Eric found himself swamped again with a slew of tedious tasks that required his personal attention. At David Geffen's recommendation, the lead role in Interview with the Vampire was ultimately secured by Tom Cruise, while the second lead was taken by an Australian actor from Pat Kingsley's agency. Eric couldn't recall much about the actor named Jack Slater, likely due to the butterfly effect. The only actor he personally intervened with during casting was the young Kirsten Dunst, who at that time was just 11 years old, yet her audition impressed everyone involved, including director Neil Jordan. Chapter 518, 519, Com. After collaborating with Columbia on Mr. and Mrs. Smith, Eric had 4 more film development projects lined up according to their initial agreement. With Columbia's lucrative overseas distribution resources now in hand, Eric found his enthusiasm waning. Unfortunately, Peter Guber clung tightly to him as soon as Eric wrapped up the post-production for Jurassic Park. Not only did Peter call several times a day, but he also showed up at Firefly's headquarters or Liberty City Manor every few days. Eric had no choice but to start picking the remaining collaboration projects. After all, Firefly was expected to take a 60% cut of the profits, so he couldn't simply pick a few films at random. Doing so would be self-sabotage, which gave him a headache just thinking about it. Nicole's salary negotiations with Universal for the Mummy project went smoothly. She gave up the $10 million payday in exchange for an 8% profit share from the entire Mummy franchise. Eric heard that this contract sparked quite a debate within Universal. Michael Eisner pushed to pay Nicole in cash, but the board insisted on the profit-sharing deal to minimize investment risk. In the end, even Panasonic's higher-ups got involved, forcing Michael Eisner to go along with the board's decision. After Eric looked over the outline for the Mummy series that Universal had drafted and confirmed that a Legion of the Undead would appear in the sequel, he instructed Digital Domain to reach out to Universal, hoping to secure the special effects production for the Mummy series. Due to Eric's extensive investment in tech development, Industrial Light and Magic had fallen significantly behind Digital Domain in the CGI effects. Although Michael Eisner managed to secure some long-term cooperative agreements with Industrial Light and Magic through Spielberg's connections, he couldn't refuse Digital Domain's offer. After all, he couldn't pass up the chance to make Universal's films shine visually. However, Eisner didn't hand all of Mummy's effects to Digital Domain. Citing the tight production schedule, he split the effects work between Industrial Light and Magic and Digital Domain. Eric was only interested in the special effects scenes involving the undead, so he didn't object. TG Film's sale to Fox was just a preliminary step, and the actual transaction would have to wait until at least this year's projects were completed. Drew and Elizabeth focused their energies on Buffy the Vampire Slayer and Jim Carrey's new film, while Charlize Theron's small interlude didn't affect the process of selecting the lead actress for Buffy the Vampire Slayer. If all went well, production for the series would start at the end of March. After some research, Jim Carrey's new film was set to be the much-anticipated sequel to Ace Ventura, Pet Detective. In the original timeline, this sequel fared much better than the first film, and Eric was involved in offering a few suggestions for the script. Since she wasn't in any rush to sell, Drew wouldn't be able to detach herself anytime soon, which also meant that the production for Charlie's Angels didn't have to be hurried. Eric had planned to hand over the script development for Charlie's Angels to Firefly's writing team. However, after some thought, he decided to tackle it himself. With the imminent arrival of two little ones, he knew he would have a relatively free period in New York, which was perfect for slowly conceptualizing the script for Charlie's Angels. Aiming to mimic the 007 franchise, the movie series certainly needed a comprehensive worldview and storyline. In this regard, with countless film narratives swirling in his mind, Eric was undoubtedly more adept than most. So, during this time, he carried a small notebook with him everywhere to jot down any inspiration regarding Charlie's Angels that struck him. Amidst all these scattered thoughts, Forbes magazine added to the chaos. In early March, Forbes released its annual list of the top 400 wealthiest individuals in North America. While Eric didn't land the top spot, his $7.5 billion net worth still caught the media's attention. Although he wasn't the richest in terms of wealth on the list, his age was notably striking. After his birthday in May of that year, Eric would only be 23 years old, a fact even billionaires like Bill Gates, who had a net worth exceeding $5 billion, couldn't compete with. While Gates had once been dubbed the youngest billionaire, he was soon approaching his 40s. Of course, if it were just about age, it wouldn't have been a significant issue. Eric could simply brush off what people said. However, regarding the source of Eric's wealth, despite Forbes providing a clear analysis, many media outlets continued to harbor various malicious speculations. Some even called for the federal government to conduct an investigation to give taxpayers an explanation. There was certainly no explanation forthcoming, but the controversy was undeniable. In the midst of this tumultuous environment, Eric was busy until late March, wrapping up all his matters before hurrying off to New York. In East Hampton on Long Island, due to the prolonged stay of two women, Eric had returned the originally rented estate. In January, he had Chris in New York purchase a 5-acre small manor not far from the ocean. Returning to New York, Virginia and Joanna had already moved in. The weather in New York remained cold at the end of March. Although it hadn't snowed again, the highest temperature still didn't exceed 60 degrees Fahrenheit, and it occasionally dipped below 30. After being busy with work, Eric unexpectedly found himself enjoying the tranquility of the small manor, a stark contrast to his usual hectic life. However, for both women, going out was certainly not advisable in the early morning or late evening. They could only walk outside when the weather warmed up around noon. A rare sunny day graced New York, and without the usual wind, the sunlight felt pleasantly warm. Eric stood on the freshly greening lawn before an easel, holding a charcoal pencil as he quietly whispered small talk while sketching Joanna, who sat quietly on a bench by the roadside. She had said she wanted to keep the drawing as a memento, to show their little one what mom looked like while expecting. Thanks to the nutritional supplements during her pregnancy, Joanna's cheeks had filled out, losing their previous gauntness, making her look even more beautiful with her sparkling eyes. As for Virginia, she absolutely forbade Eric from making any comments about her round face. Sensing Eric's excitement for the little one in her womb, she became even more audacious. As the sound of a car approached, Eric didn't turn around. Before coming to New York, Chris had mentioned he would bring his girlfriend over, and he had called the night before to confirm it. From a distance, Eric heard Virginia and Chris chatting. They exchanged a few words before making their way toward Eric. He noticed Joanna slightly tilted her chin and smiled behind him. Turning around, he saw the three of them approaching. "Eric, that's a beautiful drawing," Emily Brighton said, somewhat enviously. She had always been interested in art, but had to enroll in business school to step into the family business. Chris chimed in with a joke. "Yeah, if you decide not to direct in the future, you could still make a living with that talent." Virginia looked at the nearly finished portrait, feeling a bit envious. However, she resolutely refused to leave any images of herself behind, thinking this was the ugliest phase she had experienced in her life. With that in mind, she instinctively shot a glare at Eric, letting out her small frustration on him. This guy is to blame for everything, she thought with certainty. Standing on the other side, Emily and Chris noticed Virginia's expression, stifling chuckles, but not saying anything. Eric meticulously sketched out the lines while listening to Chris's teasing, smiling as he replied, "Your suggestion isn't off the table, considering I'm free at the moment. I could grab a spot in Times Square to make some money. That way, I can buy a few packs of formula for the two little ones." Of course, that was just a joke. After a few exchanges, Virginia pulled Emily along to prepare lunch. During Eric's absence, Emily often visited the two women. The three had become very good friends. Chris, however, didn't leave. With his hands in his jacket pockets, he watched Eric draw and asked, "How long do you plan to stay in New York this time?" "If there's nothing else, I'll do my best to stick around until just before the summer blockbuster season." Eric thought for a moment, unsure. Chris laughed. "From the sound of that, I bet you won't last that long." Eric shook his head lightly. "There's nothing I can do about it. I envy many of my colleagues. They get to take several stable months off every year. I heard that John Malone from telecommunications only works 6 months a year and spends the remaining 6 months vacationing around the world with his family." Telecommunications was a major stakeholder in QVC, a company Eric had been monitoring, especially as they competed with Viacom for Paramount. They are all old-timers, successful and established, so they can afford to take it easy. Not to mention, none of them have hit the top 10 on Forbes at just 23 like you, right? Eric sighed slightly. "True enough, you have to give something up to get something in return. Hopefully, the two little ones won't feel too distant from me in the future." Chris was uncertain how to continue the conversation, but thought for a moment and said, "Speaking of the Forbes list, I've been registering several companies in Bermuda and the Cayman Islands over the past few weeks. We can leverage these offshore companies to invest in the ones we hold and gradually dilute Firefly's stake in them. I've recently started discussions with Steve Case about our shares in America Online. The 30% stake we have can be spread across several foundations, so eventually, Firefly Investments could become a shell that won't appear on the list of shareholders for a public company." "That sounds best. A few days ago in Los Angeles, those paparazzi really came down hard on me. Some of those guys were even stirring the pot. It was such a hassle." Chris laughed. "Even if we hide Firefly Investments, if Firefly Entertainment keeps growing at this rate, you'll eventually find yourself at the top position anyway. Many are already questioning Forbes' estimates, claiming they undervalue Firefly Entertainment, and the Wall Street crowd finds Forbes' valuation ridiculous. Let's cross that bridge when we come to it. I'll just split Firefly Entertainment's shares, if necessary," Eric remarked, suddenly recalling something, and asked, "How's Hotmail's online email system doing? I haven't seen any updates in the latest files." "It's already building the servers," Chris replied, looking a bit helpless. "The core code for the online email was near completion a long time ago, but that Steve Mitnick guy is unhappy with the encryption for email passwords and is working with his team on a brand new encryption algorithm. If all goes well, we should be able to use it by April. I've kept an eye on movements in the internet market, and so far, I haven't spotted any companies researching similar technologies. So waiting a while longer won't hurt us. Even if a competitor emerges, we can out-promote them with our IE and Yahoo portals." Eric nodded, growing increasingly interested in the other Steve Chris mentioned. "I definitely want to meet him when I have time. I find perfectionist obsessives particularly fascinating, especially those who stick to their ideals so firmly." Chris made a face, saying, "Once you meet him, you might have the urge to punch someone." As he finished the drawing, lunchtime was approaching. Eric took the easel down and joined Joanna sitting on the bench, quietly discussing a few things. Then the two greeted Chris and headed straight for the villa. Chris looked at their retreating figures, then glanced at the lonely easel on the lawn, helplessly shrugging and jokingly cursing Eric for being so heartless to women before rolling up his sleeves to disassemble the easel and carry it after them. At lunch, the dining room became entirely the domain of the three women. Women, after all, were naturally talkative beings, and since Emily had become familiar with both of them, she was exceptionally chatty. During the meal, they chattered from the little one's impending arrival to future plans 18 years down the line. After finishing lunch, still relishing the conversations, they brushed aside Eric and Chris to gather in a small guest room in the villa, discussing plans for a small pre-baby party. Eric and Chris weren't particularly interested in those topics, so they retreated to the study to discuss company affairs. Chapter 519, 520, My Child Isn't Named Hawaii. Eric had barely arrived in New York for a few days when the 65th Academy Awards took place at the Los Angeles Music Center, bustling with excitement. Schindler's List emerged as the clear winner, racking up 12 nominations and claiming 8 Oscars, while Steven Spielberg finally realized his dream of winning Best Director. From the time he pretended to be a Universal Pictures employee to sneak into that Burbank studio, Spielberg had been in the industry for 25 years. He had created a series of box office hits with Jaws, E.T., and Raiders of the Lost Ark, solidifying his status as one of Hollywood's most successful commercial directors. He enjoyed a high reputation in the industry, but still shed tears of joy on that small stage when he received recognition from the Academy. Even though it was nearly midnight on the East Coast, the two women stayed with Eric to watch the entire award ceremony. When Virginia noticed Spielberg wiping away tears, she quietly asked Eric if he would react the same way when he won an Oscar for directing in the future. Eric recalled how, 2 years prior, he had felt when he won the Oscar for Best Adapted Screenplay for Scent of a Woman. At the time, he thought he would be indifferent about awards, as someone who had lived a full life. But in that adrenaline-filled atmosphere of the award ceremony, staying calm was nearly impossible. However, he was sure that if he ever won the Oscar for Best Director, he would be emotional, though he doubted he would cry like Spielberg. Spielberg retained a sense of childlike wonder well into middle age, while Eric had long lost any remnants of innocence. Last year's Twister predictably won the award for Best Visual Effects, with Stan Winston personally accepting the award. Due to Eric, the director, and the lead actress Joanna's absence, and the lack of major nominations beyond a few technical awards, most of the crew from Twister was not present at the Oscars. Twister winning a technical award was acceptable, but all other films from Firefly Productions left empty-handed. Consequently, as the Oscars wrapped up, alongside congratulating Spielberg for finally achieving his goal after over 20 years, much of the media aimed its criticism at Firefly Productions. They slammed the company for being too commercialized, suggesting that even Disney had become obsessed with profit, focusing solely on making money with commercial films while forgetting the artistic and social merits of cinema. Eric mostly skimmed through these bitter articles, understanding that the root cause was Firefly Productions' exceptionally strong performance the previous year. With a 27% share of the North American box office, it surpassed the combined totals of the second and third place competitors. Other film companies must have felt anxious and restless as a result, which didn't surprise him. Considering the films slated for the summer release that were already kicking off promotions, Eric thought this year would certainly make the other 6 major studios even more frustrated, but they would eventually adapt to this situation. After April, Virginia and Joanna both reached their due dates. Everybody in the manor, including Eric, became increasingly cautious since both women were pregnant at the same time. While the chances of them giving birth on the same day were slim, Eric still prepared 2 identical delivery rooms in the villa, even arranging 2 teams of doctors. On April 9th, a day that should have been ordinary, Eric had just finished lunch. As usual, he went to his study to handle paperwork coming from Los Angeles. Joanna, ever by his side, sat nearby with a book, reading quietly. As media discussions critiquing Firefly Productions' commercialization surfaced, the company maintained a notably cool demeanor. Despite no public response to the criticism, internally, after several meetings, the management unanimously agreed that the Oscars were an important part of Hollywood. Even for the sake of maintaining public image, Firefly couldn't excessively ignore them. After a few days of discussions, the management proposed 2 alternative plans. One plan was to create a dedicated art film department within Firefly, investing or purchasing a few art films each year aimed at the Oscars. The other option was to acquire a second or third-tier film company specializing in art films, and names like Miramax were already on the table, suggested by individuals like Michael Lynn. Eric felt no surprise seeing that name. In previous years, Miramax had mostly dealt with peripheral awards like Best Foreign Language Film. However, in recent years, as the Weinstein brothers became increasingly adept at awards campaigning, they were almost annually attempting to snag core Oscar categories like Best Picture, Best Director, and Best Actor/Actress. This year, despite suffering financial losses due to rapid expansion in production and distribution, Miramax still received nominations for Best Picture, Best Director, and Best Actor for The Crying Game. Had it not been for Schindler's List taking precedence, winning one or two awards wasn't out of the question for them. However, upon looking at the documents, Eric's interest in acquiring Miramax all but faded. Perhaps due to the recent media buzz, the Weinstein brothers assumed Firefly's interest in acquiring Miramax was more urgent than that of other competitors. Thus, they proposed a $100 million price tag while wanting to retain a certain stake and maintain Miramax's independent operations. Years ago, Eric had chosen New Line and Miramax as potential targets for Firefly's expansion mainly because both had established distribution channels. While small, they could scale quickly with good films, and he ultimately chose New Line primarily due to its larger scale. Now though, Eric was far less keen about Miramax. After reviewing the terms proposed by the Weinstein brothers, he became even less interested. If Miramax retained the Weinstein brothers to run the company independently post-acquisition, considering their ambitions to expand beyond just Oscar films, there was little doubt that Firefly and Miramax would follow the same path that once caused Disney and Miramax to split apart. Eric had no intention of dragging those two scheming brothers into the Disney framework to complicate matters for himself. After pondering the choices, Eric ultimately decided to stick with the first plan. Resolute, he opened his computer and began typing his thoughts onto a blank document. Just as he fumbled through a few lines, the door to the study was abruptly knocked on. He frowned but hadn't yet responded when a maid pushed the door open, her face urgent as she said, "Mr. Williams, Madam's water has broken." Eric immediately stood up. "Did you call the doctor?" Madam just felt some discomfort in her stomach, and Ms. Paquin happened to come for a checkup. Now, Madam is already in the delivery room. Eric turned from his desk and began to walk outside, glancing back at Joanna as he moved. "Joan, do you have?" Joanna closed her book and smiled as she stood. "It can't be that simple. Don't mind me. Just go check on her. Then you rest well here. You don't need to come," Eric replied, following the maid outside. As they walked down the long corridor to a south-facing room on the other side of the villa, Eric could already hear Virginia's cries of pain from outside. Just as he was about to push the door open, a nurse with a tray came out of another room and quickly stopped him. "Mr. Williams, you can't go in like that. You need to wear a sterile gown first. Mary, help Mr. Williams with that." Eric quickly put on the gown, then finally stepped into the delivery room. The newly renovated delivery room was on par with any high-end hospital ward, with all brand-new equipment. Eric had promised to donate all the equipment used by the private doctors, responsible for the two women after they had finished, and the other party had been so excited they nearly lost composure. Upon seeing Eric, Virginia reached out her hand from the bed. "Eric, I'm here." Eric took her small hand, offered comfort, and then looked to the middle-aged woman beside him wearing a mask. "Miss Paquin, how is it going?" "Don't worry, Mr. Williams. With me here, there won't be any issues. Plus, Elisa will be here shortly." Elisa, mentioned by the middle-aged woman, was another doctor from a different team. Eric nodded and observed the busy doctors and nurses, deciding not to disturb them further, quietly staying by Virginia's side. Women often took longer during their first deliveries. Eric had prepared for this inevitability, but with Virginia's water breaking in the afternoon, she was still struggling well into the early morning. The little one would just not come out. Virginia, looking a bit pale, heard Eric softly discussing with the doctor the potential for a C-section if the baby remained unresponsive after 12 hours. She immediately called out, "Eric, I don't want a C-section. I heard that can make the child stupid." "Don't say such things. That's impossible. Just lie down calmly." Eric sat beside her, gently holding her hand and trying to soothe her. It can happen. I just don't want a C-section." Eric, feeling a bit helpless, said, "Then you need to push and get the little one out as soon as possible." "It hurts. Then let's do a C-section." "Wah, it's all your fault." Okay, blame me, just don't cry. Relax. I'm hungry. There's porridge in the kitchen. I'll go get you some, Eric said and hurried out of the delivery room. With the Virginia in labor, nobody was resting. The villa was brightly lit. As Eric passed through the living room, he saw Joanna still sitting on the couch with a maid, speaking softly. Upon seeing Eric, Joanna quickly asked, "Eric, how is it going?" Eric shook his head. Dr. Paquin said that after 12 hours, if there's still no progress, a C-section would be best. I'm getting Vicky some food. Joan, you should rest soon. I'm fine. I can't sleep either. Joanna gently shook her head, her hand softly rubbing her abdomen. Perhaps influenced by Virginia, she felt slight pains, but she dismissed them as normal occurrences from past experiences. To avoid worrying Eric, she did not mention it, continuing, "Gina just asked if she wanted anything to eat. You should hurry to the kitchen." Watching Eric head into the kitchen, she soon saw him return with a bowl. The maid standing by Joanna whispered, "Mr. Williams is so considerate." "Indeed," Joanna softly replied, the discomfort in her abdomen coming back. She furrowed her brows slightly, reaching for the remote next to her, hoping to turn on the TV for distraction. As she shifted her body slightly, she caught sight of faint dampness on the couch. Before the maid could say anything, she followed Joanna's stunned gaze and gasped, "Oh my God." As she spoke, the maid hurriedly got up and rushed toward the delivery room. Joanna's water had also broken. Upon hearing this news, Eric nearly froze in place. Meanwhile, the doctors remained calm, dividing into two small teams to assist each woman. As a precaution, Dr. Paquin suggested that Eric contact one or two more doctors to come in. Faced with such a coincidental scenario, Eric no longer considered confidentiality issues and immediately agreed to the suggestion. Dr. Paquin went ahead and recommended two of her colleagues to Eric. The nearby residents had already noticed the well-lit manor. The arrival of two helicopters that landed in the backyard stirred even more curiosity, with some people coming to inquire, but they received no answers from the security guard. Eric briefly exchanged words with a doctor who arrived fresh from a helicopter, surprised to find him there, then slipped into Joanna's delivery room. Upon seeing Eric, Joanna, who was biting her lips, instantly reached out her small hand. As the man took her hand and softly comforted her, Joanna, usually so quiet, couldn't hold back her tears. "Eric, it's okay, it'll be quick. Don't worry." Eric reassured her, gently wiping the corner of Joanna's eye. Joanna shook her head lightly, gazing up at him timidly. "No, Eric, my child isn't named Hawaii." Chapter 520, 521, Elia. Eric found himself momentarily puzzled, trying to recall that this was the name he had initially suggested for Joanna's unborn child. He had stumbled upon the name after remembering a particular skit, and it had initially carried a playful connotation. However, after that conversation, he hadn't mentioned it again to the two women, never expecting Joanna would hold on to it for so long. It was clear now that she disapproved of the name, which had always seemed frivolous, and now she could no longer contain her feelings about it. Although Eric felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, he decided to go along with Joanna's sentiments and replied, "Okay, not Hawaii, not Hawaii. You can name the little one whatever you like. I won't interfere." Joanna smiled faintly, as though a burden had been lifted, and after a moment of thought, she looked at Eric and softly said, "Hawaii. The name isn't very appealing. Yeah, it's pretty terrible. That was my fault. Once the little one arrives, you can take your time to come up with a lovely name." Eric nodded. He and the two women had never focused on the sex of the baby and continued to refer to it simply as it. Despite Joanna having no neurotic tendencies, her quiet demeanor led Eric to believe that her labor would take much longer than Virginia's. He had braced himself for an extended period of tiring wait. However, to his surprise, just a little over 4 hours later, the sweet cries of a newborn echoed from Joanna's room. "Congratulations, Mr. Williams, it's a lovely little princess," a nurse told Eric as he stepped out from Virginia's room. "Thank you, I appreciate your hard work," he said gratefully before entering Joanna's room. She had been moved to recovery, looking quite weak. Still, she hadn't slept. Instead, her gaze was fixed on the nurse giving the baby a warm water bath. After a while, the nurse finished cleaning up and brought the bundled baby to Joanna. "Eric, this is my daughter, Joanna said softly, glancing at the little one's wrinkled face. Eric squatted by her bedside, smiling as he replied, "She's our daughter." "Yes, our daughter." Joanna smiled a gentle smile as she reached out, lightly touching the baby's cheek with her finger before quickly withdrawing it. A flicker of hesitation crossed her eyes before she looked up at Eric and said, "Eric, let's stick with Hawaii for the name." "Ah." Eric opened his mouth for a moment before chuckling. "Let's not. I didn't put much thought into that name back then, and you clearly don't like it." "No." Joanna shook her head gently, her tone firm. "We'll name her Hawaii Williams." Completely baffled by Joanna's conviction, Eric could only nod. "All right, I did say you could choose the little one's name." Joanna replied with a soft affirmation as she leaned in closer to the baby and called out gently before asking Eric, "What should her nickname be?" Eric thought for a moment and suggested based on the pronunciation habits he had learned. "How about Elia?" Joanna, noting that the nickname didn't bear resemblance to Hawaii, asked, "Does this nickname relate to Hawaii?" He explained, "Of course. Following the pronunciation, maybe the nickname could be Haha, but I prefer Elia." Elia means son in Italian. Joanna didn't query him further about it, instead repeating the nickname a few times until satisfied. "Elia, that sounds nice. We'll go with that. By the way, how is Vicky doing? With all these doctors around, she should be fine. But you know, most women take a bit longer on their first delivery," Eric replied. Joanna nodded. "Yeah, you should go check on her then." Eric didn't argue. He was also worried about what was happening on the other side. He stood, saying, "I'll have someone bring you something to eat, and make sure you rest." "I know. Just hurry over there," she urged. Soon enough, Eric found himself in the other room, where Virginia looked a bit downcast. She had initially thought that her child would be Eric's firstborn, either a son or a daughter, but now it felt like her baby is going to be a younger sibling. 12 hours had passed. With time running out, the baby might face danger due to oxygen deprivation. Doctors had discussed preparing for a cesarean, and at that moment, Virginia said nothing against it. Suddenly, as if sensing their urgency, the little one decided it was time to make an appearance. After a brief consultation, the doctors canceled the surgery plans. 2 hours later, a plump baby boy cried as he entered the world. The simultaneous births of the two children created quite a stir. Despite multiple confidentiality agreements signed afterward, some information inevitably slipped out. However, due to the absence of photos or witness accounts, tabloid headlines referring to the birth of a Hollywood director's illegitimate child captured the public's attention, though larger media outlets remained cautious about making any premature reports. Most ordinary people dismissed the buzz as just another baseless Hollywood rumor. That said, the media were far from oblivious. In a matter of days, the once quiet East Hampton became abuzz with reporters from North America and even Europe who swiftly zeroed in on the small estate Eric had purchased. The house was already vacated, and the persistent reporters left empty-handed after days of waiting. Meanwhile, Eric had relocated with the two women. This time, they went to the farm residence he had borrowed from Spielberg, Kell Farm, who had just won an Oscar for Best Director. The beautiful estate was typically the Spielberg family's summer retreat, although he usually resided in Los Angeles. With the newborns just a week old, both mothers had everything in order and, with several caretakers nearby, Eric found himself with little to do. Just 2 days prior, he had volunteered to change his son's diaper, which inexplicably sent the little one into tears, leading Virginia to promptly shoo Eric out of the nursery, forbidding him from approaching their baby. The banter was light, but both mothers were adamant about not needing Eric's help anymore, leaving him with little to do. Preoccupied with their newborns, he finally had a chance to get back to work. Besides the regular work documents coming in from Los Angeles, Eric began writing the outline for the upcoming film, Charlie's Angels. Additionally, he received word from Chris that the beta version of Hotmail had finally launched. Eric was eager to try out this new email service, even though he had been somewhat annoyed by Steve Mitnick's slow pace during testing. After using it, however, Eric was quite satisfied. Despite some limitations that caused issues with various sites, Hotmail handled everything smoothly and without any loading difficulties. After testing Hotmail, he rapidly began sharing this new communication tool with those around him, especially the management at Firefly Entertainment, who quickly adapted to the online email system. Executives like Katzenberg started sending Eric numerous emails daily to discuss various matters. Simultaneously, Hotmail's promotion linked directly through Yahoo's prominent interface. And with Yahoo and Internet Explorer coverage exceeding 90% of Internet users, Hotmail witnessed over 1 million registrations within just 3 days of launch. Thankfully, their servers were prepared to handle the traffic, avoiding any outages from surge loads. At their current growth rate, it wasn't out of the question that Hotmail could soon rival Yahoo and IE in terms of coverage. Chris had once been concerned about the long-term viability of three companies, given that a consistent free service with no profitability model could eventually end in disaster. He worried about rising operation costs from the exploding user numbers, which might soon become unsustainable even for Eric. Seeing the numbers grow so rapidly eased Chris's worries. Even if Hotmail capped at 10 million users, he knew the potential for profit through email advertisements was significant. Furthermore, with millions of users, additional opportunities for monetization on the internet would inevitably emerge. Alongside Hotmail, a new official version of Internet Explorer launched as well. Previously in beta, the release signified the browser's complete technical maturity. Competing companies would find it nearly impossible to surpass IE's technological advantage in a short time frame. Sitting by the now-empty swimming pool, Eric lounged back with his legs crossed, a laptop resting on the round table. While he pondered these developments, his fingers danced across the keyboard, sipping coffee occasionally, embodying a serene and comfortable atmosphere. With the babies born, both Virginia and Joanna hinted to Eric that he was welcome to return to Los Angeles if he felt the need to attend to work matters, suggesting that staying here was not an obligation. However, Eric was in no rush to head back to Los Angeles. Having been busy and tied down there for so long, he found that life here, apart from the bustle of the city, felt rather peaceful. With over half a month gone, everything seemed perfectly in order back home. As the boss, he decided to savor some time off. With a soft beep, his laptop notified him of incoming emails, and Eric adeptly opened the browser to check his inbox. Although Hotmail had yet to launch a dedicated client, users could already install plugins in IE for email notifications. Besides a few women and closer friends, only senior executives at Firefly Entertainment knew Eric's private email address. Even though only department heads could access it, there were still many who reached out. Eric had advised against sending non-urgent emails, but he found himself inundated with updates and even some amusing gossip from the staff that made him chuckle. One particular email stood out. It was from Jerry Bruckheimer. With just under 2 months to go until Jurassic Park's release, the film was entering its final promotional phase. The marketing and distribution efforts were primarily run through Firefly's distribution team, in collaboration with Bruckheimer himself. As Eric was reading through the document, he noticed Joanna approaching, smiling as she carried a pot of coffee. "I figured your coffee was about finished, so I made you a fresh brew," Joanna said, waving the pot as she stepped over several data cables on the floor to refill his cup. She then pulled up a chair next to him. "Is Ellie sleeping?" Eric casually inquired. "She is, the sleepy little thing," Joanna beamed, glancing at Eric's laptop screen. Noting a few lines, her eyes widened in surprise. Eric didn't hide his thoughts, pointing at the email content displayed on the screen. At a promotional event yesterday in Seattle, a reporter asked why I wasn't participating in the Jurassic Park promotions. Jerry tried to change the subject, but then another reporter boldly asked if I had a love child. These people are getting bolder every day. Jerry's email merely recounted the amusing incident from the Seattle event, but he also expressed concern. With Jurassic Park's release drawing near and word spreading about Eric's new child, Bruckheimer feared that some would exploit this moment for headlines leading up to the film's debut. Chapter 521, 522. Angels. "What are you planning to do?" Joanna asked Eric after she finished reading the email seriously. Eric chuckled lightly. "Honestly, it's not a big deal. I've been single for a while now." Joanna blinked her slender eyes a few times, and she almost grasped the situation. Eric wasn't married, so having a child early wouldn't be too significant. At most, some conservative folks would criticize him, but with his current power and fame, it wouldn't cause him any real harm. "So, will the movie really be affected?" Joanna pointed to the email. Eric smiled and patted Joanna's hand. Don't worry, it won't have much impact. You don't need to concern yourself with this. Just focus on taking good care of the little one. And if you ever get bored and want to work, I can arrange for you to do a movie or whatever you're interested in. Haven't you been chatting with Emily about fashion? Interested in being a designer? Joanna shook her head, leaning gently against Eric's arm. I was just talking with Emily. I'm not like you. I can only act, nothing else. Then just let it be. If you want to do something, just let me know. Yeah, Joanna replied softly, pausing for a moment before adding. Eric, I told my parents about Elia's birth. Eric turned to look at her. What did they say? They didn't say much. They just hope I'll be doing okay. Eric squeezed Joanna's hand and said, I assure you, you and Elia, you two will be just fine. I know, Joanna nodded. But there's something else. What's that? My little sister plans to come to America. Mom and Dad hope I can look after her. Eric was somewhat puzzled. It was the first time he heard Joanna mention having a younger sister. Why didn't you ever mention her? I didn't think it was necessary, Joanna said, looking at Eric. Her name is Ava Pacquiao. She's a year younger than you. Being a year younger meant Ava Pacquiao was just 22 years old. Eric's mind spun as he subconsciously asked, Is Ava prettier than you? As soon as the words left his mouth, Eric felt a sharp pinch on his arm from Joanna, causing him to rub it and cry out in pain. Joanna released him, shot Eric a glare, but softly said, Everyone who knows us says Ava looks just like me, especially our eyes. This time, Eric didn't dare to joke, nodding in agreement. Your eyes are the prettiest. So, what's Ava coming to America for? Can I help in any way? I initially thought of asking for your help, but never mind. I'm going to keep Ava far from you, Joanna said bluntly. Eric quickly donned a charming smile. All right, you handle it. I won't interfere. But if you need help, it's fine to ask someone else and just say it was my idea. Joanna nodded and sighed. Ava wanted to come a few years ago, but I insisted she finish her degree in Poland. Eric asked, What does she study? English, Joanna replied, then glanced at Eric. Her English is way better than mine. She won't have that strange accent you like. To prepare for Twister, Joanna went through extensive language training to lose her accent. But after filming was over, her accent returned, a quirky, rolled R-tongue English that Eric couldn't quite define but strangely liked. As they talked, Eric's mobile phone beside him rang. Hello, is this Mr. Williams? A female voice came through. This mobile number was new, assigned when Eric came to New York, and not many knew it. Hearing the somewhat familiar but strange voice, Eric asked, Yes, this is I. Who is this? Mr. Williams, this is Michelle Simmons. I just returned from Europe. Your old number was answered by Mr. Fishman, who told me I could reach you at this number. Eric immediately recalled her, saying, Michelle, how was your trip to Europe? Yes, Mr. Williams, I found several qualified actresses as you requested. They are with me in Los Angeles, and I wanted to ask if you could arrange a time to meet them. Eric considered for a moment. How about you fax their information to me first? I'll take a look. Write down the number. Michelle Simmons seemed to know something and didn't argue. Just a moment. I'll find a pen. After a while, Michelle noted the fax number before hanging up. Joanna saw Eric hang up and asked, Is there an urgent matter in Los Angeles you have to handle? Eric shook his head, smiling. No, don't worry. I promised I would spend time here with you guys. Joanna smiled, standing up. I was just thinking about the fax. Should I go grab it for you? Yeah, it might take a bit longer, Eric replied. After Joanna left, Eric looked at the email on his computer screen, thought for a moment, and wrote a reply to Jerry Bruckheimer. He then shut down the browser and began typing the story outline for Charlie's Angels. Nearly half an hour passed, and Joanna still hadn't returned, but Virginia walked out with a pile of faxes. Hey, look at all these pretty faces. What are you up to now? Eric laughed as he picked up the documents. Didn't I tell you? I'm planning to remake Charlie's Angels into an action movie for women. Virginia sat down in Joanna's chair, took a few sips of Eric's coffee, and asked, Is this your next movie? Eric looked at the materials in his hand, not realizing the deeper meaning behind Virginia's words, and simply nodded. Yeah, next movie. Virginia immediately frowned, saying, It seems like you're just planning to use this movie as a pretext to fool around with the leading ladies. Charlie's Angels? PSHH, I've seen it. Just three little flirts showing off their bodies. Realizing Virginia thought he would personally direct Charlie's Angels, he merely felt amused. He reflected on how the once gentle woman had turned into a fiery mom after giving birth. Not in terms of body shape, but temperament. He pushed a portion of the story outline he had written toward Virginia, saying, "This is serious work, and I only intend to be the writer, not the director." Virginia used the mouse to scroll to the top of the document and read a few lines. Suddenly, she became interested and pulled the notebook closer to her. Noticing her move, Eric shifted the stack of actress profiles Michelle Simmons had sent, making room as he continued reading. Moments later, Eric's gaze landed on one actress's profile. Virginia suddenly spoke. "Eric, this Jill Monroe is a genius with high IQ, and I like the setup for Sabrina Wells, but I feel the character of Kelly Garrett is a bit forced. I've seen Bruce Lee's action films, but Kelly Garrett was adopted by an old Chinese man who runs a martial arts school in Chinatown after her parents died when she was 6. Wouldn't she have other relatives? Even if she didn't have any family, according to federal adoption laws, it wouldn't be possible for an old Chinese man to adopt her. There are many inconsistencies." Eric listened to Virginia's ramble with a slight smile. These were merely brainstorming ideas that would undergo significant modifications later. But glancing at the profile in his hand, he chuckled, saying, "If it doesn't work, we can adjust it. Maybe give her a Chinese grandfather who knows martial arts. It'd make more sense. What do you think?" Virginia looked at him. "A grandfather who knows martial arts." Eric smiled. "Yeah, there's a profile here of an actress who has a quarter Chinese ancestry. She'd be perfect." With that, Eric pulled out the actress's profile and placed it on the round table. Virginia picked it up and immediately saw the photo of the graceful and striking girl. Her eyes then fell to the girl's biographical details as she quietly read out the name, Kate Beckinsale. Eric smiled, knowing the character Kelly Garrett in Charlie's Angels had been defined as the muscle of the Angels. Who could be more fitting than Kate Beckinsale, who would later earn the title of Hollywood's Violent Barbie? Meanwhile, Virginia was beside Eric. Wow, an Oxford grad. No, wait, given her age, she should only be a sophomore now. Haha, now that she's in Hollywood, she's probably not going to finish her degree. All right, don't hate on a high-achieving student just because you lack academic prowess," Eric said, pulling the profile from Virginia's grasp. Virginia wasn't bothered and chuckled. "Isn't your other beauty, Jennifer Connelly, just studying at Stanford?" Eric countered. "You still have to have what it takes to get into Stanford, do you?" "I'm not interested." Virginia nonchalantly rose, asking, "What do you want for dinner?" "I'll eat whatever the kid's having. Is that okay?" "Ugh, I'll just starve you to death." Virginia blushed, rolled her eyes at Eric, and left. Eric smiled to himself and shrugged, turning his attention back to the profiles in his hands. The candidates Michelle Simmons found weren't many, just 8, and even though the profiles were detailed, he quickly finished reviewing them. Eric initially thought he wouldn't encounter any familiar faces, but upon reaching the last one, a familiar, somewhat wild-looking Latina woman's photo appeared before him. Penelope Cruz. Eric raised an eyebrow in surprise, glancing up at the character setup for the other angel, Sabrina Wells. Although it diverged from his memory of her, he thought carefully and realized that Penelope Cruz's persona and image perfectly matched the role of Sabrina Wells. As for the last role of IQ specialist, it clearly belonged to the already signed Charlize Theron. Eric hardly hesitated before picking up the mobile phone beside him, scrolling through his laptop to find Michelle Simmons' contact number and dialing. The call was soon connected. Upon hearing Eric's voice, Michelle sounded slightly surprised but asked, "Mr. Williams, I sent the materials over. Did you receive them?" "I did," Eric replied, looking at the two profiles on the round table. "Kate Beckinsale and Penelope Cruz. Besides what I have here, is there any other info on them?" Michelle paused, seemingly searching for something, then quickly responded, "Most of their information has been sent. Penelope's resume is complete. She made her mark last year in Jam Jam, which won the Silver Lion at the Venice Film Festival. Her performance was well received. As for Kate Beckinsale, though she's only played minor roles, she participated in a major Shakespearean comedy, Much Ado About Nothing, last year. It's set to release next month. The leads are Kenneth Branagh, the Best Actor at the Oscars 3 years ago, and this year's Best Actress, Emma Thompson. Additionally, stars like Michael Keaton and Keanu Reeves have also participated. The production company aims for an Oscar sweep next year, so the production should be exceptional. To be a part of such a film indicates this girl has strong capabilities. I even auditioned her while in the UK. Chapter 522, 523, Quiet Loss. Eric thought back on some information regarding Much Ado About Nothing. Since the film aimed for an Oscar, it seemed to have made the wrong turn right out of the gate. He wondered who came up with the idea to release it in May. Now, if it hadn't made too big of an impact, the excitement around movies for awards season might have already faded. He estimated that the studio likely wanted to capitalize on the summer blockbuster season to recoup some box office revenue. However, he couldn't recall any connection between the film and the Oscars, assuming it hadn't made a splash at the box office or won any awards. But none of that concerned Eric. Once Michelle Simmons finished speaking, Eric stood up and thought for a moment before saying, "Here's the plan. I'll send you some script excerpts shortly. You can have them both record some audition videos, and then send the tapes back to me." Michelle Simmons, although aware Eric favored the two actresses, still asked, "Mr. Williams, I brought back 8 girls in total. I think perhaps they should all have a chance to audition." Hearing the hesitance in her voice, Eric quickly realized her predicament. These girls had likely been entrusted to her by acquaintances from the European film circles. If they had traveled all the way to Los Angeles only to miss out on auditions, it would put Michelle in a tough position. "All right, let them all audition," he agreed. "Mr. Williams, perhaps I could take them to New York for you to see in person," Michelle suggested. Eric paused, then laughed. "Michelle, you should know my situation. It's not convenient for me to appear in public. You can handle this. Also, you might want to involve Drew in arranging these auditions. She'll be responsible for the production of Charlie's Angels, so you can get familiar with each other." "Okay, got it," Michelle replied, not wanting to press further. They chatted for a few more moments before hanging up. 2 days later, a tape of the girls' audition videos made its way to Eric. He spent a few hours watching the footage but didn't find any standout talent. He sent his initial decision back to Michelle Simmons in Los Angeles. Subsequently, through John Woo's introduction, Firefly Productions found the original martial arts instructor from the film to train the 3 women. Time flew by, and before Eric knew it, it was late May. All summer blockbuster films entered their final promotional stages. Although the core promotes for Jurassic Park consisted of the cast, Eric, as the director, not appearing at any promotional appearances felt a bit excessive. At least that's what Jeffrey and others thought. In a phone call, Jerry Bruckheimer complained about how he had to substitute for several promotional events that should have had Eric present, jokingly asking Eric for a raise. For 2 months, Eric primarily communicated with the outside world through phone calls and emails, rarely venturing out. Visitors came and went, but they were always careful, knowing Eric's reservations. Also, with the former small estate now empty, paparazzi assumed Eric had left Long Island with a woman, so his residence remained unbothered by the paparazzi. As the release date for Jurassic Park drew closer, Eric ultimately had to rush back to Los Angeles to oversee the final promotional stages for the film. It was impossible for him to miss the film's premiere as the director. Peter Guber got out of the car and walked through the Firefly Productions headquarters entrance with his assistant. After notifying the front desk, he quickly entered the elevator to the top floor where Eric's office was located. Exchanging greetings with Eric's assistant outside the office, he knocked and opened the door. Seeing the young man sitting behind the desk, Peter walked over with a wide grin. "Eric, you're finally back." Eric smiled back at Peter, quickly wrapping up a phone call before saying, "Peter, I've heard that line over 100 times in the past couple of days." "Huh, that just shows how much everyone has missed you. By the way, did you receive the gifts I sent for the little ones?" Peter asked, giving Eric a quick hug. "Of course, thank you. They love them. Let's sit over there." Eric pointed to the sofa area and hit the intercom to have his secretary bring in some coffee. Then they both settled onto the sofa. Once the secretary delivered the coffee and left the office, Peter eagerly said, "Eric, the global release of Mr. and Mrs. Smith is nearing its end, and we can't wait any longer. You told me before leaving that you would consider our upcoming film projects." "Of course, Peter. That has been on my mind," Eric replied. picking up his coffee and lightly blowing on it. But don't rush. Let's enjoy this coffee first. Peter, already exasperated, pretended to sip from his cup, soon placing it down. Eric, I heard you were preparing the film adaptation of Charlie's Angels. If you don't have any other projects lined up, I think this movie could work. Remember, we have a contract for 4 films, and we're down to less than 2 years to get started. Hearing Peter's suggestion, Eric put his coffee down and stated, Peter, Charlie's Angels is definitely off the table. I have other plans for that. Peter merely probed. After seeing Eric's refusal, he continued, Then how about we get John started on a sequel for Mr. and Mrs. Smith? We can't leave everything on hold, right? Don't worry, Peter. Just give me a moment, Eric said, rising to find a folder by the filing cabinet. He walked over and handed it to Peter. I told you I'd keep this in mind. Look, I have a project lined up. Peter eagerly opened the folder, finding some clarity in the situation. Jumanji, what's this about? Peter asked while flipping through the materials. After a few pages, he hesitantly added, This is a children's literary work from 1981. I didn't know Columbia had the adaptation rights to this. Eric rolled his eyes at Peter's ignorance. That guy was always plotting how to benefit from Columbia and had no time to keep up with such matters. Jumanji was a renowned work by American children's author Chris Van Allsburg, published in 1981, featuring a magical board game that summoned characters and animals from another world, leading to a series of fantastical adventures. Columbia Pictures acquired the film adaptation rights years later, but due to the need for extensive visual effects and Columbia's struggling business situation at the time, they were hesitant to invest in such a risky project, leaving the rights shelved. When Peter had nudged Eric just over 2 months ago, Eric had requested Columbia's list of their reserved rights. That's when he discovered Jumanji's adaptation rights. Along with it, he found another comic adaptation. Seeing Peter's leisurely flipping through the documents, Eric cut in. Peter, that's just the first project. There's another one. Another? Peter asked, curiosity piqued as he continued flipping through. He quickly spotted another film title, Men in Black. This sounds familiar. I think I've heard of it. It's a comic from a couple of years ago. I didn't expect. Peter's expression turned a bit awkward. I didn't expect the comic rights were with Columbia too. This time, Eric didn't press Peter further, allowing him to read through the materials at his own pace before saying, Peter, according to the agreement we signed, the rights for 5 films are shared. So if we want to produce these 2 projects, we need to sign a copyright sharing agreement in advance. Peter paused. The adaptation rights for these 2 works belonged solely to Columbia, and if he went by the previous agreement, it would quickly become a majority for Firefly. Moreover, if there were no sequels within a few years, Columbia's share of the rights could automatically revert to Firefly. Thinking this through felt like a losing proposition, causing Peter to feel quite uneasy. He glanced up at Eric, who was leisurely sipping his coffee, and briefly entertained the thought of producing the 2 films separately without Firefly. However, that thought was fleeting. Soon, Peter felt a bit deflated. The materials he just reviewed revealed both films heavily relied on effects. One featured a rampaging beast and the other a swarm of aliens. Without Firefly, it would be nearly impossible to find a visual effects company in Hollywood with the capability to make these films. Even Industrial Light and Magic, once the reigning champion, had struggled in the wake of the rise of digital effects. Everyone knew in the past 2 years, digital domain had overshadowed ILM significantly, especially when it came to computer-generated imagery. Additionally, if he bypassed Firefly, Eric wouldn't provide any guidance on the projects, leaving their outcomes uncertain. The record-breaking flop of Cutthroat Island still lingered as a topic of discussion in Hollywood. Though Eric feigned indifference, he constantly kept an eye on Peter's changing expressions. As Peter's demeanor started to sag, Eric seized the moment to say, Peter, the rights for Mr. and Mrs. Smith were also potentially fully owned by Firefly, but I didn't hesitate to share them. Moreover, if we can replicate the success of Mr. and Mrs. Smith and give Sony a solid financial report, your standing will be even more secure. I'm sure Sony won't sweat the small stuff. Peter realized the quiet loss Columbia had no choice but to accept. Yet, as Eric spoke, he realized that the burden ultimately fell on the Japanese. When hired, Sony had set up a reward fund worth $50 million. Thanks to the success of Mr. and Mrs. Smith, Sony had already disbursed part of the rewards. Provided upcoming films continued to perform well, Peter could expect more bonuses in the coming years. With the additional benefits he'd amassed from Columbia, he figured he could retire comfortably within a few years, regardless of how Columbia fared afterwards. Well, all right, Eric. I'll arrange for someone to discuss the contract soon. But now that we're at the end of May, under the fastest production timeline, these two films will likely release during next summer's blockbuster season. If so, we won't have any collaborative films this year, right? Seeing the rights for Jumanji and Men in Black secured, and understanding the balance of give and take, Eric straightforwardly replied, "In that case, let's have John Woo make another action film. I'll personally oversee this. You know how swiftly Hong Kong directors can produce films, and without heavy special effects, we should be good for a year-end release." Eric recalled the successful films John Woo had made in Hollywood. After Eric made that suggestion, Peter broke into a grin. Since 3 films are already confirmed, Eric, why not seize this opportunity to finalize the 4th film as well? Firefly has so many projects in development that letting one go wouldn't be an issue. Additionally, confirming all 4 films allows me to make a public announcement immediately, boosting investor confidence. Eric hesitated to think of an appropriate film. It wasn't easy to hand over any projects from Firefly's lineup, but he eventually said, "In that case, you can simply announce it publicly and mention a sequel to Mr. and Mrs. Smith. With the other 3 being legitimate, just explain that plans for the sequel fell through for various reasons, and the public won't suspect anything." Good idea, Peter clapped his hands. But Eric, why not just actually make a sequel to Mr. and Mrs. Smith? Sure, but I don't have time to brainstorm the sequel script, so we'll need to find another screenwriter to try working on it. If the script meets my expectations, we can move forward with production on the sequel. Chapter 523, 524, The Final Countdown. Eric Williams had been cornered by Peter Guber for nearly an hour. If he hadn't had an important meeting to attend afterwards, Eric figured he would have been completely worn out by this guy by the end of the morning. After sending Peter Guber on his way, Eric quickly arrived at the large conference room at Firefly headquarters. By this time, nearly all the department heads from Firefly's film division had gathered, along with several high-ranking executives from overseas branches, totaling around 40 to 50 people. With the arrival of the summer blockbuster season in June, it marked the busiest time for a film and entertainment company. To avoid disrupting work, the management decided to hold the mid-year operational and financial summary meeting at the end of May. Since Firefly was not a publicly traded company, it did not require waiting for the formal mid-year financial report to complete the business summary and adjustments requested by the board. The North American film market had performed tepidly in the first half of the year, with only Paramount Pictures' Easter release of a film titled Indecent Proposal lucky enough to cross the $100 million mark. Firefly had released a total of 7 mid- to low-budget films in the first 6 months of 1993, with the best performer being a family adventure comedy called Homeward Bound: The Incredible Journey, produced under the Disney brand and distributed by Buena Vista. It garnered over $43 million at the North American box office, but the combined box office total for all 7 films was only $180 million. While that figure seemed rather unimpressive, Firefly's total revenue from videotape sales, peripheral rights operations, theme parks, Disney stores, and other business lines had reached $2.2 billion, with a pre-tax profit exceeding $250 million. That meant the revenue from box office ticket sales had accounted for only about 10% of Firefly's total revenue. Eric understood that if the company truly achieved such a revenue proportion, it would be a healthier business model for a comprehensive media group. This approach would also enhance a media company's resilience to risks, lowering the chances of bankruptcy due to the failure of 1 or 2 films. However, in reality, Firefly was far from that point. The temporary revenue split primarily resulted from the film industry being in a downturn for most of the first half of the year, with the hottest releases scheduled for the latter half, including the studio's major films. Just the combined production costs of Jurassic Park, Deep Impact, and A Bug's Life would exceed the production and distribution costs of the first half 7 films. The entire meeting continued until 4:30 in the afternoon. Although there was still half an hour until the workday ended, Eric had already planned to leave early. However, just as he packed up, Jeffrey Katzenberg stopped him, and behind him was Patrick Schneider, head of Disneyland Paris. Due to last year's major operational missteps at Disneyland Paris, Eric and Katzenberg had initially planned to pull Patrick Schneider back to headquarters. However, after Patrick Schneider had improved operations at Disneyland Paris, Eric and Katzenberg decided to allow him to stay for the time being. Today's meeting also addressed the state of Disneyland Paris. In the first 2 quarters, the total number of visitors reached 6 million, bringing the park to a break-even point, with potential profits in the second half of the year. As a project that had been severely mismanaged during its development, Eric's only requirement for Disneyland Paris was to maintain financial balance and not become a burden on the group. The prospect of turning a profit delighted him. In the original timeline, Disneyland Paris had incurred billions in losses for Disney headquarters each year after opening, with few years of actual profit. Eric, it's like this. Louis Bartolo, the representative of the French investors for Disneyland Paris, is also here in Los Angeles, Katzenberg stated matter-of-factly. They are not too satisfied with the current situation and want to reclaim management rights for Disneyland Paris. Eric didn't take the two back to his office, but instead indicated for them to sit at the meeting table. He asked, I remember we clearly outlined the situation at Disneyland Paris to them last year. We made significant changes. Isn't everything moving in a positive direction? Why would they still have that notion? Seated across from them, Patrick Schneider had the most insight into the matter. He answered, Mr. Williams, the situation at Disneyland Paris is indeed improving. However, compared to the profitability of Tokyo Disneyland, the gap is still quite large. The French are likely influenced by the way the Japanese have been able to operate Tokyo Disneyland. Eric scoffed in his mind. The French had a good plan, but they didn't consider whether they had the capability to pull it off. The success of Tokyo Disneyland stemmed from the Japanese's recognition and admiration of American culture, something that didn't exist in Europe. He recalled that in the original timeline, due to early massive losses at Disneyland Paris, Disney headquarters was forced to relinquish control, resulting in years of stagnation and increasing burden for Disney. This alone ensured Eric would never give up control of Disneyland Paris. Disney headquarters, after all, possessed rich operational experience, which enabled Disneyland Paris to quickly adjust and improve within a year of recognizing issues. Handing it over to the French was a gamble he was unwilling to take. Regardless, we certainly won't relinquish control of Disneyland Paris, Eric asserted, looking at the two men. Does Luis Bartolo want to meet me? He invited us to a dinner tonight to discuss this matter. We've accepted, since he's here after all, just letting you know and seeing how he might handle this, Katzenberg said, fully aware that Eric would likely decline the dinner. I won't be going. Eric shook his head, thinking for a moment. Since the French are envious of Tokyo Disneyland, if they really want control back, it's not impossible. Before Eric could finish, Katzenberg interjected, Eric, absolutely not. Eric waved off Katzenberg's objection, smiling as he continued. Wait for me to finish. You know I've been dealing with Peter Guber for a while. If we outright refuse, I'm sure the French will continue to harass us. Let's set a price. If they aspire to have control like the Japanese do, then they should buy back all our shares in Disneyland Paris. We can structure it as an agreement similar to Tokyo Disneyland, just collecting royalties. Katzenberg instantly relaxed upon hearing Eric's stance, while Patrick Schneider chimed in. That's a solid plan. If the French are willing to buy back our shares, headquarters can shed this burden, and we can reliably profit from Disneyland Paris. Even if Disneyland Paris ultimately can't sustain itself under the French, we won't bear too much responsibility. Despite Disneyland Paris showing signs of recovery, Patrick Schneider felt a weight on his shoulders as head of the park, constantly worried about a sudden downturn. If he could escape this burden and return to headquarters, he would jump at the chance, though he knew the likelihood was slim. The French wouldn't be foolish enough to take on all the risks themselves, so Eric's proposal effectively extinguished their desire to reclaim Disneyland Paris. Katzenberg added, in that case, Eric, maybe you should join tonight's dinner. It would be better for you to communicate this proposal directly to Louis Bartolo. I can't wait to see his face when he hears this. Eric shook his head. No need for that. Besides, Jeffrey, Even with this condition as a shield, I'm sure you can effectively convey the details to him. No need for the French to be constantly reminded of this. All right, I understand. Katzenberg nodded, and after wrapping up the conversation, the three left the conference room, exchanging light banter. As they walked toward the elevator, Patrick Schneider spoke up. Mr. Williams, I heard the company is planning to establish a new art film division specifically for making award-winning films. Is that correct? Eric nodded, grinning. Michael is currently in charge of planning that department. You're not suggesting you want to self-nominate as head, are you? There were many Michaels, but Patrick Schneider understood that Eric was referring to Firefly's CEO, Michael Lynn. Certainly not, Mr. Williams. However, having been in France, I have good connections in that film circle. There's an excellent young French director looking to break into Hollywood. He's just in his 30s, but has already received several César nominations. It's notable that he earned a nomination for his first feature film at the age of 25, a rare feat in the conservative French film industry, where it's 100 times tougher for young talent to break through compared to Hollywood. What's more impressive is that his work balances both commercial success and artistic merit. The three entered the elevator, and Katzenberg remarked, "Getting Oscar recognition is not easy for French directors unless they start their careers in Hollywood." Patrick Schneider was merely passing on information to Eric, fully aware of the truth in Katzenberg's statement. As they were about to answer, they heard Eric ask, "What's the name of this director?" "Luc Besson," Patrick Schneider replied. Eric chuckled. "What a coincidence. I just happened to have seen his film, La Femme Nikita. It was quite good." If John Woo's three trademarks in Hollywood were slow motion, character close-ups, and pigeons, Eric's impression of Luc Besson's trademarks was chasing, and more chasing. This wasn't to say Luc Besson's film style was singular. Rather, in the films Eric had seen directed by him, there seemed to be an abundance of chase scenes. From the early La Femme Nikita to later films like Taken and the inexplicably successful Lucy, they all leaned heavily on that formula. And yet audiences consistently engage with the adrenaline-pumping simplicity of those plots. Contemplating this, Eric asked, "Patrick, what's this about Luc Besson wanting to develop in Hollywood?" Patrick Schneider replied, "He plans to make a Hitman-themed film, shooting in New York, and is currently seeking collaborators from our side." Eric guessed it must be the film now known as Leon, the Professional, and felt a thrill. "Let's have the production department reach out to him. I'll look at the script. If it works, Firefly can handle the investment and production." Patrick Schneider was taken aback by Eric's on-the-spot decision, but nodded. "No problem. He's currently in Los Angeles, and I'll get in touch with him tonight." After exiting the elevator, the three said their goodbyes and each got into their cars. As the driver hit the highway, Eric gazed out the window, lost in thought. The world's trajectory had changed so significantly under his influence. While the director remained the same, and the lead actor was likely also the same, he couldn't help but wonder if Matilda was still that same Matilda. As they passed a movie theater, Eric caught sight of the towering poster for Jurassic Park plastered on the outside wall and snapped back to reality. Jurassic Park was about to premiere. Now that was what mattered most. The $25 million promotional budget had been fully utilized, and without hesitation, Eric had allocated another $25 million. With the successful saturation release of Mr. and Mrs. Smith as a reference, he decided to raise the opening number for Jurassic Park to over 3,000 screens. Without a doubt, Jurassic Park would become the first film in North America to open on over 3,000 screens. Now, Jurassic Park was entering its final countdown phase. Chapter 524, 525, Stirring the Pot. As Jurassic Park entered its final phase of intense promotion before release, on May 28th, Carolco Pictures officially launched its first summer film, Cliffhanger, on over 2,300 screens. This film marked the arrival of the 1993 summer movie season. Cliffhanger starred Sylvester Stallone and told the story of a rescue climber, played by Stallone, who faced a group of ruthless criminals while stuck on a snowy mountain. With a hefty budget of $70 million, the film was backed by German capital and produced by Carolco Pictures, which had just undergone a restructuring, with MGM handling distribution. Interestingly, this situation had its complications. Originally, Carolco's films were to be distributed by Columbia Pictures. However, After Columbia struck a partnership with Firefly Films last year, Peter Guber canceled the collaboration with Carolco. After being taken over by creditors due to the fraudulent activities of Italian businessman Giancarlo Peretti, MGM was auctioned off by French bank Lyonnais de Banque at the end of the previous year. Unfortunately, no one was interested, and the bank opted for a restructuring instead, bringing in former Warner Brothers executives Frank Mancuso and John Calley to form a new management team. Coincidentally, MGM's restructuring aligned with Carolco's urgent need for a distribution partner, prompting the new management to sign a deal with Carolco. But dreams often clash with harsh realities. Despite Stallone's dedicated performance, the film's first 3 days at the box office, starting May 28th, only totaled $16 million, alongside a wave of criticism. Most movie critics rated the film poorly, claiming its plot was cliché and juvenile, stating they could guess the full story within just 10 minutes. Furthermore, a scene in which the lead character burns cash for warmth became a media focal point for ridicule. With a production cost of $70 million, MGM had already spent an additional $30 million on marketing, rendering the total cost to a staggering $100 million, which led to jokes about it being a literal cash burn. Yet the film's quality did not seem to rise with the expenditures. While $16 million over the opening weekend wasn't catastrophic, the impending release of the highly anticipated Jurassic Park led box office analysts to predict that Cliffhanger would only reach around $50 million in North America, which was less than half its total expenses. With such disappointing North American numbers, other channels would hardly perform better, leaving both the production and distribution companies facing considerable losses. MGM's management team was understandably disheartened, having taken over the film company only for its first major release to falter. After the results from Cliffhanger's opening weekend came in, MGM's upper management convened an emergency meeting, quickly devising a response plan. Since it was nearly impossible to overturn the negative reviews for Cliffhanger, MGM decided to take an alternative route. The next day, numerous articles began to appear in the newspapers proclaiming fairness for Cliffhanger, asserting that its quality wasn't as bad as critics claimed, and that the one-sided criticism stemmed purely from malicious competition. These articles created quite a stir. Jurassic Park was set to release just a week after Cliffhanger, while other films released at the same time couldn't hold a candle to such major titles. Thus, the competitors referred to in the articles were blatantly obvious. Consequently, many readers instinctively felt sympathy for Cliffhanger's tragic fate. Given Firefly Films' growing dominance in Hollywood, other media outlets controlled by rival movie companies were eager to add fuel to the fire, which only complicated things for Firefly. In just a few days, the media erupted with a trend attacking the evil forces in the film industry. Simultaneously, Jurassic Park was ramping up its final week of frenzied promotion. Beyond ramped-up print media and television ads, the creative team began a promotional tour in major North American cities after May 25th, hosting screenings in New York, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Boston, Philadelphia, and other locations. Amidst the criticism directed at Cliffhanger, Firefly Films remained silent. This silence didn't mean that some individuals would allow it to continue unchallenged. MGM aimed to escalate hostilities between the two films, hoping to trigger a box office revival for Cliffhanger. However, throughout the promotional tour for Jurassic Park, the media outlets invited were primarily friendly to Firefly, and MGM had found no opportunity to launch a counterattack. Due to a simultaneous release in the UK for Jurassic Park, the creative team needed to fly to London on June 3rd for the premiere there, with the North American premiere scheduled for June 2nd, just 2 days before the film's release. As usual, the North American premiere took place at the prestigious Chinese Theater in Hollywood. Initially, everything went smoothly, but during the Q&A segment, a reporter abruptly asked Eric, "Mr. Williams, what do you think about the recent critique of the Stallone-starring Cliffhanger being overshadowed by competitors?" Instantly, Charlie West, the Firefly executive organizing the premiere, broke into a cold sweat, and the atmosphere instantly froze. Firefly had discussed this internal matter previously, and Eric decided on a hands-off approach, instructing the distribution team to make no comments. Unexpectedly, this major slip-up occurred at a sensitive event like the premiere. Charlie wiped his forehead in anxious anticipation, casting a disapproving glance at the reporter, wishing he could leap up and silence him. After all, Fox was broadcasting this premiere live. "Mr. West, should we pause the broadcast?" the Fox executive hurriedly inquired. Charlie shot him a look. It was an obvious point. The question had already been aired, and pulling the plug now would only slap the face of everyone present on stage. With the microphone in hand, Eric paused as he considered how to react. Having read the articles a few days ago, Eric understood the context of the situation. These tactics, though foreign to him in many aspects, were familiar from his experience in the industry. If Cliffhanger had been a well-crafted film with a dedicated fan base, MGM strategies might have made a tangible impact. Unfortunately, it was simply a mediocre popcorn flick without the cult following that could be relied upon. As a result, while MGM's tactics might garner sympathy for Cliffhanger from some, the majority of ordinary viewers would remain mere spectators, observing the unfolding drama. Furthermore, Firefly had not engaged in the character assassination of Cliffhanger, leaving MGM without substantial evidence to make direct allegations against Jurassic Park. They could only mislead readers with vague statements. What MGM wanted was for Firefly to respond. If that occurred, MGM's retaliation would be justified, embedding a perception of a foregone conclusion in the public's mind. Now, facing the camera rolling live, Eric realized he needed to respond on the spot. After a moment's pause, Eric picked up the microphone again and asked the reporter, "How many friends do you have?" The reporter was taken aback, not understanding why Eric asked this, though he instinctively grew defensive. "Mr. Williams, that doesn't relate to my question. Please answer directly." Eric's gaze met the reporter's, and he responded earnestly. "The question you asked has nothing to do with this premiere, but I'll address it. So, tell me first, how many friends do you have?" Feeling the pressure of Eric's penetrating gaze, the reporter instinctively recoiled and replied, I suppose I have a lot of friends. Do you often discuss movies with your friends?" The reporter, regaining composure, confidently answered, "Yes, Mr. Williams, being an entertainment journalist, they frequently ask me about movies." As he spoke, the realization hit him, fearing Eric was leading him into a trap regarding his views on Cliffhanger. However, Eric continued without elaborating on the inquiry, stating, "All right, I can now share my perspective on your earlier question. Hollywood films have developed over the past 80-plus years and have become an essential part of our entertainment lives. Even if many don't visit cinemas, they can still see movies through television, tapes, and other channels. This lengthy time frame has fostered audiences' ability to independently judge a film's quality." "Mr. Williams," the reporter attempted to interrupt as Eric avoided answering directly once more, but he halted when met with Eric's decisive stare. Eric pressed on, "People's judgment of a film isn't determined by its production budget. Otherwise, 2 years ago, Cutthroat Island would have surely been the highest-grossing film of that year." At this, laughter erupted among the crowd, and the reporter couldn't help but interject again. "Mr. Williams, you still haven't answered my question." "Fine, I'll answer you. Regarding your earlier remark, I hold no opinion. The film's promotion exists simply as a marketing tool to inform people about an upcoming release. Ultimately, deciding whether to watch a movie depends not just on media reviews, but significantly on how the people around them perceive it. Just like you stated earlier, your friends consult you about movies." Eric continued, "So, if people feel a film is being tarnished, they should ask friends who have seen it. If they say it's good, they should check it out. If not, they can skip it. It's that simple." He then smiled at the camera, adding, "Of course, this methodology applies to Jurassic Park as well. You can disregard any media reviews, rely on your friends' viewing experiences to gauge whether to see the film." Hearing Eric's confident tone, the audience at the premiere broke into applause. The previously disruptive reporter sank back into his seat, no longer daring to pursue the matter. At the same time, families across the nation, who had felt sympathy for the smear against Cliffhanger, began to reconsider. While many still hadn't fully sided with Firefly's innocence, numerous viewers moved away from their outrage, choosing instead to consult friends about Cliffhanger. Once the reporter settled, the host of the premiere exchanged looks with Eric, silently asking if they should continue with the Q&A. Eric subtly nodded. The host signaled to another journalist, inwardly hoping that no more troublemakers would surface. Mr. Williams, I could sense your confidence from your earlier comments. Given Firefly's deviation from the norm in arranging 3,000 screens for Jurassic Park, do you have expectations for its box office performance? This question came from a dark-haired woman wearing glasses, and it was polite enough. A collective breath of relief flowed through the back and front of the venue. Eric glanced at this woman and replied with a smile. You know, prior to a film's release, both the distribution company and industry professionals often make box office predictions. I'm sure you've seen this on many newspaper articles. Certainly, mainstream predictions suggest Jurassic Park's North American box office could reach between $200 million and $300 million, the female reporter replied adeptly. Her gaze shifted, revealing a mischievous look aimed at Eric. However, I think people are more curious about how, since you've broken the norm by allotting 3,000 screens for this film, what your personal box office expectations might be. Chapter 525, 526. Warning. It was already nightfall. In the densely populated northwest area of Santa Monica, 3 tall and attractive girls emerged from a supermarket, each holding a convenience bag, attracting the attention of nearby men. Although this area was home to many Hollywood stars, and there were certainly no shortages of beautiful women on the streets, it wasn't every day that you saw 3 stunning girls gathered together. The girl on the far left, with pale skin and black hair, skillfully opened a pack of cigarettes from her bag, completely ignoring the puzzled looks from passers-by. She lit one up and asked the Latina girl in the middle, Penny, what did that guy in the supermarket just say to you? The Latina girl pulled a small business card from her pocket and showed it to the other 2, saying with a laugh, he said he was a scout from a talent agency and thought I looked like the Spanish actress Penelope Cruz. He wanted to invite me to audition for their company. The other 2 girls paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. The 3 girls were naturally the chosen leads for Eric's upcoming project, Charlie's Angels. However, since the film was still in its early planning stages and no information had been disclosed to the public, the scout Penelope mentioned had found himself in a bit of a mix-up. After a hearty laugh, Charlize Theron asked, So, how did you respond to him? I pretended that I didn't speak much English. After he pestered me for a while, he left me a card and walked away, Penelope Cruz said, casually tossing the card into a nearby trash can. Although she had a noticeable accent, her English was remarkably fluent. Another round of light laughter followed, and Kate Beckinsale took a few puffs from her cigarette before suddenly complaining. There are still 2 months to go. If I'd known this training was going to be so brutal, I wouldn't have signed up. Upon hearing this, Penelope Cruz and Charlize Theron exchanged silent smiles, clearly aware that Kate often voiced this habitual complaint. Among the girls, Kate had it the toughest when it came to the rigorous training Eric arranged. Both Penelope and Charlize had been dancers since childhood, making it easy for them to complete various physical demands. Their daily training felt just like their old dance classes. Kate Beckinsale, on the other hand, had only briefly attended a ballet class as a child, and now her body was no different than that of an ordinary person. At first, she even cried from the pain during basic stretching exercises, but she ultimately persevered. After finishing her cigarette, they had finally reached their residence, a small separate house that Michelle Simmons had arranged for them, just half an hour away from their training location. Kate tossed her cigarette but into a nearby trash can, feeling somewhat unfulfilled. It seemed she wanted to smoke another one, but after glancing at the courtyard door nearby, she ultimately decided against it. The other 2 girls merely glanced at her actions without saying anything. While they occasionally indulged in a cigarette or 2, it was never as frequently as Kate did. However, they showed no intention of dissuading her. Though Michelle Simmons encouraged them to get along, it didn't mean they'd truly open up to one another. They were, after all, competitors at heart. Charlize took out her keys and unlocked the door. All 3 entered the living room, where Kate tossed her convenience bag onto the coffee table, lazily leaned back on the couch, and grabbed the remote to turn on the TV. The other 2 girls, after placing their bags down, retreated to their rooms to change into more comfortable clothing. Just as Penelope Cruz took off her coat, she heard Kate say from the living room, Penny, Charlize, you've got to come see this. They're live streaming the premiere of Jurassic Park. Initially, Penelope didn't want to respond, But upon hearing Jurassic Park, she thought of another name and immediately stepped out of her room, with Charlize following suit. At that moment, the television was showing a segment where a journalist asked a question. Mr. Williams, what are your thoughts on the recent smear campaign against Mr. Stallone's film Cliffhanger? Witnessing the short pause on screen, Charlize couldn't help but laugh, grabbing a nearby throw pillow and squeezing it. She gleefully remarked, "Huh, this guy is really in trouble now." Charlize had heard some buzz about the smear campaign against Cliffhanger, and, as a proud girl, she still vividly remembered the day she had been completely ignored. Watching Eric face some adversity was genuinely delightful. The fire of ambition burned bright in Penelope Cruz's eyes as she gazed intently at the young man on the screen, seemingly oblivious to Charlize's words, while Kate gave a surprising look to Charlize's reaction. However, Eric quickly and calmly handled the situation, smoothly resolving the crisis. Applause erupted in the venue. Charlize suddenly felt a bit downcast. Penelope Cruz's gaze remained glued to the TV screen, leaning in to ask, "Charlize, you've met Eric Williams before. What do you think of him?" "A really annoying guy," Charlize hesitated before answering. And after the female reporter asked about Jurassic Park's box office expectations, she perked up her ears, noticing that the guy on TV seemed to want to evade the question while the reporter was being relentless. "However, I think everyone is more curious, since Mr. Williams, you were able to break the norm by arranging 3,000 screens for this movie's premiere. What are your box office expectations?" Then the audience saw Eric Williams lift the microphone to his mouth, and, after a brief hesitation, he said, "If you really want to know, my global box office expectation for Jurassic Park is $1 billion. Wow. Even sitting in front of the TV, all three girls could hear the shock rippling through the audience at the premiere. The previously quiet reporters could no longer hold back, rising to eagerly shout their questions. Both Charlize Theron and Kate Beckinsale were equally shocked upon hearing the number. $1 billion was unprecedented in Hollywood history, but beside them, Penelope Cruz seemed even more bewildered, exclaiming, "1 million? No way, it's only $1 million." Charlize blinked, momentarily caught off guard, while Kate shot Penelope a quizzical glance. "Penny, it's $1 billion, not 1 million. The terms million and billion sound quite similar, with only the first word differing, making it easy to see how Penelope could have mixed them up, especially since she hadn't considered the possibility of a movie reaching $1 billion. Realizing her mistake, Penelope felt a bit embarrassed, but soon the gravity of the billion-dollar figure set in, and her delicate jaw seemed to drop. Wow, $1 billion. Due to Eric's response, the question-and-answer segment at the premiere became untenable. The creative team behind Jurassic Park hastily answered a few more questions before exiting the stage, and the broadcast switched to the Jurassic Park trailer. True to Eric's initial concept, the 2-minute trailer for Jurassic Park didn't reveal any full shots of the giant dinosaurs. However, the expressions of the main characters and the spine-chilling roar of the beast at the end stoked strong anticipation for the film. As the trailer concluded, Kate Beckinsale quickly declared, "Penny, Charlize, how about we go see the midnight showing tomorrow night?" Charlize, seeming completely uninterested, replied, "That guy said not to rush into theaters just for publicity, so you should go first. If you think it's good, I might consider catching a glimpse." Penelope waited for Charlize to finish before saying, "Kate, then it'll just be the two of us going." "Sounds good." Kate nodded eagerly. Charlize added irritably, "Hey, did you both not see the trailer? It's called Jurassic Park, but not a single dinosaur shadow appeared. I bet you'll be disappointed if you go." Kate and Penelope exchanged looks, and Kate remarked, "Charlize, why do I feel like you've harbored a persistent grudge against Mr. Williams?" Penelope agreed. "Yeah, like, a jilted lover." "Hey, what happened during your last meeting?" "Jilted lover?" Charlize suddenly laughed nervously, seeming to sense something off. She tossed the pillow aside, stood up, and said, "I'm ignoring you two now. I'm off to shower and sleep." Penelope teased her retreating figure. "Charlize, it's only 7:30. Kate chimed in. "Should we buy your ticket for tomorrow?" "Do whatever you want. Just give the ticket to a homeless person. I'm definitely not going." Penelope let out a few chuckles and pressed on. "Then we'll buy a ticket for the homeless person and you can cover the popcorn." From the bathroom, Charlize shouted back in frustration, "You two, shut up, huh?" While the girls were frolicking at the Chinese theater in Hollywood, the movie had already begun playing on stage. Just as Eric walked into the backstage area, he was surrounded by a group of people. Charlie West, responsible for organizing the premiere, observed Eric's dark expression and nervously explained, "Mr. Williams, I found out that the reporter was." Eric waved his hand dismissively. "Forget it. I'm not concerned about that." Charlie immediately fell silent. Jerry Bruckheimer, noticing that no one else dared to speak, finally asked, "Eric, what should we do now?" Eric didn't answer Jerry, quietly taking a few sips of water from a bottle handed to him by a staff member. He then asked those nearby, "Who is currently in charge of Carolco Pictures?" When Eric said this, everyone present knew he was completely fed up. If Carolco had just been working covertly to hitch a ride on Jurassic Park's publicity, there wouldn't have been much to worry about. But openly stirring trouble during the premiere crossed a line that was intolerable. Watching Alan immediately pick up his phone upon hearing Eric's words, Jerry couldn't help but softly advise, "Eric, now isn't the right time for a rash reaction. It's too easy to give them an angle." "I know, don't worry," Eric nodded. Everyone settled into a lounge to wait for the movie to end and for their turn to take the stage for a curtain call. After a while, Alan walked back in with a portable phone, cupping the mouthpiece and whispering to Eric, "Mr. Williams, Mario Kasser is currently in charge of Carolco. He's one of the two founders of this company, and he's on the line now. Do you want to?" Eric shook his head and replied dispassionately, "Tell him this matter ends here. I don't want to see any more of this nonsense in the media, or I'll wipe the name Carolco off the map here in Hollywood. I'm very upset today and am not in the mood for jokes." Alan nodded and took the phone back outside. Eric frowned and sighed. If it weren't for that journalist stirring the pot, he would never have divulged his expectations for Jurassic Park's box office so easily. Historically, the highest-grossing films in Hollywood hadn't crossed the 800 million mark, and throwing around $1 billion would certainly create a stir in the media. Those discussions might not yield good results either. If Jurassic Park didn't achieve a breathtaking opening week, the tides could shift rapidly. However, due to that meddling reporter, Eric felt compelled to release an even more explosive piece of news to suppress the chatter stirred up by the reporter. Otherwise, there would undoubtedly be articles claiming that any clarification was merely a cover-up, and that cover-up was a fact. The smear against Cliffhanger would be hard to shake off. Eric's directive to Alan about what to communicate to the head of Carolco wasn't entirely a hollow threat. Carolco was a film production company that entirely relied on external financing, even lacking its own distribution channels. If Eric genuinely wanted to bring this company down, it wouldn't be too difficult. Just leaking word that his company would start targeting any film produced by Carolco would be enough. Given Eric's recent box office successes, the German investors would think twice about backing Carolco any longer. With no external funding, the company's collapse would become inevitable. Unfortunately, Eric couldn't act on that, at least not for now. As Jerry Bruckheimer had just pointed out, making an aggressive reaction now would only provide opposing parties with a chance to hit back. Minutes passed before Alan returned to the lounge. Mr. Williams, Mario Kasser firmly denied Carolco's involvement in today's events. However, from his tone, it seems he's backed down. "I believe we shouldn't have to deal with this again in the future. Let's leave it at that." Eric nodded, setting the matter aside and inquiring about the London premiere. Chapter 526, 527, Midnight Show. Jurassic Park aims for $1 billion box office. A spoiler appeared at the premiere of Jurassic Park. Williams declares his new film will challenge the global billion-dollar box office milestone. The director of Jurassic Park makes a bold prediction: Hollywood's history of films with billion-dollar box office potential revisited. As expected, the day after the premiere, the media erupted over Eric's comments from the night before. If Eric had touted a box office expectation of 150 or 200 million for Jurassic Park, most media outlets would have brushed it off as a joke. However, this figure was $1 billion, a 200 million away from Hollywood's highest-grossing film record. Although this gap appeared within reach, no one had ever managed to break through it. Back in 1977, Star Wars had stormed global theaters, pulling in $770 million. In the years that followed, several films had crossed the $700 million mark, yet none had breached the elusive $800 million threshold. Some box office assessment agencies had cited $800 million as the likely limit for a film's global earnings. However, in recent years, anyone following the film industry had noticed the worldwide market expanding at an unprecedented rate. Eric's $1 billion prediction for Jurassic Park swiftly divided opinions into sharply opposing camps, each side armed with ample evidence to support their claims. The ensuing media frenzy propelled the topic of Jurassic Park into the spotlight, effectively overshadowing any lingering interest in Cliffhanger. When Mario Casa, CEO of Carlock Productions, received a phone call from Eric's assistant, he felt a mix of anger and frustration. He understood parts of the situation, but the proposal and execution had been strictly MGM's distribution team's doing, with little relation to him. Feeling wronged, Mario didn't let the matter slide. He contacted MGM's chief and sternly put a stop to their plans to ride on the success of Jurassic Park for publicity. Initially, MGM resisted, but upon hearing Mario's recount of the phone call, they quickly backed off. Carlock couldn't afford to offend Firefly, and the shaky MGM certainly wouldn't risk it either. The North American premiere of Jurassic Park took place on Wednesday, June 2nd. Although Eric's billion-dollar comment sparked debate, the rivalry hadn't reached a boiling point. The next day marked the wide release of Jurassic Park in over 3,000 cinemas across the U.S. It was widely understood that just days later, real box office numbers would prove to be the most convincing evidence. After a grueling 6-hour training session, the three exhausted girls returned to their apartment around 5 in the evening. As usual, they each flopped onto their beds, recovering their energy. They had hoped that after surviving the initial period, the subsequent training would be easier. However, they soon realized that their training schedule gradually intensified. While it hadn't yet reached their limits, it was clearly depleting their strength day after day. It wasn't until the sky darkened outside that the three girls finally sauntered out of their bedrooms. Penelope emerged last, spotting Charlize and Kate in the living room watching TV. "What's for dinner?" she asked. "Whatever," Charlize replied. "Doesn't matter," Kate chimed in. I've never had either of those dishes you just mentioned," Penelope joked as she strolled to the kitchen. The three girls had agreed upon a rotation for cooking, and today it was her turn. After hastily whipping up a simple dinner, the three gathered back on the living room couch to watch TV. Time flew past quickly while they were bored, and before they knew it, it was already after 10 at night. Charlize glanced over at Penelope, who sat absent-mindedly on the single sofa, engrossed in a fashion magazine, then turned her attention to Kate, who was intently focused on the TV. "Hey, did you guys?" "Yeah." Both girls remained in their positions, but voiced their confusion. Charlize, sensing something was off, glanced at the clock on the wall before asking, "Did you guys buy tickets?" "What? Tickets?" After a brief pause, Charlize finally let the two words spill out. "Jurassic Park." Silence. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Then Kate and Penelope burst into laughter, poking fun at someone's past comments. Who said last night that if we bought tickets, we might as well give them to the homeless?" Penelope quipped, mimicking Charlize's accent. "I would absolutely never go." Penny, you know that this kind of situation is called. Why are you hitting me?" "Ouch, don't hit. Just because you think I can't fight back. Take that." Laughter and playful scuffling ensued. After a bit of fun, the three girls left the apartment. Kate and Penelope continued their giggles, while Charlize's earlier embarrassment still lingered, leading to playful banter back and forth with the others. Driving towards Santa Monica, they parked and walked towards the cinema, only to be astonished by a long line of people waiting outside, over 100 strong. "Could it be that they're all here to see Jurassic Park?" Penelope asked, slightly incredulous. "Other films are coming out tomorrow, but the only movie causing fans to camp out all night for tickets is definitely Jurassic Park," Kate remarked, a hint of superiority in her tone as she waved the tickets she had bought that morning. Suddenly, she turned to Charlize and said, "Right, Charlie? Why do I care?" Charlize snatched a ticket from Kate's hand and turned to leave. "I'm going to get popcorn first, so you two wait here." "I want buttered popcorn," Penelope quickly added, watching Charlize head off while she and Kate entered the lobby of the theater. By now, it was already 11:30, and under the bright lights of the lobby, they found the entrance to the screening room. Watching people continuously shuffle through the doors, they couldn't help but say, if our films could draw a crowd like this when they're released in the future, that would be fantastic. I heard Eric Williams personally wrote the script. None of his scripts have failed before. I bet it's going to be a hit, Kate said. I sure hope so. I really don't want to go back to Spain, where it could take forever to land a role. Staying in Hollywood gives us more opportunities, Penelope added, musing. Can you believe it's already been over a month? Although that statement seemed a bit disconnected, Kate understood that Penelope was referring to the fact that they had both been in Hollywood for over a month. Eric Williams hadn't shown up at all. Before now, only Charlize had met him. The dynamics between them were vastly different, and while Kate couldn't gauge the other's daily life, she believed that since Eric Williams had accomplished so much at a young age, he must be incredibly busy. As for Penelope's feelings, they were quite apparent. Throughout the month in Hollywood, she had extracted every little detail about Eric from Charlize. While only Charlize had met Eric, Penelope knew the most about him. Her intentions were crystal clear. But Kate remained skeptical about Penelope's intentions. Eric Williams wasn't just a Hollywood director. He was a billionaire. Many women set their sights on such a Hollywood big shot. There was no way someone like Penelope, a newcomer from Spain, would catch his attention. After a moment, Charlize returned with an armful of snacks. The two girls grabbed some and walked into the theater together. Wow, look at all these people, Penelope exclaimed as they had only noticed the steady influx of others heading inside, but now realized the screening room was packed, with barely a few seats left. It's all your fault. It took so long just to get snacks, Penelope quipped at Charlize. Charlize bristled in response. How could that be my fault? You wanted buttered popcorn, and they just ran out, so I had to wait. Kate interrupted. You two stop bickering. Look over there. There are still a couple of vacant seats. Let's hurry before they're gone. All the prime seats had already been taken. The three girls could only find 3 consecutive seats in the second row from the front. Hardly had they settled into their seats when the lights dimmed. The story opened outside an undisclosed building, where armed workers cautiously maneuvered a container into alignment with an entrance. Despite their caution, an accident happened when one worker was suddenly yanked into the container. Several electric prods reached into the gap, but when the worker was pulled out, only half his body remained. A fleeting shot revealed the piercing eyes of a deadly beast. With that quick glimpse, viewers, initially captivated by the eerie atmosphere of the opening scene, began whispering to one another. Was that a dinosaur's eye? Penelope murmured. Charlize shrugged dismissively, replying, Look at that. Still keeping the mystery like in the trailer, only showing part of it. Kate chimed in softly. Charlie, that's blatantly your personal bias. At least I think that I looked real. There's no sign of it being a model. Remember, it's a dinosaur, not some lion or tiger we could film for real. If Eric Williams can make the eye look that lifelike, the complete dinosaur won't disappoint us. Yeah, I feel the same, Penelope nodded. As they continued their chatter, the scene shifted to an amber mine and dinosaur fossil excavation site in the Dominican Republic. Audiences began to grasp the unfolding storyline. Due to a fatal mishap during the dinosaur transport, Dr. Hammond's project faced an abrupt halt. To keep Jurassic Park alive, Dr. Hammond invited influential figures from the industry, notably dinosaur archaeologist Dr. Alan Grant, chaos theorist Malcolm, and his own lawyer, to visit Dinosaur Island in Costa Rica, seeking their support. He also brought along his grandchildren. Thus began the chain of wild adventures. On the helicopter to Costa Rica, Dr. Hammond kept everyone in suspense, never revealing the real reason for their visit until they landed at an airstrip on the island. They boarded a jeep to their base. As they passed a flat grassy area, the group abruptly froze, taken aback by the sight before them. The camera turned to reveal their perspective, and viewers in the theater gasped in awe. On the plains, several towering brontosauruses wandered leisurely, one stretching to nibble leaves from a treetop. As it landed, its heavy body shook the ground, causing a resonating thud. Witnessing this spectacle, Kate sat in the dim light, fixated on the screen, asking Charlize, What do you say now? Still all fake, Charlize insisted. holding her. Ground. The other two exchanged knowing smiles, choosing to ignore her. As the story pushed forward from the brontosauruses to reveal crowds of various dinosaurs in the expansive landscape, viewers reveled in the visual feast. After thrilling the audience with several surprises, the plot took them to the dinosaur hatchery, showcasing the dinosaur revival process. Despite a researcher stating that all the park's dinosaurs were female, chaos theorist Malcolm expressed grave concerns over the ethical implications of reversing nature's course. Following their tour of the hatchery, Dr. Hammond arranged for Dr. Grant and his two grandchildren to ride in an automated jeep to explore Jurassic Park, marking the true beginning of their adventure. From the get-go, everything went awry. Their first encounter with a Triceratops was complicated by its illness. Meanwhile, Dennis, the chubby programmer in charge of the park's operations, aimed to steal dinosaur embryos and shut down the park's electric grid, leading predators like the T-Rex and velociraptors to escape and create a series of disasters. Chapter 527, 528, The Frantic Data. Because of the disastrous power outage, the plot entered a thrilling phase. Although many viewers realized that something very terrible was about to happen, when the T-Rex stomped into view with its heart-stopping footsteps, countless people couldn't help but gasp. From this point on, the narrative split into several lines. Multi-line storytelling was often difficult to hold, and if the director mismanaged it, scene transitions during a moment of heightened interest could lead to audience annoyance. However, Jurassic Park faced no such issues. Whether it was the overweight programmer carrying the embryo to the dock, only to be taken out by the Dilophosaurus, or the Jeep crew encountering the T-Rex, every moment tightened the audience's grip on their seats. Countless examples proved that if a film only relied on grand spectacle or stunning special effects, it might not necessarily achieve excellent box office results. Jurassic Park skillfully combined the most cutting-edge special effects technology of its time with a captivating narrative, allowing viewers to enjoy a visual feast of ancient beasts brought back to life, while experiencing the thrilling adventure alongside the film's protagonists. As the 2-hour adventure came to an end, everyone seemed to breathe a collective sigh of relief when Dr. Sattler, along with her female assistant and the two kids, managed to escape from the dinosaur incubation facility, as if they, too, had just evaded disaster. When the credits began to roll with the end music, most of the audience didn't immediately get up to leave. Instead, they engaged in animated discussions about various plot points with their companions. Starting from the second half of the film, the three girls stopped whispering and focused intently on the big screen. Initially, they complained about not having gotten better seats, but soon they realized that being closer to the screen provided a more exhilarating visual experience. When the T-Rex lunged with its massive jaws, pursuing Malcolm and the others in their jeep through the forest path, someone instinctively leaned back to dodge. After the lights turned on, reluctant to leave, the crowd began to trickle out, the three girls joining the flow as they exited the cinema. Upon hearing a nearby couple mentioning they needed to come back for a second viewing, Kate turned to the other two women and said, "Charlie, Penny, how about we catch another showing tomorrow?" "Sure." Penelope jumped in, excitedly waving her hands. "I saw Twister multiple times last year already. I thought the special effects in that were a miracle. I still vividly recall that level 5 tornado scene. I can't believe this movie had even more thrilling dinosaur scenes. I absolutely need to see it again. No, twice." As they chatted, they made their way to the parking lot. Charlize fished out her keys and opened the car door. 3 times is no problem, but tomorrow is Friday, not the weekend. Let's check the time. If you guys get too excited to sleep, you might just be late." Penelope quickly glanced at her watch. "Oh, it's already 2 o'clock. While speaking, she climbed into the back seat. "We have to hurry. I don't want to be punished with those ridiculous horse stances. They're honestly the most terrifying form of torture I've ever faced." "What's so bad about that? Didn't you hear Master Yuan say that when he was little, if they slacked off during training, they'd be punished with a whole day without food and also get beaten? Those thick bamboo rods would hit their backs." Charlize started the car, even demonstrating the bamboo rod gesture with her hand. "He must have been trying to scare us." Penelope shrugged, showing indifference. Though she had grown up fairly poor as the daughter of a hairstylist, she had never experienced corporal punishment in her dance classes, making it hard for her to understand the dire stories shared by Firefly's martial arts instructor. At that moment, Kate chimed in. This isn't meant to scare us. I remember when I was in high school, I watched a martial arts film on tape with some classmates. I don't remember the title, but it showed some kids learning fighting in a school. These kids were only 6 or 7 years old and regularly faced beatings and scoldings. There, they seemed to have a saying that a strict teacher breeds outstanding students. Penelope smirked at Kate's remark and looked at her. Hearing you say that makes me realize what Master Yuan's look meant when he watched you closely during training. He clearly wanted to lash out at you, but couldn't. I bet he was smoldering inside. Shut it. I haven't trained as long as you two, Kate said, playfully reaching to tickle Penelope's sides. After more than a month of training, she had barely met the standards, still feeling a significant gap compared to her well-trained companions. Hence, she disliked being teased about it by Penelope and Charlize. Although the streets of Los Angeles were still lively at 2 in the morning, traffic had considerably reduced. Charlize helplessly listened to the two girls fooling around in the back and pressed the accelerator to speed up, wanting to get home to rest without being late for training the next day. While the martial arts trainer wouldn't physically punish them, a staffer from Firefly often supervised their performance during training. Though she didn't voice it, after watching Jurassic Park, Charlize had developed an increased anticipation for their upcoming film, Charlie's Angels. Since it was a movie scripted by that guy, even if it couldn't compete with Jurassic Park, it certainly had to be excellent. Compared to the three girls who had enjoyed a leisurely outing after the cinema, many others were not feeling as relaxed that night. On a street in Beverly Hills, Michael Eisner also stepped out of a cinema around the same time. Although he had previously told Eric that he planned to attend a screening of Jurassic Park, he ultimately found an excuse to decline the invitation sent by Firefly. However, not attending the screening didn't mean he was indifferent to the film. He had asked his assistant to secure tickets for the midnight showing as soon as the pre-sale began. To average moviegoers, watching a film was merely a form of entertainment, leading to a chorus of excitement once the credits rolled. But Michael Eisner discerned a deeper significance in Jurassic Park. The film's plot structure was undeniably impressive, but that wasn't what he was most concerned about. Hollywood had plenty of talented screenwriters and directors capable of crafting outstanding films. Eisner was far more focused on the level of special effects presented in Jurassic Park. Last year's Twister only opened the window to this realm. He confidently believed that Jurassic Park's appearance would fully usher in an entirely new era for special effects films. If Hollywood's big studios wanted to survive and thrive, they had to keep up with this trend, and Firefly was undoubtedly primed to lead the charge. Lost in thought, Michael Eisner stood on the curb for a moment when a hurried middle-aged man approached, accompanied by another couple. "Mr. Eisner," the middle-aged man greeted. Just as he was about to introduce the others, Michael waved a hand. "How did it go?" The man gestured to a young male on his left. The youth opened a folder and handed a sheet of paper to Michael Eisner. "Mr. Eisner, our company has completed a tally of 100 screening rooms for Jurassic Park across Los Angeles, all 200-seat venues. The average attendance per theater was 159 people, resulting in an occupancy rate of 79.5%, with individual theater box office earnings around $1,500, he said, looking up nervously to gauge Eisner's reaction. Seeing no change in the latter's expression, he continued, "Considering the density of theaters in Los Angeles, we estimate this attendance rate to be relatively low on a national scale. So our company predicts the total box office for the midnight showing of Jurassic Park will be around $4.5 million. With that, the youth paused, waiting for further instructions from Michael Eisner. Michael Eisner quietly repeated the figure of $4.5 million before uncertainly asking, "What's the highest midnight box office record before this?" The youth replied without hesitation. "For years ago, the first Batman movie, with $2.21 million. However, Batman only had 2,200 screens open." Eisner detected that the last part of the youth's comment was likely meant to appease or comfort him, but he felt no relief at all. A simple calculation showed that the Batman midnight per theater box office was only $1,000, one-third less than Jurassic Park. If fan base sizes were to be compared, Batman's decades-long presence surely attracted far more fans in North America than the Jurassic Park novel. Thus, it seemed unlikely that Jurassic Park's remarkable midnight performance was merely a result of diehard fan support. Moreover, Eisner vaguely recalled that 4 years ago, Batman's opening weekend gross was about $60 million. Jurassic Park had already outdone Batman's record by more than double with its midnight results. How much would its opening week's box office tally be? What awaited Jurassic Park's box office potential over the upcoming time frame? Perhaps $1 billion wasn't even its upper limit. After standing still for a few moments, the night breeze brushed past him, bringing him back to reality. He turned to the middle-aged man and commanded, "Mark, have the company's planning department keep a close eye on all details concerning Jurassic Park's subsequent release. I want to see detailed reports daily. Also, within a week, I want them to provide an analysis report on Jurassic Park's initial marketing strategies. Tell Krister that I can overlook his past mischief, but this is his last chance. If the report in a week doesn't satisfy me, he is free to pack up and leave." "I understand, Mr. Eisner." The middle-aged man nodded, while the young couple, presumably data analysis staff, smartly averted their gaze, pretending to be distracted to avoid getting caught up in the big corporate strife. Michael Eisner continued to whisper something further with the middle-aged man before he hopped into a black sedan and drove away. Meanwhile, similar things were happening in various corners of Los Angeles, the heart of Hollywood. Although other film companies might not have been as attuned as Michael Eisner, they too were concerned about the situation. After hearing the news, the CEO of Carolco Pictures, Mario Kassar, could only describe his feelings as frustrated. The failure of Cliffhanger had become a foregone conclusion. Initially, Kassar had hoped that Arnold Schwarzenegger's Last Action Hero, set to release next week, would stage a comeback, but with Jurassic Park's astounding midnight performance, not only smashing Hollywood's previous midnight box office records, but also doubling them, Last Action Hero would likely struggle to find success. With a combined investment exceeding $150 million, the costs of Cliffhanger and Last Action Hero equaled twice that of Jurassic Park. Even if both films flopped, the financing had come entirely from outside sources, so Mario Kassar's personal wealth wouldn't take a major hit. However, suffering such significant financial losses would likely make it difficult for Carolco Pictures to attract substantial funding from investors in the future. With a heavy heart, Mario Kassar lost track of time and picked up the phone to call MGM President John Glickman. The dial tone rang, and he suddenly realized it was already past 2 in the morning. Just as he was about to hang up, someone on the other end picked up the call. John Glickman was evidently in a poor mood as well. MGM had raised $60 million to distribute these 2 films, betting everything on their success. They never anticipated coming up against the rampaging beast named Jurassic Park. Having already spent the marketing budget and signed the screening contracts, the decision to open at 2,000 screens had been solidified, leaving no room for delays. After previous warnings from Eric, neither Carolco nor MGM dared employ underhanded tactics again. After all, with a hands-off approach, they could survive a little longer. However, angering Firefly could lead them straight to bankruptcy. Given Jurassic Park's demonstrated box office potential, minor malicious tactics wouldn't bear any fruit. There hadn't been reports of a major film's box office sharply dropping due to scandal during its release. After a half-hearted back and forth on the phone, Mario Kassar and John Glickman ended the conversation feeling discouraged. The next day, the midnight box office results for Jurassic Park rolled in, revealing $4.59 million. The numbers immediately sent waves through the American media. While conservative critics bemoaned Jurassic Park would herald catastrophic changes in film art, over 90% of the media praised the film. It was well known that neither the quality of the movie nor its commercial appeal could be faulted, and nitpicking would only lead to ridicule. Amidst the buzz, the single-day box office numbers for Jurassic Park continued to emerge over the following days. June 4th, Friday, $21 million. June 5th, Saturday, $24 million. June 6th, Sunday, $22 million. This series of box office data could only be described as frantic to industry insiders. More than 80% of major Hollywood films reaching theaters rarely exceeded a total box office of $20 million. Therefore, When Jurassic Park's opening weekend gross exceeded $71 million, including the midnight showing, most American media could only be left in stunned silence, emitting a collective wow. Simultaneously, reports from the UK indicated that Jurassic Park raked in PS 11 million at British box offices during its opening 3 days, also breaking several records. With this news breaking, many media outlets that had initially proclaimed Jurassic Park wouldn't come close to the billion-dollar mark adopted a more cautious approach, with some even brazenly shifting their stance. Entering the work week, Jurassic Park continued to rake in over $10 million daily across 3,000 North American theaters. Without a doubt, after one complete week, Jurassic Park had amassed a staggering $114 million in North America. At this point, Jurassic Park had shattered box office records across the board. Record-breaking 3,000 screens at opening. Record-breaking $4.59 million midnight box office. Record-breaking $21 million opening day box office. Record-breaking $71 million opening weekend. Record-breaking $114 million opening week. Moreover, as several overseas box office numbers trickled back to the States, hardly anyone in Hollywood doubted Jurassic Park would not only shatter the $790 million global box office record set by ED, but also breach the billion-dollar mark, which had nearly become a certainty. Chapter 529, Friends. When the box office numbers for Jurassic Park hit the charts on its opening day, Eric and the crew were still in London. Everyone felt quite exhausted after flying across the Atlantic for 2 back-to-back premieres. However, all fatigue vanished the moment they learned of Jurassic Park's record-breaking box office. The crew members understood what it meant for the midnight screenings to double and the film to pull in $21 million on its first day. This excitement permeated the team, and that night, Eric rented out a banquet hall at the Hyde Park Hotel where they were staying, inviting everyone to celebrate all night long. Although the London premiere was over, the film was set to roll out in other European countries over the next month. Smaller places like Belgium and Luxembourg wouldn't even have premieres. They only needed 1 or 2 actors to make appearances on some talk shows. However, Eric felt he still had to put on a show in major markets like France, Germany, Italy, and Spain. Thus, he decided to stay in London for a little longer after the premiere. More than 5 years had passed since that summer morning in 1988 when he woke up in this strange timeline. Eric barely remembered the details of the life he had come from. However, the British media hadn't forgotten the story of the boy from Woolworths. As soon as Eric and his entourage's plane landed at Heathrow Airport, this nickname appeared in a London newspaper. Woolworths referred to an area in southeast London, and as Eric racked his memories, he could only conjure up some vague images of winding streets. If anyone truly dropped him in Woolworths, he wouldn't have found north from south. Nevertheless, the tabloids were kind enough to publish photos and stories about the streets where he had lived for 8 years, rather sentimentally hoping that he'd return for a visit. Eric, despite having some private doubts, remained respectful at events like the premiere. When faced with media questions, he didn't hesitate to express heartfelt messages about missing his hometown. After all, gaining favor with the British benefited the distribution of his films in the future. After the premiere, energizing box office news came in from North America. The crew's other key players scattered across Europe for promotional tours. However, Eric didn't rest. He attended a succession of lively parties, and it wasn't until a full week had passed that his schedule finally opened up. While he continued to receive plenty of party invitations, most he could now decline with confidence. Although Eric wasn't particularly interested in the British, he still found London itself quite intriguing. So, he enlisted the help of his agency to find a tour guide, allowing himself to wander through London's nooks and crannies. The guide was a true West End girl named Caroline Wilson, said to be of noble descent. Short and petite, she was young yet knowledgeable, effortlessly sharing fascinating tales about every landmark in London, even more so than professional tour guides. According to the agency's manager, she was a top student from Cambridge University taking this job as a summer gig. However, Caroline had a certain British unique stubbornness. Despite their employer-employee relationship, she showed no awareness that she was working for Eric. Whenever she disagreed with a viewpoint he expressed, she would bluntly state her dissent, often prefacing her remarks with the proudly defiant, "I beg your pardon." It was rather charming. On a slowly moving yacht along the Thames, Eric stood on the deck with Caroline, gazing at the scenery that glided by. "That over there is the Houses of Parliament, also known as the Palace of Westminster," Caroline explained. This building was rebuilt after the Great Fire of 1834. Originally, there were two design proposals, one in the ancient Roman round dome style proposed by Mr. William Kent, who felt that this style represented harmony and order. The other design was in the Gothic style by Sir Charles Barry, which seemed more appropriate for the Parliament's serious and mysterious atmosphere compared to the somewhat religious air of the Roman style, so it was chosen in the end. Unlike Caroline, who stood all serious while explaining, Eric leaned casually against the railing and, with a smile, asked, "Caroline, I have a different viewpoint. I read that during the mid-19th century, London grew increasingly dark and chaotic. Those conservative, yet slightly bohemian nobles thought that the mysterious and eerie Gothic style better suited the cultural environment of London at that time. So, they went with the Gothic style for the reconstruction." Caroline paused, clearly startled by Eric's perspective, before taking a deep breath. "I beg your pardon, Mr. Williams. I cannot agree with your viewpoint. While it is indeed said that the Houses of Parliament, being such an important building, could never come from such a ridiculous selection process, this is a very serious matter." Eric smiled as he observed Caroline's earnestness. As soon as she finished her point, she tilted her head back, looking straight into his eyes, her gaze wide and expectant, as if hoping he would counter her argument. Just as Eric was about to engage with the spirited girl, the overcast sky began to drizzle unexpectedly. London's overall rainfall was not exceedingly high, but because of its unique climate, it often had a gloomy, drizzling feel. A bodyguard, who had been hiding in the cabin, quickly spotted the rain and brought over an umbrella. Eric took the umbrella and said, "Since it's raining, let's dock at a pier. We'll call it a day here." The bodyguard nodded and disappeared back into the cabin. Eric opened the umbrella, holding it over both of them. "Thank you, Mr. Williams," Caroline murmured shyly, pulling her neck in slightly, but then just as quickly added, "But I still can't agree with your earlier point." "All right, I concede," Eric immediately replied. From a distance on the river, onlookers noted Eric holding the umbrella for the girl next to him, and a nearby boat quickly lit up with flashes from paparazzi. Since the moment Eric stepped off the plane, he had been followed relentlessly by the paparazzi. Over a week had passed, and he had grown accustomed to their presence. However, glancing at Caroline, Eric suddenly asked, "Have you read any newspapers lately?" The usually serious girl turned crimson, hesitating before she spoke honestly. "Yes, Mr. Williams, but I don't take that stuff seriously." "That's good." Eric wasn't keen on diving into the tabloids' fabrications. Watching the yacht slow down as it approached the pier, he and Caroline disembarked. A black Bentley was already parked at the roadside by the pier. "Caroline, can I give you a ride home?" "Thank you, Mr. Williams, but that's all right. I can take a taxi. Just lend me an umbrella if you could." Eric looked at the steadily falling rain and stepped forward to open the car door for her. "Let me take you back instead. There probably won't be any taxis around here. Don't refuse. Consider it a perk for my staff." Caroline hesitated. Although she knew Eric was staying at the Hyde Park Hotel and that she lived nearby, she realized it would indeed be hard to find a taxi here. So, she thanked him again and carefully climbed into the car. As Eric closed the door behind her and settled in on the opposite side, he instructed the driver to start the car. "Where do you live?" Eric asked after they had pulled away. "Knightsbridge," she replied. Eric nodded and gave a few more instructions to the driver. As the Bentley snaked its way through London's winding streets, a silence fell in the car. Perhaps feeling like she owed it to keep the atmosphere lively since she was getting a free ride, Caroline quickly initiated a topic. "Mr. Williams, you've been touring London these past few days. Are you considering making a movie related to London? Finding the right material is essential, but if I do decide to make such a film in the future, I'll definitely get in touch with you for advice." I can't do that." Caroline quickly shook her head. "But I could introduce you to my mentor. He's incredibly knowledgeable." Eric chuckled, noticing how serious she looked. "I heard you went to Cambridge." Yes, I studied English literature. I just graduated and got into graduate school." I'll continue after the summer break. Eric nodded. My latest film has a female lead who is a top student at Oxford. What about you? Interested in acting? No, I'm not interested at all. I can't act. Caroline shook her head again, but suddenly added, but one of my good friends is exceptional at acting. She also studied literature, but created a drama club back in school. She's really talented. Eric had merely brought it up casually, and though he wasn't especially interested in Caroline's classmate, with still a distance to their destination, he went along conversationally. Really impressive. Just how talented? Caroline sensed Eric wasn't particularly invested in the topic, but felt the need to respond due to her upbringing. She can write her own scripts, and during her sophomore year, she won the Student Drama Award at the Edinburgh Festival with her own play. At this point, something seemed to strike her as funny, and she chuckled softly. What is it? Eric asked, looking down at his own clothes, unsure if something went amiss. Oh, it's just that her play, titled Slight Possession, required her to fall off a ladder that was 7 feet high during performances. After winning the award, she decided to get a tattoo of a tiny ladder on her body. Eric felt a bit puzzled. That didn't sound especially humorous. Then he thought to ask, where did she get it? Caroline's face turned rosy, and she fidgeted slightly in her seat, finally managing to say, on her behind. As she pronounced this, she pointed her finger near Eric's thigh root, then immediately withdrew, as if she had touched something scalding, her face reddening further. Eric suddenly found himself intrigued by the story of Caroline's friend, someone who had tattooed a ladder on her backside. A new one for him. Your friend sounds quite amusing. Perhaps there'll be a chance for me to meet her, Eric suggested. Caroline nodded, wanting to say more, but ultimately feeling it was too forward, so she kept quiet. Half an hour later, the car pulled up near a building on Knightsbridge, south of Hyde Park. By then, the rain had ceased, and Eric let Caroline out at the curb with a goodbye, before instructing the driver to leave. As Caroline watched the Bentley disappear around the corner, just about to head into her apartment, she heard a familiar engine roar from around the corner. A large displacement 1970s Jaguar King appeared in her view. The Jaguar stopped beside Caroline, and a girl decked in waves and dressed in a bohemian style jumped from the driver's seat. Hey, Caroline, what are you doing standing here? Oh, nothing, Rachel. I just got back, Caroline replied, shaking her head. Rachel scrutinized Caroline's face for a few moments before bursting out laughing. Was that director gentleman the one who drove you home? Caroline's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She wanted to deny it, but ended up subtly nodding. The girl named Rachel lightly pinched Caroline's cheek and chuckled. I can't believe you. All these years, you still can't tell a lie. You're hopeless. I don't lie, Caroline retorted. Okay, Rachel said, shaking her head in resignation. Then teasingly asked, so, do you like that director? I won't tell you. Caroline's face flushed crimson, and reflexively, she reached up to cover her face, but Rachel pulled her into an embrace. Come here. Let your sister give you a hug. Though Rachel wore small leather boots and stood over 5'7", petite Caroline was just over 5'1", making them look like a couple. As she hugged Rachel, don't. Stop that, Caroline protested, pushing Rachel away, flustered as she hurried into the apartment. Rachel followed closely behind, continuing her teasing. I read in the newspaper that you and that director make a good match. Stop it. Caroline pulled out her keys to open the door, avoiding eye contact as she awkwardly attempted to change the subject. I even mentioned you to him. Chapter 529, 530, Connected by Fate. Come on, what did you say about me? You weren't gossiping behind my back, were you? Rachel strolled into the apartment, sat down by the shoe rack in the foyer, and casually asked while changing her knee-high boots. Caroline wore flats and didn't change like Rachel. Instead, she went right to the living room sofa and sat down. Hearing Rachel's comment, her cheeks slightly flushed as she thought revealing her friend's tattoo was hardly gossip. Of course not. I just told him you did an awesome job in that play and even won an award at the Edinburgh Arts Festival. He finds you quite interesting and said he might introduce you if there's a chance. Rachel slipped on some slippers and walked over, smiling as she asked, so when do you plan to introduce us? He's a Hollywood mogul. If I could meet him, I wouldn't have to be running around auditioning for tiny roles all day. Well, I think Mr. Williams is just being polite. If I really brought you to meet him, it would be, too forward. Caroline said cautiously, glancing at Rachel, stammering a bit. Seeing the timid look on Caroline's face, Rachel leaned in and playfully pecked her cheek. All right, I was just joking. I'm not that naive. Hollywood isn't our playground. To be honest, I'm not a big fan of Eric Williams. A while back, an agent from ICM came to the UK for casting roles in a Firefly film. My agent barely got my info to them, and it was all for nothing. They just said I was the wrong age, didn't even let me audition. It's infuriating. I heard the selection criteria are set by Eric Williams himself. Caroline listened to Rachel's frustration, unable to refrain from saying, well, that shouldn't reflect on Mr. Williams. He's a really charming guy. You're just too naive, Rachel replied, shaking her head. Caroline pouted her lips. I'm not. I can tell what's real and what's fake. Okay, I believe you, Rachel said, noticing Caroline's wide eyes, looking at her as if challenging her belief. She surrendered quickly. Caroline observed Rachel's dismissive attitude but chose not to push further. Clearly, this wasn't the first time they'd had a conversation like this. So, Rachel, how did that audition go today? Landed it right on the spot, Rachel said excitedly. It's a role in Inspector Morse, probably 2 episodes worth of work. Once I finish, my rent for the next 2 months is sorted. Caroline was thrilled for her friend, but then remembered her situation, feeling a bit sheepish. Rachel, I'll help cover part of your rent. Don't even mention it. You should keep that money for your living expenses in the future. I'm not worried about it. Plus, you won't be living here long. School starts, and you'll be off to Cambridge. Stay strong and don't give in to your dad. Rachel waved her hand dismissively before standing up. I'm going to brew some coffee. When it gets dark, let's go out to celebrate my new role. Caroline responded with an hum, watching Rachel head into the kitchen and feeling a bit in awe. I'm really envious of you. You're always so independent. If it weren't for my dad forcing me to give up school to marry that rude, pretentious guy from the Edwards family, I probably wouldn't have had the courage to flee home. Rachel heard Caroline's words and laughed. What's there to envy? At least when you get married, your dad will cover the wedding expenses. I can't count on mine for anything, so I have to save up myself. I'm not sure either. I don't know what I'll do if I go against my dad now. I heard from Aunt Lisa that my aunt cut ties with our family because she wouldn't follow Grandpa's plans. Rachel walked out of the kitchen holding a pot of coffee. You have an aunt? I've never heard you mention her before. I'm not a chatterbox. Caroline quickly retorted, realizing this wasn't going anywhere, and added, I do have an aunt, but I've never met her. I know about her from what Aunt Lisa secretively told me. Apparently, the year I was born, my aunt fell for a very talented playwright while watching a play in the West End, but he was from a poor background. Grandpa didn't approve and quickly arranged another suitor for her. My aunt caused quite the scene at home and eventually moved to Greece, never to return for 20 years. Rachel couldn't help but burst out laughing. Caroline, are you sure that's true and not something your Aunt Lisa made up after watching too many romantic plays? Aunt Lisa is just our housemaid. She wouldn't have the time for such nonsense, Caroline insisted. Then it was probably inspired by too many daytime soap operas, Rachel teased again, laughing. Caroline appeared a bit swayed by the fairy tale, though she refused to admit it and turned her head defiantly. I'm not talking to you anymore. Rachel laughed again and reached out to tousle the girl's hair. As they were playfully bantering, the phone rang in the living room. Rachel set the coffee down and went to answer it. After a few words, she looked surprised and cupped the receiver to tell Caroline sitting on the sofa. Caroline, it's your dad calling. Caroline shrank back. How does he know I'm here? Rachel couldn't help but shake her head, finding Caroline's innocence amusing. Although her family wasn't exactly prominent in the UK, they were certainly not on par with any fallen nobility. Caroline had run away from home, so her parents couldn't possibly ignore it. The day Caroline moved in, her mom called Rachel asking her to look after her daughter. Seeing Caroline's anxious expression, Rachel suggested, Why don't I tell your dad you're not here? Caroline hesitated, knowing that since her dad knew she was there was no escaping. Reluctantly, she approached and took the receiver from Rachel's hands. Hello, Dad, it's me. As Rachel handed the receiver to Caroline, she sensed it might be awkward for her friend and made her way to the bedroom. However, even though Caroline usually spoke softly, Rachel vaguely heard the girl's excited voice. After about 5 minutes, Rachel heard silence outside and stepped out of the bedroom, noticing Caroline pouting on the sofa. She asked, "Did your dad want you to come home?" "No," Caroline sat up and said. "He said he won't force me to drop out anymore. But he wants me to invite Mr. Williams over for dinner. That's just too sudden. How can I say that? If he declines, I'll be mortified." Rachel could easily piece together the situation, seeing how Caroline was fidgeting with her legs. The moment Caroline showed up in front of Eric Williams, the British press, always quick to investigate, laid out her background. The darling of the Wilson family was personally showing someone around. Under different circumstances, even if it wasn't a family embarrassment, the Wilsons would have deemed it a very undignified action. However, days went by, and the Wilsons didn't make a move. They didn't respond to media claims of Caroline and Eric being a good match either, clearly pleased with the situation. If Eric were merely a moderately well-known Hollywood director, the Wilsons would have acted high and mighty, but a young tycoon with multi-billion-dollar assets was enough to change their tune. Seeing her friend looking down with a troubled expression, Rachel asked, "So what are you going to do?" I don't know." Caroline shook her head. Rachel, familiar with her friend, recognized that deep down, Caroline wanted to invite Eric Williams over. She encouraged her, "Just tell him straightforwardly tomorrow. It's an invitation from your dad. If he declines, it's on your dad. Nothing for you to feel embarrassed about." "Really?" Caroline looked up at Rachel, hopeful. Rachel nodded firmly, without hesitation. "Of course. Then tomorrow, I'll just say my dad wants to invite him." Caroline's face turned pink. "Rachel, help me think of how to say it so it doesn't come off as too abrupt." Since London is situated at a higher latitude, June days are very long. Eric returned to the hotel around 7 in the evening, but the sky wasn't showing any signs of darkening. After an early dinner, Eric went back to his room to handle all the accumulated emails from the day. The second weekend box office numbers for Jurassic Park had come in. Despite the first week's explosive box office and great reviews, most institutions still predicted a drop of over 40% for the second week. Even at Firefly, many thought along similar lines, with some suggesting Eric prepare to cut back on Jurassic Park's theater count. However, when the actual figures were released, many predictions were proven wrong again. Jurassic Park experienced only a 37% drop in box office compared to its first week, earning over $42 million, a far less drop than the average 50% predicted by most box office analysts. Many Hollywood releases tend to see a significant drop in their second week after a huge opening, with later weeks showing box office figures stabilizing according to the film's quality and reviews. Since Jurassic Park avoided a significant drop in its second week, its box office wouldn't likely decrease dramatically in the subsequent weeks. Firefly's internal statistics department had already estimated North American earnings for Jurassic Park to reach $500 million, surpassing the first Star Wars film by $40 million. Originally, when Eric boasted about $1 billion globally, he estimated Jurassic Park's North American earnings to be around $400 million. Although now the film's North American performance had exceeded even his own expectations, he couldn't be sure if it could reach $500 million. This uncertainty arose because, when Eric devised Jurassic Park's North American marketing strategy, he had used an aggressive promotional strategy combined with extensive screenings, which was a more advanced version compared to the saturated release approach that Hollywood only adopted years later. This strategy significantly shortened the film's life cycle. A conventional blockbuster typically retained over 80% of its box office within 4 weeks. Based on Jurassic Park's current trends, Eric was confident it could gross $300 million in North America over 4 weeks, but he had no idea what the box office trajectory would look like after that. After reviewing the related emails for Jurassic Park, Eric began checking other messages and quickly found the information he wanted regarding Arnold Schwarzenegger's Last Action Hero. As expected, the film's quality was lacking, and with the box office competition from Jurassic Park, this $80 million action flick produced by Carolco Pictures only garnered about $16 million over its opening weekend, even less than Jurassic Park's opening day revenue. In the original timeline, both Stallone and Schwarzenegger flopped with these two blockbusters released back-to-back. These two iconic Hollywood action stars, Both born in the 1940s, found their fame in their 30s, and after more than a decade of success, both fell being mired in the same summer release fiasco. While Schwarzenegger would later earn over $20 million from several sequels in the Terminator franchise, his other films never ventured into high-priced territory again. Stallone's popular franchises, Rambo and Rocky, ended due to a gradual decline in box office revenue, leaving him without a surefire hit. In the original timeline, Stallone managed to produce decent films over the next decade, but it often required years of struggle to complete projects, like The Expendables. Chapter 530-531, The Resignation Wave. Firefly Films had publicly announced the Project True Lies during its acquisition of Disney last year, and the media had been following the developments closely. As the project moved towards production, attention turned to the male lead role that had not yet been filled. Hollywood stars like Mel Gibson, Harrison Ford, and Nicolas Cage were all rumored contenders for the role. However, many people within the industry knew that Firefly's choice for the male lead was Arnold Schwarzenegger, and Schwarzenegger was well aware of this. Earlier in the year, both parties had a brief contact. At that time, Schwarzenegger's asking price was $15 million, and he showed no signs of backing down. The negotiations stalled for a while, with Schwarzenegger feeling no urgency. After all, his previous films had performed well at the box office. He had not anticipated that Last Action Hero would face such a disastrous fate. However, it was clear that he understood the significance of a film personally selected by Eric, and thus had not rejected the offer, seemingly waiting for Firefly to compromise, especially since Firefly had made concessions during the box office talks for Terminator 2. With Schwarzenegger not feeling the pressure, Firefly naturally wasn't anxious either. No one knew better than Eric how the box office prospects of Last Action Hero would pan out. Now that the first week box office numbers for Last Action Hero had come in, Eric could hardly imagine how Schwarzenegger was feeling. Just as he was about to respond to an email from Firefly's production team, suggesting they wait another week to restart negotiations with Arnold, the phone in his room rang. Eric picked up the phone, and a familiar voice came through the receiver. "Hi, Eric, it's Jim." Eric smiled as he replied, already guessing the purpose of Cameron's call. After discussing Jurassic Park for a bit and exchanging thoughts about Cameron's work on True Lies, Cameron finally brought up the real reason for his call. "Eric, you've seen the box office for Last Action Hero, right?" "Yeah, over $16 million in its opening weekend. That's pretty dismal. With 2 consecutive blockbuster failures, I bet the Germans will chill out for a year or two and won't be throwing cash at Hollywood so easily anymore. And MGM, I estimate Frank Mancuso and John Calley haven't even settled into their seats before they get replaced by Leon. MGM might just head for auction again." Realizing Eric was about to go on, Cameron had to clear his throat to interrupt him. "Eric, we can talk about those things later. I wanted to say something about the male lead for True Lies. You mentioned before that you hoped Arnold could take the role." Eric smiled but felt a sense of discomfort in his tone. "Jim, you were there during that conversation. You know I wasn't much of a fan of the Last Action Hero project. Arnold's asking price was way too high, so I wanted to wait until after the film's release to discuss his salary. But I didn't expect a movie with over an $80 million investment to only gross $16 million on its opening weekend. You know Jurassic Park's production cost was only $75 million. At this rate, Last Action Hero would barely scrape $50 million in total box office. If it were just a slight failure, I wouldn't worry too much, but Arnold's drop was too severe. Under these circumstances, his next film would definitely be looked down upon by Hollywood. The risk is just too great." After listening to Eric, Cameron promptly replied, "Eric, stop messing with me. Don't think I don't know you're enjoying this. Arnold can't reach you, so he calls me. $3 million for his salary. Take it or leave it. Don't think you can sweet-talk me into anything. $3 million is a massive discount compared to Arnold's previous $15 million fee. If Eric were in a similar situation, he would likely think the same. Hollywood is ruthlessly competitive. The total cost of producing and distributing Last Action Hero exceeded $100 million. In the current environment, the investors and distributors might only recover about $50 million of their investment. It wasn't as catastrophic of a loss as 2 years later with Waterworld, but this level of financial hit could certainly knock a Hollywood superstar Down a peg, just like Kevin Costner, who faded from stardom after his flop with that film. Thus, for Arnold now, accepting this bargain price deal would give him a chance to bounce back into the ranks of top stars. If he missed this opportunity, it could be a year or two before anyone approached him for a role again. While Eric thought over these matters, Cameron's impatient voice echoed through the phone again, prompting Eric to reply, "Sure, I'll take it for $3 million, Jim. This time, let's call it a favor for you." "Don't look at me as a favor. I'm just the messenger." "All right, Jim, but you know Firefly is my personal enterprise. Unlike that big German conglomerate, every extra million feels like pulling hair out, so be careful with this." Cameron laughed heartily. "Of course, Eric. You know me. I'll make every dime count toward the film." Eric couldn't help but roll his eyes at how well he knew him. After some back-and-forth banter, both of them finally hung up. Just as Eric intended to return to his desk to check emails, the phone rang again. Despite it being evening in London, it was still afternoon in Los Angeles, so he wasn't surprised when he answered it again. This time, it was Stan Winston, sounding anxious. After listening to Stan, Eric furrowed his brow and replied, "Stan, send me the details. I'll take a look, and if necessary, I will fly back tomorrow morning." After a brief exchange, Eric hung up. Moments later, he received an email from Digital Domain. After reading through it for a while, Eric's brows furrowed again. Another wave of resignations hit Digital Domain. The last time had been during the release of Twister, when Hollywood studios started investing heavily in special effects due to the massive box office success of effects-driven films. Many small special effects firms cropped up, or perhaps they were better described as special effects studios. However, because Hollywood had somewhat underestimated the commercial prospects for effects-driven films last year, they hadn't invested heavily to poach talent from Digital Domain, and as a result, the impact had been minimal. This year, however, was different. The record-breaking box office of Jurassic Park spurred the other major studios in Hollywood into action. They began launching aggressive poaching campaigns against Digital Domain, with not only the visual effects artists but also Ed Catmull's software research team feeling the impact. In just a week that Eric was away from Los Angeles, over 120 resignation letters had arrived at Digital Domain. Initially, Stan had thought it to be just a repeat of last year's situation and didn't take it seriously, managing it in line with last year's experience. But as more and more resignation letters poured in these past few days, Stan no longer remained calm. After reading the emails, Eric's previously anxious thoughts eased a bit. He called his assistant to arrange an early morning flight back. He then silently contemplated how to handle the crisis. It was evident that with the growing prevalence of special effects films in Hollywood, given Digital Domain's scale, even doubling its capacity would not allow it to cover all of Firefly's special effects projects, not to mention the wider market for special effects films in Hollywood. Since they couldn't stop the special effects industry from expanding, they had to choose the strategy that best benefited themselves. This strategy was something Eric had considered when he founded Digital Domain. He just hadn't anticipated that the implementation would occur over 3 years earlier than initially expected. As he mulled over these details, night turned into dawn without him realizing it, and when he finally noticed, the sun was already rising outside. Realizing it was just past 5 in the morning, Eric didn't feel the need for a nap, knowing he would have plenty of downtime on the plane. After freshening up, he left his hotel room to have breakfast. Knowing his flight would leave London time at 8, he had nothing pressing to do, so he flipped through that morning's newspaper. Hollywood's young mogul romances British aristocrat's daughter. The couple tours the Thames together. A clear photograph graced the front page of the World News, showing Eric holding an umbrella for Caroline from the previous afternoon. The paparazzi managed to capture the perfect moment as their eyes met. Eric vaguely recalled that Caroline had probably been thanking him at that moment, yet the paper interpreted the encounter as a moment of intimate eye contact. He laughed helplessly, suddenly remembering that the World News was also under the News Corporation and was the publication that ignited the famous wiretapping scandal back in the original timeline. Setting that aside, Eric remembered he had originally promised Caroline to continue their tour of London today, which was now off the table. He had contemplated asking his branch staff to explain things to the girl afterward, but since there was nothing to do at the moment and Caroline's place wasn't too far from there. Eric decided to visit her personally. After summoning the hotel manager for a car, Eric directed the driver to Caroline's residence. Minutes later, the car parked in front of the apartment where Caroline was staying. As Eric got out, he noticed the flash of cameras nearby. Glancing over, he realized that paparazzi were waiting there too. Just as Eric was about to ignore them and head inside, he remembered he didn't actually know which floor Caroline was on. Seeing the paparazzi peeking around, Eric walked over to them. One of the paparazzi, seeing Eric approaching, showed no sign of panic and greeted him with a smile. "Mr. Williams, here to pick up Miss Wilson so early?" Eric didn't respond but asked, "Which paper are you with?" "World News," the paparazzi replied without hesitation, adding, "But if there's breaking news, we sell it to whoever pays the highest." Eric chuckled and asked, "Do you know what room Caroline is in?" "Room 203, second floor." The paparazzi answered without missing a beat. Eric thanked him and turned back toward the apartment. Just as he stepped inside, he heard a few muffled clicks from the cameras again. Since it was still early, he climbed the somewhat aged stairs to the second floor without encountering anyone. Arriving at the door of room 203, Eric gently knocked. After a moment of silence, he knocked a few more times before a somewhat groggy female voice called out, "It's not even 7 o'clock yet. Who is it?" Eric recognized the voice did not belong to Caroline and was taken aback, but still said, "Hello, miss. I'm Eric Williams. I need to speak to Miss Wilson about something. Could you please let me in?" Inside, there was a surprised exclamation as Eric guessed the person was peeking through the peephole, so he stood still. The door was soon pulled open. A girl clad in a light blue nightgown appeared before him. Realizing who she was, Eric's face was immediately filled with surprise. What a small world. "You? Hello, Mr. Williams. Please, come in." The girl, seemingly oblivious to Eric's shock, ushered him into the room in a bit of a frenzy. "Mr. Williams, have a seat. I'll go wake Caroline. She, hasn't gotten up yet." "Thank you." Eric nodded as he sat on the couch. "By the way, I don't think I caught your name." "I'm Rachel Wise." "Mr. Williams." "You can call me Rachel," the girl responded shyly. Eric couldn't help but smile at her flustered demeanor, nodding back. "Hello, Rachel. You can call me Eric too." Sure, yes," Rachel replied with a silly smile, then opened a bedroom door and entered. Chapter 531, 532, Farewell. Eric sat on the living room sofa when he first heard a soft gasp coming from the bedroom, followed by a flurry of rustling sounds and whispers. After about 10 minutes, two girls emerged from the bedroom, dressed modestly and greeting Eric with a hint of shyness. Rachel stood a half-head taller than Caroline, making it easy for Eric to recognize that they were wearing their own clothes. As the two girls settled onto the sofa across from him, he asked, puzzled, "You two are sharing a bedroom?" "Yes, Mr. Williams," Caroline nodded innocently. Perhaps it was because she had just woken up. Her fair face held a touch of blush that added a hint of vulnerability. Rachel, however, was much more perceptive than Caroline. She quickly added, "Caroline is just temporarily staying with me. We're not, living together." Caroline found Rachel's clarification somewhat perplexing. She blinked her long eyelashes several times before understanding, and her pale face turned crimson. Flustered, she stood up, ready to flee. "Mr. Williams, I'll go get you a glass of water." Eric, intending to say it wasn't necessary, noticed the girl had already glided into the kitchen. Now, only Eric and Rachel remained in the living room. Eric surveyed the charming little apartment with interest, his gaze landing on the somewhat reserved Rachel Wise. From his memories of his past life and Caroline's words from the day before, he knew Rachel Wise wasn't an introverted girl per se. It was only because of his current identity that most people, as long as they had normal emotional intelligence, couldn't reveal their true selves in front of him. A regret from certain angles, indeed. "Caroline said you're an actress?" Rachel had been surreptitiously examining her apartment for anything out of place when she suddenly heard Eric speak. She quickly nodded in response. "Yes, Mr. Williams, I've been auditioning most of the time lately, and I got a small role in the 6th season of Inspector Morse." Eric was about to respond when Caroline emerged from the kitchen holding a steaming glass of water. He took the glass, noticing a piece of ice still hadn't fully melted at the bottom. He politely drank a few sips before placing it on the coffee table in front of him. Watching Eric set down his glass, Caroline asked, "Mr. Williams, you came over so early. Is there something on your mind?" Though with an innocent demeanor, the girl was no fool. Eric's early visit surely meant he had other matters to discuss. "I'm heading back to Los Angeles. I had a little time, so I wanted to say goodbye." Upon hearing this, a trace of undeniable melancholy appeared on Caroline's face, but she still politely replied, "Well then, Mr. Williams, I wish you a pleasant journey." Eric paused for a moment, then smiled, "Thank you." Rachel barely restrained the urge to facepalm in exasperation. This silly girl, what kind of nonsense was she saying? Seeing Caroline looking downcast and uncertain about what to say next, Rachel took the initiative. "Mr. Williams, will you be coming back to London?" "Probably not in the short term. The German premiere of Jurassic Park was originally scheduled for July 4th, and I could have stayed until then. However, something came up in Los Angeles that I need to handle in person. If I come back to Europe, I might just end up in Paris or Berlin." After hearing Eric's words, the disappointment radiating from Caroline became palpable. Rachel looked at her friend with sympathy and suddenly mustered the courage to speak up. "Mr. Williams, Caroline won't report to Cambridge until September. If you're going to Paris or London, she can still be your guide. She speaks French, German, and Spanish fluently." Watching Caroline, who had initially been downtrodden, suddenly lift her head with hope, Eric couldn't bring himself to refuse. He nodded. "All right, I'll have someone call you then. Caroline, would you be up for it?" I'm fine with that." Caroline nodded eagerly like a little chick pecking at grain, then realized her overzealous response might seem a bit too eager and shyly lowered her head. Cheeks flushed. Caroline's salary was handled by Firefly's branch office. After Eric wrapped up this matter, he stood. "In that case, I'll be on my way. My flight departs at 8, and I need to pack." The two girls stood alongside him. After Eric finished talking, he glanced at Rachel Wise and reached into his pocket to pull out a personal business card, handing it to her. With a hint of surprise in her expression, he explained, "There's a disaster romance film in the Firefly pipeline that needs a British lead with a mix of rebellion and elegance. I think you should give it a try." Instinctively taking the card, Rachel felt an overwhelming rush of exhilaration at Eric's words to the point her head buzzed. She didn't catch the rest of what he said. Although she was raised in a well-off family and could afford to enjoy studying literature at Cambridge just like the gentry, acting was merely a hobby and a means to make a living. This did not mean Rachel would be indifferent to an invitation from Hollywood and its broader stage. However, due to her innate sense of pride and modesty, she wasn't one to claw her way blindly into Hollywood. If she had been that type of person, she would have schemed her way into getting the job Caroline had just received. After sharing a few more words, Eric said goodbye to the dazed Rachel and departed. Caroline initially thought about accompanying Eric down to the lobby. However, thinking about the paparazzi waiting downstairs, he declined. As the girl watched Eric's figure disappear at the stairway, she turned back and shut the door. Taking a few deep breaths to calm herself, she walked over to Rachel. "Hey, Rachel." Seeing her friend didn't respond, Caroline playfully stretched out her hand and snatched the business card that Rachel held tightly in her grasp. "Hey, that's mine." Rachel immediately reacted. Caroline flopped onto the sofa, hiding the card away and spreading her hands in mock innocence. "It's gone. Get up. If you lose it, I'll kick you out onto the street." Rachel tugged Caroline aside, retrieved the card from beneath the cushions, and rushed into the bedroom to keep it safe. She then stepped out, bounding up to Caroline and cupping her friend's face, playfully ruffling her hair. "Ha ha. Caroline, I'm going to Hollywood." "Hollywood?" Caroline shook her head in annoyance. "Hey, you definitely zoned out just now and didn't hear Mr. Williams finish." "All right, what else did he say?" "He mentioned that the movie probably wouldn't start filming for another 2 years, and he hoped you wouldn't become impatient and rush into things. Participate in more stage plays and hone your acting skills during that time." Caroline smirked with just a hint of schadenfreude. 2 years. Who knows? By then he might forget about you altogether. Rachel felt a bit daunted by this condition. 2 years was neither a long nor a short time, since the film project had been decided by Firefly 2 years in advance. It surely wouldn't be a small undertaking. If it was guaranteed that she could secure that role, Rachel would have no qualms waiting 2 years. However, What Eric had just offered was merely a verbal agreement. Although Rachel didn't think Eric would toy with her as a mere nobody. If he forgot about her in 2 years, she would simply be out of luck. With her thoughts in turmoil, Rachel decided to call her agent for some advice. As Caroline watched Rachel dial her agent, she waited as the person on the other end rambled on for what felt like ages before finally hanging up. Rachel, feeling a bit regretful, patted the cushion she was holding. Now that Eric is gone, I couldn't extend the invitation from my dad to him. At that moment, Rachel viewed Caroline as a good luck charm, and once she hung up the phone, she immediately threw her arms around her friend. Don't worry. Didn't he just say he'll be coming back to Europe in a while and will look for you? You can invite him then. But even though I know a bit about Paris, I've only been to Berlin twice. Well, you're a genius with a photographic memory. You could spend a day at the library studying, and you'll know everything. If it comes down to it, I can join you on a tour of Berlin to scout it out together. Then it's settled. We'll go to Berlin tomorrow. Isn't that a bit eager on your part? You even have an audition tomorrow. Let's go this weekend instead. After landing at Los Angeles International Airport, Eric headed straight for Firefly Studios. Michael Lynn, Jeffrey Katzenberg, Jeffrey Hansen, Frank Wells, along with Stan Winston, Ed Catmull, and John Lasseter, who were responsible for Digital Domain and Pixar, were all gathered at Firefly Studios, in addition to some heads from other departments. Eric walked into the conference room and took a seat prepared for him. He turned to Stan Winston on his left. Stan, please give us an update on the current situation. Stan nodded, and, as the assistant distributed the prepared documents to everyone present, he spoke up. This matter began after the first weekend box office of Jurassic Park was released. Given the events following the release of Twister last year, I didn't think much of it initially. However, the resignation letters started piling up more and more in recent days. When I emailed you, we had received 126 resignation requests, but within just one day, it increased to 169. Currently, most of those I've held back from signing right away. Before this happened, our fixed employee count in Digital Domain was 850, excluding the tech support team led by Ed. However, if we allow this to escalate, we could lose over 30% of our staff. Chapter 532, 533. Will they go public? Eric tapped his fingers lightly on the table, pondering for a moment before asking. Out of all these people, what is the ratio of model effects artists to CG effects artists? Stan Winston hesitated and replied, I haven't had a chance to gather that data yet. Then do it immediately, Eric instructed. He watched as Stan turned to summon his assistant to take care of the task, and then turned to Ed Catmull. What about you? Ed Catmull said, things look good on my end. Our competitors aren't really interested in our regular programmers. They primarily want to approach mid to senior project leads. Although some of these individuals are bound by non-compete agreements preventing them from working in related fields for a year after leaving, I believe the commercial prospects shown by Jurassic Park are enough to prompt our competitors to take the legal risks. After Ed spoke, Eric shifted his gaze to John Lasseter. John shrugged and said, I think everyone here has seen the completed version of A Bug's Life. This 3D animated film is just as good as 2 years ago with Toy Story. Given the experiences in Digital Domain, I believe Pixar should take some preventive measures to avoid a mass exodus of staff. Once the three had finished sharing their thoughts, Eric looked around the room at the executives. Does anyone else have anything to add? Michael Lynn interjected. Eric, Rhett gathered some intel. Let him share. Eric nodded toward a stocky white man in his 40s, who spoke up. Mr. Williams, based on the information we've gathered, about a week ago, Michael Eisner from Universal Pictures, George Lucas from Lucasfilm, and Carol Bartz, the chairwoman and CEO of Autodesk, had a meeting at Autodesk's headquarters in San Rafael. Shortly after, Autodesk announced a partnership with Industrial Light and Magic and Universal to enter the film effects software market. However, no specific details were mentioned in that announcement. Additionally, several mid-sized effects companies in Hollywood have recently received significant investments and are aggressively hiring. Once Rhett finished speaking, the assistant who had just been directed by Stan returned to the conference room, placing a prepared document in front of Stan. Eric, the data is in. Among the 169 who submitted resignation requests, There are 112 model effects artists and 57 CG effects artists, Stan reported. He felt a wave of relief wash over him as he conveyed this information. Although he had started in model effects, Stan was certainly not a traditionalist. He had heard Eric explain numerous times that CG effects were the future of Hollywood's mainstream visual effects trend. The success of CG-heavy blockbusters like Terminator 2, Twister, and Jurassic Park had proven this point. With close to two-thirds of the departing employees being model effects artists and only one-third being CG effects artists, the situation was not as dire as he had feared. Everyone in the room seemed to exhale collectively. Eric had intuitively expected this outcome, and now that his suspicions had been confirmed, his last shred of worry dissipated considerably. The reason there hadn't been an exodus of CG effects artists was primarily due to the fact they used proprietary effects software developed by Digital Domain, which was not available for sale outside the company. Without access to these tools, even the most highly skilled CG effects artists would have to relearn various third-rate effects software available in the market. If exit companies didn't provide irresistibly attractive salaries, these individuals would likely never take the risk of leaving. After organizing his thoughts that he had formed during his time in London and on the plane, Eric clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention. All right, let's discuss how we are going to address this issue. First, we did consider collaborating with Autodesk to develop Maya back then, but that partnership didn't succeed. Since they weren't interested at that time, now that Autodesk wants to get into the lucrative effects software market, it's too late. However they jumped in, we will kick them out just the same. A few light chuckles ensued in the conference room, yet no one underestimated Autodesk. With its flagship AutoCAD industrial design software series, Autodesk had essentially cornered the industrial drafting software market. There were many overlapping aspects between film effects software and industrial drafting software, which meant it wouldn't be too challenging for Autodesk to develop the corresponding film effects software. The development timeline would also be significantly shorter than that which Digital Domain took to develop Maya and the other tool software. In this universe, Autodesk had monopolized the film effects software market due to being the first to seize the opportunity. At this point, preventing Autodesk from entering the film effects software market wasn't solely about that piece of software sales profit. It was more important to ensure that Digital Domain maintained its leading position in the film effects industry. Any company that only invests without earning a profit is bound to face closure eventually. The technical team, led by Ed Catmull, found themselves in this predicament. While Digital Domain was soaring, the downsides were not yet apparent. However, once the film effects companies entered an era of cutthroat competition, this unprofitable vast technical team would become a burden to the company. After Eric's statements, everyone in the conference room started to propose their suggestions. After 3 days of intensive meetings, Digital Domain held a press conference at Firefly Films headquarters. At this time, the box office data for the second week of Jurassic Park had been released, bringing in over $71 million, with total box office earnings reaching $185 million. Despite this being a conference for Digital Domain, many journalists invited to the event were gearing up with a slew of questions about the sequel to Jurassic Park after learning that Eric would be in attendance. There was no lack of intriguing information revealed at the press conference. Ed Catmull, who held the position of Pixar's chief technology officer, announced that Firefly would integrate the technical support teams from Pixar and Digital Domain, creating a standalone Firefly software company. Firefly software would primarily provide effects software and related visual effects solutions for target clients. As soon as Ed finished speaking, the press conference hall erupted with about 100 journalists buzzing in discussion. Some journalists who weren't well informed were puzzled as to why Digital Domain, at its peak, would make such a self-sabotaging move. Meanwhile, others, who were perceptive to industry news, realized this was a counterattack from Firefly against the recent poaching incidents Digital Domain had experienced. At first glance, this didn't seem logical. But even if the news of Autodesk collaborating with ILM and Universal wasn't mentioned, some smart folks would still understand that this move equated to a covert expansion for Digital Domain. Although Digital Domain's effects software had yet to leak out, the technical standards demonstrated in movies like Jurassic Park far outshone those of Hollywood's mid-sized effects houses. Therefore, if digital domain software tools began to become available for sale, not only would former effects artists who left digital domain likely use them first, but other effects companies would also join the ranks of digital domain software users. Moreover, Ed Catmull's comments revealed something very important. Firefly software would also provide clients with specific film visual effects solutions. This measure not only increased Firefly software's profitability, but also indirectly constrained the development of those convenience-seeking effects companies through the licensing of solutions. After all, if a low-cost bundle of effects shot production solutions was available, most wouldn't want to waste time and money on technical research and accumulation. The solutions offered by Firefly software would definitely rely on Firefly software, once again limiting mid-sized effects companies from using other software. After Ed Catmull made the announcement, the press conference transitioned into a free question period as hands shot up across the room. The host scanned the audience and randomly selected a poised female journalist. Unexpectedly, the female reporter turned with the microphone to Eric, who hadn't yet spoken, and asked, "Mr. Williams, I'm a reporter from the Los Angeles Times. Jurassic Park's North American box office has already accumulated $185 million. Fans are very concerned about what happens next on Dinosaur Island, but your original novel doesn't reveal any information about that. Will Firefly be developing a sequel?" Firstly, I want to say, ma'am, your question isn't relevant to this press conference. If anyone else brings up a similar question afterward, I won't answer it. However, I can tell everyone right now that a sequel is definitely in the works. Just as Eric was about to hand the microphone over, the reporter quickly interjected, "Then, Mr. Williams, will Firefly software treat effects companies outside of digital domain differently?" I'm not sure what you mean by differently. Firefly software is fundamentally one entity with digital domain. In terms of technical support, Firefly software will undoubtedly offer full support to digital domain. That's indisputable. However, in other areas, such as the effects software held by Firefly software, there will be no preferential treatment to internal or external clients. Even after the split, if digital domain wants to use the latest software from Firefly software, they will still need to go through the proper process and pay the required fees. The microphone quickly passed to another reporter who directed his question towards Eric. "Mr. Williams, I'm from the San Francisco Chronicle. Will Firefly software go public?" There are currently no plans for an IPO, but it will definitely happen in the future. The reporter immediately followed up with a question of great interest to Wall Street. Then will Firefly Studios go public? Chapter 533, 534, Nostalgia. Eric raised an eyebrow but did not answer the question. Instead, he retorted, "What do you think the purpose of a company going public is?" "To raise funds to allow the company to develop better," the journalist replied. "Well, Firefly isn't lacking in funds, and its development status is clear for all to see. So, do you think there's still a necessity for Firefly to go public?" The reporter, undeterred, pressed on. "Mr. Williams, are you truly satisfied with the status quo and have no plans to continue expanding Firefly's territory?" Of course not. However, there are many ways to secure funds for the expansion of Firefly, and going public isn't the only option. I have a complete plan for Firefly's development. Some of my ideas might even spark quite a bit of controversy. I don't want to waste time justifying every decision to those Wall Street big shots once we're public. You all cover the news, so you should know how difficult they can be. With that slight teasing tone in Eric's voice, the journalists present chuckled. They were well aware of what Eric meant. Although Hollywood and Wall Street closely intertwined, the reality was that the games they played leaned more toward competition than cooperation. Wall Street sought high growth and returns on investment, with most investors typically more interested in seeing a sleek financial report than in long-term development. This often led company operators to sacrifice short-term gains for long-term benefits, which put them at odds with Wall Street's perspectives. If a company chose not to go public, Wall Street could only bark up the wrong tree. If they didn't want to engage with its funds, they couldn't meddle in its operations. But if a company opted to go public, even if the control remained with the operators, any deviation from the growth path envisioned by Wall Street would lead to incessant interference from investors. A bearish report from an investment bank today an outspoken critique from a Wall Street tycoon tomorrow. If a company refused to cater to these pressures, it would face relentless turbulence. The most extreme example was the Marvel Entertainment Group, which Eric had been quietly monitoring. Through the 1980s, Marvel Comics had thrived, nearly swallowing up DC Comics, then owned by Warner Brothers. However, after it fell into the hands of Wall Street investor Ron Perelman at the end of the decade, it encountered a series of misfortunes. Perelman was solely focused on capital operations and had no intention of running the company. By now, he had extracted hundreds of millions in profits from Marvel, but the company's performance had sharply declined, edging toward bankruptcy. There were a multitude of speculators like Ron Perelman on Wall Street. In Eric's memories from a previous life, MGM finally broke free of the gambling mogul Kirk Kerkorian after 2005, only to become yet another toy for the Wall Street speculator Carl Icahn. In the years that followed, MGM repeatedly faced bankruptcy crises, with no improvement in its operations, while Icahn profited handsomely. All this information instilled a deep-rooted wariness in Eric toward Wall Street. Firefly was the foundation of his career, and it was what he was most passionate about, so he had never intended for it to go public. Chris managed several high-tech companies on behalf of Eric, which represented his means of expanding his territory in Hollywood. Nobody knew better than Eric the growth prospects of companies like Cisco, AOL, and Yahoo. If Firefly ever needed a significant influx of cash for expansion, Eric could easily sell off shares of Cisco or take Yahoo public to secure considerable funding. Even if he lost control of those companies in the future, he wouldn't be overly concerned. The internet was a burgeoning industry and bubble elements were rife. Cashing out was the wisest option. Moreover, there were countless investment opportunities in the internet sector over the next 20 years. After Eric concluded his thoughts, he directly passed the microphone over to Ed Catmull. Following Eric's hints, the journalists shifted their focus from Jurassic Park and Firefly to Firefly Software. This press conference quickly generated significant buzz in Hollywood and beyond. Many understood this was the first retaliatory strike from Digital Domain against recent poaching attempts, aimed at preventing Autodesk from entering the visual effects software market and maintaining the industry's leading position. After the conference, Autodesk's chairwoman and CEO, Carol Bartz, stated in an interview that Autodesk would not abandon its quest to enter the visual effects software market. However, news soon emerged that Autodesk's board had begun to divide over the strategy to enter this sector. Firefly's move had been too powerful. Although Autodesk could launch a mature effects software in just 6 months, by that time, Firefly Software would likely have captured 90% of the market. Furthermore, Firefly Software boasted advantages that Autodesk simply didn't have, its collaboration with the giant in the visual effects industry. The cost and technological benefits born from their close cooperation were beyond what Autodesk, which produced tools without its own testing grounds, could compete against. Although Autodesk had previously reached some collaborative intentions with ILM, the two were still separate companies, unlike the close-knit partnership between Firefly Software and Digital Domain. A week after the Firefly Software press conference, ILM confirmed its decision to use Firefly's products. That announcement was quickly followed by photos of George Lucas shaking hands with Firefly Software CEO Ed Catmull. Lucas' decision was also a reluctant one. ILM had previously developed its own tools, but their performance couldn't compete with Digital Domain's. Should they forego collaboration with Firefly Software, ILM CG effects might end up subpar compared to even third-rate studios using tools like Maya, which would lead to a swift decline for them. The news of ILM and Firefly Software's partnership prompted Autodesk's board to shoot down management's proposal to establish a visual effects software department. Along with the establishment of Firefly Software, Eric and Firefly's management team began efforts to retain Digital Domain employees, implementing a series of salary and benefit increases. They even encouraged those who were set on leaving to establish their own effects studios, promising that these studios could access software at discounted prices and secure a certain number of outsourced projects from Digital Domain. This initiative aimed to keep these talents tied to Digital Domain while simultaneously weakening the competition. This strategy proved quite appealing to many, who wouldn't prefer being their own boss, even if just for a small studio. over working for someone else. Following the implementation of this initiative, several small effects companies, which had no previous connection to Digital Domain, expressed interest in joining its affiliate network in hopes of obtaining relevant benefits. Digital Domain selectively accepted a handful of these companies. Since these affixed micro-studios depended heavily on Digital Domain for technology and projects, Eric wasn't too worried about them evolving into threats against Digital Domain. In fact, this method accelerated the expansion rate of Firefly's effects software tools. After a little over a week, the employee exit wave at Digital Domain began to settle. In response to this event, and to ensure similar situations wouldn't occur in the future, Eric started to formulate an equity incentive plan covering all member companies of Firefly Industries. This plan aimed to deepen the sense of belonging and cohesion among Firefly's employees. During this time, Pixar's second 3D animated feature, A Bug's Life, hit over 2,500 screens in North America. This insect-themed animated film attracted a sizable audience of all ages thanks to its fun characters and family-friendly plot. It earned $33 million during its opening weekend, with projections estimating around $50 million for the first week. While it couldn't rival Jurassic Park's opening figures, A Bug's Life had definitely secured its place among the summer blockbusters. With a production budget of only approximately $70 million, A Bug's Life was well on its way to recouping costs based on box office trends. Moreover, as an animated feature, its surrounding merchandise profits promised to contribute significantly to its earnings. Within the first 3 days of the film's release, merchandise sales across hundreds of Disney stores in the U.S. generated nearly $12 million in revenue. Additionally, Jurassic Park's merchandise also launched simultaneously through Disney stores. Over the course of a month, those sales exceeded $100 million in revenue. Eric had even gone so far as to include a few clear nods to Jurassic Park merchandise in the film, and history seemed eerily similar. Lex, the granddaughter of Dr. Sattler, had her figurine become the least favored product among customers. Eric had inadvertently neglected to inform Disney about this, leading to a premature production of Lex action figures, while other character toys had sold out multiple times. Being in Los Angeles meant a whirlwind of activity. Often, he hadn't finished one task before others started to pile up. Undoubtedly, most of these matters revolved around film. While the direct profits from Firefly's film operations accounted for a diminishing share of the company's overall profits, nobody could afford to underestimate this branch. The film division was like the engine of a film company. Only with enough power could the engine guide other sectors toward rapid development. After deciding to abandon the acquisition of Miramax, Firefly Studios revived its Black Ant label and established a dedicated art film investment department. After some time, several scripts gradually found their way to Eric. Quentin Tarantino, having gained fame from Reservoir Dogs, had spent the next 2 years already contributing to B-movies. But now, he finally recalled he had legitimate business to deal with. After a bit of nudging from Eric, he finally presented a script for Pulp Fiction. Eric, drawing from his previous knowledge, offered some recommendations, such as casting choices for the lead roles and that iconic twist contest moment. Perhaps many viewers of Pulp Fiction couldn't understand why the twist dance between John Travolta and Uma Thurman was dubbed classic. However, upon its initial North American release, when audiences who had lived through that vibrant era viewed that scene, they felt a swell of emotion inside. The story actually harkens back to 1978, when Paramount released a highly unconventional musical film, Saturday Night Fever. The male lead was none other than John Travolta from Pulp Fiction. Once it premiered, the film sparked an uproar among North American teens, raking in $170 million at the box office with ticket prices at only half what they would become in the 1990s. It undeniably took the top box office spot that year. Moreover, the film kick-started a disco craze and set an unbeatable sales record for movie soundtracks for many years to come. In Saturday Night Fever, numerous scenes showcased Travolta's character battling on the disco dance floor. Years later, Pulp Fiction recreated that famous moment with Travolta and Thurman participating in a dance contest, evoking a nostalgic response. Chapter 534, 535, Can I Have One Too? Outside of Pulp Fiction, Through the introduction of Patrick Schneider, CEO of Disneyland Paris, the project for Leon, the professional was officially set in motion. The French company Gaumont originally planned to invest solely in Luc Besson's new film. However, collaborating with the booming Firefly Films was an opportunity they couldn't resist. Therefore, Gaumont's chairman, Nicolas Seydoux, personally flew to Los Angeles. Last year, when Disneyland Paris opened, Eric visited Paris and attended a party hosted by the Seydoux family, so they were somewhat acquainted. To show the importance he placed on this meeting, Eric made time to host Nicolas Seydoux for dinner. Gaumont had nearly a century of history in France and was one of the few companies there specializing in commercial films. Maintaining a partnership with such a French heavyweight was crucial for further opening the French film market. After spending the morning at Firefly Studios checking on the post-production progress of several films, Eric chose Venice Beach as the location to host Nicolas Seydoux. After dinner, the two continued their discussion at a cafe for several hours before Seydoux finally took his leave. Once he was gone, Eric remained seated by the window, sipping his coffee. It was already July 1st, and he had been back in Los Angeles for almost 2 weeks. The turmoil caused by the layoffs in digital domain had subsided. Since he had prepared in advance, Pixar's 3D animated film A Bug's Life was still performing remarkably at the box office, without showing any signs of the chaos in digital domain. Other Hollywood studios were certainly envious of the box office and the profits brought by A Bug's Life. After all, Pixar's first film, Toy Story, cost $40 million, but the budget for next movie, A Bug's Life, had soared to $70 million, placing it firmly in blockbuster territory. While the other major studios could certainly afford this production budget, they were daunted by the usual 2-year production cycle, lack of experience, and absence of the extensive merchandising and retail networks that Disney had. Most studios were hesitant about whether to develop their own 3D animated films. However, Eric had the clearest understanding of the future for 3D animated films. He knew that even without an online merchandising system, the commercial prospects for 3D films were vast. In the original timeline, nearly every year's box office top 10 during the next 2 decades featured a 3D animated film. Thus, Eric was considering expanding the Firefly's 3D animation department scale, aiming for at least one 3D animated film to be released each year. While pondering these matters, Eric saw Alan walk into the cafe. For a while, Eric had entertained the idea of finding a new assistant, preferably a stunning beauty who was also capable. Unfortunately, that matter never materialized. He had considered Jennifer Connelly, who had just graduated from Stanford, but after a month of interning in his assistant's office, she quit due to the overwhelming workload. Connelly was more suited for a comfortable lifestyle. Nowadays, she only accepted a couple of film roles here and there to maintain her visibility, while spending most of her time enjoying life, flying around fashion capitals, attending fashion events, and even whimsically launching her own clothing line. Although she spent a considerable amount, it bore little success. Eric wasn't particularly concerned, as he had plenty of money, and as long as she played her part, she could do as she liked. Alan approached him and said, "Mr. Lin just called. Based on the current box office trend, Jurassic Park is about to surpass $300 million in North America next week." He asked if the company should prepare a celebration party. Since its release on June 4th, Jurassic Park had grossed $280 million, even though weekly ticket sales had dropped to around $30 million. The release of Deep Impact next week could lead to significant box office drops for the dinosaur blockbuster. Still, surpassing $300 million next week was a foregone conclusion. Eric glanced at his watch. It was already 3:30 p.m. With Deep Impact set to premiere in North America tomorrow, he also had to attend its Los Angeles premiere tonight and fly to Europe for Jurassic Park's Berlin premiere tomorrow. Additionally, he might need to travel to Asia later in July, as he would also need to make an appearance at the film's premiere in Japan, Asia's largest movie market. July would see him living the life of a traveler. Let's hold off on that for now. Most of the film's main creators are currently in Europe promoting the film. Having a celebration without them wouldn't have much significance. We'll discuss it again when the global box office surpasses $1 billion. According to the global release schedule, crossing the $1 billion mark might not happen until after October, possibly even November at the latest. Then we'll wait until after October. I'm not too concerned about a few months, Eric replied. A celebration for surpassing $1 billion in worldwide box office would hold greater significance for Firefly. Let's leave that for later. Is there anything else? Alan shook his head. Nothing else. The premiere for Deep Impact starts at 7 p.m., so you can stay here until 5:30. Eric smiled, finished his coffee, and stood up. The three leads for Charlie's Angels have been training in Santa Monica, right? I haven't met the other two yet. Since I have 2 hours to spare, I think I'll go check on them. I'll arrange for a car. Alan nodded and walked out. The three actresses had been training for over 2 months, and even Kate Beckinsale, who initially struggled with basic moves like the splits, could now execute a full routine convincingly. Firefly hired a well-known martial arts instructor from across the ocean, but the head of the renowned Yuan clan wouldn't be personally training the girls. Instead, Yuan Chengyan, who played the subservient old man selling the Buddha's palm in Kung Fu Hustle, came to train the three girls for 3 months. He had some reservations about training new recruits. He believed that 3 months wouldn't be enough to develop skills, and that those wanting to play action roles should have started training from a young age. However, due to the lucrative offer from Firefly and the decline of the Hong Kong film industry, Yuan clan members like him were left with limited opportunities. This invitation from a Hollywood powerhouse was too good to pass up. As the training neared its final stages, practical combat training began. In the spacious training room, the three girls were sparring with a few of Yuan's disciples, occasionally letting out grunts and laughs. The martial artists, of course, weren't genuinely attacking the girls, but carefully feeding them techniques. Standing with his arms crossed, Yuan offered guidance from the sidelines every now and then. Suddenly, the door to the training room swung open, and a young man of Chinese descent approached Yuan to whisper something in his ear. Yuan immediately waved his hand, calling for the sparring to stop. All right, that's enough for now. Let's take a break. Once he handled that matter, Yuan followed the young man out of the training room. In the adjacent break room, Yuan pushed the door open and found Eric just getting up from the couch. He quickly approached and shook hands with Eric, speaking in somewhat halting English. Hello, Mr. Williams. Hello, Mr. Yuan. Eric replied as they shook hands. I thought I'd come to check on how Kate and the others were doing in their training since I had a bit of time. Yuan understood the basic English and communicated easily with the help of the young man, who was the translator provided by Firefly. Mr. Williams, besides Miss Beckinsale, the other two girls have great potential. All three are progressing quickly. They'd be ready for filming without any issues, even if we started immediately. Eric nodded with satisfaction. That's great to hear. Once we start filming Charlie's Angels, I hope you can continue as the action director. Yuan promptly replied. Of course, I will do my best. By the way, Mr. Yuan, Mr. Wu is also in Los Angeles filming another movie. Have you met him? I have. I've even had a few meals with him, Yuan said, a hint of envy in his tone. After the success of Mr. and Mrs. Smith, John Woo had quickly risen to become a top-tier Hollywood director. At that time, he was filming another movie given to him by Eric, Broken Arrow, which Eric had discussed with Peter Guber last time. In the original timeline, Broken Arrow didn't perform as well as Face/Off, but Eric made sure to keep the better project for himself. Once Wu finished Broken Arrow, it wouldn't be too late for Firefly to invest in Face/Off. After chatting for a while in the break room, Eric decided to check on the three girls in the training room. Having heard of Eric's deeds, Yuan noted that today's training was nearly over. Mr. Williams, since the training is winding down, I won't hold you up. You can take the three of them and leave. Eric paused for a moment, then smiled. All right then, you should go rest. After saying their goodbyes, Yuan called over his disciples, and they all left the training center. Once Eric saw Yuan and the others off, he moved toward the training room. Penelope picked up drinks from the assistant assigned to the three of them, taking a few big gulps. Just 2 more weeks. Only 2 more weeks, and then we'll be free. Charlize, wiping sweat from her brow with a towel, replied, Not so fast. Who knows? Filming could be even more exhausting. True, but it won't be as tedious as this. Penelope handed the drink back to her assistant and took the towel. Meanwhile, Kate dug her clothes from the rack, pulled out a pack of cigarettes, and made her way to the southern terrace of the training room. Thanks to the sweltering weather, the training room felt stuffy. Seeing Kate Beckinsale step outside, the other two girls followed her to join her on the terrace for some fresh air. There were no chairs in the training room, so the three girls pulled a foam mat outside, sitting down on it. "Want one?" Kate lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag before asking the two girls beside her. Charlize glanced back at the training room, noticing only their bespectacled assistant cleaning up. Seeing that the coast was clear, she reached over to take a cigarette from Kate. Penelope, noticing both girls lighting up, didn't want to be left out either and took a cigarette as well. When Eric walked in, he found the empty training room with only a bespectacled girl lingering inside. Upon seeing him, her face immediately tightened with anxiety, which puzzled Eric. Though a bit confused, he asked, "Where are they?" The girl hesitated for a moment before pointing towards the terrace exit, silently hoping that the three girls had finished their smoke by now. Eric rubbed his cheek in bemusement at the girl's reaction, but walked towards the terrace anyway. Upon reaching the entrance, he immediately saw the three girls lounging on the not-so-wide terrace, seated on a green foam mat, each with a cigarette in hand, gracefully exhaling smoke. Chuckling to himself, Eric understood the girls' earlier response. While he personally disapproved of girls smoking, he didn't outright despise it. However, witnessing these three stunning beauties in their fitted training outfits enjoying their cigarettes struck him differently. With those thoughts in mind, Eric took a couple of steps forward, squatting next to Kate on the left, grabbing a cigarette from the pack beside her. He waved it in front of the three girls, who had stared at him in surprise. "Can I have one too?" It was only when Eric ignited his cigarette that the initially frozen trio jumped up like startled kittens, hurriedly discarding their cigarettes with embarrassed looks, exclaiming, "Mr. Williams, you." "Hello." Eric nodded, looking at the three girls who resembled school children awaiting reprimand, chuckling. "Since I had some free time, I thought I'd see how your training was going. Had I known I'd stumble upon this scene, I would have brought my camera. Once you all become famous, I could make a pretty penny selling this photo to the tabloids." Chapter 535, 536. Are you looking for someone? Hearing the teasing tone in Eric's voice, the three girls exchanged glances. Though she knew that the young man before her was only 23, Kate saw none of the pride and restlessness often associated with someone his age. Instead, Eric carried himself with a calmness and detachment that was characteristic of someone who had experienced much in life. When the three girls jumped at the unexpected interruption, Eric stood up, leaning against the patio railing, smiling at the three girls clustered in the corner like quail. He playfully shook the cigarette box in his hand and asked, "Whose is this?" Penelope and Charlize turned their gazes toward Kate. Eric had already suspected that the cigarette belonged to Kate Beckinsale. There might be many smoking actresses in Hollywood, but few were recognized as having a strong addiction, and Kate was one of them. This somewhat unconventional British rose had been photographed more than once by paparazzi, smoking openly in public, showing no intention of hiding it, even in front of cameras. Just as Kate mustered the courage to say something in response to Eric's gaze, he leisurely slipped the cigarette box into his pocket and addressed the two girls beside her. "Charlie, Penny, keep an eye on Kate. She's not allowed to smoke anymore. At least not until her contract for Charlie's Angels is up. If either of you tells me she's caught smoking again, I'll deduct 10% from both your paychecks." The three girls widened their eyes at Eric's words. Unable to hold back, Penelope pointed at Kate and exclaimed, Then what about her?" With a mischievous smile, Eric replied, "Kate's paycheck stays the same." Finally, Kate spoke up, "Mr. Williams, it's all my fault. If there are pay deductions, just take it from me. It has nothing to do with Charlie or Penny." Eric shook his head gently. "No way. If I take it from you, you won't care. It's got to be from them." Since that initial date, Charlize had harbored some inexplicable resentment towards Eric. Hearing his somewhat ridiculous punishment, she couldn't help but raise her voice in retaliation. "You're being totally unreasonable." Eric looked at Charlize's slightly round baby-faced cheeks and resisted the urge to tease them, replying, "I'm too busy to argue with you." Ignoring the girls' collective eye rolls, he extinguished the half-smoked cigarette in the nearby trash can, dusted off his hands, and said to the girls still standing in front of him, "Go change your clothes." Mr. Yuan just told me you three have performed well these past 2 months. As a reward, I'll take you to a movie tonight, the premiere of Deep Impact. The three girls exchanged glances. Penelope was the first to head toward the training room, and Kate followed closely. Although Charlize wanted to say something, the moment her gaze met Eric's, she quickly looked away, unwillingly stepping inside. Once in the changing room, Kate and Charlize found that Penelope had already quickly stripped off her training outfit, now only in a fitted top. However, the Spanish girl didn't rush to get dressed in her regular clothes. Instead, she pulled out makeup tools from her bag and started meticulously applying makeup in front of the fitting mirror. Unable to resist, Kate teased, "Penny, I think you don't even need makeup. If you step out in that outfit, Eric Williams won't know what hit him." Unfazed, Penelope continued to groom her eyebrows and replied, "Humph, you shouldn't be talking. If it weren't for your encouragement to smoke with Charlie, we wouldn't be in this awkward situation." Kate shrugged off the matter, casually changing clothes as she spoke. "Don't worry, I'll just quit smoking for a few months. Who knows if you can resist?" Charlize folded her training outfit, placing it neatly in her locker. Taking advantage of Kate and Penelope's banter, she suddenly interjected, "Hey, didn't you two ever think about why Eric Williams came to see us out of the blue?" Kate, having just put on a cropped t-shirt and holding her jeans while posing in front of the mirror, glanced at her fair skin and remarked somewhat narcissistically, "I mean, it's pretty obvious. But I'm definitely not letting this playboy get his way." After saying this, she shot an exasperated look over at Penelope. Feeling a little uncomfortable under Kate's stare, Penelope retorted, "What's your point? You have a boyfriend, I don't." "Who told you I have a boyfriend?" Kate shot back. "Who was that guy who called you last weekend then?" Penelope pressed, "He's just someone I met while filming Much Ado About Nothing. I didn't agree to be his girlfriend." Charlize listened silently to the two girls, changing into her regular clothes. Looking at Penelope, who was leisurely putting on her makeup, she felt compelled to let down her own ponytail that had been tied up for practice and instinctively checked her reflection in the mirror. Because it was summer, all three girls wore light clothing, and being at a blooming age, they exuded a vibe of youthfulness that left Eric feeling a refreshing shock at the sight. Noticing the subtle change in Eric's expression, Penelope felt a surge of happiness and approached him, asking, "Mr. Williams, where are we going next?" Eric pointed to the door outside as he walked. "I initially planned for you three to make an appearance on the red carpet for Deep Impact, but I think it's best if you don't. If all three of you show up together, it might overshadow the talk for Deep Impact. We'll discuss that during Charlie's Angels press conference." Penelope didn't pay much mind to her two friends behind her and matched Eric's pace. "So what about this time? I'll arrange for you to go straight in. After the premiere, I'll take you all out for dinner." "Sound good. Sounds great. But I heard there's usually a party after movie premieres. Do you want to go?" We'll follow your plans." This time we won't. I have to head to Europe tomorrow. It wouldn't be right to stay out too late. I won't take you to the party this time. Maybe next time." "Okay." Penelope nodded obediently. Charlize and Kate, trailing behind Eric and Penelope, exchanged a glance at their conversation, involuntarily pouting but not opposing Eric's arrangements. After arriving downstairs, Eric squeezed the girls into the back seat of his car, taking the passenger seat himself before instructing the driver to set off. Although the premiere didn't start until 7 o'clock, by 5 that afternoon, the red carpet had already been rolled out at the China Theater, filled with media and fans eager to attend the event. Eric didn't take the three girls directly to theater. Instead, he stopped at a nearby hotel where the film's creators and guests were temporarily settled and handed the girls over to the staff to be arranged. Upon seeing Eric, several stars, who had come to support the premiere, greeted him. After exchanging pleasantries, Eric made his way over to Roland Emmerich, the director of Deep Impact. "Eric, congratulations. The box office for Jurassic Park is simply astounding." "Thanks, Roland. I believe Deep Impact will perform wonderfully too," Eric said, greeting John Landau, the producer for Deep Impact, as well. "What were you two just discussing?" John had originally been Eric's go-to producer for Cameron, but since Cameron only made a film every couple of years, Eric paired Roland with John to work on the Deep Impact project, which had proved successful. In response to Eric's question, John pointed at Roland and said, Roland's still worrying about Deep Impact's box office. It's his first film with an investment over $50 million. And to be honest, I'm a little anxious too. Given the phenomenal box office performance of Jurassic Park, as the second CG effects blockbuster released by Firefly during the summer season, Deep Impact attracted significant media attention, not to mention that its production costs were similar. Eric could empathize with the pressure Roland Emmerich was feeling. However, Eric felt much more relaxed compared to Roland. With nearly a decade of experience since his early days in the Noah's Ark principles, Roland's directing style had matured significantly, and with Eric's oversight, this version of Deep Impact was undoubtedly superior to the original. In 1993, CG effects had only recently begun to rise in popularity, with the North American and global film markets still starving for more. Eric had no doubt that Deep Impact would achieve an impressive box office performance. He didn't hold back, sharing his thoughts with both men. Roland acknowledged the sense in Eric's words and nodded, though his anxiety hadn't quite eased. Eric understood that only after the actual box office numbers rolled in would Roland completely let go of his worries, a common ailment among directors before their film's releases. Eric himself felt a bit anxious before Jurassic Park's release, so he avoided offering too much consolation. The press conference for the premiere had been scheduled to occur after the screening, which made the red carpet segment much simpler. Eric strolled leisurely down the long red carpet, signing autographs at the wall before he soon entered the screening room. As he approached his seat in the front row, he caught sight of a familiar voice with an accent calling out, "Mr. Williams." Turning his head, he saw the three girls seated together, with Penelope speaking and waving at him. Eric gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. He had exchanged greetings with quite a number of people along the way, so the girl's gesture didn't attract much attention. However, he couldn't help but think that this Spanish girl was quite open with her intentions. Unlike Kate, who was a bit more carefree, and Charlize, who often had an inexplicable bit of resistance against him, Penelope felt like a little wildcat rushing recklessly toward him. In his memory, a loudmouth male star in Hollywood had once given Penelope Cruz a rather fitting label, Trouble. In the original timeline, this fiery Spanish girl had a knack for making headlines with the male leads of her films, often breaking up couples in the process. She had even been public about her romance with Tom Cruise after his split with Nicole, evidently aiming to become the next Mrs. Cruise. However, Eric mused that the reason for their ultimate breakup might have been Tom's realization that he couldn't keep up with this restless firecracker. With all these thoughts running through his mind, he became quite intrigued. He wanted to see what kind of waves this emerging little enchantress could stir up in this timeline. As Eric took his seat, the host of the premiere said a few words before announcing the start of the screening. The lights in the screening room dimmed rapidly, and the Firefly Pictures logo that everyone had come to recognize lit up the big screen. After numerous revisions of the script, this version of Deep Impact had deviated significantly from the original. One could say they were two entirely different movies. Many subplots that didn't align with the film's main theme had been cut. After a comet on a collision course with Earth was discovered, Roland Emmerich focused the narrative on three threads: the federal government, journalist Jenny Lerner, and the boy who discovered the comet, Leo Biderman. Through adept interweaving of the plot and skillful suspense setups, he gripped the audience's hearts during the 40-minute build-up. During an astronomy observation, young Leo Biderman discovered a comet that did not appear on any star charts. He reported the news to his mentor, and soon, an astronomer calculated that the comet's trajectory would overlap with Earth, meaning it was on a collision course. While the astronomer was rushed to relay the news to the federal government, an accident occurred, creating significant suspense at this juncture. Time then jumped 1 year ahead. Journalist Jenny Lerner was diligently investigating a scandal that eventually led to a woman named Eli. Suddenly, she was apprehended by the FBI and taken to meet the president, who requested her to halt her investigation. She refused and continued her accusations, and the ensuing discovery shocked her. Eli was not a person but a comet that was set to collide with Earth. Meanwhile, the boy who discovered the comet, Leo, continued living a normal life in a small town, just like many American high schoolers, with no one realizing disaster was looming. As Jenny edged closer to the truth, the federal government decided to publicly disclose the facts, and she was first in line to question the president at the press conference. It turned out that although the astronomer had encountered an accident while relaying the news, the fact that a comet was on a collision course with Earth had been discovered. To resolve the crisis, several major powers collectively built a space shuttle armed with nuclear bombs over the year, planning to destroy the comet before its impact. However, to alleviate public panic as much as possible, the governments opted to keep quiet about it. From this point onward, Roland Emmerich's mastery of storytelling began to unfold. Much like the heart-stopping moments remembered in his film 2012, the launch of the space shuttle to intercept the comet, the federal government's choices, the fates of ordinary individuals, and the struggles of humanity under disaster all captured the audience's attention tightly. When the first attempt to destroy the comet failed, resulting in part of it crashing into Earth and creating catastrophic tsunami scenes, gasps filled the screening room. The 10-minute-long tsunami scene had been produced using the most advanced CG effects technology available, providing a far more convincing experience than any miniature models. As massive waves surged toward New York, toppling the Statue of Liberty and the Empire State Building, exclamations of "Oh my God!" could be heard from the audience. Feeling the reactions in the auditorium, Eric leaned close to Roland Emmerich's ear and whispered, "Roland, I think you can relax now. Perhaps you can spare a moment to discuss your next film. What do you think about the script for Independence Day?" Aside from a few critics, most of the guests invited to the premiere were diehard fans. If even these fans reacted so strongly to the film, it would undoubtedly create a sensation among general audiences, a truth Roland Emmerich knew full well. "If you can carve out some time, then I'm all in," Roland replied, his tone relaxed. "But I hear you have to leave for Europe tomorrow." "I don't know when you'll be back. That's not an issue. If I have to personally oversee everything, then what's the point of me being a boss?" Both men shared a knowing smile. As the movie approached its final act, Eric quietly told the person next to him that he was going to the bathroom. Although most people in the screening room had their focus on the screen, Eric's movement was still noticed by some. Penelope glanced over at Kate, who was entirely engrossed in the movie, then cautiously bent her body to leave her seat and chase after the figure Eric had disappeared toward. Noticing Penelope getting up, Kate didn't pay it much mind. However, Charlize watched Penelope until she caught sight of her venturing toward the exit where a man had just passed, murmuring something under her breath, feeling a mix of reluctance, frustration, and a hint of insecurity. Soon enough, all that emotion shifted to the man, and Charlize clenched her jaw, growing furious. She could no longer concentrate on the film. This might be her only opportunity. If she missed it, who knew when the next chance would come? With that thought, Penelope rushed through a side door down a corridor, just in time to spot Eric's figure turn a corner. Without hesitation, she followed him. As the Spanish girl reached the corner, she bumped right into someone, and just as she was about to apologize, she heard Eric's voice asking, "Girl, are you looking for someone?" Penelope stopped, catching the playful glint in Eric's eyes. Rather than feeling embarrassed, she confidently replied, "Mr. Williams, what a coincidence." "Indeed, it's quite the coincidence," Eric said with a smile, taking a few steps forward to push open the men's restroom door and step inside. After he took care of his business, he returned to find Penelope pretentiously standing at the sink doing her makeup. With the prey conveniently laid out before him, Eric leaned beside her at the sink, turned on the faucet, and whispered playfully near her ear, "It's just us inside. Do you want to step in for a look?" Penelope froze for a moment, then broke into a sly smile, her eyes sparkling with a touch of playful defiance. "Sure, as long as you don't mind getting caught." Eric led her into the men's restroom, casually placing a cleaning in progress sign outside the door. Chapter 536, 537. Of course not a problem. In the screening room, the showing of Deep Impact had just ended. The audience and media journalists were still engrossed in the film's realistic scenes of a tsunami striking Manhattan, eagerly questioning director Roland Emmerich and the creative team. Not many noticed Eric's early departure. Like many fans invited to the premiere, Kate lingered in the theater, exclaiming over the disaster footage when she noticed Charlize's distracted expression. After glancing at the empty seat next to her, she finally realized what was happening and asked, "Where's Penny?" Charlize gestured toward the stage, and Kate looked over to find Eric was not there. She quickly reacted, covering her mouth in surprise. No way. Penny, is it that fast? Charlize muttered a curse, unwilling to stay any longer. She stood up to leave just as a young man in his 30s approached them along the aisle. He said, "Ms. Beckinsale, Miss Theron, I'm Mr. Williams' assistant. He had an urgent matter and asked me to apologize on his behalf. He also wanted me to offer you a ride home." The two girls exchanged strange glances before looking toward Alan. He felt a bit awkward, but could only shrug and make an understanding face. After a brief silence, Charlize said, "Sir, we can get home ourselves. No need to escort us. You can call me Alan, Miss Theron. We met a few months ago at Firefly Studios," he explained, then added, "The car is already outside the theater. It's peak dispersal time, so it's not that easy to catch a cab." Upon hearing this, Kate gently tugged at Charlize, turning to Alan. "Thanks, Alan. We can leave now." Once they returned to their place in Santa Monica and thanked the driver, Kate finally broke the long silence. "Stop overthinking it. You don't look any worse than Penny. You'll definitely get another chance." Charlize shot a mildly annoyed glare at Kate. "What are you talking about?" "I don't think so." Kate pulled out the leftover snacks from the movie and popped one in her mouth. With a mischievous grin, she said, "If that's the case, just open the door. I don't have the keys." Charlize produced a set of keys and walked to the door, mumbling, "I just think Penny is too." At that moment, she fell silent, not finding the right word as she opened the door. Was she too pragmatic? Weren't they all a bit mercenary in Hollywood? Too brazen? That didn't quite fit either. If it weren't for Eric Williams, Penny wouldn't have been so forward. Deep Impact grossed $2.68 million at the midnight showing, surpassing Batman to become the second highest midnight gross in North America. Los Angeles Times. Following Twister, another classic disaster film emerges. Deep Impact showcases breathtaking CGI effects that bring forth disaster scenarios previously existing only in our imagination. San Francisco Chronicle. Deep Impact's outstanding midnight box office has once again proven the vast commercial potential of CGI films. One can anticipate another fundamental technological revolution in Hollywood, following the development of sound and color films over the past 8 decades. Chicago Tribune. While Jurassic Park continues to rake in profits at the North American and worldwide box office, Firefly Productions launched yet another visually stunning effects-driven film. The midnight gross for Deep Impact is a resounding testament to its immense commercial value. Meanwhile, just a week prior, Firefly Software announced that its line of effects software would be publicly available for sale, causing quite a stir in Hollywood. However, I worry that as Hollywood continues to commercialize, a new generation of directors including Eric Williams, James Cameron, and Roland Emmerich have forgotten the essence of the artistry that films should embody, instead pursuing dazzling visual effects and blatant profit. It's disappointing when a company as massive as Firefly submitted a zero-nomination report at last year's Oscars. By the next morning, in the dining room of Liberty City Manor, Eric was enjoying breakfast while leisurely reading the new day's newspaper. As he read an article in the Chicago Sun-Times by a conservative Hollywood critic, he noticed some light sounds behind him, turning to see Penelope walking in barefoot, looking like a cat. "Good morning, little wildcat," Eric greeted with a smile, pointing toward the kitchen. "I made breakfast for both of us. Yours is in the kitchen." With just a quick wash-up and no makeup, Penelope appeared more refined. Hearing Eric's remark, she blushed slightly, returned the greeting shyly, and tiptoed to the kitchen. After a night of training under Eric's guidance, the wildness had vanished, leaving her resembling a lazy house cat. Eric had managed to eat a little after last night, but Penelope was starved after sleeping like a log. As she walked toward the breakfast table, she couldn't resist snatching up a piece of bread and nibbling on it. Seeing Penelope's eager expression, Eric couldn't help but tease. "You look more like a little wildcat right now. Are you that hungry?" Penelope remained silent, but obediently sat beside Eric. He was pleased with how Penelope was behaving and continued reading the paper, saying, "I'll make a call later. You can take the day off and skip training. Since the weekend is coming up, you'll have until Monday to rest. Of course, if you're feeling up for it, I can send you to Santa Monica." Eric, can I stay here?" Eric smiled at the downcast Penelope and nodded. Of course, you can stay until Monday, but I need to go to Europe today, so I won't be able to be with you. Penelope bit her lip softly. She sensed that Eric understood what she meant, but since he had rejected her, even though she felt a pang of disappointment, she wouldn't dare push her luck after what happened last night. Eric was very pleased with how Penelope understood the situation. He continued reading the newspaper, and once she finished her meal, she proactively tidied up their dishes before sitting next to him again. He then took out a credit card from his shirt pocket and handed it to her. Penelope looked at the Citibank VIP credit card on the table and lifted her hand slightly before quickly suppressing her thoughts. Eric, I don't want it. I'm not doing this for the money. If it were for money, I would give you a check, not a credit card. Eric watched her closely. You see, not every girl gets a credit card from me. This card is equivalent to a contract, and I think a smart girl like you understands what the contract entails. You can choose not to accept it, and we can just see last night as a beautiful memory. However, if something comes up in the future, I'll be sure to help you appropriately. Penelope's eyes flickered with conflict. She knew perfectly well what Eric meant by contract. After hesitating for a while, she suddenly blurted out, Eric, how much is on it? Eric smirked. I haven't put any money in, but I recall the maximum overdraft limit should be around $50 million. Hearing that figure, Penelope's hand trembled, which had been resting on her lap. Coming from an ordinary family in Spain, she had always dreamed of a comfortable, wealthy life. Up until now, the most significant amount of money she was due to receive was for her role in Charlie's Angels. While her pay was $250,000, after taxes, agent fees, and living expenses in Los Angeles, she'd likely pocket only a few thousand. Still, that amount had made her ecstatic, considering the movies she shot in Spain had yielded less than $10,000 in total. Now, after just one night, she had before her a credit card with a limit of $50 million. Even if the figure were to be reduced by a zero, she felt like selling herself was worth it. Penelope raised her hand again and asked, Eric, what if? What if I lose it? Eric chuckled. If you lose it, just report it lost and request a new one. You don't think it just belongs to whoever finds it, do you? Penelope awkwardly smiled, but did not hesitate this time. She quickly reached out and took the card, curiously rubbing it between her hands. Remember, this is a contract. Once you sign it, there's no turning back. You have another chance to reconsider. If you feel uncertain, just leave the card here before you leave the manor. Eric, I've made up my mind, the Spanish beauty said without hesitation, snuggling up to him. Eric gently pinched her chin. Better think it over again. Penelope didn't reply but continued nuzzling against his arm. Eric, it's still early. You're not in a hurry to catch a flight, right? Eric ignored her implication, standing up. I still need to go to the office first, so let's go. Help me pack my bags. Seeing Eric stay unaffected by her advances, Penelope felt a bit dejected as she got up to follow him. Suddenly, she hurried to his side and said, Eric, I need a favor from you. What is it? I want my sister to come study in America. Eric stopped suddenly and turned to Penelope, catching the fleeting hint of guilt in her eyes. He chuckled. Sure, no problem. What's your sister's name? Her name's Nika. Oh, Eric replied, nodding without any trace of emotion. Wait for my call. I will have someone get in touch with you. He finished and refrained from asking more questions. Penelope followed him, lightly shaking her fist. Even if she couldn't capture this man's heart, perhaps she could with her sister, who looked a lot like her. While contemplating this, the Spanish girl began scheming, completely unaware that Eric, ahead of her, wore a slightly amused smile. This was genuinely interesting, Eric thought, his mind flashing with thoughts of Monica Cruz. To be honest, aside from their age difference, the two Spanish sisters hardly looked any different from twins. By 9 o'clock, Eric promptly left Liberty City Manor. Penelope evidently felt some reluctance to part immediately and remained behind. Eric wasn't concerned. Given Penelope's demonstrated intelligence, she wouldn't do anything out of line. After arriving at Firefly's headquarters to arrange a few things, Eric took a private jet from Disney Group to New York. After a brief stop to visit two little ones still living in Long Island, he left again amid Virginia's grumbling and flew directly to Berlin. Berlin was 9 hours ahead of Los Angeles. Eric departed on July 2nd, and after a grueling 20-hour flight, He arrived in Berlin just past 5 a.m. on July 4th. This day marked America's Independence Day. Of course, it had nothing to do with Germany, but the occasion reminded Eric of another matter. It appeared that the script he had prepared for Roland Emmerich, titled Independence Day, had led to various disputes in other film companies in the original timeline. While the project had been revealed to the public, Firefly hadn't officially announced the film's title. Once settled in Berlin, Eric promptly called Los Angeles to instruct Firefly's production team to follow up on this issue. Eric wasn't overly worried. In the original timeline, Independence Day was initially called Doomsday. It was only shortly before the film's release that Fox Studios secured the naming rights from Warner and scheduled the premiere for July 4th, essentially as a marketing ploy. Undoubtedly, the strategy served a purpose, but it was by no means essential. If Warner tried to squeeze him, Eric wouldn't feel compelled to be taken advantage of over a title. The Berlin premiere proceeded without any surprises or drama. The German branch of Firefly had everything arranged meticulously. After Eric arrived in Berlin, he had only to familiarize himself with the schedule before smoothly completing everything that followed. Jurassic Park had already made waves around the world due to its astonishing box office performance and realistic CGI effects even before its release in Germany. Coupled with the tireless efforts of the German branch, the film quickly shattered multiple box office records in the market. Chapter 537, 538, Awkwardness. Thinking about Rachel's advice to be more proactive, Caroline took a deep breath. She gently patted the stack of newspapers in her hand before using the spare room key that Alan had given her to open Eric's suite door. It was already 8:30 in the morning. Caroline had accompanied Eric to a cocktail party the night before as his translator. Although she hadn't drank much, Eric couldn't resist the host's hospitality and had indulged a bit too much, leaving him still asleep at that hour. After having breakfast and taking a walk in a nearby park, Caroline ran into Alan, who was getting the newspapers ready for the day and planned to wake Eric. Alan was quite impressed with the polite girl who greeted him, and knowing that she liked Eric, he decided to provide her with an opportunity. Caroline pushed open the door to the luxurious suite. She peeked inside, and seeing that the living room was empty, she walked in. She placed the newspapers on the coffee table and headed towards the bedroom door, where she gently knocked a few times. Just a minute. A voice called out from the bedroom, startling her. Before she could react, the bedroom door swung open to reveal a nearly nude man standing there. Eric had just woken up, mistakenly thinking it was Alan at the door. Remembering that he needed to make a phone call, he opened the door without a second thought. Caroline had never had to wake a man up before and was caught off guard to see Eric standing there in nothing but boxers. Being petite, her gaze initially fell on Eric's muscular torso before trailing down, and she squeaked in surprise, quickly turning away while covering her blushing face with her hands. Eric, who had been momentarily taken aback, couldn't help but laugh at her cute reaction. He turned to grab his clothes, saying, "You come here first thing in the morning just to tease me. I must be really unlucky. I don't even know if I can make it up." Caroline lightly stamped her foot, knowing Eric was joking, but couldn't help but defend herself. "I didn't. I just came to bring you the newspaper." Hearing the tremor in her voice, Eric realized she was shy and decided to ease off the teasing. He quickly got dressed and said, "All right, you can turn around now." Caroline had intended to run away, but felt her cheeks were burning red as she feared she would be the subject of laughter if she ran into someone in her flustered state. Hearing Eric's remark, however, she still didn't want to turn around, keeping her back to him. "Eric, you go wash up. I'll call and order breakfast for you." "Sure, thanks," Eric replied, walking toward the bathroom. About 10 minutes later, when Eric emerged from the bedroom, Caroline had vanished. He shook his head with a smile, feeling nostalgic for the innocence and shyness of a girl like her, which he knew was rare in Hollywood. After arriving in Europe, Eric called London as planned, only to find that Caroline had come over the same day. He understood the girl's feelings for him, but the more he experienced her pure and genuine nature, the more he thought perhaps it would be best for her to return to her normal life. The world of Hollywood, filled with ambition and scheming, was not suitable for such an unpretentious girl. Bringing her into it would only put her at risk. Lost in these thoughts, Eric presumed Caroline hadn't ordered breakfast for him. Just as he was about to call the restaurant, the hotel bellman rang the doorbell. The German premiere of Jurassic Park had taken place a few days ago, while the Paris premiere was set for July 14th. Eric had spent his days exploring Berlin's sights and attending various invitations at night. Germany was the most developed country in Europe, with its economy once comparable to Japan's in the post-war period. If not for the Cold War, it might have been on par with Japan, now the world's second-largest economy. Even so, Germany's strength in this era made it the most powerful country in Europe, with its GDP equating to the combined total of the UK and France. A thriving economy led to a significant capital influx. Though Germans didn't invest in industries around the world out of insecurity like the Japanese, they were keen on foreign investments. Due to unique tax incentives and Hollywood's rapid development, investing in Hollywood films had become a popular option for German investors. To further stimulate film development, the German government exempted film investment funds from taxes. With personal income tax rates reaching 51%, if someone earned $1 million without investing, they'd pay $510,000 in taxes. However, if the million were funneled into film production, that tax was waived. If this $1 million doubles the profit on the film and becomes $2 million, then after paying personal income tax, the remaining money is basically equivalent to exempting the original personal income tax. Moreover, even if the money does not double, but only earns a small part, it is equivalent to exempting part of the tax to a certain extent. Fueled by this, many German investors threw considerable sums into Hollywood, even after the disappointing performances of Carolco Pictures' two films, Cliffhanger and Last Action Hero, which had predominantly funded through German film funds. In a sense, Firefly's Jurassic Park contributed to the losses of these productions. Arnold Schwarzenegger's Last Action Hero was largely overshadowed by Jurassic Park. Nonetheless, when Eric arrived in Berlin, he was still highly sought after by various German film companies and investment funds. After Cliffhanger and Last Action Hero's failures, the Germans had learned to be more prudent. Merely inviting major stars wasn't a guarantee of success. Identifying the right investment targets had become integral, and with Jurassic Park breaking global box office records, Firefly Entertainment made for an ideal investment opportunity. During his time in Berlin, most of the invitations Eric received came from lobbying groups of German film funds. He began to ponder the scenario with the understanding that the average Hollywood blockbuster budget remained around $30 million, with advertising budgets not excessively high. Given the average output of 20 films a year by these major studios, Firefly's internal cash flow could comfortably absorb that expenditure without relying on external film funding. However, with the advent of big-budget films, the average advertising budget could easily surge past $100 million. While Eric remained confident in Firefly's ability to handle such financial demands by that time, it still wouldn't be wise. Over the years, Eric had come to understand that Hollywood's greatest advantage was leveraging others' money to create films while keeping the profits for itself. Due to the significant risks associated with film investment, external investors often didn't earn as much as expected. If investments in Hollywood yielded a 10% to 15% profit annually, it was deemed a fantastic return. Of course, not every studio, like Firefly, enjoyed Eric's unique insights. Film investment often involved wins and losses, and Hollywood had developed internal revenue-sharing rules to retain most profits while passing on losses to external investors. However, this rule didn't apply to Firefly. For others, film production was akin to gambling, while Eric, who could see the dice's true value, was exceptional. Take Jurassic Park as an example. For a film grossing $1 billion worldwide, if external investors were brought in and later told they had not turned a profit, it would not be a surprise if they went up in arms. Overall, the operational structure of most Hollywood films, which involved many investors, aimed to reduce investment risks. However, for Firefly, much of that risk diminished in front of Eric, falling well within the realm of what Firefly could manage alone. At this juncture, to operate under Hollywood's rules was less about sharing risk and more about sharing profits. Even after finishing breakfast, Eric hadn't developed any feasible plans for operation, and a simple breakfast had somehow occupied him until after 9 o'clock. Coincidentally, it was Monday, and the box office for Jurassic Park that weekend hadn't deviated from the predicted figures. However, the performance of Deep Impact in its opening weekend exceeded Eric's expectations, raking in over $47 million in North America, with projections suggesting it would likely cross the $70 million mark in its first week, effectively covering costs. Meanwhile, Pixar's 3D animated film A Bug's Life was also nearing $100 million in total North American box office receipts. As he was finishing the newspaper in hand, the doorbell rang again. Eric opened the door to find Alan standing there. "You came at the right time. A few days ago, I asked Disney to gather some information on promising computer animation studios. Do you have time today to check on their progress? If it's looking good, send me the details." "Sure, I'll take care of it," Alan replied, jotting it down. Eric shook his head, then suddenly added, "Also, don't ask Caroline to do this sort of thing. She's too shy for it, and it was a bit uncomfortable just now." Alan seemed to understand something, offering a teasing smile. "Sorry about that, Eric. I didn't think about it. Oh, by the way, is there anything else?" "Ms. Wilson asked me to see if you're planning to go out today," Alan said with a hint of mischief. Eric glanced at his watch and nodded. "All right, I'll head down now." "She's waiting for you downstairs," Alan added before turning to leave. Eric had already set his agenda for the day, deciding to visit Museum Island in Berlin. He returned to his room to change his shoes, tidied up a bit, and then stepped out. Caroline was seated in the lobby of the hotel, flipping through a magazine, appearing perfectly composed. Yet, when she saw Eric, a blush crept onto her cheeks, evoking a strong urge in Eric to give her a playful pinch, a thought that had lingered in his mind several times. "Shall we go?" Despite the mischievous thoughts, Eric remained courteous as he greeted her and led her outside. At that point, Berlin wasn't particularly flourishing. The division from the Cold War had left much of the city controlled by the Soviets, and at that time, the capital had moved to Bonn in the west. However, the reunification in 1990 led to a consensus to relocate the capital back to Berlin, where rapid infrastructure improvements were made due to West Germany's robust economic capacity. Berlin boasted a highly developed public transportation system, as did the entirety of Germany. Both Eric and Caroline walked side by side to the subway station without a car, accompanied by 2 bodyguards. They soon took the subway to the famed Museum Island. Though the name Museum Island may initially sound peculiar, it referred to a cluster of institutions comprised of the Berlin Museum, the National Gallery, and other museums. Eric had no particular fascination with German culture. The long period of turmoil in Europe had left Germany with few boast-worthy cultural landmarks. Many could enthusiastically recount cultural heritage from countries like England, France, Italy, or Greece. But mention Germany, and most would think of Hitler, hardly a proud part of history. Despite Caroline being extraordinarily shy, her knowledge was impressive. She often shared facts that even museum guides might miss, leading Eric to inquire further. Her responses left him neither shocked nor surprised. He felt a sense of admiration and envy. Despite having retained memories from a past life, he lacked the gift of perfect recall, and with time, the clarity of some memories had begun to fade. Chapter 538, 539, Refusal. After spending an entire day exploring several museums on Museum Island in Berlin, the two of them finally stepped out of the last historical museum shortly after 4 in the afternoon. Caroline remained very enthusiastic. As they reached the street, she pointed to the west and said, "Just ahead is the Brandenburg Gate, only a kilometer away. Eric, do you want to check it out? It's Germany's Arc de Triomphe." "All right," Eric nodded. Since it was close, he saw no need to take a car, so he started walking towards their destination along the street. Caroline walked on Eric's right side, sneaking glances up at his profile. Then, like a thief, she quickly looked away. After a moment of thought, she found a topic to discuss. "Eric, after a day at the museum, did you get any movie inspiration?" Noticing the girl's somewhat awkward attempt at conversation, Eric smiled and nodded. "I did." Caroline leaned in a little closer, tilting her face up to look at Eric. "Then, can you tell me about it?" "Of course, Caroline. Have you ever thought about what would happen if the exhibits in the museum suddenly came to life?" "Oh, I haven't thought about that." The girl honestly shook her head. Eric chuckled. "Then what did you think about when you saw those exhibits?" their ages, their artistic value, or the historical events they relate to. As she spoke, Caroline's head couldn't help but lower as she murmured, "Eric, am I useless? All I can remember are these textbook things." "Of course not, Caroline. You have no idea how brilliant you are. I admire your keen mind," Eric said, raising his arm slightly as if to pat the girl on the head. However, considering her shy nature, he abandoned the move. Caroline noticed Eric's gesture and instinctively shrank her neck, feeling a flicker of anticipation. But when she saw him withdraw his hand, disappointment washed over her, and she said, "But actually, I know that they often say behind my back that I'm a nerd." Eric stopped walking, turned to look at the petite girl before him, and stated earnestly, "Caroline, never think that way. Those who say such things are definitely jealous. A strong memory is a gift bestowed upon you. The more knowledge a person possesses, the easier it becomes to connect ideas and accomplish things that ordinary people cannot." Caroline gazed at Eric with wide, sparkling eyes. After he finished talking, she nodded eagerly, like a student praised by a teacher, and said, "Thank you, Eric." Eric mimicked the girl's slight British noble accent. "You're welcome, Caroline." "Hee hee," Caroline chuckled. "By the way, what was the inspiration you just mentioned?" "Oh, right. We could set up a story where the male lead finds a new job as a night guard at a natural history museum. On his first night on duty, while patrolling the empty, eerie museum, he suddenly hears strange noises." Eric briefly outlined the main plot of Night at the museum. Before he could finish, he noticed the girl beside him was looking at him with admiration in her wide eyes, completely entranced. Eric was even sure that if he offered her a lollipop right then, this girl, who emanated a Lolita vibe both inside and out, would happily go home with him. That was quite naughty. "Eric, what happens next?" Caroline asked, puzzled as Eric suddenly paused in his storytelling. Eric shook his head, not wanting to inflate Caroline's expectations. "I haven't thought it through yet. You know, writing a script isn't that easy." But Caroline instinctively defended him. "It's okay. It already sounds amazing. I couldn't come up with such a fun story. If it were made into a movie, I think it would be just as good as Jurassic Park." "Let's hope so." Eric smiled, but Caroline seemed a bit dissatisfied with his somewhat dismissive tone and nodded emphatically. "It's a guarantee." The Brandenburg Gate was one of Berlin's most famous landmarks, surrounded by tourists. The two of them walked to nearby Paris Square. To avoid being watched, Eric quickly put on his sunglasses. Caroline also took a pair out of her handbag but thought better of it and put them back, deciding she probably didn't need them. If it weren't for the occasional paparazzi snapping pictures of them, Eric wouldn't have needed his sunglasses either. Having stepped back from the limelight for a long time, most of the media appearances were merely altered photos that bore little resemblance to him in real life. The paparazzi understood the unspoken agreement. Eric's bodyguards did not stop them from trailing, and the photographers wouldn't recklessly approach them with lots of questions. After wandering around the Brandenburg Gate, they started to feel tired and sat down on a bench near the fountains on the sides of Paris Square. "Feeling tired? Should I have someone from the hotel send a car to pick us up?" Having walked quite a distance with her cheeks slightly flushed, Caroline nodded. Watching Eric signal a nearby bodyguard, she waited until he averted his attention before she continued. "Eric, when I came here, Rachel asked me to check with you about the movie you promised her last time." The timing had been a bit awkward last time, and Eric had no intention of hiding anything. "It's about the story of the Titanic." "That Titanic?" Caroline's eyes widened in surprise. Eric nodded. "Yes, the Titanic that sank on its maiden voyage in 1912. I think Rachel's aura fits the female lead perfectly. The film is essentially a love story set against a disaster backdrop. The heroine, Rose, from a noble family, is forced by her mother to marry an American businessman. On the way to America, she meets a talented man named Jack on the Titanic, and due to a series of events, they fall deeply in love with each other. Listening to Eric's story, Caroline felt a sense of déjà vu and asked, "So, do they end up together?" Eric glanced at the hopeful girl, shaking his head. Caroline bit her lip and whispered, "Why can't they be together?" "Because that's reality. In truth, Jack and Rose are not meant to be together. They're simply from different worlds. A spur-of-the-moment romance is beautiful, but it can't withstand the test of everyday life. So, in the end, Jack sinks into the sea but lives forever in Rose's memory, and Rose finds her own place in the world. Girls' thoughts often ran deep and sensitive. Upon hearing Eric's words, Caroline realized Eric seemed to be indirectly rejecting her. A wave of strong disappointment and sadness surged within her. After a moment, she thought perhaps she misunderstood him. After all, those around her had told her more than once that she was very naive in this regard. Thinking of this, Caroline mustered some courage and looked up at Eric. Eric, actually, there's something I haven't said. Caroline fidgeted with her fingers and whispered, My father wants me to invite you to my home. That's really not necessary, Eric said, observing the girl's somewhat pitiful expression and carefully choosing his words. Caroline, I'm sure you've seen some things about me in the newspapers. Immediately, Caroline shook her head. I don't believe it, Eric. They must be making it all up. You're a really amazing person. I know that from my own experience. I know I'm a bit naive, but I trust my feelings. Eric finally couldn't help himself. He reached out to pinch Caroline's cheek. Watching her cheeks flush in an instant, he said, Silly girl. Actually, a lot of what they say is true. At first, Caroline felt a bit shy. However, upon hearing Eric's words, she suddenly stood up with her eyes wide open. I don't believe you. You must be lying to me. In her agitation, her voice raised a bit too high, attracting the attention of several onlookers, while the paparazzi nearby raised their cameras. Not wanting to be the center of attention, Eric didn't care about anything else at that moment and got up, pulling Caroline along to walk elsewhere. As soon as the girl felt Eric's hand gripping hers, her bravado immediately melted away, and she obediently followed him down June 17th Street. A car from the hotel arrived quickly. After getting in, Eric spoke up again. Caroline, thank you for keeping me company. It's always a joy to be with you, but I think you should head back to London now and return to your life. Remembering her earlier outburst, Caroline felt both lost and sad. Hearing Eric's request for her to leave, tears began to fall uncontrollably. When she felt the tissue Eric handed her, she didn't take it and instead shuffled to the other side of the car, seemingly trying to create some distance. They soon arrived at the hotel parking lot. Eric instructed the driver to leave as he sat with Caroline in the car for a while. When he confirmed her emotions had calmed down, he led her towards the hotel. As they reached the hotel lobby, Caroline lightly tugged at Eric's sleeve. Once he stopped, she quietly said, Eric, I'm so sorry. I overreacted earlier. I'll head back to London tonight. Eric took out a tissue and wiped away the tear stains on Caroline's face. This time, she didn't refuse, but her cheeks still flushed. After he withdrew his hand, she softly said, Thank you. Eric sighed gently. It's late today. Tomorrow, I'll have someone take you back. Thank you. Caroline replied softly again. They fell into silence. Just as Eric entered the hotel lobby, a woman sitting in the lounge area with a magazine immediately stood up to greet him. The woman had blonde hair, was tall, and had an exquisite figure. It was none other than Claudia Schiffer, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Eric, Claudia approached him, glancing at the petite girl beside him, hesitated a moment to slow her steps. She initially planned to extend her hand for a handshake, but saw Eric reaching out his arms to her instead. Without hesitation, she rushed into Eric's embrace and warmly greeted him with kisses on the cheek. Eric knew Claudia was German, but had not kept up with her movements for some time. Running into her in Berlin took him by surprise. This is Caroline Wilson from London. Caroline, this is Claudia Schiffer. I'm sure you've seen her in movies, Eric said as he let go of her slender waist and introduced the two girls. Claudia looked at Caroline with a puzzled expression. The girl appeared somewhat forlorn, yet had a flicker of hostility in her gaze. Nevertheless, she reached out her hand warmly. Hello, Miss Wilson. Hi, Miss Schiffer. Caroline instinctively grasped Claudia's hand, a habit she'd long cultivated. After the introduction, the girl quickly released the handshake and turned to Eric, saying, Eric, I'm heading back to my room now. All right, see you tomorrow. Caroline walked towards the elevator. The moment the doors closed, she caught a glimpse of Eric embracing Claudia, heading towards the hotel restaurant. The girl bit her lip, lightly stomped her foot, and muttered, You did that on purpose. You must have done that on purpose, you bad boy. In the hotel restaurant, Eric and Claudia chose a seat by the window, and he asked, What brings you to Berlin? Is it strange for a German to be in Berlin? Claudia laughed lightly before clarifying. I received a collaboration invitation from a brand and came to participate in some events. A car brand. Claudia rolled her eyes. Do you think Germany only has car brands? That's just the impression I got. Eric chuckled, then added. Since you're here, I can't speak German. Would you join me for a cocktail party tonight? Constantine Films is hosting. It might give you some good opportunities. Sure, but I still have 2 film projects lined up. Honestly, I feel like modeling was easier. I've acted in multiple movies, but before each film's release, they always mock me for being just a pretty face. Come on, I admit it. I'm a pretty face, but they can't call me something different. Though you are so beautiful, if you want to seek some breakthroughs, you could try playing ugly in a few films. Claudia shook her head in refusal. I'm not aiming for an Oscar. I'm fine being a pretty face. I just want to look good on screen. At that moment, the waiter arrived. Due to the party that evening, they didn't order any food but simply requested 2 cups of coffee and continued their chat. Chapter 539, 540, from Finland. The anticipated first love ended before it even began, leaving the heartbroken girl restless all night. It wasn't until dawn that Caroline finally packed her bags and left her room. She had planned to sneak out quietly, thinking that Eric might not care about her departure anyway. The hotel corridor was empty. To the left lay the elevator, while Eric's room was just a short distance to the right. Caroline hesitated, glancing around, before finally giving in to her lingering hopes. She convinced herself that saying goodbye without a word would be too rude, given her upbringing. When she reached Eric's door, she pressed the doorbell and waited silently. Her mind raced with what she should say when he answered. Maybe he would try to persuade her to stay, in which case she would forgive him for his words from the day before. Caroline had always believed herself to be a very understanding girl, especially since she liked him so much. Then the door opened, and the tall blonde woman from the previous afternoon appeared before her. Claudia was casually dressed in a pink silk nightgown, and the impression of her body suggested she wore nothing underneath. Her long, smooth legs were exposed, and anyone could see she had spent the night here. Good morning, Miss Wilson. Eric is just in the shower. Do you need something? Claudia politely motioned for Caroline to come in, not reacting to the girl's sudden timidness. She was a clever woman and never pried into Eric's affairs with other women. Standing before the much taller Claudia, Caroline felt a pang of insecurity, shrinking back slightly. She held back the bittersweet emotions rising within her, giving her nose a gentle rub, and quietly said, Miss Schiffer, I just came to say goodbye to Eric. Could you please tell him I'm headed back to London? Caroline finished speaking without waiting for Claudia's reply and hurriedly walked towards the elevator. Claudia peeked at the girl's despondent figure as she left, then returned to the guest room to knock on the bathroom door and inform Eric of Caroline's visit. As Caroline stepped out of the hotel, she stood by the curb, ready to hail a cab when she heard a voice calling her name behind her. Turning around, she saw Eric rushing after her. Eric caught up beside her and breathed a sigh of relief, fastening the last 2 buttons of his shirt as he said, Caroline, let me take you to the airport. I can't just let you go on your own. Initially, Caroline felt a flutter of warmth in her chest at Eric's words, but stubbornness surged within her. No thanks, Eric. You should go back to Miss Schiffer. I can manage on my own. Eric finished fastening his shirt, ignoring Caroline's comment as he took her small bag. Come on, I'll arrange for someone to buy your ticket. But first, we really should get breakfast. You can't skip breakfast. Seeing Caroline keep her lips pursed, Eric resorted to a little charm, taking her hand in his and leading her back inside the hotel. Once he held her warm, rough hand, Caroline's resistance melted away completely. She lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, walking quietly beside Eric like a well-behaved child. After breakfast, Eric took Caroline to the Berlin Schönefeld airport in the hotel car, where he got her boarding pass and arranged for Rachel to pick her up upon arrival in London. He stayed with her until it was time to board her flight, watching her walk toward the gate until she disappeared. Hearing the door open, Claudia, leaning against the living room sofa watching TV, straightened up and looked at Eric. Did you send her off? Eric nodded slightly, walking over to clasp his arms around Claudia's slender waist as he settled beside her on the sofa. Noticing the hint of disappointment in Eric's demeanor, Claudia couldn't help but ask, "If you like her so much, why let her go?" "Because I'm a good guy," Eric said with a self-deprecating shake of his head, noticing Claudia rolling her eyes. "You know who she is, right?" "Of course I do. She's the only daughter of the Earl of Wilson in Berkshire. I heard all about it in Hollywood last month. The papers were full of news about you two planning to marry. When I came here yesterday, I thought you might send me away because of my common background." Eric gently squeezed Claudia's waist. "All right, enough teasing. Have you had breakfast yet?" "Of course," Claudia giggled, snuggling closer to him. "Let's go out today. I can be your tour guide." Though Eric felt no qualms about appearing publicly with another woman right after sending Caroline off, he knew it would likely embarrass Caroline and her family if it made the papers. He initially intended to refuse Claudia's suggestion, but then rummaged through a pile of magazines on the coffee table and pulled out a travel brochure, flipping through it. "How about we visit another city? We can avoid the paparazzi." "Prague sounds good." Claudia leaned in closer, aware that Prague was the capital of the Czech Republic, only about 200 kilometers from Berlin, but shook her head. "We need a visa for Prague. Even though it's quick to get a tourist visa, we won't be able to go today." Eric realized the new EU had only been formed 2 years prior with just 6 member countries. After tracing a finger along the map for a while, he picked another EU country, Holland. "Then let's go to Amsterdam." "Great. I'll change and call my agent. He's in Paris negotiating a contract for me," Claudia said, standing up and heading to her bedroom. Eric quickly skimmed the travel brochure and then followed Claudia into the room, where she had already changed. She was now standing by her desk, searching through her Chanel bag for her mobile phone and a contact book. He casually glanced over at her when he noticed the mobile phone in her hand. Just as she found her agent's temporary number and was about to call, Eric approached from behind, taking the phone from her while wrapping his arm around her waist. Claudia thought Eric was suddenly feeling playful and shot a teasing glare at him. Just as she was about to lean over the large desk, she noticed Eric was actually examining her mobile phone with interest. Feeling a slight blush creep up at the thought she had just entertained, Claudia turned to face Eric directly. "Is there a problem?" Holding her mobile phone, Eric leaned closer and kissed the curve of her lips softly. "Sorry, babe, but it looks like we might not be able to go to Amsterdam after all. But maybe in a few days, I can take you to Finland." "What?" Claudia asked, puzzled. Eric pointed to the prominent Nokia logo on the mobile phone. "This mobile phone's from Finland." Claudia still wore a confused expression while Eric felt a bit excited. He had been thinking about Apple but overlooked the fact that before the rise of Apple, Nokia held over 40% of the world's mobile phone market share. It was a giant company that at one point had a market valuation exceeding $200 billion. In another timeline, Apple only started to rise in 2007, which seemed very far off. The rapid development of Nokia was all set to unfold in the coming years, and if he could get involved now, it could lead to a significant fortune. Rachel sat in the Heathrow airport terminal, reluctantly listening to a chatty suitor beside her, her eyes focused on the entrance. She let out a sigh of relief when a familiar figure finally came into view, standing up and saying to the somewhat decent-looking young man next to her, "Excuse me, Mr. Luke. My girlfriend just arrived." Rachel emphasized the word girlfriend before ignoring Luke's surprised expression and made her way toward Caroline. As she approached, Rachel quickly noticed something was off. The sharp, fair-skinned girl's usual spark was dimmed. Her thin lips formed a tight line, her eyelashes lowered, and her once fluffy, slightly curled hair now drooped lifelessly. She looked like a pitiful cat abandoned by its owner, soaked in the rain. "Caroline, what's wrong?" Rachel hastened her steps, concern etched on her face. When Caroline saw Rachel, the tension in her lips immediately crumbled, and with reddened eyes, she collapsed into Rachel's arms. Wah, Rachel. He rejected me." Rachel initially thought something major had happened, but upon hearing Caroline's words, she let out a relieved breath. Still, she understood that for this young girl experiencing love for the first time, it was undoubtedly a significant blow. So, Rachel held her tight, gently patting her back to comfort her. "It's okay, don't cry. I told you before, Eric Williams is a playboy. You shouldn't." "He's not," Caroline protested through her sobs. Rachel sighed but went along with the girl. "All right, he's not. He's a bad guy, Caroline contradicted, sniffling. Yeah, he's a bad guy. Rachel played along. Caroline cried against Rachel for a good while before finally managing to quiet down, whispering, Rachel, I miss Mom. Rachel wiped the girl's face, slinging her backpack over her shoulder, then took Caroline's hand as they walked out together. Let's go home. Caroline obediently followed Rachel until they exited the airport terminal, only to suddenly murmur, He held my hand. Rachel pulled out her keys, opened the door of her powerful Jaguar Sovereign, and helped Caroline into the passenger seat. I know. Today's Daily Mail had photos of you too. Feeling anxious, Caroline looked at Rachel. What did they say? Who cares what they say? The Daily Mail is just a gossip rag. Rachel said this as she turned the car around onto the highway. Caroline couldn't hold back her instinct to ask more, but she quickly buckled up, saying, Rachel, please drive slowly. This is too dangerous. All right, kiddo, I'll listen to you today. Rachel slowed down, having visited Caroline's estate a few times, so she didn't need Caroline to direct her. After leaving the airport area, she headed northwest down the highway. Once the speed was steady, Rachel cautiously probed, Feeling any better? Want to talk about what happened? After a moment of silence, Caroline softly replied, He suddenly said we weren't suitable for each other. Rachel remained quiet after Caroline's statement, unable to hold back a sigh. She didn't prod further, knowing Caroline still harbored deep feelings for Eric, and he was likely sheltering her from more negative aspects. However, Rachel also knew that Caroline, albeit tender-hearted, could be stubborn and wouldn't let go of things easily. As the Jaguar passed through Windsor and continued for another several kilometers, they arrived at the Wilson estate, situated along a tributary of the River Thames. When the estate's gatekeeper saw the car stop outside, he approached to ask a question. But as soon as he saw the young lady with a drawn, weary face in the passenger seat, he quickly stated, Miss Caroline, you've finally returned. Your mother mentioned you this morning. I'll notify her right away. Oh, I'll open the gate for you. The man, named Mark, greeted Caroline respectfully and hurriedly opened the large iron gate of the estate before rushing back into the security booth to grab the phone. Though it wasn't her first visit, driving through the long driveway of the Wilson estate and gazing at the sprawling acreage still filled Rachel with admiration. The British aristocracy had long since declined. The maintenance costs of traditional estates and castles were exorbitantly high. With the UK's inheritance tax reaching 75%, many cash-strapped nobles struggled to maintain their heritage and had to either donate their castles or let them fall into disrepair. The Wilson family was one of the few aristocratic families maintaining their prominence in modern times. As the car stopped along the roadway, Rachel hadn't even gotten out when she saw a graceful woman accompanied by a few maids exiting the castle. Upon seeing her mother, Caroline hurriedly jumped out of the car and ran toward her. Rachel opened the back door just as one of the maids graciously approached to take Caroline's bag. Upon seeing them, Lady Wilson walked over and extended her hand to Rachel. Miss Weiss, thank you for taking care of Caroline during this time. No problem, Lady Wilson. Caroline is my good friend. I only did what I should do, Rachel replied politely. The reverence the British generally held for nobility was deeply ingrained in them, and Rachel's rapport with Caroline was mostly due to the girl's innocent character that masked the innate distance brought by her aristocratic upbringing. However, in the presence of Lady Wilson, Rachel felt somewhat constrained and was eager to excuse herself. Lady Wilson, since Caroline is home safe now, I should get back to London. I have some things to attend to this afternoon. If it's nothing too urgent, why not stay for lunch? Lady Wilson still wore a warm smile and made a gentle gesture inviting Rachel to stay. Caroline, however, immediately pulled Rachel forward, saying, Stay, Rachel. We spoke on the phone the other night, so I know you have nothing planned this afternoon. Caught off guard, Rachel felt her cheeks heat up as the girl exposed her, wishing she could pinch the naive girl's face. Staring at Lady Wilson's unwavering smile, Rachel could only smile slightly and agree. Then, I'll impose. Upon hearing Rachel's acceptance, Caroline eagerly pulled her toward the castle, and only then did Lady Wilson say, Caroline, first go say hello to your father in his study. I know, Mom. And don't forget, Matthew and Robert will also return home for lunch. The little one will be here too. Caroline, taken aback with excitement, asked, "What about Charles?" "He left for New York a week ago," Lady Wilson said, gazing at her daughter fondly. "You as a sister are utterly negligent, not even knowing where your brother is." Caroline playfully stuck her tongue out, but quickly withdrew it under her mother's sharp gaze. As Rachel walked behind them, she was left feeling uneasy. With Caroline's chatterbox nature, she was quite familiar with the Wilson family's situation. The current Earl, James Wilson, had 3 sons and 1 daughter, precisely the 3 individuals mentioned moments earlier. Caroline was the youngest child in the family. Although Lady Edith Wilson appeared to be in her early 40s due to her youthful care, she was actually much older. Her eldest son Matthew and her second son Robert were both married with children. The only one still single was Charles, who was 4 years older than Caroline, but supposedly already engaged. Listening to the mother and daughter chat, Rachel could tell nearly everyone in the family would gather for the lunch, amplifying her sense of discomfort. Indeed, as noon approached, the castle was filled with more and more guests, with both of the Earl's sons arriving with their wives and children, and several other waves of visitors left Rachel with an overwhelming urge to escape. Yet, it seemed that Lady Wilson, ever perceptive, had noticed Rachel's unease. After lunch had wrapped up, she quietly instructed her daughter with a few words, and only then did Caroline take Rachel back to her room. Chapter 541, Value. As Rachel walked into Caroline's room, she finally let go of her ladylike facade, releasing a long breath as she flopped down onto the big bed in the girl's bedroom. She was just glad she had opted for a long skirt today. If she had worn her usual oversized knit sweater paired with faded jeans, sitting among all those serious or pretentious noble boys and girls would have been utterly uncomfortable. Caroline didn't mind Rachel's casual sprawled pose on her bed. In fact, she envied her carefree attitude. The girl pulled a little stool from beside her vanity and leaned over the edge of the bed, propping her chin up with her hand as she gazed at Rachel. "Rachel, are you still hungry? I just saw you barely ate anything. You usually don't eat so little." Rachel turned onto her side to face Caroline and playfully pinched her cheek, saying, "You little troublemaker, I just want to hurry back to London." Caroline's expression instantly turned apprehensive. "Did we not treat you well at our house?" "Of course not," Rachel quickly denied. "I just feel like we're not from the same world. It's much freer for me to stay in my own world." Upon hearing this, Caroline paused for a moment, blinking her long eyelashes a few times. A layer of mist gathered in her bright eyes, and a single teardrop fell. Seeing this condition, Rachel immediately panicked. She sat up and moved closer, asking, "What is it, Caroline? Don't cry. Caroline revealed the look of a hurt little kitten, leaning against Rachel's shoulder. Perhaps it was being at home that kept the girl from crying out loud. Instead, she sniffled and said, "No, it's not that, Rachel. It's just, when he rejected me yesterday, he said something similar, and I don't understand why." Rachel gently rubbed the girl's back. Caroline had shed tears at the airport, but seemed to return to her carefree self after going back to the manor. Initially, Rachel thought she had bounced back from Eric Williams' rejection. However, she soon realized the girl had just buried her feelings deep down, and they were evidently too fragile to withstand the lightest touch. "Caroline, stop crying. Tell me what happened yesterday. You're being silly. You must have misunderstood. Let me help you figure it out." This time, the girl didn't conceal anything and recounted the events of the previous day in bits and pieces. "We visited Museum Island in Berlin and the Brandenburg Gate. I asked him about that movie, and he said it was Titanic, then recounted the plot. He said Jack and Rose weren't from the same world and were better off with a beautiful memory rather than being together forever. Then, he told me to return to my own life. There's also that woman. She's beautiful, prettier than me." Once Caroline finished stammering out her thoughts, Rachel neatly tucked the girl's slightly messy bangs behind her ear, saying, "I think Eric Williams probably found you too innocent, which is why he thought you wouldn't fit well in Hollywood. You need to know, Hollywood is quite chaotic. But I think Eric, okay, let's say he is somewhat of a gentleman, which is why he didn't want to continue deceiving you, this silly girl. So just forget him. Maybe you could head back to Cambridge early and stop thinking about him. Treat him as a passerby in your life. Remember that movie we watched our freshman year, that Eric Williams film, 17 Again? There's one line I recall that sums it up well. Girls always have to deal with a few jerks when they're young. Caroline immediately interrupted Rachel, saying, "He's not a jerk." Rachel chuckled. "I know, he's a bad boy." Caroline blushed at Rachel's teasing tone and replied, "But Rachel, I really like him. Who hasn't liked someone? I secretly liked Marlon Brando too. Too bad he's just an old man now. You know our kinds of liking are? Different. In essence, there's no difference, so just work hard to forget about it. You could go back to Cambridge and, like many times before, dive into the library, pull out a few books, and before you know it, a whole day would pass. Maybe one day, you'll wake up and find you've completely forgotten him, and then you'll think your reaction today was so silly." Caroline quietly absorbed Rachel's words and said, "Rachel, I don't want to go back to studying anymore." "Why? Didn't your dad stop blocking you from going for your master's?" "It's not about my dad. I just want to, like you, go out and work. I don't want to be that clueless little girl anymore." Rachel couldn't help but pinch the girl's cheek again. "I think it's better to skip that." Caroline noticed Rachel didn't seem to have any hope for her decision. She sniffed, unwilling to accept this. "I can do it well. I'm going out to find a job tomorrow. You first need to get your parents' approval. I think once they hear your decision, they'll probably confine you to the house," Rachel said. Caroline was a girl who had grown up carefully sheltered by her parents and brothers in an ivory tower. She had barely interacted with the outside world, and tossing such an innocent girl into society would be like throwing a little lamb into a pack of wolves. Rachel could see that clearly, and Caroline's family surely understood it too. The last time the girl ran away from home for her studies at Cambridge, it barely fell within the Wilson family's tolerance. Yet if Caroline brought up her recent decision, there was a 90% chance the Countess would restrict her movements. Like most noble girls, Caroline would typically marry someone of equal social status or a rich heir, ultimately becoming a quiet housewife like Mrs. Wilson. That path was undoubtedly the safest life trajectory for her. Caroline seemed to grasp her family's likely reaction and suddenly looked crestfallen. She tightened her grip on Rachel's arm and said, "Rachel, will you stay with me today?" "Oh no, you're 22. Not 2. Rachel quickly refused. "But if you're not here, my parents will definitely ask me about Eric, and I won't know how to answer them." Rachel looked at Caroline's pitiful expression and her heart softened. "All right, but I will definitely leave by tomorrow morning. Then will you take me with you? Even if I wanted to, you can't just leave. I can hide in the trunk. I've read about this in a book." Rachel laughed again. "Then I'd end up wanted for kidnapping in London. Eric, here's the recent financial status report from Nokia. And this is a current list of shareholders. The main one is the Finnish National Bank, along with some German and French capital. By the way, I also learned that Nokia's CEO, Jorma Ollila, isn't in Finland. He's actually in New York and has been there for almost a month working on funding for Nokia. I had someone looking into it." Back home, in the hotel where Eric had settled in downtown Berlin, his suite had transformed into a makeshift office, cluttered with many documents he'd gathered over the past few days. After seeing the latest Nokia mobile phone, the 1011 model, from Claudia, Eric hurriedly pulled together detailed information about the company. Nokia was an ancient company with a rich history in Finland. Originally a paper manufacturer, it gradually ventured into rubber, fiber optics, telecommunications, and television, making it one of Finland's leading diversified giants during the 1980s. Of course, this giant only referred to Finland, a Nordic nation with a population of about 5 million. By the late 1980s, due to its extensive business reach, Nokia's operations became chaotic, leading the company into rapid decline. In 1988, under immense pressure from business failures, the then CEO, Kari Karamo, tragically committed suicide. The company's situation had deteriorated rapidly, and Nokia had gone through several leadership changes in just a few years. Currently, Jorma Ollila, the former president of Nokia's mobile division, had taken the helm. He had decided to focus all of Nokia's efforts on the mobile phone division, divesting many other business lines in recent years. Nokia had successfully launched the GSM mobile phone 1011, the very same model Eric had seen just days before with Claudia. Eric knew the GSM network was going to be the primary mobile communication standard for the next decade, so Ollila's chosen direction seemed right. However, following the disintegration of the Soviet Union in previous years, Finland was caught in the economic turmoil that ensued. As a Nordic nation neighboring the USSR, Finland had been coerced into joining the Warsaw Pact and now faced the consequences of its neighbors' economic collapse. Finland had been mired in economic stagnation for several years. Although the Nokia 1011 was well received in the market, the company struggled with a lack of necessary development funds, placing it in a difficult position. From the documents at hand, Eric discovered that a year prior, in 1991, when Alula assumed power, Nokia attempted to sell its mobile division to Sweden's Ericsson, only to be mockingly rejected. This indicated the broader European capital market's disdain for Nokia. Interestingly, while going through the materials, Eric noticed a noteworthy point. Of the three leading mobile giants that emerged in the 1990s, besides the American Motorola, the other two, Nokia and Ericsson, originated from small Nordic countries. Digging deeper, Eric quickly found the reason. Because Finland and Sweden have small populations and predominantly mountainous terrain, developing wired telephone infrastructure proved incredibly expensive. Thus, these Nordic countries focused their efforts on wireless communications. As early as 1981, while many nations were still unfamiliar with mobile phones, Finland had already established a nationwide mobile phone network. This emphasis on mobile communication technology led to the rise of mobile giants like Ericsson and Nokia. I've already spoken to Chris a few times. By the way, have you sent this data back to New York? Yes, every time I organize a piece of data, I split it up and send one back to New York, Alan nodded and added. Eric, I think if you are interested in mobile phone companies, you might try investing in Sweden's Ericsson or locally in Motorola. In my view, Nokia doesn't offer much investment appeal currently. Alula is in the US because he can't find investors in Europe, and given he's been there over a month without any news, it seems Wall Street investors aren't particularly keen on Nokia. As Eric sifted through Nokia's recent financial records, he replied without looking up, the Motorola and Ericsson you mentioned are already rising stars. Companies like that don't lack investors. If we get involved now, we won't gain much benefit. Nokia is different. Investing in this struggling company would be like providing much-needed aid in a snowstorm. You should understand that phrase. Alan suppressed the urge to roll his eyes and nodded. I know, but since other investors view the company so unfavorably, I think. Alan didn't finish his thought, and Eric jumped in. You think as an outsider, I'd have even less reason to get involved, right? Alan laughed awkwardly, a slight nod confirming Eric's point. Claudia had been playing the role of Eric's temporary assistant lately, doing it with great enthusiasm. She also enjoyed seeing Eric in work mode. Listening to their conversation, Claudia couldn't help but interject. Alan, I don't completely agree with what you're saying. I just so happened to use Nokia's newest phone. A good friend of mine recommended it while I was back in Europe. She said the call quality is excellent. Since we regular people choose this company for such quality, it surely indicates that the company holds investment value. Chapter 541, 542, A Confounding Invitation. When Alan heard Claudia's words, he merely shrugged slightly. Eric, who was reviewing documents, noticed his assistant's small gesture and helplessly shook his head. This time, Eric's actions were indeed different from past experiences. In previous attempts to invest in companies like Cisco and America Online, the prospects had been rather clear, and the amounts of money involved were not overly substantial. Even the investments in 3 internet companies like Yahoo had only reached the tens of millions. However, this time was vastly different. Nokia, a large Finnish conglomerate, was struggling, yet the financial data Eric collected indicated that this almost starving horse still had around $1.1 billion in assets. From Eric's perspective, the more shares he could acquire, the better. If he could take over completely, he wouldn't hesitate to invest all of Firefly Productions' funds into it. After staying a few more days in Berlin, Eric, along with the creative team of Jurassic Park, moved to Paris to prepare for the film's French premiere. By mid-July, Jurassic Park had been out in North America for 6 weeks, grossing over $300 million effortlessly. The sharp rise of Jurassic Park's box office had transitioned the local media from being astonished by its first week crossing the $100 million line to a state of numbness. A box office surpassing $400 million within the coming weeks seemed almost certain, and discussions about whether it could hit the astonishing $500 million mark were tepid at best. After all, whether it was $400 million or $500 million, to most Hollywood films, it felt like staring at the stars in the sky. Few pondered whether each star was 100 light-years away or 1,000. It all seemed too distant. The international box office for Jurassic Park also crossed $300 million in its sixth week, bringing its total earnings to $600 million. The British box office, in particular, stood out, with earnings reaching £57 million after 6 weeks and expectations that total receipts would exceed £70 million. Meanwhile, Jurassic Park was set to open soon in France, Spain, Japan, and other lucrative international markets. Especially in Japan, a nation famously obsessed with monsters. Although Eric couldn't recall the exact figures, he was certain that Jurassic Park's box office there had undoubtedly surpassed $100 million. While Jurassic Park raked in astonishing box office figures worldwide, shattering records, it did not always receive positive coverage from local media. Many media outlets across Europe had adopted a wolf is coming tone in their discussions of Jurassic Park, with France being particularly vocal. As the birthplace of film, the French took great pride in their national cinema. France had indeed experienced a glorious cinematic era. To welcome the box office titan Jurassic Park and defend the dignity of French cinema, they had released the most expensive film in French history, Germinal, at the same time. This film, adapted from a major French literary work, had a production cost of 164 million francs, over $30 million, backed by more than a dozen French film companies, marking it as France's highest investment in a film to date. Eric could only think, why go through all this trouble? Germinal depicted the tragic lives of French miners in the late 19th century and ran nearly 3 hours long. It was, by all accounts, a real snooze fest. Eric found it hard to believe that such a film would compete against the highly entertaining Jurassic Park at the box office. Additionally, the timing was quite sensitive. This year marked the last year of negotiations for the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade. After years of grappling, North America and European countries had finally reached a consensus on most terms to form the World Trade Organization. The U.S. government was actively seeking equal economic status for Hollywood films alongside physical products, but European countries had raised the concept of cultural exception. Prominent Hollywood directors had even embarked on a public feud with European filmmakers over this issue. Eric firmly stood on the Hollywood side of the dispute. To avoid stirring emotions among the French media, he cut much of the team's promotional schedule following the simple premiere in France and sent the other creatives off to their next stop, Madrid. Jurassic Park was already a hot topic in Europe, so reducing promotional activities wouldn't significantly impact its box office in France. While promoting the film, Eric continued to discuss Nokia over the phone with Chris in private. Chris had decided to bring Firefly Investments' team to Europe, prompting Eric to stay temporarily in Paris. In contrast to the media and cultural industry's resistance to Hollywood films, local French production and distribution companies were eager to invest in and distribute Hollywood films. Sharp businessmen saw the irreversible decline of French cinema, and capital always moved towards profit. The French film companies knew what was at stake. At a hotel by the Seine in Paris, Eric enjoyed a leisurely moment on the hotel balcony. The gentle steam rising from his coffee lingered in the air as he typed on his notebook, occasionally raising his gaze toward the towering Eiffel Tower in the distance. Upon hearing a knock at the door, Eric turned around to see Alan walk in, carrying a stack of documents. "Eric, the box office stats for Jurassic Park and Germinal's opening day just came in," Alan said, placing the documents on the small table beside Eric and handing a sheet to him. Eric had strolled through the streets the previous night and noticed lines at several cinemas, so he had anticipated some positive news. Not in a hurry to peruse the documents, he pulled out a floppy disk from his laptop and handed it to Alan. "This is a script idea I came up with the other day. Please send it back to LA and have them register the copyright." The script on the floppy was for Night at the Museum, an idea that had popped into Eric's head after he had accompanied Carolyn on her visit to Berlin's Museum Island. He had taken advantage of his free time over the past few days to draft it. Alan didn't ask further questions as he took the floppy, introduced the materials he'd just brought over, and pulled out an invitation letter. This is an invitation from Galmont's CEO, Nicholas Seydoux. They're hosting a celebration for a film tonight and would like you to attend. Flipping through the box office numbers for Jurassic Park and Germinal, Eric frowned slightly and casually asked, "What movie?" "It's called Fan Fan, a love story that premiered in early June. It stars two very well-known French actors, Vincent Perez and Sophie Marceau. The film has received great responses in Europe and Asia," Alan briefly explained, omitting the box office data for Fan Fan. After all, compared to Jurassic Park, the love story's numbers seemed trivial. Eric sighed with a hint of resignation, recalling, Sophie Marceau paid a penalty of 1 million francs to leave Galmont. Didn't the two sides have a falling out? Why are they working together again? Alan didn't know about that. Sophie Marceau's influence was primarily in France and Japan, and Hollywood hadn't yet taken notice of the Rose of France. "I'm not sure about that, Eric. Should I look it up?" Eric paused, then shook his head. "No need. I just remembered that." The incident regarding Sophie Marceau's fallout with Galmont over filming Beaupère appeared in most of the actress's magazine articles. In the final analysis, it was just to beautify the actress's image, and it was more of a publicity. Truth be told, the fine of 1 million francs equated to less than $200,000, which wasn't severe for a European star of her caliber. Their dispute was more likely a temporary separation, not something making them enemies. Realistically speaking, with European cinema in decline and few companies capable of producing commercial films, Sophie Marceau's choices were limited. Then, Alan nodded towards the invitation. "What about the party tonight?" Eric shook his head. He had no idea what the celebration party would entail, especially since the French media had turned the situation surrounding Germinal and Jurassic Park into a hostile rivalry. If any media representatives attended, it would inevitably lead to questions about the box office performances of both films. Letting out a sigh, Eric glanced once more at the statistics. On the opening day, Jurassic Park had garnered 6.6 million francs while Germinal, which shared a similar release scale, only earned just over 1 million. Whatever answer he provided, or even if he refrained from commenting, just appearing in the papers the next day would likely ignite a media frenzy. Alan sensed Eric's concerns, saying, "In that case, I'll call to decline the invitation. Also, Mr. Hansen will arrive in Paris tomorrow at around 10. I've reserved a hotel room." "Eric, is there anything else you want to add?" "No, that'll be all." Alan nodded, turned, and left Eric's room. Just as he reached the hallway, his mobile phone rang. After answering, he said a few words before returning to open Eric's door. He handed Eric the mobile phone. "Eric, it's a call from Mr. Jack Valenti." "Jack Valenti?" Eric felt a bit puzzled. Jack Valenti was the president of the Motion Picture Association of America. Eric had only met him once at the Film Association's annual meeting last year, so he was unsure why Jack Valenti would be calling him. However, Valenti had served as the MPAA's president since 1966 and had been in the position for nearly 30 years. He seemed inclined to continue for some time. This political figure had consistently advocated for